On the Azure Planet, a world besieged by the invasion of games, countless secret realms surged forth, with a myriad of monsters casting covetous glances upon the entire globe. The human inhabitants of this water-blue star began to embark upon the epic of class advancement. After his transition, Subai emerged as a beast tamer, a profession oft derided as the sewer rat of the realm. Is a beast tamer weak? Alas, I beg your pardon, I possess a divine-level talent. At the onset, I evolved my beast, instantly giving rise to a being of the Overlord tier, capable of soloing disaster-level dungeons. When a certain king of assassins prepared to slit Subai's throat, he suddenly discovered that he could not even breach the defenses of this beast tamer. It was at that moment that people began to sense something was amiss. Chapter 1, Awakening. Stellar City. Heavenly Water Square, a bustling throng of people congregated in this vibrant locale, creating a lively atmosphere. Subai, awakening successful. Awaken profession, beast tamer. A gentle voice resonated throughout Heavenly Water Square, immediately capturing the attention of the crowd. Beast tamer? What gives him the right? Exactly, why is it that Subai, that fellow, gets to become a beast tamer? Isn't he always either sleeping or on the way to sleep? Does the heavens truly favor him? Damn it, I am not convinced. The cacophony of discontent filtered into Subai's ears, causing him to raise an eyebrow slightly. Are these people truly unable to tolerate his success? Indeed, envy is the nature of humankind. Regrettably, they were oblivious to the fact that his awakening as a beast tamer was entirely within his expectations. With a mere thought, a translucent panel materialized before him. Name, Subai. Profession, beast tamer, awaken level. 1 strength, 7 constitution, 6 agility, 7 spirit, 6 comprehensive combat power, 5 skills. Life contract, beast space beasts, none. Divine talent god. Activated. Union of beasts. The host may choose any contracted beast to share talent attributes, fully inheriting the beast's abilities and base attributes for 1 hour. Talent cooldown, 2 hours. Breaking illusions holy eye. The host may inspect the attribute panels of any professional and explore hidden evolutionary paths of beasts. Note, hidden evolutionary paths can significantly elevate the tier of the beast. Holy contract. Issuing a contract command guarantees a 100 success rate in contracting with the beast. To think I possess a divine-level talent. Subai clenched his fist, a glimmer of excitement illuminating his features. This was a divine-level talent, a concept he had never before encountered. Subai, is that really you? If you ascend as a beast tamer, do not forget us. Indeed, as long as you can cultivate a beast of the commander tier, you could dominate in low-level dungeons. Never mind the commander tier, if you can contract a beast of the awakened tier, we could share in your fortunes, should you rise to prominence. Do not forget your good brothers. His classmates, standing beside Subai, bore expressions of envy. Had he not overheard their earlier remarks from below the platform, he might have genuinely believed their well wishes. However, these individuals were quite pragmatic, offering platitudes with unerring accuracy. Present, he had little inclination to engage with his classmates, his eagerness to contract his first beast overwhelming him. As a beast tamer, the tier of one's beast is of paramount importance. That it is well known that beasts are categorized into 9 tiers. Common, awakened, extraordinary, commander, sovereign, overlord, totem, ancestral, and mythical. Each tier signifies a monumental transformation. To elevate a beast tier, substantial resources are required. It is said that to advance a beast from the overlord stage to the totem stage necessitates resources that could instead cultivate a top-tier warrior. Within the entire Meteor Empire, the most formidable beast is reputed to be the Phantom Vine, nurtured by the illustrious beast tamer, Luo Tian. Enable the Phantom Vine to ascend to higher realms. This esteemed individual has reportedly expended his life's efforts. It is said that the Phantom Vine has attained a legendary totem stage and even developed its own sentience. Everyone is aware of the might of beast tamers, hailed as war machines. Yet, they also comprehend the immense challenge of cultivating a powerful beast. Any beast of terrifying prowess is inexorably linked to boundless wealth. With my current financial means, acquiring a beast of the awakened tier should pose no problem. Subai contemplated his bank balance with earnest consideration. Having foreseen his awakening as a beast tamer, he had diligently toiled at the construction site from dawn till dusk. For 3 years, rain or shine, he persevered. Moreover, as an orphan, he received various government subsidies, allowing him to scrape together a total of 250,000 star coins. Stellar City Commercial Center. As the largest commercial alliance in Stellar City, this locale stands as the very heart of the entire city. Here, if you possess the means, they can procure a commander-tier beast for you. Greetings, sir. How may I assist you? A tall service attendant approached, showing no sign of condescension due to Su-bai's youth. I wish to contract a beast. Could you guide me? I'm looking for one of the awakened tier. Su-bai articulated his request. Very well. Please follow me. The attendant's eyes brightened as she led Su-bai towards the second floor. In a shop on the second floor, various boxes containing beasts were displayed. Sir, would you like me to provide an introduction? The attendant was exceedingly courteous, her service impeccable. No need, I shall peruse them myself. Each box bore a label detailing the beast within. Breaking illusions holy, I activate. Su-bai cast a glance at the labels before directly invoking his talent skill. Snow Fox tier, awakened skill. Icebind price, 190,000 star coins hidden evolution path. Nun Crimson Flame Dog tier, awakened skill. Flame Burn. Price, 180,000 star coins hidden evolution path. Crimson Flame Dog awakened Hellhound unknown stage. Evolution requires 100 fire elemental stones, 1,000 nutrient liquids, and 1 fire crystal. Ghost Wolf tier, awakened price, 200,000 star coins long evolution path. Ghost Wolf awakened Netherwolf. Unknown stage Water Spirit Turtle tier, awakened skill. Weak Water Cage price, 180,000 star coins hidden evolution path. None. The dazzling array of beasts left Su-bai in a state of awe, yearning to bring this collection of creatures home. Regrettably, his finances were rather meager, and with his level merely at 1, he could only contract a single beast before completing his class change. Of utmost significance was the fact that the Eye of Illusion could discern the evolutionary paths of these guardian beasts. As long as he adequately prepared the requisite materials, he could facilitate the evolution of these creatures. Moreover, by following the concealed evolutionary paths, the rank of these beasts would undergo a remarkable leap, which was precisely what Su-bai valued most. However, it appeared that not all guardian beasts possessed hidden evolutionary routes. Wait a moment. What is this situation? Just as Su-bai was about to finalize his purchasing decision, he suddenly noticed a solitary cage in the corner, which immediately captured his attention. Chapter 2. The Feeble Extraordinary. Firebird. Tier. Extraordinary. Skill. Flame Ray. Price. 150,000 star coins. Hidden evolution path. Firebird. Extraordinary tier. To Four-Winged Red Sparrow. Unknown stage. Materials required for hidden evolution. 10 fire attribute spirit stones. 30 evolution nutrients. 1 fire spirit crystal. 1 four-winged bird essence. An extraordinary tier beast is surprisingly priced at merely 150,000 star coins. This is indeed a revelation, akin to a small knife at the rear. Sir, this beast has only arrived at our establishment 2 days ago. Although it has attained the extraordinary tier, its soul power is exceedingly feeble, resulting in a high probability of contract failure. Furthermore, its frail constitution raises the risk of it perishing during the contracting process. As you can see, it possesses only a single awakened skill, which hardly befits its extraordinary classification. The female attendant hastily began to elaborate on the specifics of the Firebird. I see, so that's how it is, Su-bai remarked, enlightened. This little creature is simply too weak. After all, the affluent capable of purchasing extraordinary beasts would hardly deign to consider such a feeble specimen. Those who cannot afford such beasts would never dare to take the risk. 150,000 star coins is no trifling sum. A failed contract could lead to ruin. I will take this one. Su-bai, unexpectedly pleased with this find, promptly selected the Firebird and retrieved his bank card. Sir, are you certain? Should the contract fail, your money will be wasted, the attendant cautioned. Not to worry. Sometimes one must take a gamble. Perhaps I shall strike it lucky, Su-bai chuckled, lifting the small cage without hesitation. His divine talent remained his greatest secret, one he could not afford to divulge. Alas, there are always gamblers in this world. The attendant observed with a shake of her head as she led him toward the contracting room. Inside the contracting room, Su-bai closed the door and opened the iron cage. The Firebird fluttered out, its round, beady eyes scrutinizing him. Unfortunately, the aura emanating from this little creature was exceedingly weak, akin to a flickering candle flame, poised to extinguish at any moment. Placing his hand atop the creature's head, Su-bai immediately summoned its internal energy. Contract. A radiant white light enveloped the Firebird as peculiar golden symbols materialized within the glow, cascading onto the diminutive creature. As these golden symbols began to permeate its body, the Firebird emitted a series of chirps, its frail form trembling incessantly. Ultimately, as the golden symbols vanished entirely, a mysterious bond formed between them. Thankfully, with the sacred contract talent, should it have been any other beastmaster, failure would have been inevitable. Contract successful. As these two words echoed in Su Bai's mind, the Firebird's form dissolved from the room. Within the confines of the beast space, the Firebird perched, its round eyes surveying its surroundings, exuding a hint of curiosity. Beast, Firebird, Tier, Extraordinary. Level, LV1. Constitution, 12. Strength, 12. Mental Power, 25. Agility, 18. Comprehensive Combat Power, 15. Skill, Flame Ray. Hidden Evolution Path, Firebird, Extraordinary Tier, to Four-Winged Red Sparrow, Unknown Stage. Materials required for Hidden Evolution, 10 Fire Attribute Spirit Stones, 3 Fire Attribute Nutrients, 1 Fire Spirit Crystal, 1 Four-Winged Bird Essence. Current status, ready for advancement. Too weak, Su Bai muttered, shaking his head. It was no wonder it had been left in the corner. Its comprehensive combat power was only marginally superior to his own lackluster abilities. A standard extraordinary tier beast ought to possess a combat power of around 100. The Firebird's meager 15 paled in comparison, even to some awakened tier beasts. Such a frail extraordinary beast was indeed a rarity. Fortunately, his talent, the Eye of Breakthrough, offered him a backdoor advantage. Not only did it allow him to see the hidden evolution path of his beasts, but it also reduced the overall resource requirements for cultivation. The materials needed, 10 Fire Attribute Spirit Stones, 3 Fire Attribute Nutrients, 1 Fire Spirit Crystal, and 1 Four-Winged Bird Essence, were close to the bare minimum for beast advancement. Typically, awakening a standard tier beast would require dozens of spirit stones and thousands of nutrient potions, let alone advancing to an extraordinary tier. A single Fire Attribute Spirit Stone was valued at approximately 20,000, and although the nutrient potions were more affordable, they still cost 1,000 star coins each. This illustrates just how arduous it is to cultivate a beast, a veritable financial pitfall. Excuse me, could you please procure 10 Fire Attribute Spirit Stones, 3 Fire Attribute Nutrients, 1 Fire Spirit Crystal, and 1 Four-Winged Bird Essence for me? Here is my identification and bank card. If the funds are insufficient, please arrange for an installment plan. Su Bai instructed as he opened the door, summoning the attendant. Certainly, sir, please hold on, she replied. Approximately 3 minutes later, the attendant returned with the requested items. Thank you. Su Bai accepted the bank card, nodding appreciatively at the attendant. As a newly awakened individual, he had the official support to engage in installment payments. Otherwise, he would not have been able to afford these items. Sir, you might want to consider acquiring additional Fire Spirit Crystals for the Firebird, the attendant hesitated before suggesting. Understood. Thank you for the advice, Su Bai acknowledged, closing the contracting room door behind him. Did he not realize the value of fire crystals? However, he lacked the funds. Each one cost 50,000. In his current situation, even selling everything he owned would not suffice to purchase a single crystal. Summoning the Firebird from the beast space, Su Bai fed it the 10 Fire Attribute Spirit Stones, 3 Nutrient Potions, the Fire Spirit Crystal, and the Four-Winged Bird Essence. Flames began to flicker across the Firebird's body, enveloping it entirely until it transformed into a plump egg. Golden patterns emerged on the shell, displaying an enchanting brilliance. Is it beginning to evolve? Su Bai pondered. He decided to return it to the beast space. Should it inadvertently set the place ablaze, he would be unable to compensate for the damage. He placed the Firebird back in the beast space, patiently awaiting the culmination of its evolutionary journey. Approximately half an hour later, the egg began to stir. Cracks formed on the shell, and golden flames erupted from within. The golden flames instantaneously bathed the entire beast pet space in a resplendent hue of gold, unleashing an overwhelmingly fearsome aura that surged forth. As the eggshell shattered completely, the golden flames began to spread in all directions, transforming the beast pet space into a veritable sea of fire. This commotion was truly tremendous. Su Bai could not help but swallow hard, a flicker of astonishment crossing his face. Thankfully, he had the foresight to summon this little creature into the beast pet space in advance. Otherwise, the entire mall would have been reduced to ashes. Chapter 3. The Four-Winged Scarlet Sparrow. Caw! A piercing cry of a bird pierced the air. A figure of brilliant red gold soared amidst the raging inferno, exhibiting an unparalleled speed. My heavens, what a terrifying presence. Merely the sheer intensity of this aura had caused some lower-tier beast tamers to bow in submission. What on earth had he advanced into? Under Su Bai's gaze, the flames that enveloped the beast pet space began to gradually retract, as the dreadful fire was devoured by the red gold figure. Advancement completed. Evolution has resulted in a significant leap in progression. Life tier jump completed. Congratulations, you have successfully completed evolution. This evolution process, Firebird, Four-Winged Scarlet Sparrow. A mechanical voice resonated in Su Bai's ears. At that moment, Within the beast pet space, a colossal red-gold figure coiled majestically, emanating an unfathomably terrifying aura. Subtle red-gold flames entwined around the four-winged scarlet sparrow, whose towering figure, reaching several meters in height, created an overwhelmingly suffocating presence. Its oppressive aura rendering one unable to gaze directly upon it. By the heavens, how extraordinarily majestic! The previously diminutive firebird had now undergone a complete transformation. The four-winged scarlet sparrow spread its four magnificent wings, resembling a regal peacock in the beast pet space, its red gold sheen blinding to behold. Beast Tamer, four-winged scarlet sparrow. Tier, Dominator. Level, LV1. Constitution, 2512. Strength, 2512. Mental power, 3000. Agility, 2518. Overall combat power, 3580. Skills, Fiery Inferno, Wings of the Wind, Sovereign Might. Hidden Evolution Path, four-winged scarlet sparrow, 9 nether skylark. Materials required for Hidden Path Evolution, 100 Dark Attribute Spirit Stones, 100 Fire Attribute Spirit Stones. A vial of dark water, 1 Fire God Crystal. Current status, unable to advance, baseline attributes, not met. Dominator tier. Subai felt utterly astounded. All four-dimensional attributes had surpassed the threshold of 2005, with mental attributes exceeding 3000, and overall combat power soaring to 3005. This was simply outrageous. A combat power of over 3000 at level 1. What does that even signify? To put it into perspective, in the wilderness, the combat power of common monsters in level 1 to 10 dungeons hovers around just 10, while high-tier monsters rarely exceed 100. Only the legendary level 10 bosses can surpass a combat power of 100. It was likely that the so-called graveyard of newcomers, the level 10 boss, would be unable to withstand a mere spark from the four-winged scarlet sparrow. How terrifying. Just imagining it sent shivers down his spine. As for the current inability to evolve, Subai surmised it was due to his low beast tamer level, with baseline attributes yet to be elevated. Who knows how many attributes a Dominator tier beast would gain with each level up. In any case, it would undoubtedly be substantial. Once his attributes were enhanced, the four-winged scarlet sparrow could once again elevate its tier, reaching the fabled totem level. That was a realm only the foremost beast tamers of the Meteor Empire could aspire to. He had already brushed against the ceiling of possibility. Moreover, the innate talent of beast merging could easily elevate Subai's four-dimensional attributes to extraordinary heights, rendering him akin to a humanoid deity boss. Subai felt as though his very soul trembled. The divine-level talent was simply too powerful, unmatched in its might. Remain low-key. I must remain low-key. For now, I am merely a level 1 little Karami. Once I surpass my current level, I can afford to be a bit more ostentatious. The most pressing matter at hand is to engage in dungeons and swiftly elevate my level. With this thought in mind, he promptly pushed open the door, ready to depart. Sir, are you all right? The service staff observed the expression on Subai's face, their demeanor tinged with apprehension. I'm perfectly well, thank you. I must be on my way. With that, Subai strode purposefully towards the exit of the Phoenix Mall. Upon exiting the Phoenix Mall, Subai initially intended to head to the designated dungeon at school. However, after careful consideration, he concluded that venturing directly into the wilderness was indeed the most prudent choice. Given that the experience gained in wilderness dungeons far surpassed that of the fixed dungeons at school, the only regret was that practitioners were not permitted to challenge dungeons of higher tiers. Otherwise, with the current state of the four-winged scarlet sparrow, he could easily dominate any dungeon below level 30. Subai, I knew I would find you here. Just as he stepped out of the Phoenix Mall, Subai was intercepted by a portly individual. Sun Kai, what brings you here? Subai was momentarily taken aback by the sight of his classmate and desk mate, who usually kept watch while he indulged in sleep. Of course, I'm here to find you. Tada, what's this? Sun Kai brandished a golden card before Subai. Isn't that just a bank card? Subai's expression morphed into one of incredulity, his eyes rolling as a hint of exasperation appeared on his forehead. You guessed it right. It contains 1 million, a loan for you. Coupled with the money you've earned from your part-time job, you should be able to contract a rather formidable beast. Sun Kai promptly placed the bank card into Subai's hands. Have you lost your mind? Why give me so much money? Subai looked at the card in his hand, clearly bewildered. You are a beast tamer. If you can contract a commander-tier beast, you would essentially dominate in lower-level dungeons. I simply wish to bask in your glory. Sun Kai chuckled. Of course, this money isn't a gift. You'll need to repay me once you start earning. He was being serious. Subai understood that for any impoverished beast tamer, such a substantial sum was a significant boon. At the very least, it would provide him with an excellent starting point. Sun Kai's family was not wealthy either. Although his parents were awakened once, every penny was hard-earned. Perhaps it's best to decline. I have already contracted a beast. Your kindness is appreciated, but I must return this. Subai handed the bank card back, mentally noting this act of goodwill. Don't. I'm counting on you to help me rise. Sun Kai covered his mouth, realizing he had let slip more than intended. Hasten to procure the necessary equipment. As a paladin, you are indeed a formidable support, and gear is of utmost importance to you. I have truly formed a pact with my beast. Once I return, I shall elevate you. It is truly overwhelming. I could weep. Subai was taken aback that this fellow was so generous as to lend him money for equipment. Very well then, I shall acquire the gear. My father has already arranged for teammates, and together we shall form a party to conquer dungeons, thus expediting our level progression. Sun Kai sighed, ultimately reclaiming his bank card. Chapter 4, Domination of the Wilderness Dungeon. Kai-Z, I intend to solo this. I shall not accompany you in the initial stages. Subai wished to extend an invitation to Sun Kai to join him in the dungeon, yet the paramount importance of the beast he had contracted, coupled with his talent issues, rendered him unable to explain. Secrets are best kept from prying eyes. Solo? Do you believe you can manage that? Sun Kai swallowed hard, gazing at Subai in astonishment. Soloing a dungeon has always been the hallmark of the exceptionally gifted. It is no trivial feat. My talent exceeds an S rank, and my beast's tier is reasonably commendable. I feel no pressure in tackling the dungeon alone. Rest assured, should I find myself struggling, I will seek your assistance again. Subai smiled, revealing a hint of his secret. Surely, he wasn't deceiving him. He genuinely possessed a talent above S rank, and his beast's tier was just passable. Impressive indeed. Then I shall not delay you further. Do remember to uphold my honor. Sun Kai clapped Subai on the shoulder, turning to enter the Phoenix Mall. After their parting, Subai made a beeline for the wilderness. Soon, he arrived at the novice dungeon of the wilderness. A golden vortex hovered in the air, and nearby stood a wooden sign detailing the dungeon rules and challenge records. Dungeon name, Sunset Prairie. Level restriction, LV1, LV10. At the dungeon entrance, few souls were present. Most had already formed their parties in advance and entered directly. Those of insufficient strength would typically opt for the school's dungeon, which bore a lesser difficulty. Please select dungeon difficulty. Normal, hard, hell, nightmare, cataclysm. Cataclysm. It seems the first completion record for the cataclysm level dungeon of Sunset Prairie still stands. I might just break it effortlessly. Without a second thought, Subai selected the cataclysm difficulty and stepped into the dungeon. A soft afterglow bathed the land, enveloping the entire prairie, while tendrils of dark aura permeated the sky, exuding an unusual metallic sheen. Subai's figure appeared upon the prairie, where a patch of withered grass nearby emitted faint wisps of black gas. Is this what the cataclysm difficulty dungeon looks like? It appears rather unremarkable. Subai strode confidently ahead. On the narrow path, a series of goats, emanating a sinister aura, wandered restlessly, patiently awaiting challengers. Type, Sinister Goat. Level, 10. Skills, Frenzy, Bloodthirst. Horn Charge. Health, 800. Attack, 150. With such base attributes, it is no wonder none can prevail. These are merely the 4 gatekeeper goat monsters. The attributes are already terrifying, and the boss lurking in the depths is likely even more formidable. Alas, these creatures have encountered me, and their fate is sealed. Arise, my precious. 4-winged Scarlet Sparrow. A radiant white light manifested in Subai's hand, and a colossal portal materialized beside him. A blinding golden beam erupted from the portal, dispersing the black fog that shrouded the sky. The silhouette of the 4-winged Scarlet Sparrow slowly emerged from the portal, its aura proclaiming its status as a paramount beast. The overwhelming pressure compelled the goats to prostrate themselves, utterly immobilized. Is this the terrifying might exclusive to high-tier beasts? It is truly formidable. Subai stood atop the 4-winged Scarlet Sparrow, gradually ascending into the sky. The entire panorama of Sunset Prairie lay before him. The 4-winged Scarlet Sparrow emitted a cry. Skill, Inferno Ignition, activate. A deluge of flames burst forth from its wings, rapidly engulfing the ground below. In the blink of an eye, the entire Sunset Prairie transformed into a sea of fire. This is the prowess of my little sparrow. It is utterly terrifying. Subai, momentarily taken aback by the inferno, was soon overwhelmed by a barrage of notifications. Congratulations! You have slain the Sinister Goat, earning 200 experience points. Congratulations! You have slain the Sinister Goat, earning 200 experience points. Congratulations! You have slain the Frenzied Blood Bull, earning 220 experience points. The relentless stream of messages left Subai momentarily dazed, unable to keep up. Subsequently, golden light enveloped him, and his level began to surge at an astonishing rate. Congratulations! You have slain the Nightmare level boss, Goat Lord, earning 500 experience points. Congratulations! You have slain the Nightmare level boss, Goat Lord, earning 500 experience points. Congratulations! You have slain the Nightmare level boss, King of the Prairie, earning 2,000 experience points. Who dares to disturb my slumber? You shall pay the price. Warning, warning, warning. Your excessive slaughter has summoned the ultimate boss of Sunset Prairie, the cataclysm-level Lord of the Setting Sun. Please exit immediately. At that moment, crimson text appeared before Subai, accompanied by a blaring alarm. Before the alarm could cease, a familiar voice echoed in his ear. Congratulations. You have slain the cataclysm-level boss, Lord of the Setting Sun, earning a cataclysm-level treasure chest X1. Your level has increased to level 2, granting you 10 free attribute points. Your level has increased to level 3, granting you 10 free attribute points. Your level has increased to level 15, granting you 10 free attribute points. You have acquired the material Broken Goat Horn, automatically stored in your system backpack. You have acquired the material Broken Bull Heart, automatically stored in your system backpack. You have acquired the equipment Bronze Longsword, automatically stored in your backpack. You have acquired the Silver Shield, automatically stored in your system backpack. You have acquired the Crown of the Goat Lord, automatically stored in your system backpack. You have acquired the Staff of the Lord of the Setting Sun, automatically stored in your system backpack. A torrent of information flooded before Subai's eyes, leaving him utterly bewildered. Such an abundance of equipment, he had struck gold. It is well known that equipment and materials are classified into 9 tiers: bronze, silver, gold, platinum, brilliant, epic, legendary, mythical, and immortal. Upon inspection, the equipment in his possession was at least of bronze quality, and given the vast quantity, it constituted a considerable fortune. Oh, it seems there was an alarm earlier, indicating the emergence of some chaotic boss that forced him to exit the dungeon. Congratulations, you have completed the Cataclysm-level dungeon, Sunset Prairie. You may publish a notice for adventurers. Would you like to remain anonymous? Anonymous. Subai did not hesitate in the slightest and chose to remain anonymous. He had no desire for fame. Instead, quietly amassing wealth was his true ambition. Congratulations, player XXX, for successfully clearing the Cataclysm-level dungeon, Sunset Prairie, in 30 seconds. An announcement echoed in the ears of numerous players, instantly stirring a tremendous uproar. Chapter 5. The Tremor of Tang City. Am I hallucinating? This record of completion? Are you joking with me? I must still be asleep. A plump man rubbed his eyes and stared at the screen before him, murmuring to himself. Indeed. It seemed he was still in a dream. Perhaps he should sleep a little longer. Oh no, at my young age, why are my eyes failing me? A man standing beside him slapped himself, his complexion instantly reddening. Damn it, what nonsense. This is real. My God, how can such a beast exist? A single player clearing a Cataclysm-level dungeon in 30 seconds? This is beyond outrageous. Has insanity taken hold? If it's the Sunset Prairie dungeon, I must rush to the entrance and intercept them. As soon as the announcement was made, it triggered a massive wave of excitement. A throng of professional players in the wilderness immediately dashed toward the teleportation portal of the Sunset Prairie dungeon, their expressions displaying acute urgency. I've lived long enough to witness many things, but I have never encountered someone this formidable. This person treats Cataclysm-level dungeons like a mere game. What kind of professional are they? I must keep a close eye on this. An elder robed in crimson began to levitate, speeding toward the outskirts of the city. Goodness gracious, clearing a cataclysm in 30 seconds is almost the speed at which I sleep. Today's youth truly astound me. An elder clad in a pristine white robe gazed at the system panel, shaking his head in disbelief. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and gather information. Find this person for me. No matter what, we must recruit them into our guild. A genius, a true prodigy, a once-in-a-millennium talent. At the Lord's Manor in Tang City, a figure soared into the sky, racing toward the entrance of the Sunset Prairie dungeon. The entire Tang City erupted in chaos as a multitude of professionals rushed toward the Sunset Prairie dungeon, eager to catch a glimpse of the challenger's prowess. Having already received the player announcement, it was likely that someone would arrive soon. It was best to leave the secret realm first. Subai intentionally chose a less crowded direction and sped away into the distance. Sure enough, just as Subai left, a swarm of people surged in, surrounding the Sunset Prairie tightly. 10 kilometers away in the mountains, Subai glanced at the figures spilling forth in the distance and couldn't help but swallow hard. Fortunately, I ran fast enough. Otherwise, I would have been suffocated by the crowd by now. Just right, while their attention is still on the dungeon. I should take stock of my gains. Opening the system panel, Subai murmured. In the next moment, the panel materialized before his eyes. Name, Subai. Profession, Beastmaster. Level, 15. Strength, 67. Constitution, 66. Agility, 67. Spirit, 66. Free attribute points, 150. Overall combat power, 70. Skills, Life Contract, Beast Space. Summoned Beast, 4-winged Red Sparrow. Talent, Divine, Beast Mastery. The host can choose any contracted beast to share its talent attributes. The host can fully inherit the talent abilities and base attributes of the summoned beast for 1 hour. Talent cooldown, 2 hours. Elusive Sacred Eye. The host can examine the attribute panels of any professional and uncover hidden evolution paths of summoned beasts. Note: hidden evolution paths can significantly enhance the rank of the summoned beast. Holy Contract. Issuing a contract command guarantees a 100 success rate with the summoned beast. Quite impressive. I have indeed reached level 15. I never anticipated that the experience gained from a Cataclysm-level dungeon would be so substantial. A flicker of excitement crossed Su-Bai's face as he beheld his level. Under normal circumstances, an ordinary player would require at least a dozen runs of a nightmare dungeon to barely reach his current level. His rate of advancement was nothing short of extraordinary. After surpassing level 10 in the dungeon, the experience provided by wild monsters sharply declined. Otherwise, his level could have increased even further. Regrettably, the Beastmaster profession is too balanced. Each level gained only adds 5 base attribute points and 10 free attribute points, compared to other primary combat professions. This indeed seems rather mediocre. Other ordinary profession transmuters receive several times the attribute points per level than a Beastmaster. It is said that those with hidden professions can increase their 4 primary attributes by dozens of points with each level gained. Just thinking about it is terrifying. A typical Beastmaster stands no chance against them. However, fortunately, Beastmasters do not solely rely on their own strength. They depend on the beasts they cultivate. If Su-Bai could nurture a beast of superior rank, he might just be able to contend with those prodigies of hidden professions. After pondering for a moment, he allocated all 150 of his free attribute points to Spirit. The Beastmaster can be considered a half-mage. To control more summoned beasts, one requires formidable spiritual power. As for his own combat prowess, he has the talent of beast mastery. If necessary, he could personally engage in close combat. Spirit, 66,216. After enhancing his spirit, Su-Bai felt a surge of clarity in his mind. Indeed, this spirit is rather useful. Summoned Beast, 4-winged red sparrow. Rank, Dominator. Level, LV 15. Constitution, 9,512. Strength, 9,512. Spirit, 10,000. Agility, 9,518. Overall combat power, 11,580. Skills, Fiery Flame, Winged Charge, Royal Might. Hidden Evolution Path, 4-winged red sparrow to 9 nether skylark. Materials required for hidden path evolution: 100 dark attribute spirit stones, 100 fire attribute spirit stones, 1 bottle of dark water, 1 fire god gold crystal. Current status: cannot advance. Base attributes not up to standard. Holy moly, an overall combat power of over 11,000. Su-Bai rubbed his eyes, feeling somewhat dazed. This is utterly preposterous. Based on current values, the 4-winged red sparrow gains 500 base attribute points with each level up, which is already an astonishing figure. Keep in mind that the current 4-winged red sparrow is merely a Dominator-ranked summoned beast. Who knows how many base attributes it would gain upon reaching the legendary mythical rank. Most crucially, even with overall combat power exceeding 10,000, it still cannot advance. Must I wait until my first class change? Just thinking about it filled Su-Bai with excitement. The future for the 4-winged red sparrow is indeed promising. Now it's time to assess my spoils. Chapter 6. Abundant Harvest. Fortunately, the one-click pickup feature exists. Otherwise, collecting all these items would surely exhaust him. Su-Bai gazed at the densely packed materials within the system warehouse, unable to suppress a gulp. This was a veritable treasure trove. To nurture the 4-winged scarlet sparrow, his bank account had long been drained, and he even found himself burdened with a substantial loan. If he were to sell off this batch of materials and equipment, he might just be able to clear his debts, and perhaps even ascend to the ranks of millionaires. However, Su-Bai was not particularly concerned about these materials. The primary allure lay in the first completion treasure chest of the Calamity Dungeon, which contained genuine treasures. It was rumored that the equipment within a Calamity-level chest began at the Platinum tier. Should fortune favor him, mythical equipment was not beyond the realm of possibility. He opened the Calamity chest, and a cascade of shimmering lights erupted forth. Congratulations. You have acquired the equipment, Crown of the Setting Sun. Congratulations. You have acquired the equipment, Resolute Armor. Congratulations. You have acquired the equipment, Staff of the Setting Sun. Congratulations. You have acquired the title, Calamity Destroyer. Truly deserving of its name, the Calamity-level chest yielded 5 pieces of equipment. Alas, aside from the Staff of the Setting Sun, none were of use to him. Su-Bai surveyed his newly acquired gear, a fleeting expression of disappointment crossing his face. Staff of the Setting Sun. Quality, Platinum. Required level, LV10. Attributes, Mental Power 200. Equipment effect, increases base mental attributes by 10%. Through ancient incantations, you may summon the King of the Setting Sun, who resides within the staff, to fight alongside you. What a letdown. He had anticipated something extraordinary, yet the reality was rather disheartening. Subai scrutinized the staff in his hands, feeling a twinge of disappointment. The equipment's level was too low to keep pace with his development. And the only redeeming aspect was the skill effect. The title, while somewhat useful, was hardly remarkable. Title: Calamity Destroyer. Title effect: increases damage dealt by 10% when facing the Calamity dungeon. Nonetheless, these items could be given to Zhang Kai. All of them were suitable for a paladin. After a moment's contemplation, Subai couldn't help but smirk. It seemed that this Calamity-level dungeon had been tailor-made for Zhang Kai. Could it be that the age-old adage of good deeds being rewarded held some truth? Regardless, he resolved to continue leveling up. The dungeon at the Setting Sun Prairie was now beyond his reach, so Subai turned and set off toward the depths of the wilderness. Dungeon name: The Realm of Endless Spirits. Level restriction: LV10, LV20. A pitch-black portal materialized before him. Please select dungeon difficulty: normal, hard, hell, nightmare, calamity. Without a moment's hesitation, Subai plunged into the Calamity-level dungeon. Regrettably, the first completion had already been claimed by others. Indeed, one could not underestimate these prodigies. Upon entering the dungeon, the sky was shrouded in darkness, mists of spirits swirling around, and chilling winds sweeping through. Subai paid no mind to the monsters, summoning the four-winged scarlet sparrow instead. He stepped upon its back. Inferno unleashed. Terrifying flames began to spread outward. The entire dungeon was instantaneously engulfed in a sea of fire, the blazing inferno painting the sky a vivid red. Congratulations. You have slain the mountain demon, earning 500 experience points. Congratulations. You have slain the hanged ghost, earning 500 experience points. Congratulations. You have slain the starved ghost, earning 600 experience points. Congratulations. You have slain the ghost bride, earning 1,000 experience points. The kill notifications flashed before Subai's eyes incessantly. Warning, warning, warning. Due to your excessive slaughter, you have successfully attracted the attention of the Ghost King of the Realm of Endless Spirits. The Ghost King is about to be born. Please evacuate promptly. 3 seconds later. Congratulations. You have successfully slain the Ghost King, earning 10,000 experience points. You have picked up a Dark Attribute Spirit Stone. 1 Spectre Essence. These have been automatically stored in your backpack. You have picked up a Dark Attribute Spirit Stone, 1 Bronze Armor. This has been automatically stored in your backpack. You have picked up a Golden Helmet. This has been automatically stored in your backpack. Your level has increased to level 16, earning 10 free attribute points. Your level has increased to level 17, earning 10 free attribute points. Your level has increased to level 18, earning 10 free attribute points. Your level has increased to level 20, earning 10 free attribute points. Unlocking the Beast Master slot, allowing you to contract a second beast. You have completed the Calamity level dungeon, earning 1 golden chest. A cacophony of notifications echoed, and Subai's level only rose to 25. Without the first completion, the rewards from the Calamity level dungeon plummeted. Subai sighed and opened the chest before him. Oh, a treasure has emerged? It seems my luck isn't as dire as I thought. Amidst a collection of shabby equipment, a tome floated at the center, emanating a purple glow. Stealth technique. Type: skill. Usage restriction: mental power 100. Effect: conceals your attribute panel, preventing skill detection. A true artifact. This item is an invaluable tool for subterfuge, perfect for evading detection. Subai stroked his chin, intrigued. The treasure chests within dungeons indeed had the potential to yield skill books. Certain specialized skills possessed by professionals could indeed reveal a player's attribute panel. With the stealth technique, he would no longer need to worry about his secrets being exposed. Subai promptly shattered the skill book, and the stealth skill appeared on his attribute panel. Subsequently, he allocated his free attribute points to mental power. Mental power 2,51341. Now that's a significant improvement. Just as Subai prepared to continue conquering the dungeon, the watch on his wrist suddenly illuminated. Old Su, where are you? Hurry to the Setting Sun Prairie. A master has soloed the Calamity level Setting Sun Prairie in just 30 seconds. You must come see. As soon as he answered the call, he heard Sun Kai's urgent voice. Kaizi, why would you join that throng of people? Wait for me at the Phoenix Mall Center. I have some splendid items for you. An image of a bustling crowd flashed in Subai's mind, and he shook his head. Let them wait. He had long since departed. The most pressing matter at hand was to contract his second beast, grind through dungeons for experience, and embark on his first transfer quest. All right then. You'll have to wait for me a bit. There are too many people here, and I've secured a prime spot, so it's not easy to squeeze out. Damn it, who's grabbing my bro? Sun Kai cursed as he abruptly ended the call. Chapter 7. A sudden slap in the face after collecting the tattered equipment from the ground. Subai summoned the four-winged scarlet sparrow. Let us head back. It is precisely the moment to test your skills. Strive to remain inconspicuous. Simply halt near the city. Subai stood atop the four-winged scarlet sparrow, gently patting its head as he instructed. The four-winged scarlet sparrow emitted a sharp cry, flapped its wings, and the scenery around them began to recede rapidly. In the blink of an eye, both man and beast arrived near the gates of Tang City. Subai withdrew the four-winged scarlet sparrow into the Beastmaster space and proceeded to walk into the city on foot. Where is everyone? Have they all gone to the Sunset Prairie? Observing the desolate streets, a flicker of astonishment crossed Subai's eyes. He had indeed underestimated his own influence. The street was dotted with a few solitary figures, and the once bustling thoroughfare appeared particularly forlorn. Phoenix Merchant Guild. Subai re-entered the marketplace, greeted once again by the tall saleswoman. Sir, it is a pleasure to see you again. I am delighted to assist you. The saleswoman nodded at Subai, her lips adorned with her characteristic smile. This time, I wish to sell some items and, in passing, repay my loan. Subai spoke softly. Please follow me. The saleswoman responded promptly, leading Subai deeper into the marketplace. They soon arrived at a secluded room. Please hold on. I shall notify the manager, she said before disappearing into the inner chamber. Before long, a rotund gentleman emerged from the room. Greetings, sir. I am Jean Daya, the sales manager here. What items do you intend to sell? Materials? Equipment? Or something else? Jean Daya rubbed his hands together, a broad smile etched across his face. I have a bit of everything. This room seems a tad small. Perhaps we should switch to a larger one and summon a couple more people to tally the materials. Subai mused, surveying the room. Jean Daya frowned at his words. This young man certainly had a flair for exaggeration. Could his equipment and materials truly fill an entire room? Nevertheless, as the manager of the marketplace, Jean Daya could not afford to slight a guest. Rest assured, this room is more than adequate, he declared confidently, thumping his chest. Very well then. Subai, unwilling to engage in further debate, promptly emptied the contents of his backpack onto the floor. By the heavens, Jean Daya was taken aback as shadows loomed before him, with items cascading in his direction, quickly forming two small mountains that engulfed him. Subai retreated to the entrance, quietly observing the scene. It was hardly Subai's fault. The calamity-level dungeon guaranteed a 100 drop rate, resulting in a staggering surplus of equipment and materials. Come, clear the equipment. Jean Daya shouted after considerable effort to extricate himself from the pile. The Phoenix Merchant Guild indeed operated with impressive efficiency, having cleared all the equipment and materials within just an hour. Sir, after deducting your loan, you have a remaining balance of 10 million star coins. This is our exclusive Phoenix Merchant Guild bank card. In any of our stores, you will receive a 10% discount on your purchases. Please accept it. Jean Daya's demeanor shifted to one of utmost sincerity, his face beaming with smiles. He was not foolish. This young man's ability to present such a wealth of materials was a testament to his prowess, marking him as a valuable client. Have that young lady assist me in selecting a beast companion. Subai pointed toward the saleswoman who was not far away, nodding in her direction. Certainly. Xiaoqing, please accompany our guest in selecting a beast companion. Jean Daya signaled to the distant Xiaoqing. Phoenix Merchant Guild's premium beast companion section. Previously constrained by a lack of funds, Subai had only been able to select a beast companion at the awakening stage. Now, with a healthy sum in his pocket, he was inclined to elevate his choice. Moreover, the hidden evolutionary paths could significantly enhance a beast companion S-tier, making a higher tier contract all the more desirable. However, within the entire Phoenix Mall, the highest tier available was only extraordinary. The commander tier beasts had long been pre-ordered by the affluent families, leaving those of lesser means with little opportunity. Subai observed the cages, while Xiaoqing followed closely behind. 1000 gene and tier, extraordinary. Ability, gravitational field, 1000 gene strength. Price 1,000,000 star coins. No hidden evolutionary path. It appeared that even at the extraordinary tier, some beasts lacked a hidden evolutionary route. This suggested that the presence of a hidden evolutionary path was likely tied to the beast's innate talents. Dream Butterfly. Tier, extraordinary. Ability, Dream Infiltration, Enchanting Melody. Price 1,200,000 star coins. Armored Dragon Tortoise. Tier, extraordinary. Ability, Thorny Counter Shell, Thick Earth Shield. Price 1,200,000 star coins. Hidden Evolutionary Path. Armored Dragon Tortoise, extraordinary. Thick Earth Mystical Tortoise, unknown tier. Materials required for evolution: 10 Earth Attribute Spirit Stones, 10 Nutritional Potions, 1 Earth God Crystal, 1 portion of Resting Soil. The price for this Armored Dragon Tortoise's hidden evolutionary path seems rather steep. Though, This steepness is relative to the evolution costs of the four-winged Scarlet Sparrow. Swift-Wind Wolf King. Tier, Extraordinary. Ability, Blade of the Gale, Royal Might. Price, 2,000,000 star coins. Hidden Evolutionary Path, Swift-Wind Wolf King, Extraordinary, Blood-Eyed Wolf Demon, Unknown Tier. Materials required for Hidden Evolution, 10 Blood Crystals, 10 Demon Eyes. 10 high-grade nutritional potions, 1 Essence of Blood, 1 Royal Fragment. Gazing at the array of extraordinary tier beasts before him, a hint of melancholy flickered in Subai's eyes. They were exorbitantly priced. No wonder people proclaimed that beast tamers were financially burdened. It rang true indeed. However, it was imperative to promptly select his second beast companion and subsequently elevate his level. Even among the extraordinary tier, discernible disparities existed. Given the current circumstances, it would be prudent to choose a beast companion for self-preservation. The armored dragon tortoise seemed a commendable choice. I'll take this one. And please reserve the Wolf King as well. Subai hesitated for a moment before handing his bank card to Xiaoqing behind him. The Swift-Wind Wolf King was likely the most expensive beast in the Phoenix Merchant Guild, and the materials required for its hidden evolutionary path far exceeded those of other beasts, which would likely not disappoint him. Subai genuinely wished to contract both beasts immediately. However, his level was insufficient. For now, self-preservation was paramount. It was entirely possible that news of his ability to solo a calamity-level dungeon would spread, making prudence the wiser course. Certainly, please hold on. I will arrange for a contract room for you. Xiaoqing's demeanor was particularly enthusiastic as she led Subai directly to the VIP room. Chapter 8. Thick Earth Mystical Tortoise. Sir, may I assist you with anything else? The saleswoman inquired softly as she brought Subai to the entrance of the VIP contract room. Indeed. Please prepare some materials for me. 10 Earth Attribute Spirit Stones, 10 Nutritional Potions, 1 Earth God Crystal, and 1 portion of Resting Soil. Subai conveyed his requirements for the evolution materials to the female sales attendant before promptly turning with the armored dragon tortoise and retreating into his abode. Upon entering the contract room, he placed the armored dragon tortoise upon a pedestal, and a soft white light gradually manifested. The contract was successfully established. A cold, emotionless voice resonated in Subai's ears, signifying a unique bond formed with this little creature. The small being, with its glossy black eyes, fixated on Subai, brandishing its claws in a seemingly fierce yet adorable manner. Indeed, this was a complete transcendent tier beast, exuding a formidable aura. Little one, soon you shall soar, Subai chuckled, gently patting its small head. Beast, Thick Earth Mystic Tortoise. Tier, Transcendent. Level, LV1. Constitution, 200. Strength, 160. Mental Power, 160. Agility, 90. Overall Combat Power, 150. Skills, Thorn Shell. Thick Earth Shield. Hidden Evolution Path. Armored Dragon Tortoise, Transcendent. Thick Earth Mystic Tortoise, Unknown Tier. Evolution Materials required. 10 Earth Attribute Spirit Stones, 10 Nutritional Potions. 1 Earth Divine Crystal, 1 portion of Resting Soil. Indeed, this was the true manner of unlocking a Transcendent tier beast. Such attributes were astoundingly powerful. However, it remained uncertain whether this unknown tier could elevate the armored mystic tortoise to the totemic stage. Should it ascend directly to that level, it would save considerable effort. Subai toyed with the armored dragon tortoise in hand, a flicker of yearning glistening in his eyes. Currently, the highest tier beasts within the Meteor Empire were of the totemic stage. If the armored dragon tortoise could reach this echelon, he would effectively catch up to the foremost beastmasters. At that moment, a knock at the door interrupted Subai's reverie. He opened the door to find the female sales attendant delivering the materials, her gaze growing increasingly fervent. To contract 2 beasts at such a young age was a testament to his extraordinary prowess. If she could align herself with such a high-flying individual, she would be free from the drudgery of daily shifts. Thank you. Subai took the materials, swiftly closing the door and denying her any further opportunity to speak. He promptly fed all the materials to the armored dragon tortoise, which emitted a low roar as a faint yellow glow began to emanate from its body. Congratulations, your beast has commenced evolution. The cold voice echoed once more. The armored dragon tortoise closed its eyes, enveloped entirely in the soft yellow light. Without a moment's hesitation, Subai stowed the little creature into his beast space. In an instant, the entire beast space erupted with turbulence. A gentle ochre light pervaded the atmosphere, filling every corner of the realm. Countless grains of sand whirled, and a terrifying dust storm swiftly materialized, wreaking havoc upon the environment within the beast space. The armored dragon tortoise let out another low growl, and the earth trembled violently. The ochre light intensified, swirling around the beast, radiating a brilliance so intense that it was nearly blinding. observing the commotion. Subai speculated the evolution of the armored dragon tortoise would far surpass that of the little sparrow. Could it possibly yield a totemic tier beast? Subai swallowed hard, excitement glimmering in his eyes. If he truly could possess a totemic tier beast as a safeguard, it would be incredibly fortuitous. The ochre energies coalesced into a luminous sphere, completely enveloping the armored dragon tortoise, emitting a dazzling radiance. After a full half-hour, a beastly roar reverberated throughout the beast space. The ochre energies began to recede, all absorbed by the armored dragon tortoise. Evolution has resulted in a significant advancement. A leap in life tier has been achieved. Congratulations, you have successfully completed evolution. Evolution process. Armored dragon tortoise, thick earth mystic tortoise. The mechanical voice gradually faded. As the yellow mist dissipated, an extraordinarily formidable figure emerged within the beast space. Its form surpassed 100 meters in height, resembling a small hill. The thick earth mystic tortoise emanated an overwhelmingly fearsome aura, its grotesque visage rendering it impossible to gaze upon directly, a terrifying pressure permeating the entire space. The four-winged red sparrow soaring in the skies fixed its gaze upon the thick earth mystic tortoise, its eyes betraying a sense of danger. Beast, armored mystic tortoise. Tier, totemic. Level, LV1. Constitution, 19,512. Strength, 15,512. Mental power, 14,000. Agility, 9,518. Overall combat power, 18,000. Skills, Cataclysm, Royal Might, Shield of the Thick Earth, Lava Explosion. Hidden Evolution Path, Thick Earth Mystic Tortoise Gingjin Mystic Tortoise. Materials required for Hidden Path Evolution, 500 Earth Attribute Spirit Stones, 100 Gold Attribute Spirit Stones. 1 bottle of Gold Divine Crystal, 1 Earth Divine Crystal, 1 bottle of Divine Gold Liquid. Current status, cannot advance, foundational attributes not met. It truly was totemic tier. How splendid. Its initial attributes began at an astounding 10,000, with an overall combat power soaring to 18,000. Were it not for its relatively low agility, one could speculate that the overall combat power would be even higher. It was akin to a small cow soaring through the skies, an astonishing feat. Excitement radiated from Subai's face as he clenched his fist and shouted in triumph. Within a mere day, he had cultivated 2 beasts to such an extraordinary level. Once their levels were enhanced, he could confidently traverse Tang City. It was time to seek further advancement. Once his levels increased, he would devise a plan to elevate the tiers of both beasts. Subai stroked his chin, deep in contemplation. He opened the door to the VIP contract room, where the beautiful sales attendant still lingered at the entrance, her tousled hair cascading over her shoulders, exuding a disheveled beauty. "Sir, may I assist you with anything?" She tossed a flirtatious glance at Subai, her face radiating a gentle allure. "No, thank you," Subai replied curtly, disregarding her presence as he strode purposefully towards the exit of Phoenix Merchants. "Ah, how infuriating," the sales attendant mused, her frustration evident as she stamped her foot, eyes betraying a mix of embarrassment and indignation. "Does this man not perceive my intentions? Has my allure diminished?" Chapter 9. The College Entrance Examination. Having departed from Phoenix Merchants, Subai stood upon the central thoroughfare, surveying his surroundings. Sun Kai had yet to arrive, likely caught in traffic. Thus, he resolved to wait a while. Contemplating this, he directly accessed his system panel. Name, Subai. Profession, Beastmaster. Level, 25. Strength, 122. Constitution, 112. Agility, 112. Spirit, 591. Freedom Attribute Points, 0. Equipment, Sunfall Staff. Overall Combat Power, 200. Skills, Life Contract, Beast Space, Gravity. Beasts, 4-winged Scarlet Sparrow, Armored Black Tortoise. Talent, Divine Click to Expand. This data panel could indeed be considered quite luxurious. Subai gazed at his overall combat power, which had reached 200, and a faint smile crept upon his lips. However, despite this, Subai remained humble and unassuming. Many scions from prominent families had their levels boosted by others, and not merely in wild dungeons. They possessed access to secret realms for pioneering. These secret realms exhibited a vast range of levels, serving as a paradise for nurturing novice professional players. They could swiftly elevate their levels, even completing their first job transfer in a remarkably brief period. "Ah, I am utterly exhausted. Old Su, you have no idea how many people have flocked to the Sunfall Prairie. It feels as though the entire Tang City has descended upon it. I wonder if that great god has emerged yet." Sun Kai appeared before Subai, donned in a full set of silver armor, panting heavily. He had nearly been crushed in the throng. "Then why did you join the commotion?" Subai couldn't help but roll his eyes. He anticipated that his modest display would provoke such a significant uproar. That dungeon was a calamity-level instance. and anyone with a hint of curiosity had rushed over to partake. Speaking of which, why weren't you curious? Sun Kai shot back, rolling his eyes in exasperation. Do you believe I cleared it? Subai replied with a slight smile, an air of calmness adorning his expression. You? Don't be ridiculous. If you truly managed to conquer a calamity-level dungeon, I would kneel and call you father right here and now. Upon hearing this, Sun Kai couldn't help but smirk. That's what you said. Subai promptly dragged the young man to a corner and presented him with the paladin equipment. He understood that he could not keep this a secret from Sun Kai any longer. Even the gear he was offering could not be easily explained away. Holy cow, Dad, is that really you? How on earth did you accomplish this? Sun Kai dropped to his knees, his eyes wide with astonishment. That was a calamity-level dungeon. Completed in 30 seconds. Unbelievably fast. Why are you shouting so loudly? Do you want everyone to know? Put away that gear. It's all for you. I'm about to complete my first job transfer. Hurry up. It would be ideal if we could both finish the transfer quest together. Subai had very few friends. One might say he had hardly any at all. Aside from Sun Kai, there was only a girl he had grown up with in the orphanage. However, that girl had long since completed her job transfer and was now attending the Imperial Martial University in Meteor City. In truth, both Subai and Sun Kai would eventually leave Tang City. Only by venturing into larger cities could they obtain more resources and make further progress. I doubt I can catch up to you. I've been grinding all day and I'm still only at level 15. I estimate it will take at least a week for me to complete my job transfer. Sun Kai spread his hands, a look of resignation on his face. He had even hired someone to level up for him. Otherwise, his situation would have been even worse. Alright then, I'll be soloing the dungeon anyway. The transfer dungeon shouldn't be too difficult. You can manage it with your own team. Subai conceded reluctantly. How did you do it? 30 seconds. A clear in an instant. It's just too fast. Sun Kai was immensely curious, scrutinizing Subai intently. Don't look at me like that. I merely had the good fortune to cultivate a king-tier beast. Enough of this chatter. I'm heading into the dungeon now. We'll meet again later. Subai summoned the four-winged scarlet sparrow, immediately capturing Sun Kai's attention. That bird is absolutely magnificent. Why didn't I become a beast master? By the way, don't forget about the upcoming exams. There's only a week left until the college entrance examination. And I've heard that the rewards for the champions are particularly generous this time. Sun Kai called out as Subai prepared to depart. Don't worry. I won't forget. I'm off now. Subai mounted the four-winged scarlet sparrow and soared toward the outskirts of the city. Fortunately, once a beast reached the dominator stage, its physical transformations could be controlled autonomously. Otherwise, bringing such massive creatures into the city would surely attract the attention of other professionals. Even so, riding a flying beast through the skies still drew many gazes. Damn it, those who possess flying beasts have it so good. It certainly saves time when heading to dungeons. People are just envious of others. When will I ever acquire a flying mount? That way, I wouldn't have to rush to dungeons every day. Curse those beast masters. May they meet a fitting end. A group of onlookers grumbled, watching the figures soaring above. After leaving Tang City, Subai reclined upon the back of the four-winged scarlet sparrow, contemplating the college entrance examination. Leaving Tang City would not be an easy endeavor. One would either need to obtain a travel permit from the Lord's mansion, participate in the entrance examination to enroll in a prestigious university, or pay an exorbitant transportation fee to exit Tang City. Because professionals must use the teleportation array to leave their own city, this era was hardly a peaceful one. The wilderness was fraught with peril, and who knew what terrifying bosses lurked within. Aside from the areas around the major cities that had been pioneered, there remained vast swathes of undeveloped territory within the Starfall Empire. Even the most elite professionals would think twice before venturing into the wilderness. The entrance examination was imperative, and he was now pondering how best to conceal his talents. Given the current circumstances, he could claim to have transferred to a special Beastmaster class, which would likely suffice. The silhouette of the four-winged scarlet sparrow gradually descended, landing at the entrance of the dungeon. Never mind, where there's a will, there's a way. Let us focus on leveling up first. Subai thought, stepping off the four-winged scarlet sparrow and surveying the red teleportation array before him. Dungeon name, Underground Magma. Level requirement, LV20, LV25. Please select dungeon difficulty. Normal, hard, hell, nightmare, calamity. Subai selected the calamity level dungeon and ventured directly into the instance. Chapter 10, First Job Transfer Quest. Subai's figure materialized within the dim dungeon, where the overwhelming blaze illuminated the surroundings, with sparks occasionally erupting, radiating intense heat. Not far ahead, two colossal magma creatures loomed, their bodies wreathed in searing flames, exuding a menacing aura. Type, Magma Giant. Level, 30. Skills, Self-Detonation, Flame Meteor, Gravity Field. Health, 5000. Attack, 500. Magma Guardian. Level, 30. Skills: Self-Exposure, Flame Meteor, Magma Shield. Health: 6,000. Attack: 500. Such attributes are indeed remarkable. However, despite this, the Hellish Magma catastrophe-level dungeon remains uncompleted, having already been conquered by other adventurers. As the class changer's level rises, the options for maneuverability increase significantly, with equipment enhancements playing a notably prominent role. Even if their strength does not allow for swift completion of the dungeon, they can gradually wear down these monsters through teamwork. Subai opened the beast summoning space and released the thick earth Xian turtle and the four-winged scarlet sparrow. Let us begin. Raging flames ignite the sky. Subai stood atop the four-winged scarlet sparrow, and terrifying flames roared forth from its wings. The dungeon before him was once again engulfed in a cataclysmic sea of fire, flames spreading in all directions, drowning countless monsters in their inferno. Congratulations! You have slain the lava giant, earning 2,000 experience points. Congratulations! You have slain the lava guardian, earning 2,000 experience points. Congratulations! You have slain the lava sprite, earning 2,500 experience points. Congratulations! You have slain the lava behemoth, earning 2,500 experience points. The notifications of continuous kills refreshed before Subai. Warning, warning, warning. Due to your excessive slaughters, you have successfully attracted the attention of the Lava Lord, who is about to be born. Please evacuate immediately. 10 seconds later, congratulations. You have successfully slain the Lava Lord, earning 30,000 experience points. You have acquired a fire attribute Spirit Stone, which has been automatically stored in your inventory. You have acquired a fire attribute Spirit Stone and a golden armor, both of which have been automatically stored in your inventory. You have acquired a bronze helmet, which has been automatically stored in your inventory. You have acquired a flame robe, which has been automatically stored in your inventory. You have acquired flame boots, which have been automatically stored in your inventory. Your level has increased to 26, earning 10 free attribute points. Your level has increased to 27, earning 10 free attribute points. Your level has increased to 28, earning 10 free attribute points. Your level has increased to 30, earning 10 free attribute points, and you have unlocked the first transfer task. Please check it at your convenience. Your summoned beast, four-winged scarlet sparrow, has reached level 25. Your summoned beast, four-winged scarlet sparrow, has reached level 30. Your summoned beast, thick earth Xian turtle, has reached level 2. Your summoned beast, thick earth Xian turtle, has reached level 3. Your summoned beast, thick earth Xian turtle, has reached level 23. You have completed the catastrophic-level dungeon, earning a level 30 platinum chest. The cold, unfeeling voice continuously echoed in Subai's mind, rendering him numb. He had to continue. Subai exited the magma dungeon, glanced at the cooldown time, and mounted the four-winged scarlet sparrow to head directly for the next dungeon. Upon completing the subsequent dungeon, Subai once again acquired a substantial amount of materials and a platinum chest, finally leaving the wilderness with a sense of satisfaction. In the evening, the beautiful sunset cast a gentle crimson hue across the sky and earth. Subai sat beneath a lush tree, contemplating his gains. He had successfully elevated the level of his summoned beasts, with the thick earth Xian turtle reaching level 30. Summoned beast, armored Xian turtle. Rank, totem rank. Level, LV 30. Vitality, 48,512. Strength, 44,512. Spirit, 43,000. Agility, 36,518. Overall combat power, 50,000. Skills, Cataclysm, King S-Might, Shield of Thick Earth, Lava Explosion. Hidden Evolution Path, Thick Earth Xian Turtle to Metal Xian Turtle. Materials required for Hidden Evolution, 500 Earth Attribute Spirit Stones, 100 Gold Attribute Spirit Stones, 1 vial of Gold Divine Crystal, 1 Earth Divine Crystal, 1 vial of Divine Gold Liquid. Current status, unable to evolve, basic attributes not up to standard. Such attributes, am I truly the anomaly here? The vitality of the thick earth Xian turtle has astonishingly reached 48,000 points. This is utterly absurd. Is this the terrifying power of a totem rank summoned beast? This health is already on par with that of a typical late-stage second-tier boss. He now felt overwhelmed by sheer bliss. With such health, he could withstand an assassin's onslaught indefinitely. Through Subai's calculations, it appears that each level increase of a totem rank summoned beast boosts its 4 primary attributes by 1,000, which is several times that of hidden professions. It seems imperative to elevate their rank. That is of utmost importance. How to enhance their foundational attributes? Currently, lacking the requisite basic attributes, Subai is unable to elevate the ranks of these summoned beasts. Alas, it is best to wait and ponder this after completing the first transfer task. The primary objective now is to complete the first transfer task. Checking the task. Task panel displayed. Current task. First transfer. Task requirements. Proceed to the level 30 task location, the Ruined Temple, to initiate the trial. Within 2 hours, eliminate all monsters within the temple and retrieve the ruined staff. Task time limit, 1 day. Countdown, 23 hours, 40 minutes, 37 seconds. Note, exceeding the time limit will be regarded as a task failure, resulting in a 1-month cooldown, during which no transfer tasks may be undertaken. Complete the transfer task within 2 hours? It feels as though this task is specifically targeting me. Normally, first transfer tasks require adventurers to complete them within a day, with durations around 3 days. This is rather too urgent, I assent it. Never mind, I'll just head back to town. Subai mounted the 4-winged Scarlet Sparrow and set off toward Tang City. The Ruined Temple dungeon is located within the city, categorized as an official dungeon, with the entrance situated at the Lord's Manor. To access this dungeon, one must pay a considerable fee to the Lord's Manor. However, as a student, Subai is exempt from this fee, which saves him a bit of money. Moreover, his inventory is currently full, brimming with materials and equipment, so he needs to visit the Phoenix Trading Company to clear out his inventory first. The Ruined Temple is renowned in Tang City, famed for its abundant precious materials. Legends suggest that this dungeon is connected to the divine, but the truth of this matter is known only to a select few. As a prudent keeper of wealth, Subai certainly would not squander the opportunity to enter this dungeon. Chapter 11. Who dares solo the catastrophe? Upon returning to Tang City, Subai made a beeline for the Phoenix Mall. Mr. Su, greetings. The portly manager rubbed his hands together, a glimmer of obsequiousness in his eyes. We sell equipment and materials. Subai appeared quite composed. Very well, please follow me. The chubby fellow, having learned his lesson this time, guided Subai to the materials storage warehouse. Subai promptly extracted the contents of his backpack, instantly filling the entire warehouse to capacity. What the hell? Mr. Su, there was no need for further discussion. Count the materials. Subai gestured dismissively at the man. Before long, the inventory was complete, and the balance on his bank card soared to 50 million. After departing from the Phoenix Trading Company, Subai summoned the 4-winged Scarlet Sparrow, mounting it and soaring towards the City Lord's mansion. Stop right there, came a voice from near the City Lord's mansion. As he landed, 2 tall professionals blocked his path. I am a student from the first high school of Tang City, here to clear a dungeon. Subai immediately presented his credentials. With the transfer task time sensitive, he was keen not to linger. Please wait a moment. We will notify the City Lord. One of the guards examined Subai and then made his way into the mansion. Moments later, Subai was ushered into the reception room. You wish to clear the Ruined Temple dungeon? City Lord Zhao Xingchen scrutinized Subai with a hint of surprise in his eyes. He had already investigated Subai's background and found him to be an ordinary beastmaster. Indeed, Subai nodded. You are already level 30? No. You just transitioned into an awaken this year, and you are already at level 30? Zhao Xingchen suddenly rose, a flicker of shock crossing his features. Even the disciples from prominent families were likely only at level 20. How had this young man achieved such a feat? He immediately recalled the recent news of the Sunset Grassland being cleared. Yes, that was me, Subai confirmed with a nod. It was clear that the City Lord was no fool. He likely connected the dots regarding Subai's identity. Initially, he intended to keep his identity concealed, but there was no avoiding the transfer dungeon. Wonderful, truly wonderful. The City Lord stroked his beard, his expression brimming with excitement. What a stroke of luck. I searched high and low yesterday, and you have now appeared right before me. Your transfer task is actually in the temple? This may pose some challenges. The monsters within the temple are formidable. It would be unwise for you to tackle it alone. Would you like me to arrange a few teammates to accompany you? The City Lord's brow furrowed as he spoke softly. Subai was the first professional from Tang City poised to complete a transfer, making him a worthy investment. If he could enroll in one of the country's top professional academies, it would be a significant achievement. No need. I am confident in soloing it. Do not forget, I have soloed the disaster-level Sunset Grassland. Subai was resolute. With 2 beasts at his side, he felt adequately prepared. In that case, allow me to gift you a small token. Do take care not to perish within the dungeon. As he spoke, the City Lord produced a golden scroll and placed it before Subai. Name, teleportation scroll. Type, consumable. Function, allows exit from the dungeon under any circumstances, no cooldown. No CD, guarantees teleportation to a safe area. Wow, what a treasure. Subai momentarily froze, his expression shifting to one of exhilaration. Indeed, the items possessed by the powerful and prominent families were invaluable. Even a mere drop from their bounty was enough to tantalize him. City Lord, I can't possibly accept this. Subai chuckled, casually stowing the scroll into his system space. Enough with the pleasantries. Here is your entrance token for the dungeon. Present it to the guards and proceed to the entrance. Zhao Xingchen rolled his eyes at the audacity of this brazen character. Is it customary for the teachers at the first high school to be so shameless? It seems I need to reconsider our educational approach. Thank you, City Lord. Subai took the token and turned to leave the reception room. This young man is quite impressive, articulate and gifted. Perhaps I should consider arranging a beast for him as an early investment? The City Lord mused, watching Subai depart. Unbeknownst to Subai, he had already caught the attention of others. He followed the guard to the dungeon entrance and soon arrived at the Golden Vortex. Dungeon name, Ruined Temple. Level restriction, LV25, LV30. Dungeon description. This is a decayed relic of a once sacred temple, which may harbor special secrets. If you can uncover the mysteries of the temple, you may receive extraordinary rewards. Please select dungeon difficulty. Normal, hard, hell, nightmare, disaster. This is intriguing. The presence of a dungeon description suggested that the ruined temple was indeed distinct from ordinary dungeons. He wondered if a hidden level could be triggered for extraordinary rewards. After a moment's hesitation, Subai selected the disaster difficulty and entered the dungeon. Is this for real? Did this kid just choose the disaster difficulty? The two commanders stationed at the entrance were taken aback, their expressions shifting as they rushed to inform the city lord. Have you ever seen someone so eager to court death? Did you say he chose the disaster difficulty? City Lord Zhao Xingchen furrowed his brow upon receiving the news. We had no idea he would opt for such a perilous challenge. Is he truly a fool? Indeed, what sane individual attempts to solo a disaster-level dungeon? The guards exchanged glances, astonished by this unprecedented behavior. Well, thankfully we provided him with a teleportation scroll. Even if he cannot succeed, he can still escape. The city lord waved his hand dismissively. While ordinary dungeons allowed for forced exits, special dungeons like the ruined temple prohibited such measures. If one perished within, it would be for real, unless aided by a teleportation scroll. No matter how skilled this young man was, it was unlikely he could overcome the disaster-level ruined temple. This dungeon would not be easily conquered. Chapter 12. An instantaneous defeat? Upon entering the secret realm, Subai felt his four-dimensional attributes forcibly suppressed by an enigmatic power, rendering him unable to move freely. A sense of ancient heaviness enveloped him, and an air of solemnity pervaded the atmosphere. This secret realm held something substantial. Not far ahead, a decrepit temple loomed, exuding an aura of desolation. Though it appeared vastly dilapidated, stripped of its former sanctity. The dark markings and deep fissures on its sacred walls narrated tales of its glorious past. At the entrance of the temple stood two imposing guardians, radiating an overwhelming authority. Type, Temple Guardian, Level, 30, Skill, Divine Might, Divine Messenger's Arrival, Spear Dance, Blood Battle in all directions. Health, 8,000. Attack, 1,000. Type, Temple Shield Guardian. Level, 30. Skills, Absolute Defense, Divine Protection, Immovable as a Mountain, Berserk. Health, 10,000. Attack, 800. Goodness gracious, for skills, and over 10,000 health. Compared to the Temple Guardians, the stats of the Lava Beast are utterly inadequate. Subai gazed upon the humanoid guardian before him, astonishment flickering in his eyes. Intruder, perish. The Temple Sentinel, spear in hand, let out a low growl and charged directly towards Subai. Show me what you've got, little darling. Unhurriedly, Subai summoned the Earth Turtle, its massive form crashing onto the ground, flattening the two guardians before him into mere pulp. Let me uncover the secrets of this temple, little darling. I entrust this to you. Standing atop the Earth Turtle's head, Subai spoke softly. The Earth Turtle bellowed, and terrifying waves of energy surged towards the temple. The ground began to tremble violently, fissures appearing in the once smooth walls of the temple, which began to crumble incessantly. The ground was marred with deep ravines, spreading towards the temple. The cracks widened, and the temple seemed on the verge of collapse, teetering precariously. The heavens and earth quaked. In a mere blink, the temple was reduced to ruins by the Earth Turtle's might. Congratulations, you have slain the Temple Guardian, earning 0 experience points. Congratulations, you have slain the Temple Guardian, earning 0 experience points. Congratulations, you have slain the Temple Shield Guardian, earning 0 experience points. Congratulations, you have slain the Temple Sentinel, earning 0 experience points. In the instant the structures fell, the notifications of kills began to flood in. The Temple Guardians were utterly depleted of health, unable to mount any form of counterattack. Warning, warning, warning. Due to your excessive slaughter, you have successfully attracted the attention of the Temple Envoy, who is about to emerge. Please evacuate promptly. 15 seconds later, congratulations, you have successfully slain the Temple Envoy, earning 0 experience points. You have collected a non-attributed Spirit Stone, which has been automatically stored in your inventory. You have obtained the Platinum Equipment, Knight's Shield, which has been automatically stored in your inventory. You have acquired the Quest Equipment, Ruined Scepter, which has been automatically stored in the system warehouse. Congratulations, you have successfully completed the first job transfer. The quest panel is now displayed. Current quest, first job transfer. Quest requirements. Proceed to the level 30 quest location, the Ruined Temple, to initiate the trial, and eliminate all monsters within the temple within 2 hours to obtain the Ruined Scepter. Quest duration, completed. Note: exceeding the time limit will be considered a quest failure, resulting in a 1-month cooldown period during which job transfer quests cannot be undertaken. You have successfully transferred your job. Display personal panel. Subai waved his hand casually, and his personal panel materialized before his eyes. Name: Subai. Profession: Beastmaster. Level: 30, first transfer. Strength: 145. Constitution: 137. Agility: 137. Spirit: 625. Free attribute points: 0. Equipment: Sunfall Staff. Overall combat power: 250. Skills: Life Contract. Beast Space Stealth Technique. Beasts: Four-winged vermilion bird, earth turtle. Talent: Divine Click to expand. At long last, the job transfer was a success, paving the way for continued leveling and the contract of a third beast. He was still thinking about the Little Wolf King in the Phoenix Trading Company, curious about the surprises it would bring upon evolution. Ding! Due to your destruction of the temple, you have triggered the final task of the temple, Bloodstained Temple. The Temple Master is beginning to awaken. Due to a mysterious energy enveloping the area, the teleportation scroll has been sealed, prohibiting forced exit from the dungeon. This must be the secret hidden within the temple. Upon completing this task, a hidden reward should be forthcoming. Subai's eyes lit up upon hearing the dungeon system's prompt. This dilapidated temple, being a special dungeon, surely offers bountiful rewards upon task completion. Intruder, how dare you desecrate the temple? I shall take your head. A cold, emotionless voice echoed in Subai's ears. From the sky, a colossal figure descended slowly, hovering above the ruins of the temple. Name: Temple Master. Level: LV 60, weakened state. Skills: Divine Might, Divine Descent. Health: 300,000. Attack: 12,500. 300,000 health points. Is this the terror of the Temple Master? Subai gestured grandly, summoning the four-winged vermilion bird above the earth turtle. Attack! The four-winged vermilion bird let out a piercing cry, and waves of searing flames surged forth, distorting the very fabric of space with their heat. The ground began to sink, forming a massive molten earth sphere. Inferno unleashed. Lava explosions. 57650-111690. 57650-117000. Terrifying numbers appeared above the Temple Master's head. Instantaneously defeated? Subai found himself momentarily stunned, a flash of disbelief crossing his gaze. He had not anticipated the Earth Turtle's damage would be so profound, swiftly eliminating the Temple Master. It seems that even this 300,000 health is not sufficient. Congratulations, you have successfully vanquished the Temple Master, completing the hidden dungeon of the Ruined Palace. You have earned 1,000,000 experience points. Your level has risen to 31, granting you 10 free attribute points. Your level has risen to 32, granting you 10 free attribute points. Your level has risen to 33, granting you 10 free attribute points. Subai's level skyrocketed at a visible pace, ultimately halting at level 37. Splendid. Subai let out a triumphant roar, reveling in the bounty of experience akin to that from a mythical beast-like boss. Fortunately, he had completed the job transfer in advance. Otherwise, such a wealth of experience would have been squandered. Now it was time to assess his spoils. Chapter 13. A unique job transfer quest. Of course, as a super boss, the Temple Master not only offered abundant experience, but also tantalizing quest rewards. You have collected 10 Divine Attribute Spirit Stones, which have been automatically stored in your inventory. You have obtained a fragment of a Divine Spirit, which has been automatically stored in the system's inventory. You have acquired the epic equipment, Holy Knight's Shield, which has been automatically stored in your inventory. You have obtained the epic equipment, Soul Set, which has been automatically stored in your inventory. You have acquired a special class transfer quest card, which has been automatically stored in your inventory. You have obtained a unique title, Slayer of Gods. Title, Slayer of Gods. Function description: when facing divine entities, you will ignore their divine might and inflict an additional 10% damage to them. Note: this title can be upgraded. You have picked up a mythic ring, which has been automatically stored in your inventory. Upon witnessing the rewards dropped by the Temple Master, an expression of excitement blossomed on Subai's face. The Temple Master truly delivered. At long last, he had dropped a set of equipment that was usable for him, and it was an epic grade ensemble. This 30-level epic set was not inferior to a 60-level platinum set, meaning this equipment could be utilized well into level 60 and beyond. Moreover, he had also received a title for free, a rare treasure that does not occupy his equipment slots. If he could level up the Slayer of Gods title to its maximum potential, the effects would be formidable. However, the most significant treasure was undoubtedly this special class transfer quest card. As a Beastmaster, he was merely an ordinary profession. Should he manage to transition into a hidden class, his power would experience a considerable enhancement. Name: Special Class Transfer Quest Card. Grade: Unknown. Function: by utilizing this ability card, one can enter a dungeon from any dilapidated temple, slay the monsters within, and complete the class transfer. Note: upon completing the task, the practitioner can transfer to a hidden class that perfectly aligns with their abilities. Usage restriction: limited to before the second class transition. Without a moment's hesitation, he decided to use it. Subai crushed the special class transfer quest card. A vibrant, multicolored portal materialized beneath his feet, and he was instantly lifted into an unknown realm. In this enigmatic space, a colossal creature concealed itself within the mist, its form spiraling through the clouds. Is that a dragon turtle? Subai found himself momentarily taken aback. The dragon turtle, also known as Bishi or Bashia, is said to be a son of the dragon. With a dragon's head and a turtle's body, it resembles a massive mountain, symbolizing the perfect fusion of strength and wisdom. Divine Beast, Bashia. Grade: Mythical. Level: LV 30. Health: 1,000,000. Attack: 150,000. Spirit: 150,000. Skills: Xuanwu Shield, Extreme Cold Freeze, Dragon Roar, Divine Might. Goodness! Is this truly a mythical creature? Despite being only level 30, its health reaches an astonishing 1 million, and the sheer magnitude of its attack and spirit is terrifying. It seems I stand no chance. A flicker of doubt crossed Subai's eyes as he opened the panels for his two summoned beasts. Summoned Beast: Four-Winged Crimson Sparrow. Grade: Dominant. Level: LV 37. Constitution: 20, 512. Strength: 20, 512. Spirit: 21,000. Agility: 20, 518. Overall combat power: 25, 580. Skills: Fiery Inferno, Wings of the Gale, Royal Might. Hidden Evolution Path: Four-Winged Crimson Sparrow to 9 Nether Skylark. Materials required for Hidden Evolution: 100 Dark Attribute Spirit Stones, 100 Fire Attribute Spirit Stones, 1 Vial of Dark Water, 1 Fire God Crystal. Current status: cannot evolve. Basic attributes not met. Summoned Beast: Thick Earth Shin Turtle. Grade: Totem. Level: LV 37. Constitution: 55, 512. Strength: 51, 512. Spirit: 50,000. Agility: 42, 518. Overall combat power: 58, 300. Skills: Cataclysm, Royal Might, Shield of Thick Earth, Lava Explosion. Hidden Evolution Path: Thick Earth Shin Turtle to Gingjin Shin Turtle. Materials required for Hidden Evolution: 500 Earth Attribute Spirit Stones, 100 Gold Attribute Spirit Stones, 1 Vial of Gold God Crystal, 1 Earth God Crystal, 1 Vial of Divine Gold Liquid. Current status: cannot evolve. Basic attributes not met. That was impulsive. With both of his summoned beasts, he was still no match for this dragon turtle. However, to abandon this opportunity would be a tremendous loss. Yet, he currently lacked the strength to confront this creature. A mere touch from the dragon turtle would likely spell his demise. Subai promptly opened his backpack and surveyed his equipment. He first adorned himself with the soul set, then turned his gaze to the legendary grade ring. Endless Ring. Grade: Legendary. Required level: LV 30. Attributes: all attributes 200. Equipment effect: you can disregard level restrictions and amplify one of your skill's effects and power by 100-fold. Cooldown: 24 hours. Incredible. It was just waiting for me. Upon seeing the attributes of this equipment, Subai's heart raced. A solution had emerged. He grasped the Sunfall Staff and summoned the Lord of Sunset. Great Lord of Sunset, heed my chant and aid me in vanquishing the foe before me. A golden light began to shimmer as the Lord of Sunset staggered forth from the void. Beast Integration. Subai glanced at the thick Earth Shin Turtle in the distance, inhaled deeply, and softly spoke. His health surged dramatically, and the power within him began to amplify without restraint until he transformed into a humanoid form of the thick Earth Dragon Turtle, only stopping when he achieved this form. So powerful. Subai clenched his fists, the air crackling with explosive sounds. It's your turn, my faithful companion. He returned his two summoned beasts to their respective spaces and kicked the Lord of Sunset. The Lord charged towards the distant dragon turtle, a bolt of lightning striking down upon it. 500. The dragon turtle opened its eyes and unleashed a breath of dragon fire, instantly obliterating the Lord of Sunset. Now is my chance. A colossal molten star appeared above Subai's head, plummeting towards the dragon turtle. Molten explosion. Boom. The very fabric of space shattered, and the ground trembled violently. 13, 546, 100. A staggering figure appeared before Subai's eyes. Before the dragon turtle could react, it was annihilated into mere fragments. Congratulations. You have successfully completed the class transfer quest and have automatically exited the transfer space. Congratulations. You have obtained the hidden class, Destiny Beastmaster. Class transfer complete. Beastmaster to Destiny Beastmaster. Your personal system panel has been updated. Please check it at your convenience. A cold, mechanical voice echoed in Subai's ears, snapping him back to reality. This ring is utterly terrifying. With this legendary ring, he could now traverse Meteor City with impunity. Alas, the dragon turtle was merely a dungeon monster in the class transfer quest and would not yield any additional rewards. Chapter 14. The terrifying nature of hidden classes. Standing amidst the ruins, Subai opened his personal attributes panel. Name, Subai. Profession, Destiny Beastmaster. Level, 37, First Transcendence. Strength, 750. Constitution, 750. Agility, 750. Spirit, 165. Free attribute points, 0. Equipment, Soul Set, Endless Ring. Comprehensive combat power, 1295. Skills, Life Contract, Damage Transfer, Beast Space, Stealth, Absolute Frenzy, Invincible Body. Beasts, Four-Winged Vermilion Bird. Thick Earth Shin Turtle. Talent, Divine, Beast Integration. The host may choose any contracted beast to share talent attributes, completely inheriting the beast's talent abilities and basic attributes for 1 hour. Talent cooldown, 2 hours. Piercing Divine Eye. The host can inspect the attribute panel of any professional, uncovering hidden evolution paths of beasts. Note, hidden evolution paths can significantly elevate the quality of the beast. Sacred Contract. By issuing a contract command, the host can achieve a 100 successful contract with the beast. Wow, these attributes are utterly off the charts. Subai's eyes glimmered with excitement as he gazed upon his attribute panel. His foundational attributes had quintupled. Such a base statistic was not to be underestimated, rendering him incomparable to ordinary professional players. Under typical circumstances, while a first Transcendence would enhance basic attributes, the increase would be minimal. This was the undeniable advantage of a hidden profession. Of course, the most significant benefit derived from a hidden profession was the growth of skills. Generally, a first Transcendence for standard professionals would awaken only one core skill, with all others requiring skill books, yet he had acquired 3 skills upon his first Transcendence. Damage Transfer. Ability Description. As a Destiny Beastmaster, any damage inflicted upon you will be unconditionally transferred 100 to your beast. Unconditionally transferred 100? Subai nearly dropped his jaw in disbelief. Typically, the first skill for a Beastmaster would either be a Frenzy or Damage Transfer, and such damage transfer would generally only mitigate around 30 of the damage, allowing the beast to absorb it perfectly. However, his skill allowed for a full, unconditional transfer, encompassing even damage from certain special professions. Truly remarkable. If his beast was unharmed, so too was he. It was simply extraordinary. Absolute Frenzy. Skill Description. Active Skill. Upon issuing a command, your beast will enter a frenzied state, with its basic attributes enhanced by 100, completely disregarding any negative effects. Skill Duration, 1 hour. Cooldown time, 24 hours. What on earth is this? Is this some sort of international joke? The enhancement of the beast's foundational attributes by 100 was utterly absurd. Normally, Frenzy could only augment strength by about 10 and would induce a brief period of weakness. Yet, not only was there no weakness, but in a frenzied state, the beast could also ignore any negative effects. Any negative effects, including curses and forced stuns, would be rendered ineffective. This was simply terrifying. Subai felt his heart racing, his lips unable to contain a smile. Invincible Body. Skill Description. Active Skill. You may activate this skill at any time, granting your beast a 5-second invincible state. Cooldown time, 1 week. Invincible? Wow, this is the real deal. Subai's eyes widened, his expression one of incredulity. This was genuine invincibility. With the skill, as his level increased, Subai could roam freely across the entire Meteor Empire. It was exaggerated, utterly ludicrous. His confidence surged, feeling as though he was on the precipice of invincibility. With divine talents paired with a hidden profession, who could stand as his rival? You have successfully cleared the disaster-level dungeon, the ruined temple, and have unlocked hidden storylines. Would you like to make an anonymous announcement? A cold, mechanical voice suddenly echoed in Subai's ear. Anonymous. After a moment's contemplation, Subai decided it was best to remain low-key for now and lay low for a while. Congratulations, player XXX, for successfully clearing the disaster-level dungeon, the ruined temple, and completing the hidden storyline quest. At that moment, Numerous players heard the system's notification. Cleared? At the entrance, Lord Zhao Xingqian, the city lord, was momentarily stunned upon hearing the notification, his pipe slipping from his fingers, revealing a glimmer of astonishment in his eyes. Not only had he cleared it, but this young man had also unlocked the hidden storyline and vanquished the hidden boss. How could he be so extraordinary? What was this? Another completion? Was it that same individual? He hastened to the Lord's manor to discover who it was. In an instant, the entire Tang city was abuzz. A throng of professionals rushed toward the Lord's manor. At this moment, Su Bai had just exited the dungeon. He had soloed the ruined temple at disaster difficulty. This young man was remarkably formidable. Having stood guard here for half a lifetime, I had never witnessed someone capable of soloing the ruined temple. Today was truly an eye-opener. As soon as Su Bai appeared, the guards turned their gazes toward him, collectively exclaiming, "Thank you, Lord City Master. I shall take my leave now." Witnessing the scene unfold, Su Bai, without a second thought, prepared to make his escape. "Hold on. Su Bai, why the rush?" Zhao Xingqian grasped Su Bai's arm, a warm smile adorning his face. This young man had brought him an overwhelming surprise. Who was the one who cleared the ruined temple dungeon? A cloaked elder suddenly emerged from the crowd, scrutinizing those before him. "Haha, Lord Zhao, I heard that our Tang city has produced an unparalleled genius capable of soloing a disaster-level dungeon. So I came to see for myself." Before Su Bai could respond, an elder with fiery red hair strode in. "I too wish to join the revelry. Count me in." Geniuses capable of soloing disaster-level dungeons are a rare sight. In the blink of an eye, a throng of onlookers had gathered at the dungeon entrance. Their gazes fixated on Su Bai, their eyes ablaze with fervor. After all, he was the youngest among them. "Greetings, esteemed elders." Su Bai bowed respectfully to the distinguished figures before him. These individuals were all renowned figures in Tang City. Take the elder with the fiery red hair, for instance. He was the Apex 6 Transcendence Fire Mage and the president of the professional guild. Then there was the one clad in black, rumored to be the leader of the Assassin Guild, while Su Bai was not well acquainted with the others. Their mere presence at the Lord's Manor indicated their considerable renown in Tang City. Chapter 15, Astounded Onlookers. "So, you are the young lad? You appear quite ordinary, with nothing particularly remarkable about you. Aside from being handsome, I see no special traits. One must not judge a book by its cover, nor the sea by its measurement." A throng encircled Su Bai, their gazes akin to those of spectators beholding a rare exotic pet. "Su Bai, how on earth did you manage to clear that dungeon?" Zhao Xingqian inquired, his eyes shimmering with excitement. "I didn't find the dungeon particularly challenging. I breezed through it effortlessly," Su Bai replied, scratching his head. A hint of embarrassment coloring his cheeks. Under the scrutiny of so many, he felt a tad self-conscious. "Soloing a calamity-level dungeon? You casually cleared it? Is that even humanly possible? Su Bai, might I request a glimpse of your summoned beast?" Zhao Xingqian, aware of Su Bai's prowess as a beast master, inquired eagerly. "Well, that's not out of the question." Su Bai hesitated momentarily before nodding gently. With a grand gesture, the sky became shrouded in a crimson mist. The oppressive heat enveloped them, rendering it difficult to breathe. Above them loomed an enormous avian creature, nearly 100 meters in wingspan, its four wings beating rhythmically, sending waves of scorching air cascading down. "What on earth is that? Is it a summoned beast? What kind of beast is this? I've never seen anything like it. My goodness, I feel as though my legs may give way. It must be at least of the sovereign tier." The onlookers surrounding the city lord's mansion displayed glimmers of trepidation in their eyes. Under the weighty pressure of such an imposing presence, their bodies quaked involuntarily. A dominator-tier creature? This is utterly ridiculous. How on earth did this little fellow achieve such a feat? Good heavens, a dominator tier. Even the seasoned veterans, those of the 5th or 6th tier, were momentarily taken aback by the colossal being hovering above. In his embarrassment, Su Bai realized he had inadvertently revealed the four-winged crimson sparrow to the entire city of Tang. "Indeed, I have not misjudged you. No wonder you could solo a calamity-level dungeon," Zhao Xingqian exclaimed, nearly speechless with awe. "Esteemed elders, if there is nothing further, I shall take my leave." Su Bai addressed the astonished crowd softly. Before they could respond, he vanished from sight. Time to level up. It was quite uncomfortable being scrutinized like a gorilla, so he patted the little sparrow's shoulder and made his way towards the wilderness dungeon. The emergence of a dominator-tier summoned beast at the city lord's mansion began to gain momentum, and Su Bai's name gradually spread throughout Tang City. At the entrance of the pale blue vortex, a bustling crowd had gathered. As a first-turn dungeon, the number of players surged. Many solo players preferred to find companions at the entrance. The Berserk squad is one member short. Anyone interested in a speedy clear of the hard-level dungeon? We too need one more for a nightmare-level dungeon. Any takers? The clamorous voices echoed around. Wait, what is that? Suddenly, a gasp arose, instantly capturing everyone's attention. They beheld a gigantic creature soaring through the sky, diving directly towards them. Its formidable form darkened the heavens, casting the dungeon area into shadow. Run, it's a boss. What in the world is that? Are you joking? Quickly, let's flee. I don't want to die. The professionals stationed at the entrance turned pale and bolted in the opposite direction. The terrifying behemoth landed at the dungeon entrance, pausing only briefly before plunging into the dungeon. What on earth was that? I saw it. It seemed like a summoned beast. Indeed, it was a summoned beast, a Dominator Tier 1. How terrifying. I almost felt like it was the end of the world. The crowd buzzed with frenzied chatter. Meanwhile, Subai had entered the secret realm, facing a cluster of gelatinous monsters. Type: Deep Sea Giant Fish. Level: 40. Skills: Bubble Spit. Giant Fish Charge. Health: 8,000. Attack: 500. Type: Deep Sea Octopus. Level: 40. Skills: Death Entanglement. Ink Attack. Health: 10,000. Attack: 600. These creatures were no match for the Temple Guardians. It was time to clear them out. Subai summoned his two beasts and gestured forward. In an instant, the ground trembled violently. The entire dungeon began to sink, the earth shaking beneath them. The four-winged crimson sparrow in the sky ignited with blazing flames, transforming the entire dungeon into a sea of fire. The ground quaked, and flames roared. The monsters within the dungeon, akin to experiencing the apocalypse, could not react at all, their health bars evaporating in an instant. Congratulations. You have slain the deep sea giant fish, earning 8,000 experience points. Congratulations. You have slain the deep sea octopus, earning 8,000 experience points. Kill notifications began to flood in. Warning, warning, warning. Due to your excessive slaying, you have attracted the attention of the deep sea overlord, who is about to emerge. Please evacuate immediately. 10 seconds later, congratulations. You have successfully slain the deep sea overlord, earning 100,000 experience points. You have obtained a water attribute spirit stone, which has been automatically stored in your backpack. You have acquired the platinum equipment, Neptune's necklace, which has been automatically stored in your backpack. Your level has advanced to 38, granting you 50 free attribute points. Your level has advanced to 39, granting you 50 free attribute points. Congratulations. You have successfully cleared the calamity level dungeon, Raging Seas, earning a platinum chest, which has been automatically stored in your backpack. His level began to surge rapidly until it reached 45, finally coming to a halt. What a thrill. Upon exiting the dungeon, Subai mounted the four-winged crimson sparrow and soared towards Tang City. The big shot has left. My goodness, that was terrifying. The multitude of professionals, having witnessed Subai depart on the four-winged crimson sparrow, finally returned to the dungeon entrance. By the time Subai reached Tang City, night had fallen. He promptly contacted Sun Kai and then returned to his humble abode. Father, what business do you have with me? Half an hour later, Sun Kai burst into Subai's home. Since you call me father, I've come to bring you some gear, he replied. Subai presented an array of equipment suitable for Sun Kai's use, allowing him to peruse at his leisure. Father, from now on, you shall be my true father, Sun Kai exclaimed, kneeling in awe as he eagerly sifted through the impressive gear. Once Sun Kai finished selecting his equipment, Subai shooed him out, ready to rest for the night. Chapter 16. The examination approaches, Dual Beast Master Ascension. Early the next morning, Subai meticulously timed his visit and headed straight for the Phoenix Trading Company. After completing his transactions, he entered the contract room with the Gale Wolf King. Gale Wolf King. Tier: Extraordinary. Abilities: Blade of Gale, King's Might. Price: 2 million star coins. Hidden Evolution Path: Gale Wolf King. Transcendent Rank: Blood Eye Wolf Demon. Unknown Rank. Materials required for Hidden Path Evolution: 10 Blood Crystals, 10 Demon Eyes. 10 high-level nutritional potions, 1 Essence of the Blood God, 1 Fragment of the King. Prepare for me 10 Blood Crystals, 10 Demon Eyes, 10 high-level nutritional potions, 1 Essence of the Blood God, and 1 Fragment of the King. Subai handed his bank card to the female sales assistant. Please wait a moment. The sales assistant nodded and took the bank card to the materials room. Inside the contract room, Subai opened the cage before him. The Gale Wolf King leaped out, baring its teeth at Subai. As the monarch of the Gale Wolf clan, the purity of the Gale Wolf King's bloodline is extraordinarily high. One wonders if this little creature can attain the legendary ancestral rank through the hidden evolution path. Little fellow, quite fierce indeed. Contract. A white light emanated from Subai's hand, binding the little creature before him. Congratulations, you have successfully contracted the Gale Wolf King. Subai was about to tease the little creature when he suddenly noticed the four-winged scarlet bird had dashed out from the beast's space, rubbing against his arm. Can this little fellow evolve? Subai was taken aback and directly opened the panel for the four-winged scarlet bird. Beast, four-winged scarlet bird. Rank, sovereign rank. Current status, ready to evolve, base attributes meet requirements. Indeed, it had reached the evolution standard. Subai never anticipated that today would bring double joy. Coincidentally, the female sales assistant entered the contract room, holding the materials. Give me these materials, and prepare another set for me. 100 dark attribute spirit stones. 100 fire attribute spirit stones, a bottle of dark holy water, and a fire god golden crystal. Subai listed the materials, addressing the sales assistant. Certainly. Please hold on. The sales assistant's eyes brightened at his words. Every transaction Subai made here earned her a commission. In the short span of days since she met Subai, the money she earned had already surpassed her 10 years of salary. Little fellow, this is for you. Subai tossed the evolution materials to the Gale Wolf King. The little creature gulped down the items voraciously and then fell into a deep slumber. Subai stored the little creature back in the beast space, and after obtaining the materials for the little bird, he tossed them directly into its mouth. Mr. Subai, I need to inform you of something. Your bank card balance has fallen below 1 million. The female sales assistant looked at him with a hint of hesitation. Oh, it's fine. You may leave now. Subai waved his hand dismissively, unconcerned. After all, he had previously been destitute, and now with 1 million in his pocket, it was ample enough for his needs. If he truly ran out of money, he could always venture into a few more dungeons. Inside the beast space, the sky was shrouded in gray. The thick earth tortoise lay in a corner, its dark eyes occasionally glancing at the sky, shrinking within its shell, too fearful to move. At that moment, a blood-red light shot into the sky, instantly enveloping the Gale Wolf King. The Gale Wolf King's form began to swell, its aura gradually becoming terrifying. Witnessing this, the thick earth tortoise withdrew its head even further, burying its massive body into the ground. Is it afraid? Subai was momentarily stunned, finding it hard to believe. As a totem-rank sovereign, the thick earth tortoise had actually curled up. The Gale Wolf King's body continued to grow, its fur expanding, drenched in a vibrant crimson hue like drops of blood. A woo! The fearsome wolf howl resonated throughout the entire beast space. The Gale Wolf King's pupils were stained with a shade of crimson, and its internal aura erupted violently, stirring a dreadful crimson storm. Evolution completed. Beast, Blood-Eye Wolf Demon. Rank, Ancestral Rank. Level, LV1. Physique, 130,000. Strength, 150,000. Mental Power, 160,000. Agility, 180,000. Comprehensive Combat Power, 200,000. Skills, Blood Sea Overflow, King S Might. Bloodthirsty Demon Eye, Wolf King Avatar, Netherfire. Hidden Evolution Path, Blood-Eye Wolf Demon 9 in Demon Wolf. Materials required for Hidden Path Evolution, 100 Dark God Stones. 100 Nether God Stones, a bottle of Dark Holy Water, a bottle of Forgetting River Water, 1 Dark Attribute Divine Crystal. Current status, cannot evolve, base attributes not met. Is it truly the ancestral rank? This is utterly terrifying. This little creature is merely at level 1, yet its comprehensive combat power has reached 200,000. This is simply outrageous, beyond comprehension. No wonder no one within the Meteorite Empire has ever managed to cultivate a beast to the ancestral rank. With such base attribute values alone, it could easily overpower a third transition expert. Caw! The shrill cry echoed throughout the beast space once more. The Wolf King, standing in the open, howled toward the sky, its icy blood-red eyes fixated on the distant colossal egg, revealing a hint of ferocity. Another ancestral rank creature? Subai couldn't help but be taken aback. If the four-winged scarlet bird had not broken through to the ancestral rank, it would have long since hidden itself away like the thick earth tortoise, or would it dare to challenge the Blood-Eye Wolf Demon? Sure enough, black flames engulfed the entire sky. The terrifying aura began to surge uncontrollably. Patterns appeared on the black eggshell, transforming into energy that flowed into the body of the four-winged scarlet bird. Soon after, the four-winged scarlet bird soared out from the black flames. Waves of dreadful black flames spread in all directions, turning the entire beast space into a sea of black fire. The silhouette of the four-winged scarlet bird had grown to several hundred meters, rivaling that of the Wolf King. The two fearsome beasts locked eyes, their gazes laden with intense provocation. You two fellows aren't going to fight, are you? Whoever dares to make a move will be relegated to the back of the line for the next evolution. Subai rolled his eyes at the sight of the two creatures in confrontation. It should be a first in history for his beasts to engage in internal conflict. Hearing Subai's words, the four-winged scarlet bird immediately became much more obedient. Its form gradually shrank, the petite version of the four-winged scarlet bird landing directly on Subai's shoulder. Evolution completed. Beast, 9 Nether Cloud Sparrow. Rank, Ancestral Rank. Level, LV 45. Physique, 325,000. Strength, 335,000. Mental power, 400,000. Agility, 380,000. Comprehensive combat power, 420,000. Skills, Endless Void Flame, King Smite, Sea of Black Flames, 9 Extremes, Aurora. Hidden Evolution Path, 9 Nether Cloud Sparrow, Nether Mystic Bird. Materials required for Hidden Path Evolution, 100 Dark Godstones, 100 Nether Godstones. A bottle of Dark Holy Water, 1 Nether Divine Crystal, 1 Dark Attribute Divine Crystal. Current status, cannot evolve, base attributes not met. Subai gazed upon the attribute panel of the 9 Nether Skylark, unable to suppress his salivation. It was formidable, truly extraordinary. At merely level 45, its foundational attributes exceeded 300,000. This was indeed the stage of ancestral return. Next, the preparations for the college entrance examination commenced. Exiting the Phoenix Trading Company, Subai took a deep breath. Chapter 17, A Wager. The college entrance examination was a monumental event for the entire Meteor Empire, pivotal to its future. The examination format in the Meteor Empire was remarkably straightforward. Team up to conquer dungeons, though solo play was also an option. This particular dungeon was unique, manifesting only during the examination period, with performance evaluated based on completion time. All candidates from the Meteor Empire participated in a single dungeon, with the results disclosed across the empire. Clutching his examination permit, Subai made his way to the central square of Tang City without hindrance. Subai, you've finally arrived. I've already undergone my first transition, Sun Kai exclaimed, his face brimming with excitement. All right, let us form a team. I'll guide you to the Imperial Martial University. Subai nodded in agreement. The special dungeon was categorized into 2 levels, one for those below level 30 and another for those who had undergone their first transition, which was precisely why Subai urged Sun Kai to transition promptly. By the way, Subai, was that massive bird at the Lord's mansion the other day yours? Sun Kai inquired discreetly, taking advantage of the relative solitude. Bingo, you guessed correctly, Subai replied candidly, revealing the truth to Sun Kai. Impressive. I knew it was you. Grandfather Bai, you must take me flying. Sun Kai exclaimed, excitement evident as he referred to him as grandfather. If you wish to call me grandfather, why not simply acknowledge me as such? Just a single utterance of grandfather will grant you entrance to the Imperial Martial Practitioner Academy. At that moment, an unwelcome voice interrupted. Xiaosong, what is wrong with you? I'm conversing with my brother. What business do you have here? Sun Kai clenched his fists, cursing vehemently. Brother? You're a paladin, yet you associate with a beast master? Zhao Song sneered, casting a disparaging glance at Subai. He is an orphan, devoid of talent and wealth. He never lay eyes on a commanding beast in his life. Subai regarded Zhao Song with a look akin to that reserved for a fool. Was this individual merely a brainless antagonist lurking near the protagonist? Yet, there was indeed some animosity between them. This brat had always viewed Subai as a rival. Regrettably, during high school, Subai had been preoccupied with work, hardly paying this fellow any heed. What is with that look? Subai, do you truly believe you're worthy? Zhao Song's fists tightened at Subai's expression. My mother forbids me from conversing with fools. If you're truly dissatisfied, let us wager on our examination results. I have no desire to play games with you. Subai shot him a sidelong glance, his voice cold. Let us wager then. What are the stakes? Zhao Song's temper flared immediately. 10 million star coins. Do you have the nerve? Zhao Song proposed, his affluent background notwithstanding. 10 million star coins was no trifling sum, and could indeed cause significant repercussions for the Zhao family. Why should I trust you? Do you possess such wealth? Subai retorted, skepticism evident. This is a VIP card from the Phoenix Trading Company. It allows for a credit of 100 million. Surely you're not so naive as to lack knowledge of this. Subai brandished the VIP card before Zhao Song's eyes. Fine, I accept your wager. Zhao Song declared, his fists clenched, a glimmer of confidence in his eyes. As a hidden profession, the Thunder Mage, bolstered by his father's selection of top-tier teammates. He was resolute in his belief that he could best Subai. As a bell tolled, a golden vortex materialized in the central square. The students formed an orderly queue, preparing to enter the dungeon. Above the square, on a raised platform, numerous figures gathered, prominent individuals from Tang City. That must be Subai. He does appear rather dashing. His looks rivaling mine, a tall man remarked. Can you please have some self-respect? With that crooked appearance of yours, you dare to compare yourself to Subai? The leader of the Assassins Guild rolled his eyes, a hint of disdain in his gaze. What do you think? How well can this kid, who has contracted a beast of the sovereign stage, perform in the examination? It's uncertain. There are many prodigies from other cities, some even at the second transition. Regardless, I have high hopes for him. Tuaba Laiho stroked his red beard, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Subai. Subai, do not disappoint me. I've invested a favor on your behalf, Zhao Xing Chun murmured, standing at the forefront of the crowd, his eyes locked on Subai. Just wait. Once we enter the dungeon, you'll understand the disparity between us, Zhao Song scoffed arrogantly. Subai completely disregarded him, swiftly approaching the dungeon entrance and completing the team application with Sun Kai. The dungeon permitted a maximum of 5 players per team, naturally raising the difficulty level accordingly. Level 45? Goodness, Subai, your leveling speed is astonishing. Sun Kai was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Subai's level. Isn't leveling merely a matter of effort? Ready? We're entering the dungeon now. Subai selected the Cataclysm difficulty, and the two plunged into the dungeon. Brother, Cataclysm! Sun Kai exclaimed in a panic. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, they were enveloped by the dungeon's entrance. Subai wasted no time, summoning the 9 Nether Skylark. What on earth is that? Sun Kai's legs trembled at the sight of the colossal figure overshadowing them, nearly causing him to collapse. Let us get to work, Subai commanded with a flourish, as black flames engulfed the entire dungeon in an instant. 454946, 483168. You have slain the fiery wolf, earning 0 experience points. You have slain the forest elf, earning 0 experience points. The kill notifications began to refresh continuously. 5 seconds later, the system notification chimed in their ears. Congratulations. You have successfully completed the Cataclysm-level dungeon, Twisted Woods. A flash of white light enveloped them, and they exited the dungeon. Is that it? I haven't even had a chance to showcase my skills. Sun Kai stood dumbfounded upon returning to the square. Shortly after, a screen appeared in the sky, displaying a line of text that plunged the entire square into silence. Cataclysm-level dungeon, Twisted Woods, completers, Subai, Sun Kai, completion time, 10 seconds, affiliated city, Tang City. Chapter 18, Instant Completion. In an instant, the entire square erupted with excitement. Was I seeing things? Completing the dungeon in 10 seconds. What a joke. Absolutely impossible. There must be a bug in the dungeon. More likely, it's your mind that is malfunctioning. How could there be an issue with the dungeon? Damn it. What does 10 seconds even mean? I can barely sip water in that time. Yet you've already cleared the dungeon? I truly suspect it's a bug. But this is the achievement of our Tang City. The crowd gathered at the central square of Tang City gazed at the numbers on the screen above, their eyes reflecting a profound disbelief. This kid is simply outrageous. Clearing the college entrance exam dungeon in 10 seconds has shattered the record in the history of the Empire. Tuaba Lai Hua tugged at his red beard, his face displaying an expression of incredulity. This is simply inhuman. This record is utterly astounding. How did he accomplish this? The president of the Tang City Assassin Guild trembled, struggling to accept this reality. Damn it, is this kid's strength really that terrifying? Today, I have truly seen the extraordinary. The other powerful figures on the platform were also left dumbfounded, astonished, and speechless. They had witnessed absurdity before, but nothing quite like this. Ha. Now Tang City is bound to gain fame. Subai, you have indeed not disappointed me. Zhao Xingchun laughed heartily, tears shimmering in the corners of his eyes. This must be cheating. It absolutely has to be cheating. Those from Tang City must be cheating. Indeed, 10 seconds to clear. How is that even possible? They must have exploited a bug. We need to file a complaint. This is a blatant provocation against the authority of the Empire. In the central square of Xuanwu City, the residents, upon seeing the completion time on the screen, erupted into curses. This is truly a monstrosity. How could such a prodigy not emerge from our Xuanwu City? This achievement is enough to leave everyone in despair. The Lord of Xuanwu City knew well that there would be no bug. This achievement is genuine and utterly infallible. Qinglong City, Baihu City, Zhuke City. Scenes reminiscent of Xuanwu City played out in various cities, as most professionals refused to believe this accomplishment. In the imperial capital, as the political center of the Meteor Empire, the plaza was bustling with hundreds of thousands of citizens. The emperor of the Meteor Empire sat in a high position, staring at the luminous screen before him, momentarily lost in thought. Your Majesty, we must recruit this Su Bai and Sun Kai for our Imperial Martial University. An elder, seizing the moment when no one was paying attention, rushed forward and shouted, "Have some dignity. This person belongs to our Royal Academy." Another elder with fiery red hair and youthful features immediately interjected, arguing vehemently. Nonsense. Such talent should be nurtured by our Imperial Martial University. You are the one talking nonsense. Our Royal Academy is the most suitable for him. Dare you compete with me for this student? Even if you do, what can you achieve? These two esteemed principals actually began to quarrel in front of the emperor over a single student. I must learn more about this young man. He is destined to become a star of our entire empire. The emperor of the Meteor Empire took a deep breath, immediately instructing a servant beside him. What the hell is this? 10 seconds? I haven't even finished my business. Exactly. When did Tang City produce such a freak? How come we had no inkling? The audience both on and off the stage began to voice their complaints. Meanwhile, The luminous screen flickered again, revealing 5 more figures in the central square. Catastrophe-level dungeon. Twisted Forest, Clearers, Long Yuan, Jiwu Shuang, Yi Xian, Jiangxi, Chu Fan, completion time, 1 minute 30 seconds, affiliated city, imperial capital. Brother Long Yuan. The abyssal dragon you summoned is incredibly powerful. It nearly swept through the entire dungeon. A handsome young man remarked softly, envy gleaming in his eyes. Indeed. We are assured the first place this time. Perhaps we can even set a new record for the dungeon. A strikingly beautiful woman eagerly nodded in agreement. When has our imperial capital ever had a rival? Those completion records have always been maintained by our professionals, another quietly confident man added, glancing at his elder brother with pride. No sooner had he finished speaking than an invisible slap struck the faces of the group. 10 seconds. How is that even possible? Jiwu Shuang rubbed her eyes and slapped herself. No, this cannot be real. He must have cheated. Yi Xian's legs felt weak, his head spinning. Subai. Sun Kai, 10 seconds. The young man with the square face narrowed his eyes, a sharp glint in his gaze. Being of royal blood, he understood that cheating in the dungeon was impossible. How could these two have completed the entire dungeon in just 10 seconds? As time passed, more names appeared on the leaderboard. You two didn't fail, did you? Zhao Song emerged from the dungeon, noticing that Su Bai and Sun Kai had exited early, and he couldn't help but laugh. He was quite pleased with his own results. Open your eyes and look properly. See the screen in the sky, Sun Kai sneered, pointing upwards. When Zhao Song turned to the screen, the smile on his face froze. How is this possible? 10 seconds? You two must be cheating. I'll report you to the lord of the city and have you locked up. Zhao Song felt as though he had been slapped hard across the face. His sharp voice echoed throughout the square. Fool. Sun Kai couldn't help but roll his eyes. With Su Bai around, clearing the dungeon was hardly a challenge. Damn it. I fought for 10 minutes, while they finished in 10 seconds. I didn't even see the monsters before they cleared it. This time, Tang City has truly gained fame. Su Bai will become the light of our Tang City in the future. The most fervent place in the entire empire was none other than Tang City. The onlookers continuously chanted Su Bai's name, resounding throughout the square. Don't forget your wager. Su Bai glanced at Zhao Song, preparing to leave the square. Hearing this, Zhao Song's face turned pale instantly. He felt darkness enveloping his vision, and he fainted on the spot. Boom, boom, boom. Just then, 9 resounding bells echoed throughout Tang City. Su Bai's expression shifted slightly, his eyes revealing a chilling glint. Something has gone awry. The tolling of 9 bells signifies a level 9 disaster. This is a city-destroying calamity. What exactly is happening? Chapter 19, The Beast Tide Assault. The ground trembled continuously, the entire city seeming to shudder. All professionals immediately rushed to the city walls, leaving no room for error. Zhao Xingchun soared into the sky, shouting as he flew towards the city walls. The expressions of the prominent figures within the city changed slightly as they followed closely behind. Su Bai summoned the 9 Netherlark, carrying Sun Kai as they sped towards the city gates. The Beast Tide is assaulting the city. The Beast Tide is here. Alas, how could this happen? The Beast Tide is besieging the city. The entirety of Tang City is on the brink of annihilation. Despite the formidable prowess of City Lord Zhao, it is inconceivable that he could withstand millions of monstrous entities, let alone the ultimate boss amongst the horde. I do not wish to perish. Despair flickers in the eyes of the crowd, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. At this juncture, Su Bai has ascended to the city walls. Before him lies an endless expanse of creatures, their bloodthirsty eyes wide open as they charge towards the fortifications. Behind them stand 2 towering figures, exuding an indescribable and terrifying aura. All of you must heed my command. We must defend the walls at all costs. Should the walls fall, we shall all meet our demise here. Do you understand? Zhao Xingchun's expression is grave, a glimmer of resolve flashing in his eyes. Understood. The transferees stationed on the walls nod in unison, their voices imbued with unwavering determination. Have we sought assistance from other cities? Zhao, the city lord, inquires in a hushed tone, glancing at his deputy. Help has been requested from other cities. The nearest, Hongya City, has dispatched formidable warriors. We have also sent word to the imperial capital. Reinforcements should arrive within 10 minutes. The deputy responds earnestly. 10 minutes is far too long. Zhao Xingchun swallows hard, clenching his fists. This is the first time Su Bai has witnessed a beast tide besieging a city. Previously, he had only read about it in textbooks. It is a terrifying calamity, instigated by a god-level boss from the wilderness, aimed at obliterating human settlements. The beast tide draws ever closer, the horrific creatures rushing madly to the base of Tang City's walls. A pale blue energy envelopes the entire city, while the frenzied monsters gnash at the protective barrier, encasing Tang City in a shroud of terror. God, I beseech you, save me. I do not wish to die. This is too horrifying. I simply want to live. The residents gaze up at the pitch-black sky, their eyes reflecting despair, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Open a gap in the shield and gather all the professionals within. Zhao Xingqian's countenance darkens as he observes the faltering protective barrier. Given the current circumstances, the shield can hold for no more than 5 minutes. Should it shatter beyond that, the entire city will succumb. What shall we do? Who will save us? As a third-rate city within the fallen Star Kingdom, the professionals in Tang City are not of high caliber. Most high-level professionals have migrated to elite cities like the Imperial Capital, leaving none behind. Only older 6th transformation professionals, like Overlord-class, would come to such places to retire. The highest-ranked professional in the city is Zhao Xingqian, on the verge of 7th transformation. Yet even he cannot hope to fend off countless ferocious beasts. Warriors, follow me into battle. We cannot allow these beasts to destroy our homeland. Zhao Xingqian brandishes a spear, bursting forth from the protective barrier, unleashing a terrifying spear light that cleaves through numerous ferocious heads. Yet, this proves futile. In the blink of an eye, more monsters surge forward. What shall we do? Subai furrows his brow at the unfolding scene. Even with 2 ancestral beasts at his command, he cannot stabilize the situation amidst such chaos. There are simply too many creatures, an endless tide stretching beyond perception. Old Master Tuoba, do you have any means to halt the beast tide? Subai calls out as he sees Tuoba preparing to charge out of the protective barrier. Yes. We must either eliminate those 2 god-level bosses or eradicate all the monsters. Tuoba's brow furrows, his face pale. Who would have thought that in my old age I would encounter a beast tide besieging a city? It seems my old bones may have to sacrifice themselves here. Those 2 god-level bosses? Subai's brow furrows deeper. A hint of gravity in his gaze. Endless ring. Grade, legendary. Required level, LV30. Attributes. All attributes 200. Equipment effect. You can ignore level grades and amplify one of your skill effects and power by 100-fold. Cooldown time, 24 hours. This is my only hope. But before that, I must at least elevate my level to the first transformation's peak. Summoning his 3 beasts, Subai bursts forth from the protective barrier. The 9 netherlark erupts with terrifying black flames, transforming the area before it into a sea of fire, incinerating countless ferocious beasts in an instant. The thick earth Xian turtle causes the ground before it to collapse, shaking the very heavens and destroying innumerable monsters. The blood-eyed wolf demon howls to the sky, its bloodlight spreading in all directions. Subai's 3 beasts display their might on the front lines, alleviating considerable pressure from many professionals. This is the true essence of a beast tamer. It is often said that beast tamers are the war machines of battle, and indeed, this holds true. Do you think this lad has a way out? Tuoba muses, glancing at Subai above him. His level is too low. It is impossible for him to manage this. The ferocious beasts are inexhaustible. Every human has their limits. The leader of the assassin guild shakes his head, having ended the lives of numerous beasts with ease. Even with Subai's support on the front lines, the monstrous tide continues unabated, an endless surge that cannot be quelled. Regardless, we must fight to the bitter end. If these beasts are to breach Tang City, they shall only do so over my dead body. Zhao Xingqian grips his spear with one hand, a radiant bloodlight enveloping him as he roars. You have slain a twisted treant, earning 8,000 experience points. You have slain a rolling earth dragon, earning 10,000 experience points. Your level has risen to 46, granting you 50 attribute points. Your level has risen to 47, granting you 50 attribute points. Your level has reached the maximum of 60 in the first transformation. Further experience cannot be gained. The cold notification rings in Subai's ears, yet he continues his slaughter without pause. At last, Subai's 3 beasts reach level 60. Chapter 20. Instantaneous defeat of the god-level boss. You have initiated the second transformation quest. Current quest, second transformation. Quest requirement. The dignity of humanity must not be infringed. Successfully repel this beast tide, eliminate the god-level bosses, and protect the safety of Tang City. Quest duration, 3 days. Note, this quest is a special transformation task. Completing this second transformation quest will unlock a unique path of transformation. What on earth? What does this mean? Is it compelling me to slay those 2 god-level bosses? Subai is taken aback by the sudden appearance of the second transformation quest. More importantly, it will unlock a unique path of transformation. Does this imply that he will tread a path that no one has ever walked before? This notion is intriguing. Could it be a path towards divinity? It is worth noting that throughout humanity's history, no profession has ever surpassed the 9th transformation. The universally acknowledged law among professionals states that the 9th transformation signifies the end of the world. No individual has ever set foot in the realm of the divine. Subai gazed at the formidable god-tier boss not far away, swallowing hard, his eyes reflecting a glimmer of fervor. Regardless of the odds, he was determined to complete this mission. Lord Zhao, esteemed elders, I possess a unique piece of equipment that should enable me to slay a god-level boss. However, this equipment has a cooldown period. Does anyone among you possess a special item that can refresh the cooldown duration of equipment? If such an extraordinary item exists, might I borrow it? Subai directed his gaze toward the esteemed individuals in the distance and spoke. His endless ring had a cooldown, and it was certain that the others would not endure until the cooldown expired. If he could acquire an item to refresh the equipment, he would be capable of defeating 2 god-level bosses. You have indeed come to the right person, young man. The leader of the Assassin Guild, draped in a black robe, suddenly appeared beside Su Bai, producing a scroll from his hand. Item, time scroll. Rank, legendary. Type, special. Function, can ignore any cooldown period, refreshing any skill, including but not limited to equipment skills and innate talents. Upon seeing the information about the scroll, Su Bai smiled. It seemed that fortune was truly on his side. He turned his gaze toward the 2 colossal figures obscuring the sky and, after gently patting the head of the 9 nether skylark, soared toward the terrifying god-level bosses. How much further until Tang City? A figure in the sky, leading a group, inquired. At least another 10 minutes, replied a middle-aged man behind him. His complexion pale and demeanor grave. That is too slow. I shall proceed ahead, and you must follow closely. If Tang City falls, Xuanwu City may also find itself in dire straits. The top-tier practitioner from Xuanwu City shattered several scrolls, dramatically increasing his speed as he raced toward Tang City. We must hasten our journey. In the Meteorite Empire, within a colossal teleportation array, dozens of figures congregated, each face etched with urgency. They stood within the array, their gazes fixed intently on the white light above, as nearly 100 practitioners began channeling energy into that light. The activation of the teleportation array required time and energy to charge for a successful opening. These practitioners were exerting themselves to the utmost. For every second they delayed, the likelihood of Tang City's annihilation increased. Outside the walls of Tang City, as Su Bai drew nearer to the 2 terrifying god-level bosses, he cast a detection spell on one of them. Qiongqi, rank, ancestral. Health, 150, 000,000. Skills, Soul Howl, Devourer of Worlds. 150 million health. So this is a god-level boss? Su Bai swallowed again, a shadow of gravity crossing his features. Beast Mastery. He stood atop the 9 nether skylark and activated his innate skill. His base attributes surged dramatically, and that overwhelmingly powerful state enveloped him once more. 9 Extreme, Aurora. Skill description. Fires a terrifying laser capable of inflicting damage exceeding 3 times that of the user's base combat power. Come, allow me to slay you with my own hands. Su Bai employed the skill of the Endless Ring to enhance the 9 Extreme, Aurora. Do you think this young man can succeed? Tuobal Yahua inhaled deeply, his gaze fixed on the small black dot beside the gigantic creature, a hint of concern in his eyes. I cannot say, but his confidence is compelling, and I am inclined to believe in him. The leader of the Assassin Guild shook his head, a look of resignation on his face. He never imagined that after a lifetime, he would rely on a junior to save him. I should not have let him take such risks. If he refrains from recklessness, he will undoubtedly be able to withstand the beast tide with ease in the future. It's all my fault for being so inept. Zhao Xingqian's gaze lingered on Su Bai, a flicker of guilt in his eyes. Enough with the melancholy. We must have faith in the young man, a female powerhouse interjected, furrowing her brow. At that moment, the sky abruptly darkened. A rift was torn open in the pitch-black expanse, and a terrifying aurora surged forth from the fissure, rending the heavens before crashing down upon the fearsome god-level boss. Before the monstrous creature could react, it was instantly reduced to ashes. 189, 576, 742. What in the world? Am I seeing things? That god-level boss seems to have perished. Could it be that a 9th transformation master intervened? Stop spouting nonsense. Even a 9th transformation master cannot annihilate a world boss instantaneously. It would take at least 29th transformation masters acting in concert to wear down a boss in such a brief span. Then how did that boss vanish? How would I know? The multitude of practitioners standing upon the city walls were momentarily stunned. The terrifying god-level boss had simply ceased to exist, leaving no trace behind. No, there should at least be scattered equipment. Did he truly accomplish it? Tuobal Yahua grasped a handful of his red beard, his expression brimming with excitement. Yes, he did it. Goodness, this young man is truly extraordinary. How could such a person exist? The leader of the Assassin Guild stood frozen, unable to comprehend the reality before him. Well done. Indeed, he has not disappointed my expectations. He is destined to be the future star of Tang City. Zhao Xingqian was overwhelmed with exhilaration, his body trembling uncontrollably. Su Bai, you are magnificent. From now on, You are my elder brother. The top-tier elites were equally elated, for Subai had saved their lives. Chapter 21. Where do you think you're going? You have successfully slain the world boss, earning 0 experience points. You have acquired the epic tier equipment, Flame Crown, which has been automatically stored in your inventory. You have obtained the legendary tier equipment, Endless Staff, which has been automatically stored in your inventory. You have received a special scroll, which has been automatically stored in your inventory. You have acquired a god-level boss treasure chest, which has been automatically stored in the system warehouse. A series of notifications echoed in Subai's ears, leaving him momentarily stunned. He had never encountered such an array of drops from a boss. The sheer number of items was overwhelming, causing his scalp to prickle. The drops from this god-level boss were all of epic rank or higher. The nearby god-level boss, witnessing the sudden disappearance of its companion, exhibited a momentary flicker of human-like bewilderment in its gaze. Most astonishingly, this terrifying entity turned and fled into the distance. It ran? Am I seeing things? Do bosses actually flee? This is absurd, utterly ludicrous. Incredible. What I witnessed was the most astonishing sight of my life. A god-tier boss was actually fleeing. The prominent figures of Tang City beheld this extraordinary scene, their eyes reflecting a flicker of disbelief. They had only ever encountered god-tier bosses when their lives were at stake. Who had ever witnessed such a spectacle before? Fleeing? Where could you possibly run to? Could you truly escape? Today, you shall leave your life here. Without a moment's hesitation, Subai gave chase. He pursued through the skies, casually shattering the scroll in his hand to refresh the cooldown of the Endless Ring's abilities. Die for me. The distance between them diminished rapidly as Subai unleashed his skill. A terrifying laser descended from the heavens, striking the world boss with unrelenting force. 189, 576, 742. The formidable world boss was obliterated once more, without even a chance to resist. You have successfully slain the god-tier boss, gaining 0 experience points. You have acquired the legendary equipment, Crimson Flame Battle Armor, which has been automatically stored in your system backpack. The sudden demise of 2 god-tier bosses dealt a devastating blow to the ferocious beasts besieging the city. They turned and fled towards the distant wilderness. Nearly a minute later, the beast horde dissipated, and tranquility returned to Tang City. We survived. Marvelous, we survived. Mother, are you watching over me? The crowd on the walls erupted in joyous cheers, their faces alight with the exhilaration of having escaped death, their emotions running high as laughter and roars filled the air. The beast tide had receded. An elder stood atop the walls, trembling with emotion, his excitement palpable. The beast tide has receded? Wonderful, we survived. Thank the heavens. The people within the city gazed at the vanquished beasts on the protective shield and joyously wept, their bodies quaking with relief. A scene of jubilation unfolded within Tang City. Fellow citizens, let us express our gratitude to Subai. Indeed, it was that name on the screen. He single-handedly annihilated 2 god-tier bosses, rescuing Tang City from peril. He is our savior, the rising star of Tang City. At that moment, Zhao Xingqian's figure appeared above Tang City, his booming voice resonating throughout. Is it Subai? He has only undergone 1 promotion. How did he achieve this? Do not question how he accomplished it. He is our savior. Subai is incredible. A hoarse shout, Subai? 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 The piercing cries reverberated throughout Tang City, and the populace erupted in fervor. At that juncture, Subai had not yet returned to Tang City. He was busy tallying his gains. Congratulations on completing the 2nd promotion task. Current task, 2nd promotion. Task requirement. The dignity of humanity must not be infringed upon. Successfully repel this beast tide, annihilate the god-tier boss, and safeguard the safety of Tang City. Task duration, 3 days. Task status, completed. Note, this task is a special promotion task. Completing this 2nd promotion task will unlock a unique path of advancement. You have successfully unlocked a special path of advancement. Path of Salvation, I. Task completed. Current status updated. Name, Subai. Class, Divine Beast Tamer. Level, 60, 2nd promotion. Strength, 9, 200. Constitution, 9, 200. Agility, 8, 700. Spirit, 13, 250. Free attribute points, 0. Equipment, Soul Set, Endless Ring. Comprehensive combat power, 14,000. Skills, Damage Transfer, Sacred Space, Concealment, Absolute Fury. Unyielding Body, Absolute Domination. Phasing, Law of Heaven and Earth. Tamed Beasts, 4-winged Scarlet Sparrow, Thick Earth Tortoise, Blood-eyed Wolf Demon. Talent, Super God, Beast Integration. The host can choose any contracted beast for shared talent attributes, allowing the host to completely inherit the talent abilities and base attributes of the beast, with no cooldown. Illusionary Insight, can probe all. Note, Hidden Evolution Route, which can significantly enhance the beast's grade. Divine Contract. Issuing a contract command can guarantee a 100 successful contract with any designated target. Wow, these base attributes are nothing short of miraculous. The base attributes have nearly reached 10,000. This level of power is already comparable to that of third promotion experts. Even my talent has directly advanced. I have attained a super god-level talent. Subai nearly dropped his jaw in astonishment. Disbelief etched across his face. This was no longer invincibility. He was beginning to tread the path of divinity. Skill, phasing. Skill description allows the host and their beasts to enter a phasing state, during which they can move freely and are immune to all damage. In this state, no attacks can be made. Duration, 10 minutes. Cooldown, 1 hour. Isn't this just an upgraded version of invincibility? Skill, absolute domination. Description: the host will exude a dominating aura when facing any beastly creature, reducing their base attributes by 40. Skill, law of heaven and earth. Description: when the host's tamed beasts unleash the law of heaven and earth, their base attributes and size will experience a 10-fold increase, lasting 5 minutes. Cooldown, 12 hours. Wow. Even one as seasoned as I am cannot help but be awed by these 3 skills. It is utterly terrifying. I have become the nightmare of beastly creatures. And that upgraded version of invincibility, it is undoubtedly a life-saving skill, akin to granting oneself an extra life. Subai felt his mind buzzing. Chapter 22, The Astonished Jianglin. Meanwhile, within Tang City, the teleportation array erupted with a terrifying brilliance as dozens of figures soared forth from it. Damn those beasts. I am coming. Those who invade my homeland shall face retribution, no matter the distance. Follow me to battle. These formidable individuals radiated an aura of overwhelming dread as they flew towards the city gates. Wait, Dean, something seems amiss. A middle-aged man glanced at the leading Dean, then at the jubilant crowd below, momentarily taken aback. I do not sense the presence of any god-tier bosses. They have actually retreated? How is this possible? The leading Dean was momentarily stunned, disbelief crossing his face. Once the beast tide commenced, it was a fight to the death. How could they possibly retreat? Let us investigate the city gates. Zhao Xingqian should be there. The powerful figures soared towards the city gates. At the entrance of Tang City, countless beast corpses lay scattered on the ground, a mountain of bodies emanating a pungent odor of blood. Vivid crimson blood pooled on the ground, slowly forming a river that flowed away into the distance. Zhao Xingqian, did you repel the beast tide? How did you accomplish that? The headmaster of the Imperial Martial Academy gazed at Zhao Xingqian in the distance, momentarily taken aback. Zhao Xingqian was an alumnus of their esteemed institution, previously a figure of considerable renown during his time at school, so it was hardly surprising that the headmaster recognized him. Not me. Zhao Xingqian hastily shook his head, a hint of embarrassment gracing his features. The headmaster certainly overestimated him. With his limited prowess, how could he possibly have repelled the beast tide? What on earth transpired? The headmaster, somewhat bewildered, pressed for answers. Headmaster, it was that young lad who topped the entrance exam. It was his assistance that enabled us to drive back the beast tide. He single-handedly dispatched 2 divine-level bosses. Zhao Xingqian took a deep breath, the astonishing scene vividly replaying in his mind. Do you take me for a fool? That young fellow is merely at the 2nd-tier level. How could he manage to annihilate divine-level bosses? The headmaster's brow furrowed, his countenance darkening considerably upon hearing this. It is indeed true. He is a beastmaster. Zhao Xingqian felt a sense of helplessness wash over him. Although the account sounded fantastical and even implausible, it was undeniably the handiwork of Subai. Even if he is a beastmaster, he could not possibly achieve such feats. Even a beastmaster, capable of commanding a legion, would not be able to withstand a massive beast tide with his low rank. A man immediately stood up, skepticism saturating his tone. The might of a beastmaster is beyond question. However, even the most powerful beastmaster in the Empire of Fallen Stars cannot single-handedly vanquish a divine-level boss. His mastery over beasts has reached the ancestral phase. Of course, I cannot be entirely certain, but I can sense a terrifying aura emanating from within the beastmaster. It should be close. Zhao Xingqian inhaled deeply, shaking his head gently. Ancestral phase? How can that be possible? The strongest beastmaster in the entire Empire of Fallen Stars possesses only a totem-level beast. To cultivate a beast to the ancestral phase requires an unimaginable amount of resources. Are you certain you are not mistaken? The headmaster of the Imperial Martial Academy exuded a terrifying aura, weighing heavily upon everyone present. That dreadful presence rivaled that of a divine-level boss. Once a beast of the ancestral phase matures, it becomes a divine-level boss. A beastmaster with such a formidable companion could easily lead a force. Most crucially, beasts of the ancestral phase possess intelligence. They can command other ferocious beasts to serve them, which is the most fearsome aspect. If this is indeed true, the strategic value of this beastmaster is immeasurable. With him around, they need not worry about a beast tide assaulting the city. As long as the ancestral-level beast's rank increases, it becomes a compliant divine-level boss, capable of countering those wild divine-level bosses. The ancestral phase of a beast is the dream of countless beast masters. That must be confirmed. Doubts began to swirl within Zhao Xingqian's mind. He had never witnessed the headmaster in such a state. Where is he? The headmaster inquired impatiently. He should still be outside the city. There were 2 divine-level bosses earlier. After he killed one, the other attempted to flee, and that young lad pursued it. Zhao Xingqian revealed yet another astonishing fact, leaving everyone agape. A divine-level boss fleeing? Unheard of, unseen before. Today, I have truly witnessed something extraordinary. I must meet this young man. The powerful figure from the imperial capital expressed disbelief, his face a mask of astonishment. At that moment, Subai was riding back from outside the city on his 9 nether lark. My lord, I am unable to return your scroll. Might this dagger be of use to you? Subai retrieved his beast into the beast space, tossing a legendary-level dagger towards the man, his voice soft. Ahem. It will do, it will do. Hearing this, the leader of the assassin guild coughed awkwardly, his face flushing with embarrassment. He had not anticipated that his scroll could be exchanged for such a treasure. This was a legendary dagger. Headmaster, this is Subai, the Beastmaster. Zhao Xingqian promptly informed the headmaster before him. Do not waste my time. Is that not evident? The headmaster shot him a glance, cursing under his breath. Zhao Xingqian awkwardly rubbed his nose, a hint of helplessness flickering in his eyes. Their headmaster was notoriously temperamental, and what could he do? After all, the headmaster was a 9th-tier fire mage. Young man, could you summon your beast for me to see if it truly is of the ancestral phase? The headmaster approached Subai, speaking softly. And who might you be? Subai regarded the elderly man, furrowing his brow. I am Zhang Lin, the headmaster of the Imperial Martial Academy. Zhang Lin stroked his beard with a hint of pride in his eyes. Unfamiliar. Subai waved his hand dismissively, responding coldly. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lin nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Subai, do not lower yourself to my teacher's level. His temper is simply like that. Could you please summon your beast, the one of the ancestral phase? He merely wishes to take a look. Zhao Xingqian struggled to suppress his laughter, eager to witness his teacher's discomfort for the first time. Which one do you wish to see? Subai, finally deciding to grant Zhao Xingqian some courtesy, turned to the elderly man before him. This question rendered the room silent. Chapter 23. Where the wolf can go, so can I. Which one? What did he mean by that? The expressions of the crowd varied, their eyes burning with anticipation as they fixated on Subai. How many beasts do you possess? It would be best if we could see them all. Zhang Lin swallowed hard, clenching his fists. If this young lad had indeed cultivated several beasts of the ancestral phase, the strategic implications would be monumental. Indeed, it would elevate his significance to that of a national artifact. Come forth, Subai commanded, his hands sweeping through the air. Blood mist enveloped the atmosphere, and a towering wolf king, several hundred meters tall, manifested before the onlookers, letting out a resounding howl. Gazing upward along the wolf king's body, the azure sky was shrouded in layers of black flames, and a colossal figure obscured the sun, coming into view. Before this wolf king stood a small mountain, radiating a soft yellow glow. 3 beasts, 2 of ancestral phase, 1 of totem phase. Zhang Lin trembled, his finger pointing at the beasts in the sky. Disbelief etched across his features. Oh my, this is a world boss that has yet to mature. How on earth did this young man achieve this? I have never encountered such a formidable beastmaster before. Today has truly opened my eyes. This is a blessing for our empire. The elite reinforcements from the capital gazed upon the 3 towering figures that obscured the sky, their eyes betraying a mixture of fear and exhilaration. What is your name? Zhang Lin inquired, his gaze fixed upon the solemn expression of Subai. Me? Subai's face momentarily flickered with an awkward countenance. Old man, I'm of considerable age now, so please don't mind me. Subai is it? From this moment forth, you shall be the star of the empire. Zhang Lin quickly responded, his cheeks flushing red as he added, while I cannot claim to be a star of the empire as a citizen, I must still contribute my share. Subai waved his hand dismissively. Though the old man appeared somewhat gruff, he was indeed of good character, and his words were quite pleasant, an individual of merit. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave, Subai declared, mounting his 9 nether skylark, retracting the other 2 beasts into his beast space, and soaring directly towards the city. Once Subai's figure had vanished entirely, Zhang Lin turned, his expression grave. This young man undoubtedly harbored secrets. However, Zhang Lin had no interest in probing into his mysteries, as everyone possesses their unique attributes. Given Subai's current potential, if he were to grow safely, his ascension to the 9th Transcendence would be virtually assured. Moreover, his 9th Transcendence was unlike any other, for his beasts were exceptionally formidable. likely to become the pillar of the entire meteor empire in the future. Once Su-bai entered the abyss, he would undoubtedly become a nightmare for those of the demon clan. Beyond the abyss, other nations posed threats as well. In this world, the meteor empire was not alone. Numerous countries, both large and small, existed, including 4 major empires whose strengths were comparable to that of the meteor empire. Although an unspoken understanding persisted among the empires, they all recognized the limitations of their own territories and resources. If they wished to cultivate more ninth Transcendence powerhouses, they would need to seize more land. While the surface appeared calm among the great empires, beneath it lay a tumultuous undercurrent. "Teacher, do you have something on your mind?" Zhao Xingqian, well acquainted with the dean, mused. At that moment, he wished to slap himself for his earlier exuberance in seeking to elevate Su-bai's status. Now, the situation seemed rather troublesome. Su-bai is only at the 2nd Transcendence, right? Jiang Lin squinted, speaking softly. Indeed, he should be at the 2nd Transcendence. Or perhaps at the peak of the 1st Transcendence without having undertaken the promotion task, Zhao Xingqian replied, nodding vigorously and avoiding the dean's gaze. Even if Su-bai possessed the ability to annihilate world bosses, it did not imply that such power could be wielded indefinitely. It might be due to the use of a unique item. From today onwards, the entire Tang City shall be completely sealed off. Entry is permitted, but exit is forbidden. Eliminate all spies from other cities within Tang City. We cannot allow news of Su-bai to leak. Remember, it is better to mistakenly kill than to let one escape. Jiang Lin inhaled deeply and commanded. Understood, I will take care of it, Zhao Xingqian affirmed, confident in his ability to handle the task. After all, Tang City was merely a small, inconsequential town, and even if other nations had spies, their ranks would not be particularly high. Most spies lurking within the empire were embedded in cities of higher tiers. Dean, there is another issue at hand. Su-bai's examination results cannot be concealed any longer. The entire nation is aware of them. How shall we proceed? As a member of the elite group of imperial martial practitioners, the man possessed considerable intelligence and quickly grasped the implications of his dean's actions, offering a quiet reminder. The examination results are inconsequential. Their revelation merely highlights a prodigy with exceptional talent. Meanwhile, gather a group of individuals with promising abilities, change their names, and send them to Tang City. I will handle the remaining matters, Jiang Lin instructed, producing a token inscribed with celestial symbols that radiated with starlight, appearing extraordinarily resplendent. Starlight token. Legendary equipment. With a mere thought, Jiang Lin inscribed the mission onto the token before shattering it. The token transformed into scintillating stardust, scattering in all directions, enveloping the entire realm of the Meteor Empire. Mission description: protect our mountains and rivers, purge the internal traitors. Mission requirements: as a member of the Meteor Empire, one ought to serve the nation, eliminate spies from other empires. Better to mistakenly kill than to let one escape. Mission rewards: successfully eliminate a 1st Transcendence spy to receive a golden tier staff. Eliminate a 2nd Transcendence spy to receive a platinum staff. Eliminate a 3rd Transcendence spy to receive a hidden occupational skill book. Eliminate a 4th Transcendence spy to receive an epic level equipment piece. Every practitioner affiliated with the Meteor Empire received the notice, their faces illuminated with excitement. As a rising power, the Meteor Empire had only recently emerged as a global leader. Once a beacon of splendor, it had endured a century of humiliation before rising again to reclaim its status among the world's powers. For years, they had tolerated external threats, allowing other empires to wreak havoc. Now, they were finally poised to launch a counteroffensive. From this day forward, the tides of war had shifted. The enemy may advance. And so shall we. How wonderful it was, after so many years of restraint, to finally have the opportunity to make their mark. The enemy may advance. And so shall we. Just thinking of those who had been prancing about the borders of their nation left them with a sense of indignation. Now they could strike back. The emperor is truly sagacious. As the practitioners beheld the tasks on their wristwatches, a glimmer of excitement shone on their faces, and they roared towards the heavens. Chapter 24, Assessing Gains. A national level mission? This was the first of its kind that he had encountered. He had only read about it in textbooks. It seemed that a divine level boss had once ravaged the land, unleashing a terrifying virus, prompting the Empire to initiate a national level mission. At that moment, Su-bai also received the mission notification. However, upon reading the mission requirements, he paused in astonishment. It was about time. Those scoundrels had bullied us for too long. They should have struck back much earlier. After storing away the mission panel, Su-bai turned his attention to his spoils. The equipment dropped by the world boss was set aside, as their levels were far too high for him to wear. If possible, he wished to sell those items and inquire with Mayor Zhao if there were any means to do so. Beyond the equipment, what mattered most to Su-bai were the scrolls. Type: Space Scroll. Grade: legendary. Function description: instantly teleport to any desired location, disregarding time, place, and restrictions. Usage count: 55. Wow, this item seems excessively powerful. Am I invincible now? Who could possibly kill me? Type: time scroll. Grade: divine. Ability: can reshape time, reversing the flow of time back to 10 minutes prior. Usage count: 1. Incredible. Subai clenched his fists, his eyes betraying an indescribable excitement. This was a genuine resurrection scroll. With this item in his possession, it was akin to wielding a cheat code. By utilizing the endless ring, he could revert to 10 minutes prior, refreshing the cooldown period of the ring. At this moment, Subai was acutely aware of the terrifying potential of the endless ring. In his hands, this equipment was no less formidable than some divine-grade artifacts. Type: resurrection scroll. Grade: legendary. Ability description: upon using the scroll, one can resurrect any being that has perished within the last 5 minutes. There was little more to say. It was simply a resurrection scroll. However, for Subai, it proved to be immensely beneficial. It was important to understand that should a beast under his command perish, it would truly be gone, utterly erased from this world. A beast master could only forge a new contract with another beast and start the arduous process of training anew. This predicament is precisely why beast masters have often found themselves at the bottom of the hierarchy. Type: skill. Name: absolute defense. Level: legendary. Function description: this skill is passive. Upon learning it, one can withstand a single lethal blow with a cooldown period of 1 month. Upon seeing this skill, Subai wasted no time and shattered the scroll. It was simply marvelous. This was undoubtedly the skill he needed most. His current defensive capabilities were already exceptional, with damage transfer, an indomitable physique, and phasing, all immensely powerful survival skills. Yet, absolute defense filled a critical gap in his arsenal. After all, he could not rely solely on phasing or an indomitable physique indefinitely. Should an assassin strike from the shadows, this skill would grant him precious moments to react. Now, he could truly be deemed immortal. Notification: you have successfully activated the merit function. Current faction: Starfall Empire. Current merit value: 1,000,000. Referrer: Jianglin. The sudden notification caused Subai to pause momentarily. An unexpected boon. The merit system was unique to various empires, designed to reward those who contribute to the nation. It was likely due to his vanquishing of 2 bosses that he had accrued 1 million merit points. However, he was curious about what these points could be exchanged for. He opened the merit repository. Storm Greatsword. Type: weapon. Grade: gold. Applicable profession: melee. Required level: 80. Upon viewing the equipment, Subai felt a twinge of disappointment. He held these items in little regard. They were mere trifles to him, given his current circumstances. He hardly needed to engage directly. But there was one promising item. Stars Protection. Type: skill scroll. Grade: epic. Applicable profession: beastmaster. Required level: 60. Skill description: upon activation, this skill designates a beast, significantly enhancing its defense for 60 seconds, with a cooldown of 30 minutes. Exchange requirement: 20,000 merit points. Without a moment's hesitation, Subai acquired the skill. After learning it, he finally felt he had organized his belongings sufficiently. Subai, are you back? A hurried knocking echoed, and the voice of Sun Kai could be heard from outside. He had almost forgotten about the lad. When Subai had departed from the central plaza, he had left Sun Kai perched atop the city wall before rushing out through the protective barrier. Relax, I'm back. Subai opened the door and regarded Sun Kai before him. Subai, you are truly my idol. You are incredible, Sun Kai exclaimed, enveloping Subai in an enthusiastic embrace, brimming with excitement. Hey, are you trying to crush me? Subai rolled his eyes, exasperated. I thought you were dead. After you were thrown out, I was quickly knocked off the wall and lost sight of everything. Then I heard the Lord's words. Sun Kai recalled the scene, a flicker of worry crossing his eyes. Don't worry, I'm not dead. Where's Zhao Song? He still owes us 2 million. We need to collect. Subai had not forgotten about the debt. With the college entrance exams concluded, he was soon to leave Tang City, and he was determined to reclaim the owed amount. He guessed that Zhao Song must have been terrified and hastily returned home. Shall we go confront him? Sun Kai rubbed his hands together. Absolutely. With that thought, the two swiftly departed the room, making their way to Zhao Song's residence. At the Zhao family villa, Zhao Song huddled inside, unable to conceal his palpable fear. The recent beast assault had nearly terrified him to death. He had left the examination site in haste, racing home to seek refuge in his family's secret chamber. Zhao Chong, get out here. A cacophony of curses erupted outside the villa. Why are they here? Zhao Chong frowned, cursing under his breath upon hearing the commotion below. You cowardly little wretch, stop hiding in there. I know you lack the guts to defend the city. Come out at once. And don't forget, you still owe us money. My dear grandson. Sun Kai stood at the villa's entrance, his insults growing increasingly harsh, attracting the attention of onlookers. Enough with the insults, I'll come out. Zhao Song's face darkened as he shouted toward the door, then reluctantly opened the villa's large entrance. Time to repay what you owe, remember our wager? You lost and must honor your debt. You can't afford to play games now. Su Bai and Sun Kai stood resolute at Zhao Song's doorstep, speaking softly. Why you? I'll pay. Zhao Song reluctantly complied, handing over the money to the two before him. He was well aware of Su Bai's renown, the very name that adorned screens as the hero who saved Tang City. If he failed to settle his debt, his reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. Then we won't bother you any further. Su Bai stroked his chin, savoring the moment. Zhao Song's arrogance had been intolerable. In Tang City, no one was allowed to outshine him. Take the money, buy some gear, and level up as much as you can. I'll take you through some dungeons later. Su Bai transferred the money to Sun Kai, patting him on the shoulder. No, you should keep the money. It feels too hot in my hands. Upon hearing this, Sun Kai hastily pushed the bank card back. Don't be modest. When it comes time to apply for university, you'll follow my lead. Wherever I go, you shall go as well. Agreed? Su Bai stuffed the card into Sun Kai's pocket. All right, sounds good. Sun Kai nodded. Then I'll get back to my duties. Contact me if anything comes up. With that, Su Bai mounted the 9 Nether Skylark and soared directly towards the city lord's mansion. Upon arriving at the mansion, Su Bai encountered the old man once more, along with Zhao Xingchen. His time in Tang City was limited, and lingering here would merely impede his quest for rapid level enhancement. Su Bai, you've arrived, Zhao Xingchen exclaimed, his face adorned with eager anticipation, coupled with a hint of remorse. City Lord, could you do me a small favor? I wish to sell the equipment dropped by that divine level boss. Su Bai promptly produced a haphazard assortment of gear and laid it before Zhao Xingchen. Absolutely, leave it to me. Rest assured, the price will undoubtedly exceed that of the trading house. Zhao Xingchen's eyes sparkled with delight as he eagerly nodded, relieved that he could assist Su Bai in some capacity. Kid, how would you feel about attending our Imperial Martial University? Tang City is rather small. There's no need for you to remain here. Zhang Lin gazed at Su Bai with glimmering eyes. Attend the Imperial Martial University? What benefits would that entail? Su Bai stroked his chin, pondering seriously. There are indeed benefits. Choose any secret realm you desire. Delve into any dungeon at your leisure, and you can access the school's resources. Zhang Lin waved his hand grandly, promising generous conditions. That sounds appealing, yet it still seems lacking. Su Bai continued to contemplate, tapping his chin thoughtfully. In fact, I have a far superior destination in mind. Though I wonder if you would be amenable? At that moment, Zhao Xingchen, standing at the side, suddenly interjected. His words were akin to dancing on the lion's head. Laden with peril. As anticipated, Zhang Lin's brow furrowed immediately upon hearing this. Zhao Xingchen, sensing the murderous glare from his dean, quickly bowed his head. City Lord Zhao, do share. Su Bai expressed immediate interest. You must be aware of Qinglong City, right? Within the confines of Qinglong Academy, there exists a particularly unique secret realm where, should fortune favor you, one might discover a king-tier beast. Qinglong Academy? Su Bai frowned slightly. Indeed, you could join Qinglong Academy, the city with the most beast masters in the entire Meteor Empire. For many years, Qinglong Academy has endeavored to cultivate the strongest beast masters, and they have even acquired totem-tier beasts. Moreover, Qinglong Academy holds a prestigious rank, second only to the 5 leading academies. Given that you recently cleared the ruined temple, I intended to secure a commander-tier beast for you and even liaised with the individuals from Qinglong City. Although Zhao Xingchen desired Su Bai to attend the Imperial Martial University, he recognized that such a place was not suitable for him. While the capital's Martial University was a hub of competition, it fell short in the realm of beastmasters compared to Qinglong Academy. I can assist you in applying for entry to that special secret realm within Qinglong Academy. Zhang Lin declared, his resolve firm. He was prepared to endure some resource extortion from the old coot at Qinglong Academy, knowing that the Imperial University had ample resources to spare. Dean, please listen to me. Su Bai's current status was exceedingly sensitive. Attending Qinglong Academy would be most beneficial, as it was populated with beastmasters, allowing him to conceal his identity. Logically, the spies would likely assume Su Bai had gone to the capital, thus focusing their attention there and granting him time to develop. After a moment of hesitation, Zhao Xingchen presented an irresistible argument. What are your thoughts? With your current achievements, you could easily choose any university in the country. Zhang Lin turned his gaze toward Su Bai. Then it shall be Qinglong Academy. I, too, wish to contract a higher-tier beast. Su Bai contemplated for a moment before ultimately solidifying his decision. If he could indeed contract a king-tier beast within that secret realm, coupled with the unique evolution of a concealed path, he might even acquire a deity-level beast. That would be divine, a singular entity in the entire world. Very well. Although Zhang Lin felt a twinge of reluctance, he respected Su Bai's decision, particularly regarding his safety. Hearing this, Zhao Xingchen breathed a sigh of relief, finally managing to salvage the situation. After arranging the teleportation time, Su Bai departed from the city lord's mansion. With little else to occupy his time, he began to stroll along the streets of Tang City. After residing here for so long, he had never taken the opportunity to truly observe this world. Before awakening, he had spent each day diligently attending school. Since gaining his awakening abilities, he had either been busy with tasks or en route to them, never having taken the time to properly explore this small city. The city level of Tang City was not particularly high. It could barely be classified as a third-tier city. However, while small cities possess their own warmth, large cities come with their own set of troubles. Su Bai noticed the radiant smiles on the faces of passers-by, occasionally discussing the recent beast siege, stirring something within him. Thus, Su Bai wandered from dawn until dusk, meticulously surveying the entire city before returning to the city lord's mansion. Time flew by, and 3 days later, within the teleportation array at the city lord's mansion, Su Bai and Sun Kai stood together, gazing in wonder at the flickering white lights above them. With a flash, their figures vanished. Qinglong Academy, here I come. In an instant, Su Bai emerged from the teleportation array in another city. The teleportation array was indeed a marvelous invention, capable of connecting major cities. However, it bore a significant flaw. It required the power of professionals to operate. The stronger the professional attempting to teleport, the more energy was needed. Qinglong City, situated in the eastern region of the Meteor Empire, was classified as a secondary city. Given the current trajectory of its development, it would not be long before Qinglong City could rival the major cities. This city was exceptionally prosperous, its area at least 5 times that of Tang City. As the two exited the teleportation array, they were greeted by a throng of bustling professionals. The sky was filled with a multitude of flying beasts, creating a vibrant atmosphere. In the Meteor Empire, larger cities boasted more abundant resources and a greater number of powerful individuals. A 5-tier professional like Toobal Yehua would hardly make a ripple in the vastness of Qinglong City. Here, 5-tier professionals were plentiful, readily available in abundance. Upon leaving Tang City, Zhao Xingchen had advised him to maintain a low profile. Thus, Su Bai refrained from summoning his 9-nether Skylark and instead opted to ride a specialized flying beast to Qinglong Academy. You must be from the outer city, coming to attend Qinglong Academy, right? The driver of the flying beast appeared to be quite talkative, frequently engaging Su Bai and his companion in conversation. Indeed, we had not anticipated that there would be so many beastmasters here. Su Bai nodded, smiling. The prevalence of beastmasters indicated a wealthier populace. After all, few impoverished souls could afford to engage with beasts. Certainly, who could deny that the Azure Dragon Academy stands as the pinnacle of beast-taming institutions throughout the entire empire? Are you also beast tamers? A hint of pride laced the man's tone. I am, but he is not, Su Bai replied with a gentle nod. Of course, Azure Dragon Academy is not solely comprised of beast tamers. There are various other professions represented as well. The flying beast soared for a full quarter of an hour before finally arriving at the grand entrance of Azure Dragon Academy. The entrance exuded an imposing grandeur, radiating an unmistakable air of opulence. Above the entrance, a magnificent statue of a blue dragon, exceeding 100 meters in length, spiraled majestically, its lifelike features captivating. You haven't seen this before, have you? This is the gateway to Azure Dragon Academy, a testament to its heritage, the man continued. Our academy is protected by a primal blue dragon, the battle companion of the previous dean. As the two stood at the entrance, a voice, cool and clear, suddenly reached their ears. I must admit, I was unaware of this. I always thought that the most powerful beasts in our Fallen Star Empire were merely of the totem tier. Su Bai responded softly, shaking his head. Turning to look, he saw a girl in a pale pink robe. Her stunning silver hair cascaded over her shoulders, and her curvaceous figure beneath the robe was accentuated, while her pure, delicate face evoked an irresistible charm. What a beautiful girl. You must be the new students here to enroll, right? I am your senior, Lin Xingya, and I will guide you through the enrollment process, she said, nodding and smiling at the two. Have there been many enrollments recently? Su Bai inquired, his interest piqued. Not many from outside, but quite a few locals have come. They probably haven't fully grasped the situation yet. That guy named Su Bai is quite extraordinary. He breezed through the Gaokao instance, which must have been a significant blow to some, Lin Xingya remarked, shaking her head as she led the way. Upon hearing this, Su Bai rubbed his nose, a hint of embarrassment flashing across his face. I didn't realize I had become so well known, he thought, reflecting on his somewhat ostentatious display. Are you looking for the dean? As they approached the enrollment office, Lin Xingya paused, a flicker of skepticism crossing her features. Yes, we are here to see the dean. Someone sent us to find him, Su Bai affirmed with a nod. Well, it's fortunate you encountered me. Otherwise, you might not have found the dean's office, Lin Qingya mused. Somewhat astonished, yet she led them to the dean of Azure Dragon Academy. In the verdant bamboo grove at the back of the academy, the trio followed a narrow winding path until a small courtyard emerged before them. You may enter. The dean is inside. I can only take you this far. Lin Qingya indicated towards the courtyard door, speaking softly. Thank you, senior, Subai replied, nodding before stepping into the courtyard. Inside, an elderly man with silver hair sat leisurely, enjoying tea under the sun, exuding an aura of tranquility. Dean? Are you the dean? Subai and Sun Kai exchanged glances before approaching the aged figure. You startled me. Little one, what brings you here? The old man exclaimed, rising abruptly from his seat, a hint of reproach on his face. We have come to enroll. I am Subai, and this is Sun Kai. Subai quickly introduced themselves. Old Zhang mentioned that we need not present any admission letters. We can simply report to the Azure Dragon Academy and inform the dean of our names. You are Subai? The dean's eyes brightened slightly upon hearing this. You don't look particularly remarkable, but you do possess the potential for a pretty face. Summon your beast for me to examine. The dean scrutinized Subai closely, stroking his chin with a serious expression. All right. Subai summoned the 9 spectral skylark, which enveloped the bamboo grove beneath its wings. Hiss. It truly is a primal beast. However, I have never encountered a creature of this type before. What breed is it? The dean inquired, surprised. The 9 spectral skylark. I prefer not to disclose further details. Subai replied with a smile, refraining from revealing his talent to the elder. Very prudent of you. Go seek Director Zhao to complete your enrollment. Once enrolled, you may tackle instances or familiarize yourself with the academy. Approximately a week from now, the secret realm you will enter will be opened, at which point you and the other new students will venture into the realm to contract beasts. However, I must caution you that securing a beast within that realm requires a stroke of luck, the elder advised, reclining back into his chair. Understood. We shall proceed to enroll now. Subai nodded and turned to exit the courtyard. Ha ha ha. I never imagined I would encounter a primal beast in my lifetime. Truly, I am fortunate beyond measure. This child has a bright future, the old man exclaimed, rising from his reclined position to laugh heartily once the two had departed. Chapter 27, Extorted? Subai and Sun Kai swiftly completed their enrollment and were assigned to an opulent dormitory. Why opulent, you ask? The dormitory resembled a standalone villa, fully equipped with all amenities, leaving Subai astounded. Truly, it is worthy of being a top-tier institution, boasting impressive standards. The two rested at the academy for a day before heading directly to the Azure Dragon Merchant Guild. As the premier commercial entity in Azure Dragon City, its scale far surpassed that of the Phoenix Mall, primarily selling beasts. Subai casually glanced around. Extraordinary tier beasts were as common as cabbage, readily available. Among them, 2 commander tier beasts caught his attention, yet he ultimately refrained from making a purchase. He was eager to explore the secret realm to discern its true nature. Hello. How may I assist you today? Upon entering the Merchant Guild, a young woman approached with a respectful demeanor. I wish to buy some items, Subai replied. What do you need? The woman's face lit up with a bright smile. Do you have any secret realm tokens? Ideally, with a level restriction between 30 and 90. Subai glanced at Sun Kai beside him before continuing. The level disparity between them was significant, making it impossible to tackle instances together. So he considered the secret realm as a means to help Sun Kai level up. Secret realms, akin to instances, brim with ferocious beasts. However, they fundamentally differ in that the rewards within secret realms tend to be superior, with a higher equipment drop rate. Secret realms cannot be accessed at any time. They open only during designated periods. Additionally, secret realms involve multiple teams exploring together, relying solely on strength. Ah, a secret realm token. As soon as the words left his mouth, the beautiful saleswoman was clearly taken aback. Such items as the secret realm tokens are exceedingly rare, commanding exorbitant prices. A single token would typically exceed 10 million. Do you have any? Subai furrowed his brows and softly inquired. Yes, the saleswoman quickly nodded, leading Subai toward the top floor. Token for the Extreme Cold Swamp Secret Realm. Description: a token granting entry to the Extreme Cold Secret Realm, bestowed by the invitation of the Lord of Extreme Cold. Required level: LV 30, LV 60. Notes: the secret realm opens on the 15th of each month. Lasting for 3 days, it will close thereafter. Upon seeing the token before him, Subai couldn't help but smile slightly. This is the one. Let us proceed with the payment. He promptly produced his bank card. After the transaction was completed, he and Sun Kai made their way downstairs. Bring me an invitation letter for the Extreme Cold Secret Realm. A well-dressed man entered, addressing the saleswoman. I apologize, young Master Han, but we have sold out of the tokens. That gentleman just purchased the last one. The saleswoman's expression shifted slightly as she spoke to young Master Han. What? Where did he go? Upon hearing this, young Master Han immediately frowned. He just left, and you crossed paths with him. The saleswoman's face showed a hint of embarrassment. All right, I understand. Hearing this, young Master Han hurriedly made his way downstairs. Brother, please wait. Just as Su Bai and Sun Kai exited the mall, they heard someone calling after them. Who are you? What do you want? Su Bai raised his brows, scrutinizing the person before him. A rotund fellow stepped in front of them, blocking their way. Hello, I'm Han Dong. I've heard you purchased a token for the Extreme Cold Swamp Secret Realm. Would you consider parting with it and selling it to me? Han Dong feigned a wealthy demeanor and spoke softly. Sorry, we no longer need it, Su Bai replied, turning to walk away. Brother, don't rush. We can still negotiate. Han Dong grasped Su Bai's arm eagerly. There's nothing to discuss. We aren't selling. Su Bai felt his patience waning. Why is this little fatty so bothersome? Brother, how about we negotiate? I could buy a spot. I am a beast master and a student at the Azure Dragon Academy. My beast has already reached the king level. Bringing me along would certainly not be a loss for you. Han Dong, feeling somewhat helpless with the stubbornness of the two, regretted not having informed the trading company beforehand. You're also from the Azure Dragon Academy? Su Bai's brow knitted at this. He was not intimidated by Han Dong, but the fact that he might be a classmate or senior gave him pause. Yes, indeed. I just finished the college entrance examinations, ranking 28th. What do you think? Han Dong nodded earnestly, a hint of pride adorning his face. Very well, you can join us, but there will be a fee. Su Bai hesitated for a moment before responding. After all, if they were classmates, it would be reasonable to include him. The creatures within the secret realm were plentiful enough to help Sun Kai level up to his second transition. As for Su Bai, he was not in a rush. He merely needed to reach around level 80, primarily aiming to elevate Sun Kai's level for future dungeons. How about 10 million? Han Dong immediately nodded with a faint smile. 10 million? Are you joking with me? 500 million. Su Bai rolled his eyes, extending 5 fingers. Entry to the secret realm necessitated maintaining a bonded state among the three of them. 500 million? Do you take me for a fool? Han Dong's eyes widened in disbelief. This is outright robbery. No, it's extortion. Whether you come or not is up to you. This is a one-time opportunity. We are also students of the Azure Dragon Academy, so we wouldn't betray a classmate, would we? Sun Kai, standing beside Su Bai, quickly interjected, concerned about any potential misunderstanding. Fine, 500 million it is. Han Dong waved his hand and promptly transferred the money to Sun Kai. To him, 10 million or 500 million was inconsequential. His primary goal was to enter the extreme cold swamp. Be at the entrance promptly at 8 tomorrow morning. We won't wait for you, Su Bai instructed as he and Sun Kai moved away. Tomorrow was the 15th, and the secret realm would open without consuming too much of their time. Today, they had let someone else bear the brunt of the cost. If not for his reluctance to seek out his adversary for assistance, he would not have squandered that 500 million. Han Dong watched their departing figures, seething with frustration. Chapter 28. Is this what you call farming the secret realm? The following morning, Su Bai and Sun Kai rode the 9 Nether Skylark to the entrance of the extreme cold swamp. Han Dong was already stationed at the entrance, surrounded by a throng of people. Young Master Han, I saved a token for you yesterday, but it was sold out. The leading figure bore a mocking glint in his eyes. Yang Hao, don't get too smug, young Master Han scoffed, a flicker of displeasure crossing his features. If you beg me, I might allocate a spot for you. The pretty boy Yang Hao retorted with a smirk. No need, I have one already. Han Dong glanced at his watch, his brows knitting in concern. Why haven't they arrived yet? At that moment, 2 figures descended from the sky. Right on time. Let us go, Su Bai said, eyeing the secret realm entrance, addressing Han Dong. All right, Han Dong nodded, hurriedly approaching Su Bai. Brother, please wait. Sell me that spot for the secret realm, don't sell it to him. I'll give you 30 million, how about that? Suddenly, Yang Hao stepped in front of Su Bai, speaking softly. No need. Su Bai gently shook his head, resolutely rejecting him. Is this secret realm truly in such high demand? You little brat, do you even know who our Yongo is? 2 men beside Yang Hao sneered, their expressions hostile. Fool, Su Bai glanced at the man, uttering 2 words softly before vanishing into the secret realm entrance. Did he just insult me? Yang Hao paused, looking at the crowd around him. Seems like it. One of his lackeys nodded. Let us go in and see. When did such an impressive character emerge from Azure Dragon City? Yang Hao's expression darkened as he entered the secret realm. At that moment, Su Bai and his companions had already made their way inside the secret realm. My dear friend, it would have been prudent not to engage in conflict with Yang Hao just now. His family is quite affluent, and I fear he may cause you trouble. Han Dong, standing nearby, regarded Su Bai with a hint of concern. The entire situation stemmed from him, as Yang Hao had long been a source of vexation. Not to worry, Su Bai replied nonchalantly, adjusting the distribution of his experience and equipment, his gaze fixed on a nearby creature. Extreme Cold Crocodile. Level, LV80. Health, 180,000. Attack, 4, 800. Skills, Death Roll, Ice Freeze, Ice Spike. Extreme Cold Snow Lotus. Level, LV80. Health, 200,000. Attack, 6,000. Skills, Death Roll, Ice Freeze, Ice Spike. Looking up, he noted a multitude of monsters languishing in the swamp. The combat prowess of these creatures in this secret realm is indeed formidable. Truly a secret realm, Subai mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Fear not, I shall assist. With a grand gesture, Han Dong summoned 2 beasts from behind him. The foremost, a 2-headed giant serpent, exuded a terrifying aura, having already ascended to the rank of a king. What an affluent individual, Subai thought, eyeing the king-tier beast before Han Dong, contemplating the wealth required to cultivate such a creature at his age. No need, I'll take it from here. Arise, bloodthirsty wolf, Subai said with a slight smile. Suddenly, a colossal entity descended from the sky, landing beside the trio. A dreadful blood mist emanated from its form, rapidly enveloping the entire secret realm. A howl echoed as a blood moon appeared in the sky. The 2-headed serpent sensed the perilous atmosphere, retreating behind Han Dong, its massive body trembling uncontrollably. What in the world is this? Han Dong stared wide-eyed at the towering beast, over 100 meters tall, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. Heavens, what is that creature? How could such a horrifying monster exist in this secret realm? Surely, it cannot be a mutation of the realm. He felt a chill of fear wash over him at the sight of the fearsome beast. In the distance, several adventurers watched the gigantic creature through the mist, trembling in fear. Let's engage. With that command, the blood mist transformed into a sea of blood, submerging the entire secret realm. Congratulations. You have slain the extreme cold crocodile, earning 30,000 experience points. Congratulations. You have slain the deep sea octopus, earning 30,000 experience points. Congratulations. You have slain the Lord of Extreme Cold, earning 100,000 experience points. You have collected a cold attribute spirit stone, which has been automatically stored in your inventory. You have acquired golden equipment, ice armor, which has been automatically stored in your inventory. Your level has increased to 61, granting you 50 free attribute points. Your level has increased to 62, granting you 50 free attribute points. Subai's level began to soar rapidly, only halting at 85. You call this farming a secret realm? Han Dong exclaimed. Seeing his level had reached 60, the kill notification continually refreshing, a flicker of trepidation in his eyes. This is pure farming of a secret realm. His beasts must be at least totem level. No, they may even be of ancestral rank. It was utterly terrifying. What could this possibly be? Onlookers shivered as they witnessed the monsters beneath them perishing one after another, the dreadful blood sea engulfing the entire swamp. Just a glance at the wild monsters buried in the blood sea sent shivers down their spines. Is this upgrade speed worth 5 billion? Subai remarked with a smile at the dazed Han Dong. Absolutely worth it. Han Dong, regaining his composure, expressed a glimmer of excitement. 5 billion is a steal. He had no shortage of money, but time was a different matter. Not interested. I'm here to accompany him in farming the secret realm. Subai decisively declined Han Dong's request. This is different. There are secrets in this secret realm. I possess an artifact from the Lord of Extreme Cold. We could venture to his lair for a look. This is a unique item, and we may uncover some special treasures. At this declaration, Han Dong's eyes betrayed a hint of awkwardness. Originally, this item was meant for the Lord of Extreme Cold, but with him deceased, they could only gamble on luck at his lair. He dared not express this to Subai, who clearly emanated an air of superiority, someone he could not afford to provoke. If that's the case, then I am inclined. With that, Subai summoned his bloodthirsty wolf back and called forth the 9-nether lark. Another ancestral tier beast appeared. Han Dong trembled as he stood atop the 9-nether lark. Chapter 29. The ashes were scattered. The trio mounted the 9-nether lark and arrived at the lair of the Lord of Extreme Cold. The presence of the Lord had long since vanished. At the entrance of the palace stood a skeleton towering several dozen meters high, devoid of flesh, yet radiating an incredibly terrifying aura. This must be the Lord of Extreme Cold. Han Dong gulped, contemplating. Wait a moment. After a brief hesitation, he placed the artifact directly into the skeleton's hand. In the next instant, a dazzling 7-colored light burst forth into the sky. Treasure. What is happening? Let us hurry and see. Other individuals within the secret realm, captivated by the multicolored radiance, rushed toward the lair. Be cautious. I shall lead the way. Subai glanced at his companions before stepping into the swirling vortex. In a flash of light, the trio vanished from their original spot. When they reappeared, they found themselves in an ancient ruin. Is this a hidden secret realm? A glimmer of joy illuminated Subai's face. It was said that hidden realms boasted astonishing drop rates, and treasures were surely in abundance. Follow me, and do not wander off. Subai nodded to his companions and rode the 9 nether lark to soar above the ruins of the palace. What place is this? Beneath them lay a desolate palace, exuding an exceedingly terrifying aura. Who knows? Regardless, let us engage first and inquire later. Subai chuckled, patting the little lark's head. The next moment, a terrifying black flame erupted from the 9 nether lark's mouth, instantly engulfing the entire ruin. Even having witnessed the horror of an ancestral tier beast, Han Dong remained profoundly shaken, his eyes glimmering with a hint of longing. If his own beast could reach this stage, it would surely allow him to stride confidently across the entire meteor empire. How utterly terrifying. He felt that his two-headed serpent king was not even worthy of serving as a shoe shiner for the colossal blackbird. They existed on entirely different planes of existence. Congratulations. You have slain the ruin's guardian and earned 50,000 experience points. Congratulations. You have slain the ruin's guardian and earned 50,000 experience points. The kill notifications began to refresh incessantly. You have picked up a material, 1 ice attribute spirit stone, which has been automatically stored in your inventory. You have acquired a platinum-grade equipment, extreme cold armor, which has been automatically stored in your inventory. Your level has risen to 86, granting you 50 free attribute points. Your level has risen to 87, granting you 50 free attribute points. Levels began to surge rapidly until they finally plateaued at 90. You have successfully initiated the 3rd job transfer quest. Such a pity. All this experience has gone to waste. The 3 of them had now all reached the stage of job transfer. Without a transfer, they could not level up, and experience points could not be stored, merely squandered. Subai gazed at his spoils, stroking his chin, a hint of regret glimmering in his eyes. The experience rewards from this relic were exceedingly generous. Warning, warning, warning. Due to your excessive slaying, you have successfully attracted the attention of the Lord of Extreme Cold, who is about to descend. Please evacuate promptly. Before Subai could even check his 3rd job transfer quest, the chilling notification echoed ominously in his ears. The Lord of Extreme Cold? Wasn't he that creature dead? Han Dong couldn't he help but be taken aback. Almost immediately, snow began to cascade from the heavens. The snow blanketed the ground, enveloping the entire ruin. A massive gash appeared in the sky above the secret realm, and a terrifying figure slowly descended, landing at the center of the ruins. This colossal entity bore a humanoid form, with a 3rd eye sprouting from its forehead, exuding an aura of frightful coldness. Is this the Lord of Extreme Cold? Subai immediately directed a scan at it. Lord of Extreme Cold. Rank, Demigod. Health, 120,000,000. Skills, Domain of Extreme Cold. Frozen for miles, this attribute was nearly on par with a world boss. Subai squinted at the immense being before him. Brother, perhaps we should retreat. This is a world boss. We stand no chance against it. Han Dong was now thoroughly panicked, his legs trembling. This was a world boss, far too terrifying. Even the combined might of all the professionals in Qinglong City had never succeeded in taking down a world boss. What is there to fear? It's merely a world boss. As long as we can see its health bar, we can scatter its ashes. Subai smiled faintly, gently patting the 9 nether lark before him. This was no longer the time when they were merely level 60. The attributes of the little lark had reached an unfathomable level. Beast, 9 nether lark. Rank, Ancestral tier. Level, LV90. Constitution, 550,000. Strength, 560,000. Spirit, 725,000. Agility, 525,000. Overall combat power, 812,000. Skills, Endless Void Flame, King S Might, Sea of Black Flames, 9 Extremes Aurora, Hidden Evolution Path, 9 Netherlark. Ethereal Dark Bird. Materials required for Hidden Path Evolution, 100 Dark God Stones, 100 Ethereal God Stones, 1 Vial of Dark Holy Water, 1 Ethereal God Crystal, and 1 Dark System God Crystal. Current status, cannot advance. Base attributes not met. Beast Unification. The foundational attributes within Subai surged uncontrollably. 9 Extremes Aurora, perish. Subai narrowed his eyes and growled softly. A rift appeared once more in the azure sky, and the terrifying 9-colored aurora erupted with unprecedented brilliance. Howling forth from the void, the dreadful 9-colored light struck the Lord of Extreme Cold directly. 246 for 189,000. A staggering damage value flashed before Subai's eyes. Damn, this is incredibly intense. With this damage output, not even a divine boss could withstand it, let alone a mere god. At that moment, Han Dong was utterly bewildered. Under the oppressive aura of destruction, his very soul trembled. The once holy lord of extreme cold had a gaping hole blasted through its chest, its form rapidly dissolving under the aurora until it vanished in the blink of an eye. What kind of divine team have I joined? Who is this individual before me? A divine boss can be dispatched in an instant. Such an existence is likely unheard of in the entire Meteor Empire. Han Dong felt as if everything before him was surreal, delivering a hard slap to himself to affirm his reality. Are you alright? Subai chuckled at Han Dong's expression. I'm fine. I thought I was dreaming. Han Dong shook his head, the fiery sting on his cheek reminding him that this was no dream. Chapter 30. Taking Action to Kill. Congratulations. You have successfully slain the Lord of Extreme Cold. Congratulations. You have earned the title of God-level Boss Destroyer. Title effect. When facing a God-level boss, you will ignore any suppression abilities and deal 100 additional damage. This title can be upgraded. You have successfully acquired Special Job Transfer Certificate 2, which has been automatically stored in your system warehouse. You have successfully acquired Epic Equipment, Cloud Searching Boots, which have been automatically stored in your inventory. You have successfully acquired the artifact, Ring of Desire, which has been automatically stored in your inventory. Another title? Subai's eyes brightened at the sight of the title. Up until now, he had accumulated 3 titles, Disastrous Destroyer, God Slayer, and now Boss Destroyer, each with unique enhancements and all capable of being upgraded. However, what captured Subai's attention the most was the artifact. Throughout the entirety of the Meteor Empire, there had never been any mention of artifacts. It seemed that the most formidable equipment was merely at the immortal level, revered as national treasures. Once they exited to tally their gains, he would thoroughly investigate the attributes of this artifact. Well then, it appears there's nothing more here. Let us depart. The 3 of them followed the path back through the teleportation vortex, leaving the mysterious space behind. Upon their return to the extreme cold secret realm, a throng of individuals had gathered at the entrance of the vortex, led by none other than Yang Hao. Someone has emerged. As the vortex dissipated, it was clear they had successfully cleared the hidden realm. Damn it, those lucky bastards. The crowd murmured with jealousy. By the time they arrived at this teleportation entrance, there was no way for them to enter the secret realm, inciting their ire. Everyone understood that hidden realms contained valuable treasures, yet their turn had never come. Let us go? As Subai prepared to summon the 9 Netherlark, he was abruptly blocked by Yang Hao. Wait a moment. Who granted you permission to leave? At this moment, Yang Hao was exceedingly displeased, his countenance particularly grim. He was aware that Han Dong possessed a unique token. Hence he had deliberately left Han Dong a secret realm voucher. To his dismay, he was unable to intercept him midway, allowing Han Dong to seize the treasures hidden within the secret realm. Are you addressing me? Subai regarded the bothersome figure before him, his brows knitting in annoyance. Who else would I be speaking to? Hand over the items you acquired in the secret realm, or else do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Yang Hao's expression was icy, as nearly 100 players gathered behind him. He had long since devised a plan. Should that fellow Han Dong procure the treasure, he would have it extracted by force. Fool. Subai had no desire to engage with this pampered young master, and turned to leave. Are you courting death? Yang Hao's expression turned frigid as he cast a glance at the diminutive man beside him. The man vanished from sight in an instant, only to reappear beside Subai, his dagger lunging towards Subai's throat. 87541. A damage figure exceeding 10,000 materialized above Subai's head. Are you seeking death? Subai swiftly grasped the man's neck, effortlessly snapping it, sending the lifeless body flying. Attack. Witnessing Subai's immediate action, Yang Hao exhibited no hesitation, commanding the hundreds behind him to surge forward. Brilliant streams of energy flickered in their hands, an array of skills cascading towards the trio. Now, let us see if you can survive this. A subtle smile crossed Yang Hao's face, his eyes glinting with arrogance. Since you are determined to seek death, do not blame me for the consequences. A chilling voice echoed from above. Suddenly, a colossal black bird obscured the sky, horrendous flames roaring forth, reducing everything in sight to ashes. No. As he beheld this scene, despair flickered in Yang Hao's gaze. It dawned on him that the terrifying black giant bird in the secret realm belonged to this young man. He had assumed it was a creature born from the heart of the realm. After all, secret realms often presented various unforeseen circumstances, unlike regular dungeons. When the black flames subsided, a plethora of equipment was left scattered, with not even a bone remaining of the assailants. Brother, we are in deep trouble now. Yang Hao, the scion of the Yang family and their future hope, realized that having slain this individual would not go unpunished by his kin. Han Dong looked at Subai, swallowing hard, a hint of panic evident in his eyes. It matters not. I see you are also a beastmaster. Consider this a compensation from me. Subai casually tossed a class change voucher towards Han Dong. If they come looking for you, just inform them that the one who killed Yang Hao is Subai, and I shall await them at the Qinglong Academy. If one desires to commit murder and plunder, one must be prepared for retaliation. Subai then departed the secret realm, accompanied by Sun Kai. Subai? Is that truly him? Han Dong was well aware of this name. It resonated throughout the nation. For there was hardly anyone unfamiliar with the name Subai. He was the top scorer in the college entrance examination, an unparalleled achievement. Little did he expect that he was a beastmaster who had joined the Qinglong Academy. At this moment, Subai and Sun Kai had returned to Qinglong City. I must say, your luck is remarkable, unless this secret realm deliberately dropped these treasures. Subai handed another class change voucher to Sun Kai, smiling. The Lord of Extreme Cold had dropped 2 class change vouchers, both for hidden professions. One was for the Soul Beastmaster, which Subai had no further use for, while the other, for the Holy Knight, remained in his possession. A class change voucher for a hidden profession? Old Su, I absolutely adore you. Sun Kai's excitement was palpable upon seeing the hidden profession. As long as he could change to a hidden profession, he could fight alongside Subai in the future. Why are you being so formal with me? Perfect. Take this time to complete your second class change and the hidden class quest. That way, I can assist you when we delve into the secret realm again. Subai smiled gently, urging him on. And the young family? Sun Kai's mind was awash with concerns. You are well aware of my strength. Focus on your class change quest. If trouble arises, I shall handle it. Subai patted his shoulder, a reassuring smile gracing his lips. Then I shall take my leave. If anything urgent arises, do contact me. Sun Kai nodded and departed with the class change voucher. After watching Sun Kai leave, Subai turned and entered the Qinglong Trading Company. Chapter 31, Divine Artifacts and Demigod Beasts. Upon entering the Qinglong Trading Company, Subai was ushered into a luxurious lounge by a receptionist. His purpose for visiting the Qinglong Trading Company was twofold: to clear out materials and to procure additional supplies. The Earth Dragon Tortoise had now become a true companion, and fortunately, it had reached level 90, finally eligible for another evolution. He piled the equipment in the reception area, selecting a few items suitable for Sun Kai, before directing his gaze towards the Ring of Desire. Ring of Desire. Category: Ring. Grade: Divine. Applicable profession: Unlimited. Applicable level: Unlimited. Attributes: Spirit 10, 000, Strength 10, 000. Special effects: Humans possess 7 emotions and 6 desires: joy, anger, sorrow, fear, love, hatred, and compassion. The ring absorbs the 7 emotions and 6 desires of others for personal use. Special effects: Can manipulate the 7 emotions and 6 desires of any race. Special effects: Can consume one's own 7 emotions and 6 desires to unleash formidable energy. What is this? A flicker of confusion crossed Subai's eyes as he examined the ring in his hand. He truly found the implications of this ring perplexing. Absorbing the emotions and desires of others for one's own use. What on earth did that entail? Never mind. If I cannot comprehend it, I shall not dwell on it. At the very least, this divine artifact possesses commendable attributes. Please assist me in processing these materials. Subai opened the door, beckoning the female attendant to enter. Certainly. Please hold on. Upon seeing the mountain of materials in the opulent room, the attendant promptly nodded and sought out the manager. This young man hasn't swept through a secret realm, has he? This was Manager Feng's initial reaction upon seeing the materials. He promptly elevated Subai to the status of a valued guest. Subai was indifferent to such treatment. After liquidating all the materials, he proceeded to the contract room. Please procure the following items according to this list: 500 Earth Attribute Spirit Stones, 100 Gold Attribute Spirit Stones, a vial of Golden Divine Crystals, 1 Earth Divine Crystal, and a vial of Divine Gold Liquid. Subai handed over his meticulously prepared list. Understood, please wait a moment. Upon hearing these words, the attendant nodded eagerly. Once the attendant departed, Subai summoned forth his little turtle. Beast, Thick Earth Profound Turtle. Rank, Totem Level. Level, LV 90. Physique, 91,512. Strength, 89,512. Mental Power, 138,000. Agility, 80,518. Comprehensive Combat Power, 158,900. Skills: Cataclysm, King Smite, Shield of Thick Earth, Lava Explosion. Hidden Evolution Path, Thick Earth Profound Turtle to Metal Turtle. Materials required for Hidden Evolution: 500 Earth Attribute Spirit Stones, 100 Metal Attribute Spirit Stones, 1 vial of Golden God Crystal, 1 Earth God Crystal, 1 vial of Divine Gold Liquid. Current status: Can be advanced. Basic attributes have reached the standard. Gazing at the little turtle's attribute panel, a hint of contemplation crossed Subai's face. Compared to his other 2 beasts, the Thick Earth Profound Turtle's panel indeed appeared somewhat lacking. A little turtle. Your evolution is imminent. You must bring glory to your brother. Subai affectionately patted the little turtle's head, a flicker of astonishment evident on his face. He could distinctly sense the creature's emotions, an overwhelming joy seemingly being absorbed by him. Is this the effect of a divine artifact? The little turtle's beady eyes darted around, as if proclaiming, finally, it is my turn. At last, I can rise. Once the attendant brought in all the materials, Subai retreated with the little turtle into the beast space. The thick earth profound turtle opened its cavernous mouth and eagerly devoured the materials, appearing quite impatient. After a full hour, the curled-up little turtle finally stirred. The earth began to tremble rhythmically, while a terrifying sandstorm enveloped the sky, and golden rays of light tore through the beast space. Thank goodness the beast space cannot be destroyed, otherwise it would have been obliterated by this chaotic spectacle. The fearsome aura of metal chi surged, racing wildly through the sky. The color of the thick earth profound turtle underwent a pronounced transformation, enveloped in golden light. A layer of resplendent golden armor slowly forming around it. Roar! The thick earth profound turtle bellowed towards the heavens, its momentum steadily escalating. At that moment, the blood-eyed wolf demon and the 9 nether skylark exhibited profound fear, retreating to a corner of the beast space. Could it truly ascend to divinity? Witnessing this scene, Subai clenched his fists in anticipation. This is a deity, a mythological-level beast, of which there are no records across the continent. As the light faded once more, the appearance of the thick earth profound turtle had undergone a dramatic metamorphosis. It now resembled a menacing mountain of gold, its stature towering over several hundred meters. Streams of golden gas swirled around it, emanating an indescribably terrifying aura. Beast, metal turtle. Rank, demigod level. Level, LV 90. Physique, 915,120. Strength, 895,120. Mental power, 138,0000. Agility, 805,180. Comprehensive combat power, 158,9000. Skills, Metal Chi, Majesty, Shattering Stars, Metal Domain. Hidden Evolution Path, Metal Turtle to Xuanwu. Materials required for Hidden Evolution, 100 Divine Fragment Stones, 100 Nether God Stones, 1 Vial of Extreme Cold Sacred Water, 1 Ice Attribute God Crystal, 1 Water Attribute God Crystal. Current status, cannot be advanced. Basic attributes have not met the standard. By the heavens, a demigod? Basic attributes multiplied tenfold? Gazing at the transformed creature before him, Subai found himself swallowing hard, a look of incredulity crossing his face. This metal turtle's combat power had now surpassed 1 million, an utterly terrifying prospect. Alas, it was just shy of reaching the mythological level. A hint of regret flickered across Subai's visage. What did you say? Meanwhile, within a lavish estate in Qinglong City, a middle-aged man abruptly rose to his feet, disbelief etched across his features. I said the young master is in peril. Most likely perished within the extreme cold secret realm. The elderly man trembled as he knelt, fear evident in his gaze. Impossible, my son cannot be dead. He possesses countless life-saving measures. How could he possibly die? Hearing this, the man seated in the main position's eyes widened with fury, roaring madly. Patriarch, please accept my condolences. His servant knelt, terror filling his eyes. Condolences be damned. Immediately gather everyone from the family in Qinglong City and spare no effort in uncovering Yang Hao's cause of death. The middle-aged man kicked the elderly man away, shrieking in hysteria. Chapter 32. The difficulty of ascending a divine beast. Observing that the metal turtle's advancement was complete, Subai promptly exited the contract room. Sir, here is our Qinglong Commerce's VIP card. Please accept it graciously. The manager of Qinglong Commerce respectfully presented a membership card. By the way, may I inquire if you have any divine crystals? Subai inquired softly, aware that he would need them for his upcoming class change. He had never heard of such items before. This was the limitation of coming from a small place. Certain premier resources were simply beyond reach. Unfortunately, we do not have divine crystals. They can only be found within the Talented Tower or within the Abyss of Demons. The manager quickly shook his head in response. The Abyss of Demons? Upon hearing this, Subai furrowed his brow. The Abyss of Demons was a highly unique secret realm situated above the starry skies. Within this realm thrived countless demon beings, alongside the legendary demon lord, who was said to rival the gods themselves. Only those who reached the 8th transition had the privilege to enter the abyss. What exactly is the Talented Tower? Subai asked eagerly. The Talented Tower is the national artifact of the Daxia Kingdom. It consists of 99 levels, and every level cleared grants substantial rewards. However, entry is restricted, allowing only those under 20 years of age to enter. The tower opens annually after the college entrance examinations. Yet, few newcomers participate. Most are practitioners under 20. Of course, if a true prodigy emerges, it is possible. After all, No newcomer is willing to sacrifice their eligibility for the talented tower to benefit others. The manager explained promptly. Most newcomers to the Daxia Kingdom's college entrance examinations are just 18 years old. If they could spare 2 years to level up, they could acquire significant training resources in the talented tower. Most practitioners in the Daxia Kingdom wait 2 years to maximize their benefits. All right, thank you. Upon hearing those words, Subai nodded slightly and turned to stride out of the Merchant Association. Upon returning to his opulent villa, he delved into the intricacies of his job advancement quest. You have initiated the 3rd job transition quest. Current quest, 3rd transition. Quest requirements. Throughout the territory of the Xia Kingdom, let my name be known. Participate in this year's Tianjiao Tower competition, successfully attain 1st place, and surpass the 100th level of the Tianjiao Tower in record-breaking fashion. Quest deadline, 1 month. Note, this is a special quest. Upon completion of the job transition, substantial rewards will be granted. Goodness, what a psychological game this is. Subai gazed at the job transition quest before him, his lips twitching involuntarily. Old Jiang had gone to great lengths to suppress the news, fearing he would fall victim to nefarious individuals. Yet, this job transition quest seemed intent on thrusting him into the limelight, as if it feared he might grow too comfortable in his existence. Ah well, so be it. After all, he couldn't possibly wait 2 years before confronting this so-called Tianjiao Tower. First, he would venture into the mysterious realm of the Qinglong Academy and secure a couple of royal-tier beasts. Upon returning to the Qinglong Academy, Subai headed directly to the dean's courtyard. Old man, are you in 9 transition? Subai appraised the elderly figure basking in the sun and inquired softly. And how does one address the dean? The old man, Sun Shan, felt a slight frown cross his brow at being called old man. This young rascal truly lacked respect. I need some neural crystals. Could you possibly sponsor me a few? Subai asked without preamble. Neural crystals, you say? Not a problem. But you must agree to 2 conditions, Sun Shan replied, his eyes gleaming with interest. He had been seeking a way to have this young man assist him, and it seemed fortune had smiled upon him. Go on, I'm listening. Subai hesitated for a moment before asking. First, this year's freshmen are numerous, and many are quite unruly. Let them experience true despair. Second, you shall represent the 4th-year students in this year's academy competition, striving to elevate our Qinglong Academy to the ranks of the 5 premier institutions in the nation. Sun Shan extended 2 fingers, his tone laden with significance. No one understood the terrifying nature of ancestral-tier beasts better than him, and these 2 tasks were merely trifles for Subai. All right, I accept your terms. Subai nodded in agreement. Here you go. Sun Shan procured 10 neural crystals from his pocket and placed them on the table beside him. Is it just 10? Why are you so stingy? Subai looked at the solitary 10 neural crystals on the table, a hint of exasperation crossing his brow. Do you think that's insufficient? Do you have any idea how hard it is to acquire these? They only drop from slaying high-ranking demon tribes, and they are a strategic reserve resource of the nation. Sun Shan exclaimed, sitting up in agitation. Greed knows no bounds, and this young man's appetite was insatiable. Wait a moment. Based on your reasoning, I have another inquiry. Subai's expression shifted to one of surprise. Have you heard of the Dark Divine Stone, the Nether Divine Stone, the Dark Saint, the Waters of Forgetfulness, or the Dark Elemental Crystal? A foreboding sense rose within Subai. Are you joking with me? With those items, even if you were to empty the national treasury of the Great Xia, you might not be able to gather them all, Sun Shan replied, his brow furrowing in disbelief as he shook his head. It was clear that the road to nurturing a beast to the divine tier was fraught with challenges. One could only imagine the immense effort required for an ordinary person to elevate their beast to that stage. Enough, I understand. Expedite the opening of that secret realm. I cannot afford to wait any longer. Subai collected the neural crystals from the table and turned to exit the courtyard. What does this young man need all those neural crystals and divine stones for? Sun Shan pondered, watching Subai's retreating figure. In the ensuing days, Subai remained within the confines of the Qinglong Academy, scarcely venturing outside. After 3 long days, he finally awaited the assembly of all new students. He could now begin preparing to contract his 4th and 5th beasts. In the Academy Square, Sun Shan stood resplendently in the center, addressing the students. My dear students, I know why you have come. I also hope that you do not disappoint my expectations or the nurturing provided to you by Qinglong Academy. As his words fell, a beam of azure light shot skyward, piercing the heavens. Chapter 33, The Divine Beast Qinglong. In an instant, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. A colossal azure dragon apparition materialized in the sky above the Qinglong Academy. Is this truly a divine-level boss? Subai squinted at the majestic figure, astonishment flickering in his gaze. The azure dragon let out a resounding roar, emanating a faint azure vortex that began to descend from the heavens. Now you may enter the secret realm and contract your beasts. However, The type of beast you can contract depends on your own capabilities. Sunshine announced softly from the elevated platform. At this proclamation, the students erupted in excitement, rushing into the secret realm. Name, Beastmaster's Paradise. Type, Special Secret Realm. Description, a playground exclusively for Beastmasters. If fortune favors you, you may contract a royal tier beast within. Note, within this secret realm, Beastmasters are only permitted to contract beasts below the Overlord tier. Attempting to contract beasts above this tier will result in a series of unforeseeable consequences. Upon reading the introduction of the instance before him, Subai's face registered a flicker of shock. He had not anticipated that this realm would harbor Overlord tier beasts. Standing at the rear of the crowd, Subai stepped into the Beastmaster's secret realm. The world spun around him. In the next moment, he found himself in a vibrant paradise. The expanse before him seemed boundless, stretching as far as the eye could see. Beast, two-headed wolf. Tier, extraordinary. Abilities, Gale Blade, Fireball Spell, Wind and Fire Dual Explosion. Wow, the beasts within this realm possess considerable tiers. This one even has dual attributes. Subai observed the two-headed wolf before him, a spark of surprise dancing in his eyes. Unfortunately, its tier was too low and lacked a hidden evolution route. Onward. Clearly, the extraordinary tier two-headed wolf did not meet Subai's discerning eye. He sought royal tier beasts. Beast, green-shelled turtle. Tier, commander. Abilities, ultimate defense. Beast, dream butterfly. Tier, commander. Abilities, enter dream, dream space. Hidden evolution route. Remarkable. No wonder so many beastmasters are eager to attend the Qinglong Academy. It is indeed a treasure trove. However, the process of searching one by one is truly cumbersome. It feels as though it would take an eternity. With a grand gesture, Subai summoned the 9-nether lark. Little lark, lead me to find the strongest beast here. Remember, it must be the most formidable one. Subai perched atop its head, gently stroking its feathers as he spoke softly. With a sharp cry, the 9-nether lark flapped its wings and soared deep into the secret realm. Heavens, what kind of beast is that? It's terrifying. I can feel my beast trembling. Not just mine, even the beasts within this space are quaking. It's at least a dominator. The onlookers gazed up at the colossal figure soaring through the sky, its length exceeding several hundred meters, and involuntarily shuddered, their eyes betraying their fear. Stop with the nonsense. Just look at that size. It definitely surpasses a dominator. It is well known that dominator-level beasts do not exceed 100 meters in length, yet this one is already several hundred. In my opinion, it has likely reached the totem stage, and it could even be a reversion stage beast. A youth clad in exquisite attire looked up at the beast in the sky, his eyes glimmering with a hint of longing. If we could sign a contract with that beast, we would surely be able to roam freely across the Great Xia. Don't dream in broad daylight. You could never sign a contract with such a beast in your lifetime. Who could argue with that? They have long since attained sentience. How could it be so easy to contract them? The crowd gazed enviously at the black shadow racing through the sky. The 9-nether lark darted like a bolt of lightning to the far reaches of the secret realm. At the terminus of this realm, a monstrous creature loomed. Its size exceeding 1,000 meters, its azure scales radiating a vivid luminescence, a terrifying pressure saturating the area. Divine Beast, Azure Dragon. Tier, Mythical. Level, 1000. Strength, 999999999. Mental Power, 999999999. Subai cast a probing spell casually, nearly dropping his jaw in astonishment. What kind of jest is this? How could such a beast exist in this mysterious space? Human, you possess quite the audacity. Who granted you permission to tread within my domain? The Azure Dragon, circling in the sky, unleashed a chilling gaze upon Subai. Dear Dragon, it's all a misunderstanding. I inadvertently trespassed, intending merely to contract a couple of beasts. I had no inkling I would encounter you. Would you kindly show mercy and let me go? Subai gulped, a hint of trepidation crossing his features. Little lark, you nearly brought about my demise. With this amount of health, even with the endless ring in hand, I could never contend with this creature. Although he could disregard the pressure emanating from divine beasts, standing before such a formidable entity was undeniably nerve-wracking. This Azure Dragon was akin to a deity. You are quite intriguing. Is this your cultivated beast? To elevate a mere fiery bird to such heights, you indeed possess a talent for beast mastery. The Azure Dragon discerned the essence of the 9-nether lark, its enormous eyes reflecting a flicker of surprise. Well, it's not too shabby, Subai replied, appearing exceptionally obedient as he nodded gently. In that case, allow me to present you with a gift. I hope you will care for them well. With that, the Azure Dragon opened its massive maw, and in an instant, a tempest arose, the winds swirling chaotically. Two figures emerged from its mouth, gradually descending before Subai. Two young dragons, one black and one white, approached Subai, bearing their fangs and claws, their fierce demeanor endearingly adorable. Senior, you have gifted me these two little ones. Subai exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement. These are dragons. True dragons. Indeed, these little ones are my offspring. I hope you will not mistreat them. And may you cultivate them into eternal beings. The azure dragon nodded, its magnificent voice resonating throughout the realm. Absolutely, you can count on me. Subai affirmed promptly. Remember, I am the first headmaster of the Azure Dragon Academy. I trust you will live up to the expectations of the Academy and my hopes for you. With that, the Azure Dragon soared into the skies, vanishing from Subai's sight in an instant. Chapter 34, The Terrifying Dragon Clan. Once the Azure Dragon departed, Subai turned his gaze towards the two young dragons before him. Beast, Lunar Young Dragon. Tier, King. Beast, Absolute Sun Young Dragon. Tier, King. Isn't this tier a bit low? By rights, dragons should be the deities of all beasts. Shouldn't they start as divine beasts? Subai mused, observing the two little dragonlings with a hint of astonishment. Contract. In the next moment, two streams of white energy emerged from his hand, enveloping the two little creatures instantly. Contract completed. Beast, Absolute Sun Young Dragon. Tier, King. Level, LV1. Constitution, 15,000. Strength, 15,000. Mental power, 15,000. Agility, 15,000. Overall combat power, 20,000. Skills, Dragon Might. Absolute Sun Flame, Flame Breath, Dragon Flame Explosion. Hidden Evolution Path, Absolute Sun Young Dragon. King, Sun Saint Dragon, Unknown Stage. Materials required for Hidden Path Evolution, 10,000 Fire Attribute Spirit Crystals, 100 Fire Spirit Liquids, 1 Fire God Crystal, 1 bottle of Holy Flame Liquid. Current status, eligible for advancement. Beast, Extreme Yin Young Dragon. Tier, King. Level, LV1. Constitution, 15,000. Strength, 15,000. Mental power, 15,000. Agility, 15,000. Overall combat power, 20,000. Skills, Dragon Might, Extreme Yin Freeze, Ice Breath. Dragon Flame Explosion. Hidden Evolution Path, Extreme Yin Young Dragon. King, Mysterious Yin Saint Dragon, Unknown Stage. Materials required for Hidden Path Evolution, 10,000 Extreme Cold Attribute Spirit Crystals, 100 Extreme Cold Spirit Liquids, 1 Extreme Cold God Crystal, 1 bottle of 9 Nether Spring Water. Current status, eligible for advancement. My goodness, they are indeed dragons. Their fundamental attributes far exceed normal expectations. When the four-winged Scarlet Sparrow ascended to the Dominator stage, its level 1 attributes did not exceed 3,000. Yet dragons start at 15,000, truly worthy of being the masters of all beasts. All right, little ones, it's time for your evolution. Subai smiled faintly at the two clingy little creatures. He stored the two beasts into the beast space and rode the 9 Netherlark as it sped towards the whirlpool entrance. Currently, he already possessed the Extreme Cold God Crystal and Fire God Crystal, both generously provided by that old rascal, Sunshine. Aside from the Sacred Fire Essence and the 9 Nether Spring Water, it seems that other items should be available for purchase at the merchant shop. It appears that I must once again submit to that old man, Sunshine. I almost forgot about the Merit Treasury. Subai promptly accessed the Merit Treasury to take a look inside. Indeed, it exists. However, the price is exorbitantly high. Subai frowned slightly, a grave expression flickering across his face as he read. Item, 9 Nether Spring Water. Characteristics, the extremely cold holy water infused with the aura of the 9 Nether. Capable of freezing all things in the world. Merit required for exchange, 1,000,000. Indeed, acquiring this single item demands a staggering 1,000,000 merits. Subai promptly closed the Merit Treasury and swiftly exited the enigmatic space. Just as I thought, you were the first to emerge, Sunshine remarked, nodding gently as he observed Subai before him. Old man, I have a question for you. Do you have 9 Nether Spring Water and Sacred Fire Essence here? Subai inquired, landing beside the dean with urgency. Why are you seeking such precious items? You are still only at the 3rd transformation. Materials of such rarity should be beyond your current needs, shouldn't they? I can assist you in finding a way, but you must first disclose your intentions. Sunshine replied, a line of annoyance appearing on his forehead. This little rascal seems to consider himself a cash cow, ruthlessly milking every opportunity. Do you recognize these two little creatures? Subai summoned the two dragons. The pair spiraled around him, exuding an air of dependency. Have you encountered the Azure Dragon? He actually bestowed upon you his offspring? Sunshine gasped in astonishment upon witnessing the scene. In this world, there exist 2 types of beast tamers, those who command various beasts, and those who belong to the dragon lineage. No beasts in this realm surpass the dragons in power. They are indeed the rightful gods of beasts. Well, since you saw it, you ought to compensate me mentally. When I laid eyes on that divine dragon, I nearly had a heart attack. That's a level 1000 powerhouse. Subai clutched his heart, feigning terror. That is your own fault. You likely thought yourself invincible with your ancestral tier beast, rampaging through a special space and inadvertently offending that venerable elder. You desire the 9 nether spring water, don't you? I could devise a means to procure it for you, but you should first fulfill a condition. Deal with these incoming little tykes, Sunshan stated bluntly. Consider it a minor task. Leave it to me. I'll wait right here while you secure the 9 nether spring water, Subai nodded, positioning himself in the center of the square. Be cautious and avoid stirring up trouble. I shall return shortly. With that, the figure of Dean Sunshan vanished from the podium. As time ebbed away, figures descended from the sky, their faces adorned with joyous smiles, evidently pleased with their harvest. All new students, gather at the playground immediately. As the azure vortex gradually dissipated, the vice principal's voice resonated throughout the square. A dense throng of figures began to assemble on the playground, instantly capturing the attention of the senior students. Word has it that the principal has summoned a new student to give the first lesson to these freshers. A well-informed student could not help but complain. Upon hearing this, an uproar erupted among the crowd. Isn't this snatching our chance to teach the newcomers? I remember when I first enrolled, I was thoroughly thrashed by the seniors. Why should the rules change for them? No way. I've been waiting for this day for ages. I must see what sort of newcomer dares to take our opportunity. Let us go together. Regardless of who it is, we'll teach them a lesson first. With one leading the charge, others nodded in agreement. Discontented hearts merging as they blended into the crowd of new students to slip into the playground. Chapter 35. All of you present are worthless. Once everyone had gathered within the playground, the vice principal ascended the podium. Silence, please. This year, we have altered the rules for the new student competition. You will not be required to confront the upperclassmen. You need only defeat one individual. If you succeed, the school will generously provide you with resources to elevate your beasts to the totem tier. The vice principal's announcement immediately stirred a wave of excitement among the crowd. Is this for real? Surely, this isn't a joke? With the vice principal speaking, it cannot be false. My goodness, reaching the totem tier would render one invincible. Just imagine how many resources that entails. The audience buzzed with chatter. Those training resources are mine. A rugged-looking man clenched his fists, his eyes alight with fervor. Possessing 2 king-tier beasts, he felt uncertain against the seniors, but believed he could easily handle his peers. This batch of resources is in the bag for me. A woman eagerly anticipated the challenge, a glimmer of desire shining in her gaze. Next, you all must relax your minds and step into a mysterious space. There. You will not truly die. You may engage in combat and showcase all your skills. Remember, if you defeat that individual, you will be crowned the champion of this new student competition. The vice principal's voice echoed once more as a brilliant light enveloped the crowd. Truly, it's worthy of a prestigious institution. The spectacle is remarkable. Subai surveyed the enigmatic space before him, a hint of sentimentality reflected in his eyes. Where are you hiding? Come out immediately. Hurry, I can hardly contain my eagerness. Don't tell me you plan to play the coward. The new students clamored. How did Gu Xiong and the others get in? And what about those second-year students? What are you teachers doing, allowing second and third years to mingle in? Through an invisible barrier, the vice principal and the director stood on the podium, observing the crowd mixed with familiar faces, prompting them to chide. When we were busy arranging the formations, we didn't notice when Gu Xiong slipped in. A hint of embarrassment flickered across the teachers' faces as they hurried to explain. Forget it. It's too late to call anyone out now. Once they emerge, I shall deal with them, the vice principal huffed, a stern expression settling upon his face. Forgive my frankness, but all of you present are worthless. At that moment, an exceedingly arrogant voice echoed throughout the mysterious space. Who said that? Step forward. Which impertinent fool uttered those words? Don't you dare hide. Upon hearing this sudden outburst, the crowd erupted in curses. This brat is utterly audacious. Gu Xiong furrowed his brow, muttering to himself. I like it. Confidence comes with merit. This fellow dares to be so brash. Undoubtedly he has his reasons. The slender, tall man beside Gu Xiong revealed a cruel smile, ready to impart a lesson to this junior. Indeed, I am the one the vice principal has challenged you to confront. Subai perched upon the 9 nether lark, his body gradually levitating above the crowd. Damn it, let us take him down. Let us annihilate that bastard. The group fervently summoned their beasts, their spirits igniting with fervor. By the way, have you ever experienced what true despair feels like? Subai smiled slightly, articulating each word with clarity. What do you mean by that? Upon hearing this, the crowd wore expressions of bewilderment. I mean to say, you are all worthless. At that moment, the figure of the 9 nether lark suddenly expanded hundreds of times, its colossal form blotting out the sky and engulfing the entire space. What in the world is this? Holy smokes, isn't that the ancestral tier beast? Has someone truly succeeded in binding it? The crowd gazed up at the enormous creature overshadowing them, their eyes betraying boundless terror. The beasts beside them all cowered to the ground, not daring to move an inch. Is it really an ancestral tier? The fellow named Gu Xiong clenched his fists, a glimmer of yearning evident in his eyes. As a beast master himself, no one could resist the allure of an ancestral tier beast. Fearsome black flames roared downward, setting the entire space ablaze. The students reappeared on the playground, some touching their bodies, their eyes reflecting a hint of dread. The indescribable agony was beyond words, utterly terrifying. Is this guy truly a freshman? No. Can he really be a freshman? A freshman? How did he cultivate his beast to the ancestral tier? This is simply outrageous, utterly absurd. The crowd stared at Su Bai, who stood atop the 9 netherlark, their gazes filled with confusion. Incredible. Standing outside the playground, Yiling witnessed this scene, frozen in place. When Su Bai emerged from that mysterious space, the freshman could hardly meet his gaze. I stated it clearly. All of you present are worthless. You still have much to work on. Su Bai looked at the group before him, shaking his head gently, then departed on the 9 netherlark. Meanwhile, at the Yang residence, a multitude gathered in the living room. Have you uncovered the truth? Yang Mantian, the head of the Yang family, coldly inquired of the old servant before him. The investigation is complete. The individuals who entered that day, aside from the young master, included Han Dong and 2 other students from the Qinglong Academy, the old servant replied, half kneeling on the floor. Everyone, let us head to Qinglong Academy at once. I demand an explanation. Yang Mantian clenched his fists, roaring in hysteria. Master, please do not act impulsively. The principal of Qinglong Academy is a 9-turn powerhouse. Although our Yang family also possesses a 9-turn, they are stationed at the Devil's Abyss. And it is unwise to provoke the principal of Qinglong Academy. 3 elders appeared in succession, blocking Yang Mantian's path. I warn you, regardless of whether he is a student of Qinglong Academy, even if he is the vice principal, the slaying of my son will demand a bloody price. Gather your forces, and let us confront them. I refuse to believe Qinglong Academy can dominate all within Qinglong City. Yang Mantian pushed past the elder before him, leading his entourage directly toward Qinglong Academy. Chapter 36, The Assault of the Yang Family. At the Academy's entrance, a procession of luxury cars came to a halt, obstructing the school's entrance. Who are these people, so audacious as to park at Qinglong Academy's gates? They're certainly flaunting it. Don't they fear trouble from Qinglong Academy? Hurry and be quiet. Don't provoke them. Can't you see those are the Yang family's cars? Which Yang family? Is there another Yang family in Qinglong City? The man looked at his companion as if addressing a fool, rolling his eyes. Goodness, it is indeed the guardian Yang family. Let us quickly retreat. We must not let them involve us. Hearing this, the man immediately sought refuge. The guard stationed at the academy had never witnessed such a scene and promptly informed the vice principal. Yang family head. What brings such a large gathering to our institution today? As the Yang family members assembled, the vice principal appeared at the school gates, flanked by dozens of teachers. Vice Principal Gu, I had no intention of causing a disturbance, but there is a matter I must clarify. My son, Yang Hao, perished in the secret realm, and according to my investigation, the individuals who entered alongside him included 3 students from Qinglong Academy, Han Dong, Sun Kai, and Su Bai. Could you summon these 3 for clarification? Yang Mantian, a 7-turn, level 220 powerhouse, held significant sway in all of Qinglong City. The murder of the Yang family's heir was a shocking revelation. Who possesses the audacity to slay the heir of the Yang family? It is indeed a grave affront. I believe I have heard of this Su Bai. He is said to be the top scorer of this year's college entrance examination. Goodness, this is bound to be a spectacle. The crowd gathered at the entrance continued to swell, all eager to witness the unfolding drama. Yang family head, this is excessive. Isn't it? Your son perished in the secret realm. On what grounds do you blame our academy's students? Do you think Qinglong Academy is easy to bully? Vice Principal Gu sneered, his expression icy. The Yang family has always acted tyrannically in Qinglong City, relying on their guardian stationed at the Starry Abyss, with higher authorities often turning a blind eye to their deeds. But who is Su Bai? He is under the direct protection of the academy principal, who has mandated his safety, even if he were to slay a prince of the Meteor Empire. Vice Principal Gu, are you disregarding the Yang family's standing? Upon hearing this, Yang Mantian clenched his fists, his eyes seemingly ablaze with fury. Disregard you? What are you to demand that I show you respect? I am the vice principal of Qinglong Academy, a level 8, 240 powerhouse. What gives you the right to expect me to bow to you? Vice Principal Gu, upon hearing this, could not help but laugh coldly, a hint of derision in his gaze. In the Empire, those who attain such strength invariably have formidable backing. Master, perhaps it would be best to let this matter go. Seeing the vice principal's unwavering stance, the Yang family members began to harbor doubts. Let it go? How could that be possible? You must hand over the individuals today. Otherwise, do not blame me for being unyielding. The head of the Yang family tightened his fists, a glimmer of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. Do you seek death? If that is your desire, I shall oblige. The vice principal's figure abruptly vanished, seizing Yang Mantion by the throat, lifting him effortlessly. As a top-tier assassin of level 8, few instilled fear in him, even among the 9-turn elites. Vice principal, is there any need for such anger? There is no need for violence. We merely need to summon the individuals involved to inquire about the situation. At that moment, a figure descended gracefully from the sky, landing before the two men. This individual was the deputy city lord of Qinglong City, who had significant ties with the Yang family. Is that so? Since the deputy city lord has spoken, I shall grant you some face. However, I absolutely refuse to hand over the person in question. Upon hearing this, Dingu relaxed his grip and stepped back to the entrance of the academy. You must surrender the individual. We need to clarify the matter at hand. Surely, Qinglong Academy would not disregard the authority of the city lord's residence? This statement was akin to positioning Qinglong Academy squarely against the entire empire. No matter how grand Qinglong Academy may be, can it rival the city lord's residence? Behind the residence stands the entirety of the Meteor Empire. Surely you cannot contend with the nation itself. The gravity of the words resonated, and the deputy dean hesitated momentarily before instructing a nearby teacher. Summon Han Dong and Su Bai. That fellow named Sun Kai is likely not within the academy. In no time, Han Dong was brought forth. Han Dong, I inquire of you. You entered the extreme cold secret realm alongside Yang Hao. How exactly did Yang Hao meet his demise? Do not dare to claim it was at the hands of the extreme cold lord. He lacks both the strength and the means. Your son possessed numerous life-saving artifacts. Even if he were to falter, escaping should not have been beyond his capabilities. I know nothing. I am in the dark. Do not question me. Han Dong fervently shook his head, unwilling to disclose the truth. You dare assert ignorance? To slay one's compatriots within the secret realm warrants the utmost punishment. You would do well to come clean. I can, for your father's sake, spare you a complete corpse. Yang Mantion, in a fit of exasperation, was nearly driven to dismember the young man before him. Such audacity! Are you unafraid of your own hubris? Dare you lay a finger on any student of Qinglong Academy? Do not presume that I am unaware of your sordid deeds. When it comes to the slaughter of compatriots, who could surpass the Yang family? The deputy dean of Gu sneered, his expression betraying a hint of disdain. I truly do not know. Han Dong gritted his teeth, steadfastly refusing to confess. If that is the case, we shall resort to the soul-searching technique. I have brought the individual. You must provide me with an explanation today. My son cannot have died in vain. Yang Mantion emerged alongside an elder, his gaze piercing as he fixed it upon the deputy dean. The atmosphere between them grew increasingly tense, yet the deputy dean refused to yield as Yang Mantion advanced step by step. What is this I hear? An old dog barking without restraint, whose household is so lacking in decorum as to allow a dog to roam freely and make a ruckus. Just as the tension reached its peak, a mocking voice drew the attention of all present. Chapter 37. If one does not offend me, I shall not offend others. A man clad in a flowing white robe emerged from the academy, an air of nonchalance gracing his features, as though the Yang family held no significance to him. Why have you come out? Did I not instruct the instructors to inform you to hide within the secret realm? Matters can wait until the dean returns. Upon seeing Su Bai, Dean Gu's expression turned a shade of green. How did this fellow deviate from the expected course? After all his efforts to send someone in to relay information, this rascal had chosen to surface on his own. Of course I must emerge. They have come seeking trouble with me. I cannot allow the academy to bear the blame. Su Bai declared, I may lack many virtues, yet I pride myself on my willingness to face the consequences. Upon hearing this, Su Bai quickly added, this does not concern you. They cannot possibly harm Qinglong Academy. It is best if you return for now. Should any misfortune befall you, I cannot provide an explanation to the dean. The deputy dean's face bore a serious expression. It is of no concern. I will manage the situation here. Su Bai's eyes narrowed slightly as he surveyed the individuals not far off. Never mind. They cannot take you down regardless. Whether or not you are guilty, do not admit to anything. The deputy dean took a deep breath and positioned himself behind Su Bai. A cadre of teachers stepped forward, choosing to support Su Bai. You are Su Bai? How did my son die? Yang Mantion clenched his fists. His teeth gritted in a furious snarl. Ah, now I understand why this old dog barks so loudly. You are Yang Hao's father. Truly, like father. Like son, your offspring bites like a wolf dog while you howl like an old hound. To speak plainly, I am the one who killed your son. Su Bai regarded Yang Mantion with calmness. Upon uttering these words, the deputy dean standing behind Su Bai nearly lost his composure. What on earth was this boy thinking? Was he not warned against such admissions? Well, You are indeed the first to speak to me in such a manner. Are you unaware that privately harming one's compatriots is punishable by death? Yang Montian's fists tightened, his rage palpable as he envisioned devouring Su-bai alive. Your son is a casualty of his own incompetence. He sought to kill me and seize my treasures. Could I possibly let him go unpunished? It is evident that your family has sown the seeds of misfortune and now reaps the consequences. Su-bai's eyes glimmered with a hint of mockery. You little thief, perish. A terrifying surge of energy erupted from Yang Mantian, barreling towards Su-bai with ferocity. The scorching force melted the cobblestones beneath them in an instant, as the infernal flames threatened to devour everything in their path. However, the deputy dean swiftly raised his hand, conjuring an energy shield as black as ink to shield Su-bai from the searing flames. You initiated this conflict. Do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Su-bai regarded the man before him and summoned forth the Gungjin Xiangui. The colossal figure loomed overhead, casting a shadow over the entrance of the entire academy. The Gungjin Xiangui had surpassed 500 meters in height, its immense form resembling an ancient beast that blotted out the sun. What is that? By the heavens, a beastmaster? How is this possible? This is terrifying. A totem-level beast, at least at the totem stage. The onlookers gazed in fear at the towering figure. Old Gu, all the high-ranking members of the Yang family should be present, no? Su-bai turned to the elder Gu, his voice low. Most are here, save for one guardian. Why do you ask? The deputy dean paused, instinctively responding. Very well. It appears we are set to engage. Space lock. Su-bai shattered a scroll, instantly sealing the space around them, enveloping the members of the Yang family within. Dean, he intends to strike. A teacher exclaimed, witnessing the unfolding scene. Su-bai, do not. Before the echoes of his voice faded, Su-bai's figure vanished from the spot, materializing atop the Gungjin Xiangui. What do you intend to do? The Yang family has its guardians. You must not act recklessly. You wretched brat, dare to lay a hand on the Yang family, and I assure you, you shall find no escape, nor solace in death. The numerous experts from the Yang family, witnessing this scene, were struck with terror as they threatened him. Guardians? Even if the Jade Emperor himself were to descend today, he could not save you. Su-bai scoffed, a glimmer of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. I harm not those who harm me, but should one dare to offend me, I shall ensure their demise. Su-bai glanced at the attributes of the little turtle, his fingers itching with anticipation. Beast Mastery, Gungjin Xiangui. Tier, Demigod. Level, LV 90. Vitality, 915,120. Strength, 895,120. Mental Power, 138,0000. Agility, 805,180. Overall Combat Power, 158,9000. Skills, Gungjin Energy, Aura of Authority, Shattering Stars, Gungjin Domain. Hidden Evolution Path, Gungjin Xiangui Xianwu. Materials required for Hidden Evolution, 00 Divine Fragment Stones, 100 Nether Stones, 1 Vial of Extreme Cold Holy Water, 1 Ice Elemental Crystal, 1 Water Elemental Crystal. Current status, unable to evolve, base attributes not up to standard. These individuals arrived just in time. It presented a splendid opportunity to test the extent of his current destructive capabilities. Su-bai's foundational attributes surged dramatically, swiftly approaching those of the Gungjin Xiangui. The Endless Ring activated. Shattering Stars. A terrifying golden radiance tore through the heavens, emerging from the pitch-black void, exuding an overwhelming and earth-shattering might. The golden light descended, hurtling towards the crowd. No, you cannot do this. Our ancestors will not spare you. Cease at once. Damn it. Why can't we teleport away? What has this little brat done? Feeling the dread of that formidable power, the members of the Yang family fell prostrate on the ground. Paralyzed by fear, a thunderous boom resonated. The entirety of the Qinglong Academy trembled. No, the entire Qinglong city quaked. 658900000. As that dreadful number materialized, a satisfied smile graced Su-bai's face. The little turtle truly lived up to its demigod status, artificially elevating its damage output beyond 600 million. The ground of Qinglong Academy was blasted into a vast, bottomless pit. The figures of the Yang family had long since vanished, likely reduced to mere fragments by this overwhelming force. Chapter 38. The Ruthless Methods of Su-bai. What just transpired? Was that the apocalypse? I thought a divine-level boss was attacking the city. It's terrifying. I feel as though the entire Qinglong city is on the brink of collapse. Even a 9-turn master could not achieve such devastation. At this moment, the onlookers, still unaware of the unfolding events, wore expressions of bewilderment. Vice Dean, stop dawdling. Hurry and cover this up. I truly apologize. I may have exerted a bit too much force. Su-bai descended from the sky, awkwardly rubbing his nose. At the entrance of Qinglong Academy, A massive pit, over several dozen meters in diameter and seemingly bottomless, had formed. You are simply a monster. Vice Dean Gu's finger trembled slightly, swallowing hard. With such strength, the dean still expected him to keep watch? This power could easily flatten all of Qinglong City. What right did he have to observe such might? Oh, and there's one more thing. Could you assist me with a small favor? Subai rubbed his hands together and spoke softly. What do you need? Vice Dean Gu's heart leapt. Judging by his tone, this lad surely meant trouble. Where is the Yang family stronghold? I have a penchant for witnessing chaos. I shall pay them a visit. Subai rubbed his hands, feigning bashfulness. The Yang family's residence is situated in the eastern part of Qinglong City, in the most prosperous tall building. That is their family stronghold. The surrounding area spans several dozen miles, and no one dares to reside nearby. Vice Dean Gu quickly replied. Ah, splendid. That saves me a considerable amount of trouble. Little turtle, let us be off. Subai smiled, mounting the Gung Jin Xian Gui as they sped towards their destination. Dean, where is he headed? An uninformed teacher poked their head out, curiosity evident in their voice. Isn't it obvious? He is going to annihilate them. Did you truly think this lad was so benevolent as to merely observe? In truth, Subai was indeed cold-hearted, heading directly to extinguish the Yang family. Vice Dean Gu shook his head, murmuring to himself. However, he was quite pleased with the lad's approach, having already offended them so gravely. It would be foolish to leave any potential threat unaddressed. Goodness, he is exceedingly ruthless. What should we do now? The teacher swallowed hard, deeply shaken. What do you think we should do? It is hardly appropriate for the esteemed Qinglong Academy to have such a gaping pit at its entrance. We must quickly find someone to fill this hole. This lad's destructive power is far too great. If he remains at the academy for a few more days, he may very well dismantle the entire institution. Vice Dean Gu glared at the vast, seemingly endless pit before him, cursing under his breath. Dean, should we not intervene? This method is excessively brutal. The Yang family still has many old, weak, and women among them. Several other teachers voiced their concerns, feeling that Su Bai's malevolence was rather pronounced, with a proclivity for total annihilation. Go if you wish. I certainly cannot stand in his way. Vice Dean Gu waved his sleeve dismissively and turned to soar back towards the academy. As he finished speaking, the other teachers promptly sealed their lips and began seeking Earth-type practitioners within the academy to address the pit. Is that a beast master? It is far too massive. Since when has Qinglong City boasted such a terrifying beast master? How daunting. I feel that in its presence, submission is the only option. Look, there is a person atop that colossal beast. The people of Qinglong City gazed in awe at the immense creature looming overhead, their faces etched with terror. This must be the Yang family, huh? I truly apologize. If you wish to blame someone, blame your lineage. Subai commanded, Little turtle, unleash your fury. Gazing at the prosperous structures below, Subai shook his head gently, his expression tinged with sorrow. In the next moment, torrents of terrifying golden light cascaded from the heavens, engulfing the entire area. The ferocious golden energy radiated a tempestuous aura, systematically demolishing the buildings and mercilessly slaughtering the practitioners within. As time progressed, the entirety of the Yang family was reduced to ruins, crimson blood flowing through the gutters, forming a small river. Mission accomplished. Subai patted the little turtle on the head, turning to hasten back towards the academy. The Yang family has been obliterated? That formidable figure has come seeking trouble with the Yang family. Truly, it is the heavens that have bestowed their blessings upon us. Cursed be the Yang family. They deserve their fate. After Subai departed, the onlookers finally dared to emerge, applauding as they beheld the Yang family reduced to ruins. Is the matter concluded? Upon encountering Subai, Dingu could not help but furrow his brow. Everything has been settled, not a single survivor remains. Subai nodded, revealing no hint of concealment. You must exercise caution. You have now entangled yourself in a tremendous predicament. The guardian of the Yang family is stationed at the Starry Abyss, possessing strength exceeding level 300 in the 9 transformations. This individual harbors a vengeful spirit and will undoubtedly seek retribution for the Yang family. However, if you remain within the academy, you should be safe, as the dean can protect you. Dingu rubbed his temples, feeling an immense weight upon him. Rest assured, should he dare approach me, he is as good as dead. Subai lacked diverse means, but possessed an extraordinary ability to survive. Very well, for the time being. It would be prudent for you to maintain a low profile. Hearing this, Dingu waved his hand, dismissing Subai. He felt that continuing this conversation with the young man might very well lead to a heart attack. Upon returning to his villa, a sudden ring of the doorbell pierced the air. Who could it be? Subai opened the door to find a woman standing at the threshold. Can I assist you? Subai scanned the young lady before him. She was quite attractive. Her graceful figure was accentuated beneath her robe, and her delicate face framed by silvery hair exuded a unique beauty. I wish to converse with you. May we become friends? I am also a beastmaster. The visitor was none other than Yi Ling. She had just witnessed Su Bai display his prowess at the door and was utterly astonished. Moreover, she was aware that the turtle he commanded was of a rank far beyond that of a totem. It was at least semi-divine, as she sensed a trace of divinity emanating from it. This man before her was shrouded in mystery, seemingly of similar age, yet capable of nurturing a semi-divine beast. Not interested, you may leave. Upon hearing this, Su Bai forcefully shut the door and turned towards the training room. Women are nothing but a nuisance, hindering his progress in leveling up. Am I being rejected? Yi Linger regarded her reflection in the mirror, disbelief etched upon her features. Chapter 39, The Ascendance of the Celestial Tower. For 5 consecutive days, Su Bai remained confined to his dormitory. The Celestial Tower had not yet opened, and even if he were to undertake missions, he could not elevate his rank. As for Xiao Bai and Xiao He, their levels would eventually rise in due time. There was no need to rush. The only regret was that the old Koot Sun Shan had yet to return, and there was still no news of the 9 Nether Spring Water. Were it not for the impending emergence of the Celestial Tower, Su Bai would have long since departed the city to pursue merit tasks. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking echoed once more. Are you ever going to stop? I told you, I cannot teach you. The School S instructors can assist you. Why do you continue to pester me? Su Bai opened the villa door and cursed vehemently. Yi Linger was like a spellbound creature, appearing daily for 5 days, akin to an unshakable leech. What is the matter? A hint of embarrassment flickered across Sun Kai's face as he stood at the door. You forgot your key? I thought it was that bothersome woman. Come in quickly. Su Bai lifted his gaze, spotting Sun Kai, and a trace of awkwardness crossed his features. He scanned the surroundings, noting the absence of Yi Linger, and promptly pulled Sun Kai into the villa. From your tone, it seems a woman has been pursuing you. In the brief time I was away, you found true love? Sun Kai leaned back in his chair, a smirk gracing his face. Currently, he was the only one in the academy bold enough to speak to Su Bai in such a manner. Su Bai was now notorious, earning the moniker of the Beast King who annihilates families. True love, my foot. Just a troublesome madwoman. Have you successfully changed your class? Su Bai rolled his eyes upon hearing this. That was a given. Let me tell you, my friend, I am now frighteningly powerful. Each level I gain grants me at least 100 attribute points. This profession is simply marvelous, enabling me to soar to new heights. Little Su, from now on, I shall have your back. Zheng Kai appeared excessively smug, his smile radiating unabashedly. In that case, lead me through the Celestial Tower. Su Bai chuckled, promptly requesting. Are you joking? Do you believe I am worthy? Those participating in the Celestial Tower start at least from level 3, while special seed prodigies are level 4 or stronger. Even if I swung my shield until it smoked, I could never compete with them. Sun Kai's face fell, suddenly feeling awkward. There is a minimum gap of 60 levels between us. Even with divine equipment, I could never surpass that crowd. Then I shall participate in this year's Celestial Tower. Will you join me? Su Bai clapped Sun Kai on the shoulder, speaking earnestly. Brother Su, Su foster father, Su grandpa, please take your little brother along. Sun Kai had long since abandoned his earlier bravado, nearly kneeling before Su Bai. Oh, you are truly heartless. When you have no need for someone, you call me Little Su. When you require assistance, you refer to me as Grandpa Su. Su Bai teased with a mischievous grin. It was my fault for being glib. I admit my mistake. Sun Kai's attitude of contrition was commendable, leaving Su Bai with no grounds for criticism. 3 days swiftly passed. Su Bai glanced at Sun Kai beside him, feeling somewhat melancholic. Yi Linger was indeed a talent. Upon realizing she could not win him over, she quickly shifted her affections to Sun Kai. Su Bai found himself in a predicament. He could not reprimand Yi Linger in front of his good friend. Linger, I am setting off. Sun Kai gazed at Yi Linger with tender eyes. Brother Kai, please take care. I will not accompany you this time. Yi Linger possessed enough self-awareness. Given that Su Bai and Sun Kai resided together, they must share a deep bond. Once she entered, Su Bai would likely protect her. And since she was a grade skipped student, she still had a year to wait. Very well. Sun Kai nodded, smiling. The next moment, a magnificent 99-story tower materialized in the plaza of the Azure Dragon Academy. The entire tower radiated a golden glow, appearing almost lifelike. Let us proceed. Su Bai sighed and stepped directly into the tower. You have entered the Celestial Tower. Special mission triggered. Class change mission initiated. Mission, Celestial Tower. Type, challenge. Mission description. Reach the summit of the tower in the shortest time possible. Your name shall resonate throughout the Empire. Mission rewards. Based on the number of floors completed. Note, you will receive all rewards from the floors below your current level. Xuanwu City. A man stood at the entrance of the Tower of Elites, a black longsword slung across his back, his gaze fixed upon the towering structure before him, a fierce battle spirit surging in his eyes. In this contest for the Tower of Elites, the name of Yi Tian, the Mad Blade, shall undoubtedly reverberate throughout the entire empire. With resolute strides, he advanced into the tower. In White Tiger City, a robust man stood before the Tower of Elites, a glint of brutality evident in his eyes. Within a few meters of him, none dared to tread. In this competition for the Tower of Elites, I shall claim the top position. In Meteorite Imperial Capital, a long-haired man gazed at the Tower of Elites above, a slight smirk gracing his lips. In this contest, I shall make my name resound throughout the entire Meteorite. Accompanied by dozens of followers, he strode directly into the Tower of Elites. Your Majesty, the Tower of Elites has officially commenced. Jiang Lin spoke respectfully beside the Emperor of Meteorite. Jiang Lin, have you noticed that little fellow entering the Tower of Elites? Upon hearing this, the Emperor of Meteorite lifted his head, gazing toward the center of the plaza where the Tower of Elites stood. According to intelligence from the Azure Dragon Academy, he should have already entered the Tower of Elites. This lad truly acts with reckless abandon. Jiang Lin nodded. His teeth clenched in frustration. Let this emperor see what remarkable talents this fellow possesses. I have suppressed the matters concerning the Yang family, but their ancestral figure will inevitably learn of it. You would do well to devise a plan swiftly, the Emperor of Meteorite murmured, patting Jiang Lin's shoulder. Your Majesty, the potential of that young man far surpasses our imagination. In truth, you need not concern yourself with him, Jiang Lin urged in response. That rascal Su Bai has truly vexed me. I explicitly instructed him to conceal his identity and act with discretion. Yet, look at him. Upon arriving in Azure Dragon City, he caused a series of major incidents, annihilating the Yang family and now entering the Tower of Elites. What concealment is left? Soon, the entire Meteorite Empire will know the name of Su Bai. There will be no way to keep it hidden, Jiang Lin lamented. Ha ha ha, old fellow, you truly are unprincipled. Wishing to use the ancestral figure of the Yang family as a sharpening stone for him. However, we cannot afford to lose him in the current starry sky. Let us wait a while longer, the Emperor of Meteorite chuckled, ultimately directing his gaze toward the Tower of Elites. Chapter 40. Rapid Passage Through the Tower of Elites. At this moment, an innumerable throng of practitioners had gathered outside the Tower of Elites, their eyes fixed upon the structure, eager to witness the rise of the extraordinary. Who do you think will claim first place this time? Yi Tian from Xuanwu City. His reputation precedes him. Securing first should be effortless. PFF. Xiaohu from White Tiger City is undoubtedly the foremost genius of our time. Ridiculous. Among the four cities, Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Xuanwu, what prestige is there? Exactly. The top geniuses from the 5 great academies are countless. They are the ones truly capable of seizing the championship. Indeed, the crowd outside the Tower of Elites buzzed with discussion, the majority believing that the champion would emerge from the prodigies of the 5 great academies. Meanwhile, Su Bai had already entered the Tower of Elites, though it appeared the challenge had yet to commence. He and Sun Kai stood before the tightly closed doors, surveying the scene. A number of individuals nearby exuded a fearsome aura. Beastmasters? Second-tier Beastmasters? When did they gain the right to enter the Tower of Elites? Indeed, entering as a second tier is merely a waste of opportunity, isn't it? Moreover, there are 2 of them. Are they intending to form a team for the Tower of Elites? Most eyes turned towards Su Bai and Sun Kai, perhaps seeking to exploit an opportunity. Some gazes directed at Su Bai were filled with disdain. These fools must be blind. Can't they see the Beastmaster insignia atop their heads, not to mention the divine rank? Yet, perhaps in the eyes of these individuals, even a divine Beastmaster was merely a Beastmaster. Su Bai had no interest in engaging with them. His purpose for coming was to fulfill his task. The Tower of Elites offered 2 types of rewards, the first being the challenge itself, where the number of floors ascended would determine the corresponding rewards. The second was the contest for elites, relying on one's formidable personal strength to overpower the masses. If one could defend their respective floor and dominate all challengers, they would rightfully become the foremost elite. Those defeated would automatically advance to the next floor, becoming its guardian. Forming teams was permitted within the Tower of Elites. However, it came with its own challenges, effectively doubling the difficulty. Challengers entering your floor could also opt for team challenges. Typically, one would only face a single boss. But in a team challenge, one might contend with 2 or even 3 bosses. At that moment, the bell tolled, resonating throughout the Tower of Elites. The once closed doors began to slowly part, golden light shooting upward into the heavens. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Bai seized Sun Kai's arm, activating the Beastmaster fusion state, and rushed through the doors, leaving no time for others to react. What incredible speed! The spectators marveled at the swiftness of the Beastmaster. Is this lad specialized in speed? Meanwhile, Su Bai paid no heed to the monsters before him. With a mere flick of his hand, he unleashed a devastating skill, obliterating the creature into shards. He had not forgotten his mission. Breaking the record was imperative, and every second was precious. At last, the tower challenge commenced. The screen outside the Tower of Elites began displaying the names of the participants, each adorned with a shimmering golden title. Beastmasters are entering the tower? What a joke. These two just reached second tier. Do they truly not understand the saying that there is always someone stronger? How arrogant. They clearly disregard the esteemed figures present. As the crowd beheld Su Bai, who had claimed the top position, expressions of astonishment crossed their faces. Have you considered that this Su Bai is the top scorer from this year's college entrance exams? This lad is truly formidable. He dares to challenge the tower right after the exams. Is he confident in his strength, or merely seeking to make a name for himself? Before the spectators could fully process this, Su Bai had already ascended to the 10th floor. His speed was unmatched, leaving others in his wake. Most of the guardians were bosses, which Su Bai swiftly suppressed, continuing his rapid ascent. With only 5 minutes remaining, Su Bai and Sun Kai's figures appeared on the 98th floor. Am I seeing things? This lad must be cheating. Are they truly two second-tier individuals moving this fast? How can they be so swift? 5 minutes. I recall the fastest challengers in the past taking at least half an hour. This lad is simply incredible. The others could only follow behind him, swallowed in his dust. As the crowd gazed at Su Bai on the 98th floor, disbelief etched across their faces. This is undeniably an impossible feat. I suspect that this young man has mastered some secret of the Tower of Talents, which explains his astonishing speed in ascending. It must be so. The crowd murmured in disbelief. Not only those standing outside, but even those within the Tower of Talents were bewildered. What is happening? What about those two little fellows? How could they possibly ascend so swiftly as a team? Damn it, it must be cheating. These two are undoubtedly cheating. Is it truly possible to be this fast? A flicker of astonishment crossed the faces of the onlookers. At this moment, Su Bai and Sun Kai had already reached the 99th floor, on the brink of completing their tower challenge. They are here already? I haven't done anything at all. Sun Kai glanced at Su Bai with an expression of innocent bewilderment. Just lie there. Leave everything else to me, Su Bai replied with a slight smile. This lying around feels too comfortable, making me feel utterly useless, as if I serve no purpose at all. Sun Kai sat there, his face still showing traces of innocence. 5 minutes. This fellow ascended to the highest floor of the Tower of Talents in just 5 minutes? Witnessing this scene, Emperor Meteor revealed an expression of incredulity. This young man is simply outrageous. Moreover, it appears he ascended in a team, which makes it even more impressive, truly absurd, beyond all reason. My lord, I assure you this young man is extraordinary. He consistently accomplishes the unimaginable. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lin smiled slightly and said, this young man is truly earning his stripes. His efforts to assist this little fellow are not in vain. Today has truly opened my eyes. A man gazed at the name displayed on the 99th floor of the Tower of Talents and couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Su Bai, Beastmaster, level 90, second advancement. Sun Kai, Holy Knight, level 60, second advancement. The sight of these two solitary names on the 99th floor left the entire Meteor Empire in shock. Chapter 41, The Subtle Suppression. The Tower Challenge has been completed. The second challenge is about to commence. Suppress all challengers. A cold, mechanical voice echoed in Su Bai's ears, prompting him to exhale in relief. Fortunately, this task was timed separately, otherwise, waiting for these individuals to ascend would have consumed an inordinate amount of time. This group is utterly ineffectual. Can't they pick up the pace? I'm nearly bored to death. Su Bai glanced at the screen in the distance, a hint of exasperation crossing his face. Currently, the fastest challenger is one named Huang Fuyu, who has reached the 80th floor with the hidden class of Judgment Bringer. The second fastest is a fellow called Knife Mad, with the hidden class of Flame Blade Maniac. There are many contenders for the third position, totaling over 40. It seems their strengths are quite similar. Huang Fuyu must be the prodigy from the Huangfu family, the future star of the empire, yet it's surprising he has only reached the 80th floor. The disparity is staggering. Even a shortcut wouldn't suffice. This is simply outrageous. Who do you think would win if those two were to fight? Who knows? We'll have to wait and see. The crowd gazed at the solitary names, momentarily at a loss for words. 20 minutes later, Huang Fuyu finally reached the 99th floor. Are you the Beastmaster? How did you two make it up here? What underhanded tactics did you employ? As a level 140 Judgment Bringer, he never anticipated anyone could surpass him. In the entire Meteor Empire, he had no rivals among the younger generation. Please wait a moment. We'll speak shortly. Su Bai replied, glancing at him and waving his hand lightly. A small group had also reached the 98th floor and should be up shortly. You want me to wait for you? Huang Fuyu was momentarily taken aback by this remark. All right, I'll wait. I'm not trying to bully you. You're allowed to form a team to challenge us, so we don't seem to be ganging up on one. Su Bai nodded. This was merely Su Bai's pretext. He intended to gather this group together to deal with them collectively, to avoid wasting time. Why should I wait for you? You think that just because you're 2 second advancement players, you can harm me? I challenge you. Huang Fuyu laughed at the remark. The suppression challenge has begun. Please complete the task promptly. Just then, the icy prompt echoed in Su Bai's ears. Damn it, are you trying to set me up? Su Bai felt utterly speechless. If he failed to complete the advancement task, he would be in serious trouble. Are you incessantly noisy? Why did you rush up here so fast? Get lost. With a casual wave, a terrifying surge of energy erupted, crashing into Huang Fuyu. The man's body disintegrated instantly, reduced to mere fragments. I got one shot. At the 98th floor, Huang Fuyu surveyed the empty palace, disbelief etched on his face. He had not even had time to react. He was eliminated in an instant by Su Bai. How could this be? He was defeated by a second advancement player. Huang Fuyu felt his mindset shatter in an instant. Huang Fuyu, the nation's top prodigy, had been eliminated by a mere second advancement beastmaster. Look, Huang Fuyu has reached the 98th floor. His name is currently set there. No way he was defeated so quickly. I'm starting to suspect he didn't actually lose. Was it a deliberate surrender? What a peculiar year for the Tower of Talents. Those waiting outside were utterly bewildered. This situation was truly unprecedented. They had never witnessed anything like it. Do you think those two on the 99th floor might be the Emperor's sons? Analyzing it that way, it seems plausible. You're right. They must have received special treatment from the Emperor. This is utterly absurd. The crowd gazed at the rankings displayed on the Tower of Talents, murmuring among themselves. Impossible. I recall the Emperor only has one daughter, who is already over 20. There's no way they could be illegitimate. What does it matter? This young man is definitely up to something. Don't worry, others will soon ascend. Let us see if they will be eliminated just as swiftly. Only a select few prodigies can reach the 99th floor. They are all top talents from various academies. Look, someone else is going up. Another is coming down. They've been eliminated again. Yi Tian and brother who went up, but didn't last 10 seconds before being sent back to the 98th floor. Those outside the Tower of Talents watched the rankings shift on the screen, their lips curling in disbelief. What has happened to us? Yi Tian and Xie exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions revealing their confusion. As they ascended to the 99th level, they barely had a moment to absorb their surroundings before a formidable surge of energy hurtled towards them, obliterating them into mere fragments. Did you two also meet your demise in an instant? Huang Fuyu inquired, observing the two individuals before him on the 98th level. What transpired above? We ascended and saw nothing before descending, Yi Tian replied with a nod. As prodigies from various esteemed academies, they were well acquainted with one another. Do not mention it. There were 2 second-tier individuals up there, and that beastmaster shattered me with a single strike. It was utterly bizarre, Huang Fuyu remarked. A hint of resignation etched on his face. Second-tier beastmaster? Upon hearing this, they immediately directed their gaze towards the nearby screen. Prominently displayed at the 99th level were the words Su Bai, second-tier, level 90 beastmaster. I refuse to accept this. By what right? Xiaohu's composure unraveled. Yet, even in his indignation, it mattered not. The rules of the Prodigy Tower were absolute, and the ensuing battle would soon commence among them. Pray that those who ascend next can unite and force that Su Bai fellow down, Huang Fuyu said, his expression tinged with exasperation. We shall fight later. Time is of no essence. I want to see if this lad can truly send everyone tumbling down. How can he be so exceptional? Yi Tian mused as he sat in the center of the grand hall, gazing upwards. That seems reasonable. Let us wait a while. As there is no time constraint in the Prodigy Tower, Huang Fuyu concurred. Thus, these 3 kindred spirits settled within the hall, their eyes fixed on the ceiling in contemplation. At that moment, a cadre of 20 individuals surged into the 99th level, promptly capturing the attention of the onlookers. Now that 20 prodigies have ascended, they cannot all be subdued at once, can they? Indeed, I refuse to believe he can eliminate over 20 prodigies in an instant. As the names of 20 newcomers appeared on the 99th level, a collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd. Is it just you two here? Where are Huang Fuyu and Yi Tian? The group, previously preoccupied with battling the boss, had not noticed the rankings. And their astonishment grew when they saw only 2 solitary figures on the 99th level. They have retreated to the level below. Do not fret. Let us wait a moment longer while I ascertain how many more can ascend, Su Bai observed, a glimmer of amusement crossing his face as he watched the golden lights flicker. The remaining contenders needed to ascend swiftly to save him some time. See, it appears he cannot move now. I know you are using some trickery, but what exactly is the situation on the 99th level? Why has no one descended? How utterly bizarre. The spectators regarded the state of the 99th level with murmurs of disbelief. Before they could fully comprehend the unfolding events, over 40 names precipitously fell, landing squarely on the 98th level. Were they all eliminated? What manner of being is Su Bai? Who knows his true identity? I've heard he hails from Tang City. Tang City? Isn't that merely a second-tier city? How could it produce such a prodigy? As they gazed towards the prodigy tower, some who were privy to Su Bai's background were left in a state of shock, while others speculated, increasingly convinced that he possessed a unique identity. Did you all fall to Su Bai? He is merely a beast master. How could he possibly be this powerful? Over 30 individuals found themselves on the 98th level, rendering it exceedingly crowded. Huang Fuyu surveyed the throng with a look of bewilderment. Has this world truly gone mad? Can second-tier individuals be this formidable? That fellow named Su Bai is suspicious. His strength is not at all akin to that of a second tier. The energy that struck me was at least on par with several million in combat power, rivaling even that of 7th or 8th tier experts. Indeed, there is no doubt. That individual must have employed some unknown method to cheat. We must lodge a complaint. This iteration of the Prodigy Tower is utterly unfair. The crowd erupted in cries, demanding justice from the Prodigy Tower. In this contest, there were no concealed advantages, no backdoor dealings, and no pressure from powerful backgrounds. Within the Prodigy Tower, the use of scrolls and skills was strictly forbidden. Only the practitioner's innate abilities were permitted. At that moment, a chilling voice resonated throughout every city. It stirred the entire empire into a frenzy. What on earth? When did second-tier individuals become so formidable? This fellow is truly a godlike beastmaster. Surely, he must have raised a divine-level beast. The spectators outside were left dumbfounded. They had assumed he was the illegitimate son of the emperor, only to discover he had triumphed through sheer skill. How embarrassing. Huang Fuyu chuckled at the prodigies before him. You thought he was cheating. Yet the emperor himself has come forth to deliver a resounding rebuttal. Care to speak of your discomfort? He declared, his aura radiating confidence as he fixed his gaze unwaveringly upon them. Some individuals on the 98th level obediently retreated to the lower tiers, while others were eager to challenge Huang Fuyu. Congratulations, you have completed the 3rd tier task. Current task, 3rd tier, task requirements. Within the territory of Xia Kingdom, let my name be known. Participate in this Prodigy Tower contest, successfully attain 1st place, and ascend past the 100th level of the Prodigy Tower in record-breaking fashion. Task deadline completed. Note, this is a special task. Upon class advancement, you will receive substantial rewards. As the last individual was unceremoniously cast down from the 99th level, Su Bai officially set foot on the 100th level, fulfilling his 3rd tier task. The other practitioners were either struggling on the 60th level or stuck at the 80th, with no hope of reaching the 99th level. It is accomplished. What a close call. Su Bai exhaled, a look of relief washing over his face. Your task panel has been updated. Please check it at your convenience. A cool, detached voice echoed once more in Su Bai's ears. Without hesitation, he opened his data panel. Name, Su Bai. Occupation, Divine Beastmaster. Level, 90, 3rd tier. Strength, 15, 400. Vitality, 15, 400. Agility, 13, 700. Mentality, 19, 400. Free attribute points, 0. Equipment, Soul Set, Endless Ring, Divine Desire Ring. Comprehensive Combat Power, 21,000. Skills, Damage Transfer, Sacred Space, Stealth Art, Absolute Fury, Indomitable Body, Absolute Domination. Phasing, Law of Heaven and Earth, Absolute Defense, Divine Mandate. Master of All Spirits, Divine Might. Beastmaster, 9 Netherlark, Gung Metal Profound Ghost. Talent, Super God, Beastmaster Integration. The host may choose to share talent attributes with any contracted beast, fully inheriting the talent abilities and base attributes of the beast. With no cooldown. Breaking Illusions Divine Eye. Able to probe all hidden evolution routes, significantly elevating the quality tier of the contracted beasts. Divine Contract. Issues a contract command, ensuring a 100 success rate with any designated target. Once again, 3 skills have emerged, and they appear rather impressive. Su Bai's eyes glimmered as he beheld his newfound abilities. Congratulations on attaining 1st place in the Talented Tower. Congratulations on receiving the Talented Tower rewards. 100 Divine Stones of any attribute, 3 Divine Crystals of any attribute, and a complete epic grade set. The continuous notifications brought immense joy to Su Bai. He had not anticipated such bountiful rewards from the Talented Tower, especially 100 Divine Crystals. Old Su, I've struck gold, he exclaimed, excitement bubbling over. I can hardly keep count of these rewards. Standing nearby, Sun Kai shouted with enthusiasm, perfect. After we exit, hand over your divine crystals and stones to me. I'll find them quite useful. Su Bai grinned, pleasantly surprised that bringing Sun Kai along would yield such benefits. No problem at all. You need not limit yourself to just the divine crystals and stones. If you desire me, I shall come to your bed after a refreshing bath tonight. Sun Kai smirked, quick to respond. I merely coasted my way to 1st place, without lifting a finger. Get lost. Let us go, Subai chuckled, and the two figures soared down from the Talented Tower, returning to the Azure Dragon Academy. Chapter 43. Embarking on the Path of Divinity. Upon their return to the Azure Dragon Academy, the onlookers stared at Subai and his companion in astonishment. Kid, you truly are a beast. Have you forgotten your humanity? Dean Gu regarded Subai with a mixture of admiration and disbelief. Hey, Dean, at your age, how can you still resort to insults? Subai rolled his eyes at the Vice Dean, responding with a hint of irritation. Look at the chaos you've caused. It's excessively violent and bloody. Dean Gu shook his head, turning towards the distant palace. Remember my divine stones and crystals. I'm off. You can indulge in your romantic escapades with that woman. As Yi Ling approached, Subai summoned the 9 Netherlark without hesitation and made his way to his villa. Am I truly that terrifying? Yi Ling observed Subai's evident avoidance with a hint of melancholy in her eyes. After returning to his villa, Subai immediately began to examine the epic set he had acquired. Holy Light Staff. Type, Weapon. Tier, Epic. Attributes, All-Around Attribute 2000. Applicable classes, Beast Master, Mage, Summoner. Level Restriction, LV 90. Skill Effect, grants an additional 10 penetration effect. Set Effect, triggers Holy Light, blocking 1 fatal damage instance. I seem to be veering further down the path of survival. Subai murmured to himself, contemplating the skill effects of the set. For him, equipment was not of utmost importance. The critical factor lay in the transfer skills. Skill, Divine Mandate. Skill Description, this active skill allows the host to grant a mandate, enabling the free advancement of contracted beasts without consuming any resources. Note, limited to beasts below the commander stage, can advance upon class change. This skill feels somewhat peculiar, Subai remarked, stroking his chin earnestly. However, it appeared that he currently had no use for it, as his lowest ranked beast was already at the ancestral stage. Skill, Master of All Beings. Skill Description, this passive skill grants you dominion over all living beings. Any contracted beast will elevate its affection level to 100 in your presence. Seems somewhat useful, though ultimately not of great significance, Subai observed, a dark line appearing on his forehead, his expression souring. The skills seemed skewed towards support types, and presently, their utility appeared limited. Skill, Divine Might. Skill Description, this passive skill signifies that you have successfully embarked on the path to divinity. Gradually mastering the authority of the divine, all beings will feel the divine pressure in your presence, reducing their overall attributes by 10. Finally, a legitimate skill had arrived. Had another support-type skill emerged, his mental state would have surely crumbled. Subai sighed in relief upon encountering the final skill. This skill indicated his journey along the path of divinity, likely interconnected with the 2 support skills. In addition to these rewards, the most significant aspect was his opportunity to level up. Furthermore, within the Talented Tower, he could exchange freely for divine crystals and stones from the treasury. If this trend continued, it wouldn't be long before he could elevate the tier of his contracted beasts once more. At that point, with 5 divine tier beasts paving the way, who would dare to challenge him? Subai promptly accessed the Talented Tower's exchange treasury, redeeming a total of 100 nether godstones along with 3 divine crystals. I am indeed a pauper, he gasped, staring at the contents of his bag in disbelief. After a quick calculation, he realized he required at least 400 more godstones. While he had sufficient divine crystals, other special materials were still lacking. Contemplating this, Subai felt a sudden headache approaching. Little brat, are you home? At that moment, a knock at the door interrupted Subai's thoughts. Old man's son, you've finally returned. Did you bring any good news? Hearing a familiar voice from outside, Subai's spirits soared as he quickly opened the door, respectfully ushering the elder into his room. You little rascal, truly driven by profit. When I do you a favor, you treat me with utmost respect. But if I were to refuse, would you toss me out? Observing Subai's obsequious demeanor, Dean's son observed with an amused frown. This kid is quite pragmatic. Old man, how could you say that? I am not that kind of person, Subai scratched his head, hastily retorting. But you truly are ruthless. Did you annihilate the Yang family? I was only gone for a week, and you wiped them out? The elder scrutinized Subai, his gaze laden with significance. When he first learned of the news, his heart nearly leapt from his chest. This little troublemaker was far too adept at stirring up chaos. It is primarily they who have sought trouble with me. These individuals permit only the officials to set ablaze while forbidding the common folk from lighting their lamps. My fiery temper, of course, cannot endure such provocations, and thus I dealt them a severe lesson, perhaps a bit too harshly. Subai rubbed his hands together, a hint of embarrassment flickering across his visage. Fear not. I am not here to settle scores with you. However, I must caution you. The ancestral figure of the Yang family is soon to return. If you wish to avoid calamity, it would be prudent to remain within the confines of the academy. With me here, He cannot breach this sanctuary. But should you encounter that old fellow outside, I cannot extend my assistance. Observing Su Bai's somewhat awkward demeanor, Sunshine couldn't help but chuckle. I am indifferent. If he dares to come, I shall not hesitate to confront him, or rather, I shall ensure his demise. Su Bai, brimming with confidence, regarded Sunshine, seemingly unconcerned about the guardian. Very well, during my recent excursion, I managed to procure 2 bottles of the 9 nether spring water. Alas, I could find nothing further. I had to swallow my pride and wrest it from another's grasp, so be judicious in your usage. Sunshine, the elder, placed the 2 bottles of 9 nether spring water upon the table and spoke softly. My dear elder, I am truly grateful to you. I owe a debt of gratitude to your ancestors for 8 generations. Should you ever require my assistance, do not hesitate to ask. I would not only contend with a divine-level boss. Even if a god were to descend, I would scatter their ashes for you. Su Bai promptly stowed away the 2 bottles of 9 nether spring water, his face alight with excitement. Now, do take your leave swiftly. Spare me any further troubles, as it would be best for this old man to enjoy a few more years of life. Your affairs are yours alone. I have already warned you. How you proceed is entirely up to you, but do not forget the promises you made to me. The elder uttered this remark and turned to exit the villa, without lingering any longer. Chapter 44. The Evolution of the Extreme Yin-Yang Dragon. Meanwhile, a tempestuous wave surged throughout the entire Meteor Empire. Who is Su Bai? This topic ignited a fervor across the entire Meteor Empire. Have you heard? The top position in the Celestial Tower has been claimed by an obscure second-tier professional. Indeed, it is utterly outrageous. How could a mere second-tier individual overshadow the renowned talents? I have heard that those prodigies retreated from the Celestial Tower in utter seclusion, each one diving into dungeons. Is that not abnormal? Who would not feel despondent in such circumstances? I hear that this Su Bai is the top scorer of this year's college entrance examination. Are the new talents truly this formidable? Across various cities, professionals engaged in fervent discussions, most speculating about Su Bai's identity. In a grocery store in Qinglong City, a figure hurriedly entered, his eyes betraying a sense of urgency. Whom are you looking for? The shopkeeper inquired softly upon seeing the man before him. I seek no one in particular. Merely 2 pounds of grapes and a pound of lemons. The lemons are out of stock. Would oranges suffice? No, my family only consumes lemons. Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper immediately stood up and hurriedly led the man to the courtyard. Is there a task at hand? After escorting the man to the basement, the shopkeeper's expression turned grave. The top of the Celestial Tower, Su Bai, is suspected of being a divine-level professional. News has arrived from the Empire. You are to spare no effort in delivering this individual named Su Bai to meet the divine. The man inhaled deeply, his demeanor serious. He is from Luo City, is he not? Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper's eyes widened in surprise. That lad has already arrived at Qinglong Academy. The recent downfall of the Yang family is linked to him. Remember, this mission must succeed. Failure is not an option, for it concerns the honor of my White Eagle Empire. After imparting all the details, the man turned and departed without delay. Su Bai? The man gazed at the photograph in his hand, an aura of murderous intent glimmering in his eyes. At this moment, Su Bai had arrived at the Qinglong Commerce. Dear sir, how may I assist you? The saleswoman's tone conveyed a hint of reverence. Please prepare for me 10,000 extreme cold attribute spirit crystals and 100 bottles of extreme cold essence. Su Bai inhaled deeply and spoke softly. Certainly, please hold on. I shall prepare them at once. The woman's eyes sparkled upon hearing this, and she promptly made her way to the resource vault. In no time, she returned with the items and handed them to Su Bai. Little one, consume all these. Su Bai gently patted the head of the little white dragon, smiling. The little white dragon emitted a joyful roar, gleefully swallowing all the items. Meanwhile, the little black dragon incessantly rubbed against Su Bai's leg, lamenting. Do not fret. Grant me a little more time. Once I complete 2 merit tasks, I shall exchange for the sacred flame essence for you. Su Bai remarked with a grin at the playful little black dragon. The extreme yin-yang dragon, having consumed the materials, transformed into a dragon egg. A brilliant blue hue emanating a formidable aura, pervading the entire beast space. The other 3 beasts curled up in a corner, too intimidated to move. You 3 are exceedingly cowardly. Especially you. How can a demigod tremble before a mere dragon whelp? Turtle, you are truly a disgrace. Su Bai approached the Gung Jin Xian turtle, patting its head, his expression tinged with exasperation. This time, Su Bai did not linger in the contract room. After settling the bill, he departed directly from the Qinglong Commerce. For the time being, he could focus on elevating his level. Upon returning to the academy, he walked into the villa and found Sun Kai and Yi Linger engrossed in each other, utterly inseparable. Sun Kai, would you care to join me in a dungeon run? Su Bai regarded Sun Kai, a dark line appearing on his forehead. This fellow, brimming with vitality, seems to have partaken in the sweet nectar of love. Certainly. Linger. I shall accompany Su-bai in the dungeon. We can discuss your matters later. Upon hearing this, Sun Kai promptly released Yi Linger and moved to Su-bai's side. Very well, off you go. Despite her reluctance, Yi Linger could only silently endure. This time, they did not venture outside the academy. Qinglong Academy boasts its own exclusive secret realm, which opens once every month on the 25th, and the timing coincided perfectly with the current date. The secret realm lasts for 10 days and is rich in resources, which is fundamental to Qinglong Academy's prominence among numerous institutions. Without one or two powerful secret realms as a foundation, how could these esteemed academies maintain their standing? What are your thoughts on that, woman? Su-bai inquired softly. Glancing at Sun Kai was no fool. He understood that Yi Linger was not pursuing him genuinely. He merely benefited from the situation. Yet, leveraging his good brother's name to woo women was entirely justifiable. After all, they were good friends. Observing her demeanor, you wouldn't think I am infatuated, would you? Rest assured, I am adept at distinguishing between significant and trivial matters. Should this woman genuinely wish to be with me, I would not mind accepting her. If her intentions are insincere, then there is nothing I can do. I suppose I shall have to take advantage of the situation. Sun Kai shrugged, chuckling lightly. If an opportunity presents itself for free, one should seize it. How shameless of you. Su-bai remarked, a line of exasperation crossing his forehead as he gave his good friend a thumbs up. With such words, you should remember that I am your close ally. You cannot disparage me like that. Besides, did you not express disdain for that girl? Upon hearing this, Sun Kai chuckled, wrapping an arm around Su-bai. We will descend into the dungeon shortly. I need to complete the evolution of my beast. Please wait for me a moment. Su-bai glanced into his beast space, where the dragon egg emanating a soft blue glow was beginning to crack, a formidable dragon aura surging forth from within. In an instant, an icy rain descended upon the beast space, the frigid air causing Su-bai to shiver involuntarily. How cold! Su-bai murmured to himself, trembling slightly. Crack! The sound of the shell breaking resonated, and a dragon's head emerged, radiating an overwhelming pressure. With astonishing speed, the dragon burst forth from its egg, promptly consuming the shell. The colossal dragon, measuring over 800 meters in length, spiraled through the sky, its terrifying presence saturating the entire beast space. Chapter 45, a new title bestowed. My word, this little creature is enormous. Su-bai gazed at the dragon before him, a look of astonishment crossing his face. The entire beast space had been encased in ice by the small white dragon, the thick frost imprisoning all other beasts within. The other 4 beasts stared wide-eyed. Fear reflected in their expressions. Xiaobai, quickly retract your powers. Su-bai shouted towards the dragon in the sky. As his words echoed, the ice melted away, and the beast space returned to its normal state. Except for Xiao-hei, the other 3 beasts emerged from their icy entrapment, prostrating themselves before Xiaobai. Their eyes filled with trepidation. Summoning Xiaobai, Su-bai examined its attribute panel. Beast, Xian-in Holy Dragon. Rank, Pseudo-God. Level, LV1. Constitution, 100,000. Strength, 100,000. Mental power, 100,000. Agility, 100,000. Overall combat power, 150,000. Skills, Dragon Might, Eternalized Seal, Frost Dragon Breath, Law of Heaven and Earth, Call Wind and Rain. Ultimate Fusion, Hidden Evolution Path, Xian-in Holy Dragon, Pseudo-God. Extreme-in Candle Dragon, Unknown Rank. Materials required for Hidden Evolution Path, 100 Extreme-in Divine Crystals, 100 vials of Extreme-in Divine Liquid, 100 vials of Extreme Cold Divine Liquid, 100 Extreme Cold Divine Crystals, 10 vials of 9 Nether Spring Water. 1 piece of Divine Beast Fragment. Current status, cannot evolve, basic attributes not met. Upon witnessing the attributes of the Xian-in Holy Dragon, Su-bai could only express his astonishment with 2 words. Incredible. Truly, it was worthy of the dragon lineage. Even at level 1, its combat power soared to an impressive 150,000. Ultimate Fusion? Su-bai inquired, his eyes widening slightly at the skill. Ultimate Fusion. Skill description, active skill, capable of merging with the Sun Holy Dragon, creating a singular entity. Su-bai's eyes gleamed with excitement. He had not anticipated that Xiaobai and Xiao-hei possessed a fusion skill, a significant boon for him. After exiting the beast space, Su-bai arrived at the entrance of the secret realm. Name, Endless Valley. Type, Secret Realm. Level restriction, LV 60, LV 120. Secret Realm description. Within this boundless, endless valley lie countless secrets. Exploring its mysteries will yield substantial rewards. Look, isn't that Su-bai? Indeed. He's come to conquer the secret realm as well. This guy is about to undergo his third transition. His level is catching up to the third and fourth year seniors. Do you think he will represent our school in the upcoming inter-school competition a month from now? Who knows? The students standing at the entrance gazed at Su-bai with reverence in their eyes. Let us go. The two entered the secret realm directly. Before them stretched an endless valley, seemingly without end. At the entrance stood two colossal beings. Guardian Giant Tree. Level, LV 90. Health, 200,000. Attack power, 1865. Skills, Entangle, Comfort. Whip of the Tree. Spirit of the Guardian. Level, LV 90. Health, 250,000. Attack power, 2000. Skills, Summon, Absorb. Su-bai summoned his beasts. 5 massive figures swirling above their heads, casting a shadow that obscured the sky, instilling fear in those who dared to look up. What are those creatures? My goodness, are they 5 world bosses? This is terrifying. Are they here to annihilate the secret realm? I recognize those beasts. The individuals within the secret realm gaped at the figures above, their eyes filled with dread. Look, that 9 nether skylark seems to be one of Su-bai's beasts. Are you insane? He can contract with dragons? But it really does look similar. A slender young man at the edge of the crowd said tremulously, "Eliminate all monsters." As the command was issued, the valley was instantly encased in ice. A terrifying black flame engulfed the entire valley, a golden light obliterating all monsters within it in an instant. Crimson mist mingled with the black rock, consuming the surrounding forest entirely. Congratulations. You have slain the Guardian Giant Tree, earning 100,000 experience points. Congratulations, you have slain the Spirit of the Guardian, earning 100,000 experience points. Killing announcements began to flood in. Warning, warning, warning. Due to your excessive slaughter, you have successfully attracted the attention of the Secret Realm's master, the Eternal Tree. Please exit the Secret Realm promptly. A second later, congratulations, you have successfully slain the Eternal Tree, earning 5,000 experience points. You have acquired one wood attribute Spirit Crystal, which has been automatically stored in your backpack. You have acquired the Brilliant Equipment Elf Crown, which has been automatically stored in your backpack. Your level has risen to 91, granting you 50 free attribute points. Your level has risen to 92, granting you 50 free attribute points. Congratulations, you have successfully completed the Endless Valley Secret Realm, earning the special title Dungeon Harvester, which has been automatically stored in your backpack. Su-bai's level began to soar rapidly until it finally halted at level 120. Congratulations, you have successfully triggered the third transition quest. Current quest, third transition. Quest description, countless secrets are hidden within this continent. Enter the oldest secret realm of the Meteor Empire and achieve an SSS rating. Upon completing the secret realm, you will receive substantial rewards. Quest deadline, half a month. Note, the current job transfer task is a special mission. Please complete it as soon as possible. The cold, impersonal notification echoed incessantly in Su-bai's ears. Is it time for the third job transfer already? Sun Kai observed as his level soared rapidly, his face a canvas of astonishment. Even having experienced such scenes before, he was still overwhelmed by the sheer velocity of his ascent. The speed of these level increases was ludicrous, as if it were a mere jest. What? It's over? Surely, this is no joke. This is Su-bai's beast mastery? What on earth is this? I have witnessed instant dungeon clears, but I have never seen anyone capable of instantaneously conquering a secret realm. Abnormal, monstrous. The crowd gazed at the 5 colossal entities in the sky, cursing in exasperation. After waiting a full month, they had prepared to dive into the secret realm, eager to procure some exceptional equipment, only to find themselves empty-handed. This is unacceptable. We must lodge a protest. With Su-bai's method of clearing, we want to even get a bone to gnaw on. A protest is imperative. The professionals within the secret realm looked at the barren valley before them, their mental state shattering instantly. A protest is absolutely necessary. The crowd nodded in agreement. Ladies and gentlemen, I sincerely apologize. This is merely to expedite my level advancement. I have left those pieces of equipment at the entrance of the secret realm. If any of you wish to retrieve them, feel free to do so. But please do not be greedy, or I shall not be gentle, Su-bai proclaimed from atop the head of the 9 nether lark, his frigid voice resonating throughout the secret realm. Chapter 46, The Sudden Assassination. While feasting on the meat, one ought to at least leave some broth for others. Su-bai discarded the pile of equipment at the entrance of the secret realm and departed with Sun Kai. I have my own matters to attend to. You must complete your job transfer task promptly. I cannot accompany you for every level gain, Su-bai gently remarked, looking at Sun Kai. He could easily assist Sun Kai in leveling up. However, having Sun Kai rely on him continuously would elevate his level without enhancing his actual combat prowess. Don't worry. I'll complete the job transfer task within the next 2 days, Sun Kai nodded eagerly. After their separation, Subai proceeded directly to the academy's rear courtyard. What brings you here again, you little rascal? I have nothing left for you. Don't expect me to help you find those items again. At this point, Sun Shan felt his legs tremble upon seeing Subai. This little rascal had completely drained the resources from him. Old Master Sun, I am hardly a monster. Look at how frightened you are. I wish to know about the oldest secret realm of the Meteor Empire. I have accepted a third job transfer task that requires me to conquer the oldest secret realm within the Meteor Empire and achieve a rating of 3 stars. Subai did not conceal his job transfer task. He deemed Sun Shan trustworthy. You have already reached the third job transfer so quickly? Weren't you only at the second transfer when you emerged from the Tower of Elites? Upon hearing this, Sun Shan was momentarily taken aback. I just cleared the Endless Valley secret realm and leveled up to 120. Subai's words floated lightly, yet they stirred a tempest in Sun Shan's heart. You single-handedly cleared the entire secret realm? Sun Shan's lips twitched slightly, his eyes revealing a hint of shock. This little rascal is truly beyond comprehension. It seems so. But I discarded all the equipment at the entrance of the secret realm. I had no interest in it. Subai scratched his nose, a hint of embarrassment crossing his face. Hearing this, Old Master Sun could only roll his eyes. He had underestimated Subai, having lived for over a century. He had never heard of anyone managing to clear a secret realm so swiftly. Old Master, let's not digress. Let us talk business. Subai quickly redirected the conversation. Oh, you mean that secret realm? Indeed, there exists a particularly ancient secret realm, but you would do well to exercise caution. That realm is exceedingly perilous. Once inside, you may very well meet your demise. At this, Old Master Sun regained his composure and promptly replied, I am not afraid of death. Tell me how I can enter that secret realm. Upon hearing this, Subai narrowed his eyes. To enter this secret realm, you must complete a prerequisite task, which can be found at the city gates of each city. You should have encountered it before. Old Master Sun gestured towards the direction of the eastern gate of the Qinglong Empire, speaking softly. Are you referring to the trial grounds? Upon this realization, Subai immediately grasped the meaning. Indeed, it is the trial grounds, the first publicly accessible dungeon of the Meteor Empire. This dungeon is scattered throughout the various cities of the Meteor Empire, as long as you can pass through the trial grounds. You will gain access to the oldest dungeon of the Meteor Empire. That is the prerequisite task for the secret realm. Furthermore, here is a scroll for you. If you cannot pass, you can use this scroll to escape. Hearing this, Old Master Sun nodded solemnly. All right, I understand. With this, Subai took the scroll and summoned the 9 Netherlark, soaring towards the city gate. At the eastern gate of Qinglong City stood a stone tablet. The tablet was bare, exuding an air of desolation. Passers-by hardly paused here, even sparing it a glance. Dungeon name, Trial Grounds. Level restriction, none. Dungeon description, this is a special trial. Within this trial grounds lies endless terror. Enter with utmost caution. Task failure penalty, death. The trial grounds. Subai contemplated the dungeon description, deep in thought. Should he enter the trial grounds directly, or should he first elevate Little Black's rank before proceeding to this dungeon? This exceedingly dangerous dungeon had claimed the lives of countless elites. As the first publicly accessible dungeon of the Meteor Empire, the Empire had once proclaimed that anyone who could conquer this dungeon would become the divine envoy of the nation. The entire Empire would spare no effort in nurturing them, assisting them in reaching the 9th transfer. It was precisely this declaration that lured many proud and arrogant elites to the trial grounds. Among them were gifted hidden class players and even legendary divine representatives. However, none returned. They all perished within that dungeon. Since then, the trial grounds had become a taboo within the Meteor Empire. Regardless, it was essential to venture in and take a look, especially with the life-saving scroll provided by Old Master Sunday. He possessed numerous survival items himself, so death was unlikely. With that thought, Subai prepared to enter the dungeon. Notification: due to unknown reasons, entry into the dungeon is currently prohibited. At that moment, a message suddenly appeared before Subai. What does this mean? I'm not allowed to enter? Subai glanced around, a hint of confusion crossing his face. Suddenly, he sensed that something was amiss. The once bustling eastern city gate had fallen utterly silent. The throngs of passers-by had vanished, and the area was enveloped in an eerie stillness. Before Subai could react, a dazzling dagger emerged before him, aimed directly at his throat. Without a moment's hesitation, he activated his skill, enveloping himself in a radiant golden light that rendered him invulnerable. 154-8438, immunity. A bead of cold sweat formed on his forehead, his eyes betraying a hint of terror. In the distance, a robed figure stood shrouded in the void, their masked eyes glimmering with surprise. Remarkably, he survived. Truly, he is a top prodigy from the Meteor Empire, to have evaded death. The figure concealed in the shadows scrutinized Su Bai with keen interest. Who are you? Do you intend to take my life? The ancestor of the Yang family. Su Bai fixed his gaze upon the silhouette in the void, articulating each word with precision. However, he swiftly dismissed the notion of the Yang family's ancestor. Name, Thomas. Occupation, deadly assassin. Level, 8 transitions, level 256. Comprehensive combat power, 973,000. Affiliation, White Eagle Empire. Chapter 47, Annihilating the 8 Transition Powerhouse. You possess the ability to perceive me. You indeed possess some skill. Yet, that is where your prowess ends. Surrender your life willingly. Thomas stepped forth from the void, his gaze chillingly cold. Is that so? You believe you can kill me? Su Bai retorted with a scoff, his eyes radiating a murderous intent. In the next moment, the majestic form of the Xian-Yin sacred dragon appeared behind him, its colossal body spiraling through the sky, icy eyes fixed intently on the elder before him. A dragon? How can this be? The elder was taken aback, fear evident in his eyes. Have you come to fear? Su Bai stood atop the Xian-Yin sacred dragon, looking down upon him. No wonder the higher-ups commanded me to spare no expense. Given time, you truly could alter the world's landscape. The elder took a deep breath and retrieved a scroll from his pack. The ominous scroll erupted with a blinding black light, enveloping the Xian-Yin sacred dragon instantaneously. Damn it, do they truly believe there is no one in Qinglong City? An enraged Sun Shan, basking in the sun, cursed loudly, vanishing from his spot and reappearing in the sky above the eastern gate of Qinglong City. A sealing technique? No wonder. But do you truly think I possess only this one beast? Upon witnessing Xiao Bai in a sealed state, Su Bai chuckled softly. As his words fell, 4 massive figures reappeared behind him. These titanic forms radiated an overwhelmingly violent aura, rivaling that of a divine boss. How is this possible? The elder felt a prickling fear at the nape of his neck, preparing to tear through the void for a hasty escape. What a joke. What do you expect me to do now? He possessed only one legendary sealing scroll, which had already been used on that white dragon. The 4 figures that had reemerged each exuded a power comparable to that of a world boss, and one of them was a dragon. How could he contend with that? Attempt to flee? Dream on. Su Bai crushed the scroll within his storage pouch, a domineering force sweeping forth, completely sealing the space around them. Damn it, why can't I escape? What is happening? Thomas cursed vehemently, his dagger sparking as he swung it. Yet he could not breach the invisible barrier of energy. Engage. A brilliant 9-colored aurora cascaded from the heavens, hurtling toward Thomas. Thomas activated his stealth mode, vanishing from sight. Playing hide and seek? Apologies, but I can see you. Su Bai remarked with a cold smile as he observed the sneaky Thomas. A torrent of black flames surged forth, racing toward Thomas. Damn it, which fool provided this intel? This is a second transition? No, I must devise a way to eliminate this fellow. Since his beasts are so formidable, his personal strength should be lacking. Thomas seethed inwardly, calculating his next moves. Utilizing the power of stealth, he vanished just as the black flames were about to engulf him. In the blink of an eye, he reappeared behind Su Bai, his dagger poised to strike at Su Bai's head. Beast and Master united, icebound for miles. A white radiance erupted from Su Bai's hand, a chilling aura causing Thomas to shudder involuntarily. No. In the next moment, Thomas was encased in ice, crashing to the ground. What were you thinking? Challenging me? You must have drunk too much horse urine, Su Bai mused, eyeing the ice sculpture with keen interest. At that moment, Xiao Bai broke free from its sealed state, unleashing a torrent of dragon breath upon Thomas, sending him to the depths of hell. Xiao Bai was notably displeased, having been prepared to unleash its might, but instead was thwarted. Congratulations. You have successfully slain an 8 transition practitioner of the White Eagle Empire, earning 1,000,000 merit points. Just then, a cold notification echoed in Su Bai's ears. What a stroke of luck. This fellow practically delivered experience points to me. Su Bai's eyes gleamed with delight, eager to offer incense to this kind-hearted individual. The white dragon has advanced. Sun Shan's figure descended from the sky, gazing at the white dragon before Su Bai with a hint of astonishment. Indeed, Su Bai nodded. If this is the case, you may indeed pass the trials of the testing ground. Young one, do you comprehend what this testing ground signifies? Sun Shan stroked his beard, adopting a profound demeanor. The path to divinity? Su Bai pondered, speaking earnestly. Precisely, the path to divinity. Your insight is commendable. Successfully navigating the testing ground grants you the status of a candidate for the Divine Envoy, allowing you access to the most ancient secrets of the Meteor Empire, where you will face trials from the Divine. Only upon passing these trials will you become a representative of the Divine, potentially ascending to true godhood. Elder Sun gazed at the ancient stone tablet before him, inhaling deeply. The Meteor Empire lacks divine envoys. This has rendered the entire Meteor Empire's struggle against the Starry Abyss exceedingly arduous, necessitating the deployment of more 9 transition powerhouses to fend off the abyssal incursions. Should the Meteor Empire give birth to a genuine divine envoy, their power in the cosmos could be partially unleashed, freeing them from years of submission. I had no idea there was such a hidden truth. Very well, I shall proceed directly. Subai positioned himself at the entrance of the testing ground's secret realm, opting to challenge the sanctuary. A golden light enveloped him, swiftly consuming him whole. Notice from the Meteor Empire, the challenges of the trial ground have reopened. We hope for your favorable response. Has anyone ventured into the trial ground? This individual truly has no fear of death. Who could argue otherwise? It has been years since anyone dared to confront the trial ground. This announcement has stirred a tempest in the realm of professionals. Someone has actually entered the trial ground before me. In the imperial capital of the Meteor Empire, within a tranquil courtyard, a man suddenly opened his eyes. Disbelief etched upon his face. His figure vanished from sight, reappearing at the entrance of the trial ground. Enveloped in golden radiance, he stepped into the realm of trials. Notice from the Meteor Empire, the challenges of the trial ground have reopened. Current participants, 2. Notice from the Meteor Empire, the challenges of the trial ground have reopened. Current participants, 3. What on earth is happening? Why are these individuals emerging all at once? It's truly absurd. Not a soul has dared to challenge it for 10 years, yet today, 3 have surfaced in succession. A commotion ensues, though it remains uncertain whether anyone will succeed in their challenge. In no time, a crowd gathers towards the city gates. Chapter 48, Conquering the Trial Ground. You have entered the trial ground. Your attributes have been detected. The trial ground is undergoing changes. The trial ground has been updated. A chilling notification echoed in Subai's ears. Is this truly the trial ground? Subai surveyed the ancient palace before him, curiosity flickering in his eyes. No wild creatures were in sight, and the entrance to the palace lay barren. Yet, the palace emanated an air of solemnity and gravitas, pressing upon the heart like a great stone, invoking an inexplicable urge to submit. This sensation was decidedly uncomfortable. Stepping forward, Subai stood at the entrance of the palace. The trial officially begins. With those words, the grand doors of the palace slowly creaked open, revealing a humanoid figure, clad in armor and exuding an aura of dread. It brandished a pitch-black spear that released tendrils of dark mist. Is this demonic energy? Subai furrowed his brow as he sensed the ominous vapor. How could such malevolence manifest in this place? Could it be that the demon race once descended upon this world, only to retreat into the cosmos for reasons unknown? Divine General. Level, LV 150. Health, 800,000. Attack, 100,000. Skills, Divine Might, Indomitable. Kill. The Divine General bellowed, raising his spear and lunging towards Subai. Beast Mastery. The fundamental attributes within Subai surged explosively, a fearsome light manifesting, obliterating the Divine General before him into mere fragments. You have completed the first stage of the challenge. The cold, mechanical notification resonated in Subai's ears as the grand door opened once more. This time, 2 Divine Generals emerged, their presence still radiating terror. As soon as they stepped forth from the palace, Subai obliterated them as well. Then came 3, 4, 5. Subai lost track of how long he had been fighting. It felt as though these foes were inexhaustible, an endless wave of adversaries. Damn it! Is this some sort of game? You've forced my hand. I'll annihilate you all. Subai cursed, realizing he had stumbled into a predicament. Who said the challenges within the seal must be completed in such a manner? If I can destroy the temple, wouldn't that count as a successful clearance? Summoning 5 beasts, Subai positioned himself upon the head of the dragon, gesturing nonchalantly. Terrifying black flames engulfed the entire mysterious palace, golden light descending from above, crashing against the palace walls, causing the entire structure to tremble. Blood mist enveloped the space, and the once serene trial ground was blanketed in pure white snow, sealing everything before him. This palace truly possesses health points. Subai gazed at the palace, which was rapidly losing health, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. Could it be that the previous challengers were worn down by these divine generals? Upon reflection, such a possibility seemed plausible. After all, these divine generals must be capable of infinite stacking. Once their numbers reached a staggering amount, even the most formidable professionals would meet their end here. Only by attacking the core of the temple could one succeed in overcoming the trial. Boom! A deafening explosion reverberated through the air. The palace before him crumbled, reduced to ruins. Is it over? Subai stared at the remnants of the palace, murmuring to himself. Just then, an overwhelming pressure descended. A shadow appeared in the sky, radiating a kaleidoscope of colors, exuding an aura of sanctity. Divine Envoy. Level 120. Health 5,000,000. Attack 300,000. Skills: Divine Might, Divine Words, Divine Descent. With these attributes, if this were indeed the boss of the trial, then no one could possibly prevail. Subai narrowed his eyes at the divine envoy before him. As the words left his lips, a chilling breath of frost erupted from Xiao Bai's mouth. 521-9439. Xiao Bai's breath of the dragon reached its zenith. Before the divine envoy could react, he vanished without a trace. A crisp sound rang out as an ancient bronze token clattered to the ground, producing a melodious chime. Name: Proof of the Land of Legacy. Type: Token. Function description: With this token, you may enter the Land of Legacy, choose to become a messenger of the divine, and face the ultimate trial. Beholding the description on the token, Subai's face broke into a satisfied smile. At last, he had found it. This was the item he sought. He stowed the token in his backpack and turned to delve into the ruins. Who knows if there are other treasures hidden within this palace? Missing out would be a significant loss. Subai summoned the Gingjin Xiangui, scouring the entire temple. Damn, it's utterly impoverished. I expected it to conceal some grand treasure, yet there's not a single thing of worth. Subai looked upon the desolate ruins, brushing off the dust from his clothes, a hint of disdain in his eyes. This temple is truly destitute. He made his way directly to the entrance, exiting the sealed realm of trials. Congratulations, player Subai, for successfully conquering the trial ground, earning 10,000 points of national prestige. Congratulations, player Subai, for successfully activating the Land of Legacy. The difficulty of the sealed realm has begun to decrease. Congratulations, player Subai, for becoming the first conqueror of the sealed realm, earning everlasting renown, your name immortalized in stone. Congratulations to player Subai for conquering the trial grounds and becoming a candidate for the divine envoy. The incessant notifications echoed around, leaving everyone utterly astonished. Has someone truly succeeded? It is simply outrageous. Who is this Subai? I feel as if even the son of the Meteor Emperor could not achieve such a feat. Damn it, today's youth are increasingly unbelievable. Who could argue otherwise? Standing at the entrance of the trial grounds, the onlookers displayed a glimmer of shock in their eyes. This young man really has triumphed? This is simply marvelous. With this, the Meteor Empire will give birth to a divine envoy, perhaps even several divine agents. From now on, we too shall have emissaries of the divine. At this moment, Elder Sun Shan, standing at the entrance, had his face flushed with excitement, his eyes reflecting a hint of fervor. A divine envoy, the emissary of the gods. Ever since the deities vanished, there has been no trace of the divine in this starry expanse. It was as if they had simply disappeared without a trace. Now, the Meteor Empire is about to have its own divine envoy, a day of national celebration indeed. Chapter 49, The Evolution of Little Black. What nonsense is this? Who said eternal glory? Your entire family can have eternal glory. After emerging from the dungeon, Subai cursed vehemently. He had heard the system's announcement loud and clear. That damned system actually claimed he would achieve eternal glory. I'm not dead yet, for goodness sake. His name was inscribed on the stone tablet of the trial grounds, standing proudly at the top. So this is Subai? He certainly is quite handsome. How on earth did he accomplish this? This is a trial that countless predecessors have failed. I wonder, could it be that this lad is cheating? Subai magnificent. Subai formidable. A chorus of discussions erupted, and as Subai turned around, he was met with resounding cheers. Countless eyes were fixated upon him, sending a chill down his spine. What the heck? So many people? What is going on? Subai's face turned crimson. They must have heard his earlier tirade. With that thought in mind, he swiftly mounted the 9 Nether Skylark and sped towards the Qinglong Academy. Why did he leave? Is he shy? Youngsters are so thin-skinned. If it were me, I would relish in the adoration. Subai is indeed a blessing to our Qinglong city. The crowd gazed in the direction Subai had departed, their eyes filled with envy and admiration. Young man, why do you run from such glory? You are now undoubtedly the foremost among the younger generation of the Meteor Empire, bringing great honor to our Qinglong Academy. Elder Sun Shan teased, landing on the back of the 9 Nether Skylark. I prefer to be low-key, thriving quietly. Old man, since you're here, I have a question. Are there any places within our empire that house higher-tier beasts? Subai turned to Elder Sun, asking eagerly. He was on the verge of breaking through to the 4th transition, and he still had 2 beast contracts left to fill. The lower-tier beasts no longer appealed to him, while the higher-tier ones were elusive, presenting a significant dilemma. You've come to the right person. There is indeed a location in the Meteor Empire that can meet your needs, and it coincidentally relates to your current destination, the royal capital of the Meteor Empire, the Beastmaster's secret realm. However, I must caution you, most of the beasts within are of the Overlord tier or higher. Successfully contracting one will not be an easy task, Elder Sun warned. The more powerful the beast, the harder it is to form a contract, and the likelihood of failure increases. Then what are we waiting for? I'm heading to the Meteor Imperial capital right now. Hearing this, Subai's eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed impatiently, I know you're eager, but hold on a moment. You should wait at the academy for a couple of days. A special secret realm will be opening at Qinglong Academy, where you can find the divine stones and crystals you need. However, I must warn you, the danger level of this realm is quite high. There could be real peril once you enter, Elder Sun said with a serious expression. What secret realm? Upon hearing this, Subai's eyes brightened. He was not just lacking divine stones and crystals, he was in dire need of everything. Without the ability to evolve his beasts, his strength would not improve. And he was genuinely anxious. Advancing his mythic beast to the mythic stage was proving to be exceedingly challenging. The Starry Sky Secret Realm, the low-level demonic abyss. This is a unique secret realm, akin to a spatial node. Through this entrance, one can enter a mysterious domain. In this realm, you will encounter the legendary demonic clan. Elder Sun inhaled deeply, gazing up at the sky. In the distant starry expanse lies the demonic abyss. No problem, leave it to me. Subai did not hesitate and readily agreed. Good. I knew I did not misjudge you, young lad. If you can eradicate all the demonic clan within this realm, I will procure something special for you. It seems Elder Sun harbors a deep-seated hatred for the demonic clan, as a hint of murderous intent flickered in his eyes upon mentioning them. The young man will certainly be keeping an eye on this. Subai landed the 9 Nether Skylark above the Qinglong Trading Company, where he entered to purchase a batch of evolution materials before returning to Qinglong Academy with Elder Sunday. Young man, after you conquer this secret realm, don't forget about the academy competition in the Imperial capital. You promised me that. Elder Sun waved his hand at Subai and turned to head to his courtyard. My current strength is not fit for the academy competition. The corners of Subai's mouth twitched slightly. That old man Sunshan is truly mischievous, pushing me to participate in the academy competition. Isn't that just plain bullying the honest? But there's no helping it. They simply aren't strong enough. Merit Treasure Vault. Exchange for Sacred Flame Fire Essence. Subai expended 1 million merit points to acquire the Sacred Flame Fire Essence. Thankfully, that 8th transition assassin had provided him a boon. Otherwise, he would have no idea where to gather such merit points. He vanished from his spot, only to reappear in the Beastmaster space. Little Black rushed to Subai's side, eagerly rubbing his head against Subai's pant leg. Fortunately, this little fellow could shrink his form. Otherwise, this would have likely sent Subai flying. Subai retrieved the evolution materials from his backpack and presented them to Little Black. 10,000 Fire Attribute Spirit Crystals, 100 Fire Spirit Liquids, 1 Fire God Crystal, and 1 bottle of Sacred Flame Fire Essence. These materials had cost him considerable effort to acquire. Upon seeing this, Little Black suddenly expanded his form, opening his wide maw to swallow everything on the ground. A surge of overwhelmingly potent energy emanated from him, and Little White let out a dragon's roar, his eyes gleaming with joy. It seems that seeing his companions progressing fills his heart with immense joy. Little Black has transformed into a completely golden dragon egg, and Subai can perceive through the shell that Little Black's body is undergoing a monumental transformation. As time gradually passes, a resounding dragon roar reverberates throughout the Beastmaster space. The eggshell is riddled with countless fissures, and that rascal Little Black bursts forth from the shell, instantly devouring the fragments. A searing heat envelopes the surroundings, as if a blazing sun has risen within the Beastmaster space, radiating an indescribable warmth. The 3 feckless little creatures once again bury their heads in a corner, too timid to glance at Little Black. You 3 ineffectual beings. A frown appears on Subai's forehead as he gazes at Little Black, who circles majestically in the sky. Chapter 50, Ultimate Fusion State. Subai waved at the nearby Little Black, who let out a roar and swiftly flew to his side. Beastmaster, Sun Sacred Dragon. Rank, Pseudo-Divine. Level, LV 120. Physique, 2, 500. 000. Strength, 2, 500, 000. Mental Power, 2, 500, 000. Agility, 2, 500, 000. Comprehensive Combat Power, 3, 000. Skills, Dragon Might, Radiant Domain, Radiant Dragon Breath. Heaven and Earth Manifestation, Call of the Winds and Rain, Extreme Fusion. Hidden Evolution Path, Sun Sacred Dragon, Pseudo-Divine, to Sunlight Dragon, Unknown Rank. Materials required for Hidden Evolution Path: 100 Sun Divine Crystals, 100 vials of Sun Divine Liquid, 100 vials of Aurora Divine Liquid, 100 Aurora Divine Crystals, 10 vials of Holy Sun Spring Water, 1 Divine Beast Fragment. Current status: cannot evolve, basic attributes not up to standard. The foundational attributes of these 2 young dragons are quite similar, and their combat powers are nearly indistinguishable. Extreme Fusion. Subai took a deep breath and executed the fusion technique for the two dragons. Beastmaster, Yin Yang Sacred Dragon. Rank, Mythical. Physique, 5,000,000. Strength, 5,000,000. Speed, 5,000,000. Mental, 5,000,000. Comprehensive combat power, 8,000,000. Skills, Dragon Might. Time limit, 29 minutes and 58 seconds. Hiss. Upon witnessing the ultimate fusion state of these two dragons, Subai couldn't help but gasp in astonishment, a flicker of shock evident in his eyes. According to Subai's estimation, even a standard 9th turn 270 level professional's combat power could not compare to that of the Yin Yang Sacred Dragon. Only those formidable transmuters who have broken through the 9th turn's limits could hope to contend with the Yin Yang Sacred Dragon. With a wave of his hand, Subai dismissed the two dragons from their fusion state. This skill has a cooldown of 1 day and lasts for 30 minutes. If combined with the Endless Ring, Subai could scarcely fathom the heights of his combat power. Entering that low-level demon abyss is now assured. Exiting the Beastmaster space, Subai brewed himself a cup of coffee and settled onto the villa's balcony, lazily basking in the sun. Old Su, why are you so idle today? Sun Kai. That fellow strolled in from outside, his face revealing a hint of surprise. After so many busy days, can I take a proper break? Subai rolled his eyes and shot him a disdainful glance. Of course. Since we have time today, how about we go out for a stroll? You haven't explored Qinglong City yet, have you? Not to mention, the ladies here are quite beautiful, and there are plenty of places to have fun. Sun Kai rubbed his hands together, speaking softly. Have you completed your job transfer task? Subai shot him a glance, rolling his eyes again. I wish I could. But that task is in a secret realm that won't open until the 1st of next month, so I still have to wait a few days. Sun Kai felt somewhat disheartened. He could have transferred immediately, yet there was a time limit, which irked him. Well then, let's go out and explore. If you want to bring Yi-Linger along, feel free to do so. Subai set down his coffee, glancing at Sun Kai and speaking gently. Really? You're actually letting me bring that woman with us? Sun Kai asked incredulously upon hearing this. Less talk. Just bring her or forget it. Let's go. All right, of course. We'll bring her. Subai headed downstairs, with Sun Kai eagerly following. At this moment, Subai walked along the path of Qinglong Academy, occasionally drawing gazes from passers-by. The girls completely cast aside their reserve. Upon confirming Subai's identity, they would stop and squeal. You are now a renowned figure throughout the Meteorite Empire. First in the college entrance exam, first in the Talented Tower, and the first to clear the trial grounds. You have become the aspiration of the entire young generation of the Meteorite Empire. Sun Kai remarked with a hint of envy as he watched Subai walk ahead. What is a good brother? One who fears his brother's hardship, yet also fears his brother's success. Now, Subai is not merely driving a luxury car. He is commanding an aircraft carrier. Where do you usually hang out? Subai ignored Sun Kai's words and countered with a question. We can go to the movies, stroll through the park, or watch some acrobatic performances. There's also a particularly unique activity that you've probably never heard of. Sun Kai's eyes lit up as he spoke eagerly. What interesting activity? Subai inquired, furrowing his brow. This activity is a specialty of Qinglong City, called the Blind Box Beastmaster Egg. They place Beastmaster eggs inside blind boxes, using a special formation to shield the perceptions of professional players. And then you select the Beastmaster egg from the blind box. I've heard stories of someone even finding a king-grade Beastmaster in a blind box. Yi-Linger, standing nearby, seizing the opportunity, chimed in. Is that true? A king-grade Beastmaster? Upon hearing this, a flicker of surprise passed across Subai's face. For a Beastmaster, possessing a king-grade Beastmaster is akin to holding a key to becoming a top-tier powerhouse. As long as you can nurture that Beastmaster to the Overlord stage, becoming a 9th turn powerhouse in the future is definitely within reach. However, over the years, only one person has ever drawn a king-grade Beastmaster. Most others ended up with dead eggs, devoid of any beast, not even a single hair. This method is fraught with uncertainty. Yi-Linger reminded him once more, having finally glimpsed a glimmer of hope after much effort. Now that she could engage Subai in conversation, perhaps she could later seek his guidance on Beastmaster knowledge. Although her path has been somewhat unconventional, she has successfully opened the door to Subai. Then let us go check it out. Subai's interest was piqued, and he gestured for Yi-Linger to lead the way. Naturally, Yi-Linger took the lead, guiding the two toward a bustling shop in the city center. The trio swiftly arrived at the entrance of the Beastmaster Pavilion, where a throng of people bustled about, seemingly drawn by the allure of the event. Have you heard? The pavilion is set to auction a collection of precious beast eggs. I wonder if any of them will yield remarkable creatures, one bystander remarked. The pavilion's master, however, seemed to be shrouded in mystery regarding the specifics, as the outcome of such endeavors rested solely on fortune. Whispers circulated that these beast eggs were procured from a unique secret realm, and with a stroke of luck, one individual had transformed from an inconspicuous figure into a prominent magnate of Qinglong City, all thanks to these very eggs. The crowd at the entrance exchanged glances, their eyes occasionally betraying hints of envy. Chapter 51, The Experiment. The master of the Beastmaster Pavilion was indeed a legendary figure. Once an obscure practitioner, he reportedly stumbled upon a special secret realm and acquired these beast eggs, initially intending to sell them himself. It seemed he received advice to host a blind box egg opening event, which catapulted him to unprecedented heights of success. In this world, the number of those seeking to profit is abundant. Yiling, perceptive as ever, quickly sensed Su Bai's bewilderment and promptly offered an explanation. It appears luck is on our side. Let us go inside. Who knows, we might just stumble upon a hidden gem. Su Bai surveyed the Beastmaster Pavilion before him and mused softly, aware that with his innate ability, the Eye of the Void, he could see through anything, making it the perfect opportunity to uncover treasures. Could you please assist us in finding a quieter private room? Yiling requested, producing a membership card and presenting it to the guard. Please, take your seats. Upon seeing the membership card, a female attendant emerged from the pavilion, respectfully accepting the card. The trio soon found themselves in a private room, the auction yet to commence. The decor was quite splendid, with an array of snacks laid out to entertain the guests. By the way, I recall you are also a Beastmaster, aren't you? Su Bai inquired, glancing at Yiling as he settled into the main seat. Indeed, I am a Beastmaster, though my beasts are of relatively low rank. I'm already in my 4th year, and have only managed to cultivate 2 royal-tier beasts. Upon hearing this, Yiling, standing beside Sun Kai, nodded eagerly, her eyes glimmering with excitement. Summon your beasts. Su Bai urged gently. Without hesitation, Yiling conjured her beasts, a royal-tier ice snow fox, a royal-tier Taishan monkey, along with 3 at the commander stage and 2 at the extraordinary stage, 7 beasts in total. As they laid eyes on Su Bai, they immediately approached him, nuzzling against his pant leg and displaying adorable antics. This left Yiling momentarily stunned. Typically proud, the ice snow fox rarely deigned to acknowledge her, let alone others. Yet now, it curled up in Su Bai's arms, making comical expressions and seeking his affection, an unprecedented sight that bewildered her. Could it be that Su Bai possessed some sort of charm? Your beasts are rather unremarkable. This little one is decent, though, Su Bai remarked, taking a deep breath as he summoned an extraordinary tier rooster. He found it perplexing that Yiling had contracted such a creature. Is it just this one? He queried, noticing her momentary confusion. While she dismissed the royal and commander tier beasts, her interest piqued by the rooster was curious, to say the least. Su Bai took a piece of paper and a pen from the table, jotting down the materials needed for advancement before handing the paper to Yiling. Go procure these materials. Once he completed his task, his gaze shifted toward the audience below. I have all these materials here. Yiling, clutching the paper, promptly produced all the listed items. Feed them to your rooster, then store it in the beast space. After following Su Bai's instructions, she fed the rooster and stored it away. Has it advanced? Yiling's expression shifted to one of disbelief as she beheld the scene in the beast space. Having nurtured her beasts for so long, she had never witnessed such a method of cultivation. It was utterly outrageous. Just wait. Su Bai exhaled in relief, his initial hypothesis confirmed. As long as he could discern the evolution path, he could cultivate any beast, regardless of ownership. However, he was not offering his assistance to Yiling for free. He was conducting an experiment with her beasts. Among the materials he had requested, one crucial ingredient was conspicuously absent. He aimed to observe the effects of insufficient materials on the beast's advancement. As the auction drew closer to commencement, Yiling abruptly stood, her eyes shimmering with excitement, her body trembling with anticipation. This was the coveted commander-tier beast she had longed for, manifested before her in the blink of an eye. Summon your beast. I wish to see it, Su Bai urged, his interest piqued. This method appeared promising. Although the tier had dropped, it was still an enhancement. He recalled that with complete evolution materials, he had previously nurtured a totem-tier beast. If omitting one material caused a tier drop, what might happen if 2 were missing? Upon hearing his request, Yiling summoned her beast, a miniature 3-legged golden crow that flitted about the room, radiating intense flames. Upon spotting Su Bai, it perched on his shoulder. Beast, golden crow. Tier, commander. Level, LV20. Power, quite impressive. This little one possesses remarkable talent. Su Bai nodded, affectionately patting the creature's head. Thank you ever so much. I truly cannot express my gratitude enough, Yiling exclaimed, her heart brimming with exhilaration, her body quivering with joy. Coming from an average household, Having raised 2 royal-tier beasts was already a significant fortune, yet here she was, now possessing a commander-tier beast. Do not mention it. Just ensure you follow my brother diligently. Moreover, it would be wise to keep this matter to yourself. I trust you understand my meaning, Subai cautioned, narrowing his eyes. A fierce glint surfacing. He was no mere benevolent figure. He would not hesitate to act decisively when necessary. Rest assured, I will not breathe a word. I swear on my life that should I ever divulge this, my entire family would suffer dire consequences. Yi Linger is indeed ruthless, swearing on behalf of her entire family. Yet, such measures seem unnecessary. The auction is about to commence. Let us first observe the proceedings. Subai turned his gaze towards the center of the auction hall, where a woman approached the podium, elegantly holding a box. Chapter 52, The Mysterious Beast Egg. With the sharp clang of a gong, the auction commenced. A female auctioneer placed a beast egg on the table, a standardized smile gracing her face. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this auction. We have prepared a selection of beast eggs for your satisfaction. As she spoke, the woman began to introduce the details of the first beast egg. Subai merely glanced at it before averting his gaze, for he had no interest in extraordinary grade beasts. 1, 2, 3, 8 beast eggs were auctioned successfully, including one at the commander level. It must be said that the owner of this beast pavilion possesses considerable prowess, managing to acquire such a large quantity of beast eggs, a testament to his influence. Subai squinted thoughtfully at the upper levels. Now, let us present the final beast egg. Our esteemed owner has personally vouched for its quality, which is guaranteed to be at least at the commander level. There will be no deception here. Should this claim prove untrue, we will provide a full refund and even gift the bidder a commander-level beast. This declaration immediately captured the audience's attention. I bid 30 million. I bid 35 million. 50 million. 51 million. The bidding escalated wildly. Subai stared at the egg, momentarily taken aback, as his eye of perception could not discern its depth, revealing only its grade and name. It was undeniably a king-grade beast, the quality of which did not pique Subai's interest. At this moment, on the top floor, the owner of the beast pavilion stood before a young man. Are you certain this egg's quality is exceptionally high? The young man squinted slightly, glancing at his boss. According to my tests, it should exceed the commander level. However, I am unsure of the specifics. This egg possesses tremendous potential, far surpassing the expectations of the young lord. The elder nodded vigorously, his face radiating respect. This young man was the young lord of Qinglong City, currently studying at the imperial capital's Spiritual Energy University. I bid 2 billion. The youth's voice echoed throughout the hall. Who is this, bidding such a high amount? I don't know, but he seems to be a formidable figure. Isn't that obvious? He is seated in the prestigious box number 1, where the guests are always of high status. 2 billion has already surpassed the market value of commander-level beasts. He must either be wealthy or foolish. Shut up. I don't want to share in your misfortune. The crowd murmured as they gazed towards the top floor. 2 billion once. 2 billion twice. 2 billion. Before the words could fully escape, a gentle voice interjected, 5 billion. At this proclamation, the audience below was instantly astounded. Is this a joke? 5 billion. Goodness, that's an absurd amount. Who is this benefactor? Upon hearing that gentle voice, the crowd turned their attention to box number 2. Someone dares to compete with me? Find out who is in that box. The young man furrowed his brow, a flicker of confusion crossing his face. He had received inside information from the Beast Pavilion's owner, which explained his willingness to bid such a high price. But what was the situation across from him? Regardless of the opponent's identity, he was unwilling to concede. 5 billion 10 million. 6 billion. 6 billion 10 million. 7 billion. 10 billion. As the final bid echoed, the hall erupted in astonishment. My goodness, 10 billion. Enough to purchase 100 commander-level beasts. I have never seen such wealth. The crowd collectively inhaled sharply, their expressions betraying shock. Have you discovered who the person in the opposing box is? The door creaked open, and the young lord of Qinglong City wore a grim expression. Although their family was affluent, 10 billion was no trifling sum. The greater the power of these prominent families, the larger their financial demands. Young lord, we have identified the individual opposite. Her name is Yi Linger, a third-year student from Qinglong Academy, accompanied by 2 men whose identities remain unclear. I inquired, but no one recognizes them. The old servant took a deep breath and spoke swiftly. Go inform them that I wish for this beast to be relinquished to me. I shall offer generous compensation. The young lord took a deep breath, speaking softly. That may not adhere to the auction's regulations. The highest bidder prevails. Such actions may displease some participants, the owner remarked with a frown. Rest assured, if you don't speak, I shan't either. Who could possibly know? 10 billion 10 million. The young lord of Qinglong City raised his bid once more. What? ISNT at the highest bidder who wins? What of his status as the young lord of Qinglong City? This is a contest of wealth, not of rank. Moreover, I will not yield. The bidding continued unabated. Su Bai remained unfazed, turning to Yi Linger beside him. Regardless of whether he is the young lord of Qinglong City or even a deity, he shall yield the path to me today. This is the first special beast I have encountered, and it is rather intriguing. Beast egg. Type, blood sea sprite. Grade, king. As for the details below, they were entirely obscured by question marks, revealing no concrete information. What did you say? They refused to yield? This Yi Linger possesses quite the audacity, disregarding my stature. The young lord of Qinglong City clenched his fists, his face betraying a hint of humiliation, given his status. Even in the imperial capital, the princes would show him deference. To be bullied in his own territory was an affront that had no justification. Young master, I feel it necessary to remind you that Yi Linger is not the main protagonist. The real contender is the young man beside her. He stated that since this is an auction, the highest bidder prevails, regardless of status. Upon hearing this, the woman who had been gathering information inhaled sharply, quickly exclaiming, "Very well. If it is indeed the highest bidder who prevails, I shall secure this auction to their satisfaction." With these words, the young lord of Qinglong City ground his teeth in frustration. Chapter 53, by my name. A new round of bidding commenced. 11 billion, 15 billion, 16 billion, 20 billion. The price began to ascend rapidly, causing a shiver to run through the audience. What kind of celestial power is engaged in this conflict? 20 billion for an uncertain beast egg? They were utterly unaware of what might emerge from that egg. It was nothing short of a gamble. How splendid it would be if that 20 billion were mine. Who wouldn't agree? At this moment, I am dying to know the identities of the magnates in those two private boxes. The situation is becoming quite dire. Surely, they won't come to blows. It is entirely possible, given the intensity of the bidding, neither side wishes to lose face. I think I shall take my leave, should a brawl ensue. I hope it does not engulf me. A portion of the crowd hurriedly vacated the audience, too fearful to linger. Yet, a few remained, eager to witness how events would unfold. The bidding continued fervently, and the young master of Qinglong City was beginning to feel the strain. His father had more than one son, and resources at home were limited. He could not be the sole beneficiary. Boss Xiao, let's not discuss anything else for now. You should at least ascertain whether your opponent can produce such a sum of money. If the bid fails, it would reflect poorly on your entire auction house. Please confirm whether they can indeed pay this amount, and then I shall continue bidding. The young master of Qinglong City was irked, his teeth gritting in frustration. His opponent was showing him no respect, raising the stakes by 1 billion at a time, as if money were of no concern. Little did he know that Su Bai was not in the least short of funds. In fact, he was quite affluent. The money he possessed could not even procure beast materials, rendering it practically useless. This certainly requires verification. Should I go and check? Upon hearing this, Boss Xiao immediately comprehended the young master's intent. Quickly confirm, lest we face complications if the bid fails. With that, the young master of Qinglong City sighed in relief and nodded lightly. After all, 20 billion star coins was an immense sum. Even he found it somewhat burdensome to procure, as his family would not allow such resources to be squandered. Ladies and gentlemen, please hold for a moment. The auction is temporarily paused. The woman on stage smiled slightly upon hearing the voice in her earpiece and murmured, "What a waste of time. If one lacks funds, one should refrain from auctioning and stop putting on airs." A cold voice suddenly resonated through the microphone, sending a chill through the crowd. This was no mere slap in the face. It was a resounding humiliation, showing utter disregard for dignity. Was he courting disaster? The young master of Qinglong City tightened his grip on the teacup before him, shattering it on the floor, his expression darkening considerably. Young master, some individuals, emboldened by their wealth, simply do not understand their own limitations. You need not engage with such people. Upon hearing this, the old servant chuckled lightly and swiftly attempted to soothe his young master's temper. Boss Xiao had, of course, overheard the voice from the microphone and hurriedly jogged into the adjacent room, a hint of anxiety in his eyes. What is going on now? Su Bai frowned, glancing toward the door. Little brother, I strongly advise you to reconsider. Your opponent is the young master of Qinglong City, and we mere commoners cannot afford to provoke him. If you truly have wealth, I can find you 2 beast eggs that will surely delight you. How does that sound? Boss Xiao approached Su Bai earnestly, his tone imploring. Oh, and then what? I had assumed the entire Meteor Empire belonged to them. Su Bai cast him a sidelong glance, clearly unimpressed. The matter is this. You have bid 20 billion star coins. According to our auction house's protocol, we must verify your assets to determine if you can fulfill such a monumental payment. Boss Xiao realized then that these two formidable figures were not to be trifled with. It would be wise to refrain from meddling in their affairs. No problem at all. My name is Su Bai, as in the white of Su Bai. Surely that should be worth 20 billion star coins, yes? Su Bai let out a cold laugh and declared, Su Bai? At the mention of this name, a sheen of cold sweat broke upon Boss Zhao's brow, who in the Meteor Empire was oblivious to Su Bai's reputation, unless they were a complete fool. Enough, enough. That's certainly sufficient. Boss Zhao nodded quickly, his voice subdued. The notion that Su Bai could lack funds was nothing short of absurd. He was the foremost prodigy of the nation, the shining star of the Empire's future. Remember, do not disclose my identity to that young master. You know precisely how to proceed. Su Bai despised those who wielded power to intimidate others, and he was determined to claim this beast. Understood, understood, Boss Zhao acknowledged. Turning to exit the room. Old Su, you truly are magnificent. What bravado. After all this time together, I never realized you possessed such an imposing side. Sun Kai, standing nearby, gave Su Bai a thumbs up, admiration gleaming in his eyes. Indeed, Su Bai chuckled, unfazed by the young master of Qinglong City. What could the lord of Qinglong City do? Could he withstand the invigoration of the 9 extremes aurora? What? Then let the bidding continue. I refuse to be outdone. The young master of Qinglong City called out again, ultimately driving the price to a staggering 50 billion. Gao, we are leaving. Defeated by wealth. The young master of Qinglong City stormed toward the exit, his expression a portrait of fury. Boss Zhao inhaled deeply, escorting him out of the Beast Pavilion. Victory belongs to the magnate in Box D. What a thrill. 50 billion star coins. I have never even seen such a sum. How terrifying. When did such affluent tycoons emerge from Qinglong City? It is simply unimaginable. The audience buzzed with excitement, their curiosity piqued. After settling the payment, Su Bai finally obtained the beast egg. Mr. Su, I must caution you, the young master of Qinglong City harbors a petty disposition. I suggest you tread carefully, or I can escort you out. Boss Zhao regarded Su Bai with deep respect. No need, I shall exit on my own. I am intrigued to see what this young master intends to do. In broad daylight, under the open sky, does he truly think to rob me? Su Bai remarked, completely unconcerned, clutching the pet egg as he strode toward the exit of the Beast Pavilion, clearly issuing a challenge. Chapter 54, The Misfortune of Wang Ning. Upon stepping out of the Beast Pavilion, the young master was indeed waiting at the door for Su Bai and his companions. As soon as he spotted them exiting, those behind him immediately blocked their path. What is the meaning of this? Unable to win, you resort to robbery? Are you certain you wish to engage in combat? Su Bai dangled the beast egg in his hand before him, a glint of mockery dancing in his eyes. Combat. I have no intention of fighting. However, I am curious to know who you are to possess the audacity to attempt to seize something from me. The young master narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Su Bai before him. My name is Su Bai. You may summon the 8th-tier assassin by your side. I assure you, I can send him to his final resting place. And I shall take you along as well. Upon uttering these words, the young master fell into an immediate silence. Let us depart. We must not disturb the elegant pursuits of the young lord. With a grand gesture, Su Bai stepped onto the ethereal clouds and departed with an air of confidence. Heavens! Is that truly Su Bai? Goodness! I am in the presence of my idol. Su Bai, he is indeed Su Bai. I never anticipated I would encounter such a legendary figure. The onlookers erupted into a frenzy of excitement. Clearly, my assumptions were correct. It truly is him. The young master, initially poised to confront Su Bai, reconsidered. Having revealed his identity, he realized that Su Bai had shown no regard for it, indicating a troubling implication. He was no fool. The fact that Su Bai dismissed his father meant that this individual harbored no fear. Within the entirety of Qinglong City, only a select few dared to disregard his father, one of whom was the newly ascended divine envoy, Su Bai. After a brief analysis, he quickly recognized the gravity of the situation, subsequently confirming that this person was indeed Su Bai. Thankfully, no confrontation ensued. I had anticipated he would engage me in combat. Su Bai sighed, a flicker of disappointment evident in his eyes. He first escorted Sun Kai and another back to Qinglong Academy before returning to the Qinglong Commerce Hall. In the contract room of the Qinglong Commerce Hall, Su Bai gazed curiously at the pet egg before him. A glimmer of white light enveloped the entire beast egg. Commencing contract. Contract successful. Beast egg is hatching. A fleeting crimson glow appeared. The eggshell shattered, crimson liquid oozing from its confines, coalescing in front of Su Bai. What is this creature? Su Bai scrutinized the little being, a peculiar expression crossing his face. This little one is remarkably unique. A sprite, no larger than a thumb, danced upon his fingertip, radiating a dazzling crimson light. It stared at Su Bai with wide eyes, curiously assessing him. Beast, blood sprite. Rank, royal. Level, LV1. Constitution, 250. Strength, 250. Mental power, 250. Agility, 250. Overall combat power, 300. Skills, Blood Sea Clone. Immortal, Fate Seal, Regeneration, Blood Clone. Hidden Evolution Path, Blood Sprite, Royal, to Blood Lake, unknown rank. Materials required for hidden evolution path: 1 blood god crystal, 100 vials of beast blood, 100 vials of vitality elixir, 100 vials of regeneration elixir. Current status can be advanced. Base attributes have met the criteria. Is it not exceedingly weak? Subai had never anticipated that the beast he contracted would be so feeble, bordering on absurdity. Little one, what is your situation? Subai paused, gently stroking the thumb-sized creature, his eyes reflecting a hint of astonishment as he inquired. The little sprite remained silent, expelling a drop of bright red blood. The droplet landed upon Subai's fingertip, and he felt an inexplicable connection with this small entity. Skill, immortal. Skill description: as long as the blood sea remains, I shall not perish. The blood sprite is closely linked to the blood sea, and unless the blood sea dries up, the blood sprite shall never cease to exist. Skill, Fate Seal. Skill description: the blood sprite can forge a unique seal. The bearer of this seal can wholly inherit the blood sprite's immortal capabilities. Goodness. It seems I have underestimated this little being. Upon witnessing the skills of this small creature, Subai was rendered speechless. This little sprite is akin to a bug. It possesses immortality, much like a deity. I wonder, will it evolve into the river of the underworld in the future? Subai pondered seriously, finding this possibility highly likely. He recalled that these words were once uttered by the ancestor of the underworld river: as long as the blood sea exists, the river of the underworld shall not run dry. Nevertheless, this is splendid. I now possess absolute defense, and am even beginning to evolve beyond humanity. Immortality, a coveted ability long yearned for by many practitioners. Little one, you have truly bestowed upon me a grand surprise. Rest assured, I shall not squander your remarkable abilities. Subai felt invigorated, a smile gracing his lips that he could not contain. Meanwhile, in the city lord's mansion, the lord of Qinglong City sat in his seat, his gaze fixed on the entrance, his expression notably stern. Father, did you summon me? The young master of Qinglong City ambled into the room, plopping down onto a chair. His father typically adopted a laissez-faire attitude, allowing him to navigate his own affairs, seldom inquiring about his professional undertakings. I ask you, did you have a confrontation with Subai today? The lord of Qinglong City stood before his son, his countenance chillingly severe. It wasn't exactly a confrontation. We merely competed over a beast egg. Is there a problem with that? Upon hearing this, Wang Ning furrowed his brow slightly. Was such a trivial matter significant enough to warrant his father's attention? Could someone be deliberately targeting me? The image of his younger brother suddenly flashed in his mind. Was there truly a confrontation? Did you utter any harsh words, or threaten him? Subai hasn't held a grudge against you, has he? The lord of Qinglong City instinctively clenched his fists, inhaling deeply to suppress the impulse to mete out punishment. I merely spoke a few harsh words. Beyond that, nothing else transpired. I had already deduced that this fellow was Subai. Is there an issue with that? Young Master Wang Ning pondered for a moment before hastily responding. No sooner had the words left his mouth than his father struck him across the face, leaving Wang Ning momentarily dazed. You hit me? What gives you the right to strike me? Wang Ning clutched his face, incredulity etched upon his features. You nearly brought calamity upon our entire family, and you question why I struck you? Now, come with me immediately. The lord of Qinglong City seized his son, dragging him swiftly out of the mansion. Chapter 55. A gift from the lord of Qinglong City. At this moment, Subai had arrived at Sun Shan's small courtyard. He still had numerous questions regarding the blood sprite, and decided to seek the old man's wisdom. Old sir, have you encountered this type of beast before? Subai placed the little blood sprite before the old man, his curiosity piqued. Never seen one, but I have heard of them. I believe I once read about them in an ancient text. The sprite tribe are followers of the eternal god, formidable warriors endowed with many incredible abilities. This seed is exceedingly rare. You, my young friend, are fortunate to have contracted a member of the sprite tribe as your beast. Sun Shan inhaled deeply, a trace of envy glimmering in his eyes. He felt that Subai's luck was extraordinary. How could one casually attend an auction and encounter such a unique beast? He could assert with unwavering certainty that this was undoubtedly the first spirit beast of the entire Meteor Empire. This little creature had monopolized all the bargains under heaven. As the designated guardian of Zhonglin, Sun Shan was perpetually vigilant, keeping a close eye on Subai. If anything were to happen to this lad on his territory, it would spell trouble. I'm merely fortunate, Subai shrugged, an expression of feigned innocence gracing his face. At present, he was focused on nurturing the blood spirit. And while divine crystals were relatively easy to procure, the other materials were entirely unfamiliar to him. He felt it was high time to broaden his knowledge base. Once he arrived in the imperial capital, a visit to the library there was imperative to enrich his understanding. The library of the Meteor Empire contained a plethora of tomes, even chronicling numerous secrets. After all, he could not solely rely on Sun Shan to glean all the insights. No matter how thick the wool, there would inevitably come a time when it would be sheared bare. Just as Subai was preparing to depart, two figures suddenly descended from the sky. The young lord was securely bound, discarded like refuse upon the ground. "You must be Subai? It is a pleasure to finally meet you. I've heard much about you," said the lord of Qinglong City, approaching Subai with a faint smile. "Are you the lord of Qinglong City? It is an honor to make your acquaintance." Subai regarded this legendary figure with great respect. "I have failed in my duties as a parent. This little rascal has caused you no small amount of trouble. Please do not hold it against him. I have brought him here to atone. Feel free to scold or chastise him as you wish. I shall have no objections." The lord of Qinglong City maintained a courteous demeanor, always exuding warmth. "That is hardly necessary. It is normal for young people to have a few spats." "I am not so petty," Subai replied, hastily assisting the young lord to his feet and untying him, giving his shoulder a reassuring pat. "Thanks, Subai." Quickly, the lord of Qinglong City chided with a huff, exasperated by his son's foolishness. Subai was acutely aware that someone of his caliber had certainly caught the attention of the emperor, and it was sheer folly for the young lord to provoke him. "Thank you." The young lord now appeared meek, shedding his previous arrogance entirely. "Not at all." Subai returned to Sun Shan's side, having no intention of lingering further. Subai, I have an additional request, if you would be so kind. My son's job transfer quest is located in the lower magic abyss, and I hope that when he encounters difficulties, you might lend him a hand. Whatever you need, just say the word. I will procure it for you." The lord of Qinglong City implored, clearly distressed for his son. The young lord had returned to Qinglong City solely for his fourth job transfer quest. "Ah, I see." Subai was suddenly enlightened. The lord of Qinglong City feared that he might hold his son accountable in the abyss, concerned that he could inadvertently lead him to his demise there. "Am I truly so fearsome? Very well, I too require certain materials. If you can procure them, I shall assist him in completing his transfer task." It was indeed fortuitous that help arrived just as he was in need of it. "Please, do not hesitate. I will ensure that whatever can be found is indeed found," he assured. Upon hearing this, the lord of Qinglong City visibly relaxed. Subai accepted the commission, ensuring the safety of his son. 100 vials of beast blood at the commander level, 100 vials of spirit essence, and 100 vials of regeneration fluid. That should suffice. Procure as many as you can. Subai contemplated before speaking. He could exchange for divine crystals himself, but these spirit liquids were entirely unfamiliar and thus entrusted to the lord before him. "Understood. I shall make the necessary preparations at once," the lord affirmed, nodding before leading his son out of the courtyard. The lord of Qinglong City seemed quite astute, appearing rather amiable. Subai nodded, watching them depart. "This old fellow knows many secrets of the empire. He is likely well aware of your circumstances, so an apology is only fitting." Sun Shan chuckled, unperturbed. If he had not come to apologize, that would have been truly strange. "Dad, I don't understand. You are a city lord. Why are you afraid of that brat?" On the way back, the young master Wang Ning was utterly baffled. Even if Subai had destroyed the Yang family, what of it? They had the full backing of the royal family and had no reason to regard Subai as a threat. "You know nothing. Do you have any idea who Subai is?" "He is the future divine envoy, destined to lead the entire meteor empire to its pinnacle. You may not be aware, but this lad has slain divine-level bosses, 2 of them, no less, single-handedly. I have never achieved such feats myself, and yet this young man has done so at a tender age. His future is beyond your comprehension. I have no ulterior motives. You would do well to establish a good rapport with him in that lower magic abyss. As for how you go about it, that is your concern. You must fulfill the task I have set for you. Now, ponder that while I go gather materials." The lord of Qinglong City soared towards the Qinglong Trading Company, quickly vanishing from Wang Ning's sight. Divine-level bosses? How can that be? How did he accomplish such a feat? Wang Ning shuddered at the revelation, his eyes betraying a hint of fear. Chapter 56. Entering the Abyss. 3 days later, at the entrance of the magic abyss. Here, positioned above a sea of magma, the searing heat enveloped him, inducing an indescribable sensation of blistering warmth. Before him lay an endless expanse of lava, the terrifying currents beneath his feet appearing exceedingly ominous. Is this truly the entrance to the magic abyss? Subai surveyed the scene ahead, speaking softly. Indeed, I would generally advise against venturing to such places, but you, my boy, have taken to extracting wool from this old man alone, leaving me little choice. Besides, given your strength, I trust you will manage, Sun Shan replied, nodding. Divine crystals are exceedingly rare. To obtain them, one must enter the magic abyss. Old man, what exactly is the magic abyss? Subai had previously studied its history, but his knowledge was superficial. You must understand that the divine being's arch-nemeses are the demon race. They are a particularly fearsome breed of monster intent on conquering our world. As a person who descended from the starry skies, the old man was privy to many secrets. Now it makes sense. If the magic abyss has emerged, where are the divine beings? Why have they not appeared? Subai furrowed his brow, contemplating the absence of divine entities, which had seemingly vanished without a trace. That I cannot say. However, rumors abound that a formidable demon lord has emerged from the demon realm, in their desperate attempt to prevent the demons from the 80th layer of the abyss from descending. The deities have exhausted their divine powers, sealing them all away. The veracity of this information remains uncertain. Sunshawn withdrew his gaze and spoke softly. Very well. So, I have no specific tasks upon entering? Subai scrutinized the old man and inquired solemnly. No, your only objective is to eliminate the creatures within the abyss. Besides you, numerous individuals of the fourth transition will also be present, most of whom are peak-tier professionals in that realm. You may choose to go solo or collaborate with them. Old Master Sun shook his head, not assigning any particular tasks to Subai. Understood. Upon hearing this, Subai nodded gently. As time passed, the number of arrivals swelled, with most being powerful professionals. Subai observed, and it was evident that at least several thousand individuals had gathered. So many professionals. A hint of astonishment flickered in Subai's eyes. Indeed, this is a transition task from the 4th to the 5th tier. I allowed you to enter this instance solely because of your remarkable strength. Otherwise, do you think anyone could gain entry? Old Master Sun rolled his eyes and replied with a hint of irritation. This is the abyss, where the high-level monsters are far more terrifying than world bosses. The capabilities of these abyss creatures far exceed your imagination. Old Master, Subai, we meet again, the Lord of Qinglong City said, approaching Subai with Wang Ning, a smile gracing his lips. Greetings, Senior Subai. It is indeed a pleasure to see you once more. At that moment, Wang Ning's eyes reflected a subtle respect upon seeing Subai. Ever since he learned of Subai's feats in vanquishing a world boss, he had become notably more humble. In this world, those who can single-handedly slay a world boss are few and far between, each standing atop the pinnacle of existence. The Lord of Qinglong City did not lower his voice, and their conversation reached the ears of other professionals. Is this Subai? He looks rather unremarkable, doesn't he? Mind your words. Regardless, he has successfully passed the trial of the land, which is something neither you nor I have achieved. Indeed, I was stunned myself. I once considered attempting the trial, but I lacked the courage. The youth's ability to reach this level at such a young age is truly admirable. Many gazes converged upon Subai, making him the focal point at the entrance. Subai, I have prepared the items you requested. Here are the materials you asked for. Do you think they are sufficient? The Lord of Qinglong City laid an array of materials upon the ground. Sufficient indeed, quite abundant, in fact. I shall not be modest about it. Subai stowed the items into his backpack. To accept remuneration for one's aid is no shame. Is Subai also entering the abyss? They must be out of their minds to let such a prodigious talent venture into the abyss. Aren't they afraid he might perish within? What if Subai harbors no fear? If that is the case, perhaps we could enlist his assistance. Don't be foolish. Whether he can survive is uncertain. How could he possibly help us? Just then, a man stood abruptly, speaking coldly. Unlike the others, he merely glanced at Subai without any particular reverence. One shouldn't speak so carelessly. What if he can genuinely assist us? Old Gu, refrain from speaking recklessly. We don't want to be implicated. Indeed, you should apologize. The crowd echoed. I haven't said anything wrong. Why should I apologize? Besides, I am a person of integrity, never one to curry favor. The man snorted disdainfully, unperturbed. Enough. Cease your bickering. Such commotion is unbecoming. Your sole task upon entering the lower abyss is to eradicate the demon kin at all costs. As for other matters, there is no room for debate. The Lord of Qinglong City cast a glance at the crowd behind him and spoke softly. Hearing this, Subai narrowed his eyes slightly. It appears that the secrets of this world are more profound than I had imagined. The abyss. He was eager to witness just how formidable these abyss creatures truly are and whether they could withstand several strikes from the 9 Extremes Aurora. By the way, may I inquire, if I happen to eliminate others' transition tasks, will it affect their transitions? Subai asked gently. No, within the abyss, we are all of the same faction. If you assist them in defeating those dreadful monsters, they will not only harbor no resentment, but will also express their gratitude. This is the only instance in a professional's career where one can request assistance during a transition task, Sunshawn replied with a smile. That simplifies matters significantly. Subai turned his gaze towards the assemblage before him, narrowing his eyes slightly. Chapter 57, The Terrifying Subai. As time progressed, the sky was tinged with a vivid crimson hue. Wisps of black gas began to coalesce in the sky, slowly gathering before the crowd. The presence of these black vapors made Subai immensely uncomfortable, even evoking a sense of soul-deep aversion. At last, they have come. I hope this time passes without incident. I've heard that the most unfortunate past group lost all their professionals within the abyss. May we not encounter such a fate. Surely, We won't be that unlucky. My mother always says I have good fortune. I will undoubtedly avoid such misfortunes. The crowd gazed at the swirling vortex that was gradually forming, their expressions laden with profound gravity. In the next moment, the vortex suddenly materialized, emanating a terrifying aura. Let us proceed. A man stepped forward, followed closely by the other professionals. We shall embark. Stay close behind me. Subai cast a glance back at Wang Ning and stepped into the vortex. Upon entering, they found themselves in a murky realm, where thousands stood atop a towering wall. Is this the world of the abyss? What are we to do? Subai turned to Wang Ning, hastily querying. Beyond this wall lies the domain of the abyss creatures. Those fearsome monsters have been corrupted by demonic energy, and our task is to eliminate the demon kin hidden amongst these creatures. Wang Ning's lips twitched slightly upon hearing this. He was at a loss as to whether to commend Subai for his bravery or deem him reckless. He had no understanding of the abyss's circumstances, yet dared to stride in boldly, truly fearless. So that's how it is. Let us descend. Upon hearing this, Subai nodded, preparing to step down. What are you doing? We need not concern ourselves with these aberrant creatures. Our focus must be on the true demon kin. The soldiers should handle these monsters. We need not waste our energy on them. Wang Ning quickly grasped Subai's arm and spoke up. This lad is indeed audacious. Charging forth so recklessly, he might very well exhaust himself without even realizing it. In that case, allow me to take charge. Subai summoned his beasts, and aside from the blood elf, the rest soared into the sky, exuding a terrifying pressure. Shadows that blotted out the sun emanated an overwhelmingly dreadful aura. Dragons? How could there possibly be dragons in this place? What is happening? The onlookers gazed at the 5 colossal figures in the sky, their legs involuntarily trembling. Particularly, the 2 little ones, Xiao He and Xiao Bai, whose forms approached 1,000 meters, instilled an immense sense of oppression upon humanity. Before anyone could react, a crimson mist engulfed the battlefield, and those fearsome demonic creatures began to explode incessantly. Black flames rained down from the heavens, spreading in all directions and igniting the entire battlefield in an instant. Golden energy cascaded like a waterfall, burying countless demonic monsters. Most fearsome were the 2 dragons above. Even their mere breath radiated terrifying power. These creatures are Subai's beasts? I recall now, Subai is a beast master. But how could he possess such formidable beasts? At the reversion stage, at the very least, his beasts must be at that level. No wonder Subai can dominate the crowd. It all makes sense now. The spectators gazed at the floating beasts in the sky, their eyes filled with astonishment. Within the entire Meteor Empire, while there are many powerful beasts, those cultivated by humans are merely of the totem tier. The truly powerful beasts have developed their own intelligence and will not form contracts with humans. What is there to be proud of? Isn't he merely relying on the strength of his beasts? A man gazed at the figures in the sky, feeling somewhat envious. Upon hearing this, the others regarded him as if he were a fool. Are you not stating the obvious? Can a beast master thrive without relying on his beasts? Indeed, such thoughtless remarks. I feel as though your mind has rusted. How did I become acquainted with such a dim-witted friend? Fool. The crowd rolled their eyes at the man, expressing their irritation. As the words left his mouth, his face flushed a deep crimson, rendering him speechless. Something is amiss. At that moment, a towering black mist appeared in the distance. The black fog had nearly solidified, appearing exceedingly ominous. Standing atop the city wall, Subai felt the aura of the black mist and furrowed his brow. This sensation was profoundly unsettling, akin to some peculiar force incessantly influencing his body. This must be the terrifying aspect of demonic energy. It can corrode any living being. It is our turn to take the stage now. We will surely complete our mission. The crowd clenched their fists, their eyes revealing a glimmer of determination. Yet, before the black mist descended, a terrifying aurora quietly emerged from the sky. The horrifying light cleaved through the grayish sky, landing upon the misty expanse. Congratulations. You have successfully slain a low-level demon, earning 0 experience points. Congratulations. You have successfully slain a high-level demon, earning 0 experience points. The kill notifications began to refresh continually. You have successfully picked up an attribute-less divine crystal, automatically stored in your inventory. You have successfully picked up an attribute-less divine stone, automatically stored in your inventory. Warning, warning, warning. Due to your excessive slaughter, you have drawn the attention of the high-level demon lord. It is about to descend. Please evacuate immediately. At this moment, the mist in the sky began to swirl ominously, gradually converging towards the center, emanating a terrifying demonic aura. Subai? This fellow is killing mercilessly, taking them all down. We are in deep trouble. Subai has doomed us all. Damn it, he is truly leading us to our demise. We must flee. I would rather not change my class. Are you dreaming? This is a low-level demon abyss. Even if you wish to leave, you cannot. It's over. We are left with but a path to death. The crowd gazed at the surging black mist nearby, their eyes reflecting a tinge of despair. The earlier mention of the total annihilation of the profession was due to the emergence of the high-level demon lord, resulting in that tragic event. Subai shook his head as he observed the group. Initially, he thought they possessed some spirit, but now it seems they fall far short. Chapter 58, Subai's Mischief. Xiaohei, Xiaobai, eliminate that creature. Subai's figure suddenly appeared above Xiaohei and Xiaobai, pointing towards the gathering black mist not far off. He cared not whether it was the high-level demon lord. He only saw an abundance of evolutionary materials. Moreover, most of these divine crystals and stones were attribute-less, which would greatly benefit Subai. The next moment, snowflakes began to drift from the sky, gently descending upon the battlefield. A bone-chilling cold swept through, and those snowflakes spread in all directions, the terrifying ice sealing the entire battlefield. 1,000 miles of ice and snow. The world before him transformed into an enchanting winter wonderland. All creatures beneath the city walls became ice sculptures, imprisoned within. Soon after, torrents of flames erupted from Xiaohei's maw, spreading along the icy expanse in all directions. The terrifying flames clung to the ice sculptures, incinerating the monstrous beings entirely. Congratulations. You have slain a high-level demon, earning 0 experience points. Congratulations. You have slain a low-level demon, earning 0 experience points. Congratulations. You have successfully slain the high-level demon lord, earning 0 experience points. Congratulations. You have successfully annihilated the demon horde, earning the title of Demon Slayer. Acquiring the legendary equipment, Knight's Armor, 100 attribute-less divine stones, and 10 attribute-less divine crystals. You have successfully cleared the low-level Demon Abyss dungeon and may exit at will. The continuous notification sounds rang in Subai's ears, exhilarating him. This is no abyss. It is simply his treasure trove. If possible, Subai would truly wish to reside here indefinitely. Have we won? Is my class change task complete? The high-level demon lord has perished. This is simply marvelous. Subai is invincible. I feel like I'm merely a bystander. And you are not satisfied? A free clearance. This is a tremendous fortune. The adventurers' faces lit up with excitement. They entered this place without accomplishing anything, and their class change task completed seamlessly. This feeling is simply blissful. At this moment, Subai had already recalled his beasts and returned to the city wall. Brother Subai, we owe you a favor for today's matter, should you ever need assistance. Please do not hesitate to ask. Indeed, we owe you a debt of gratitude. Should you require our aid, feel free to speak. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to you. Young brother Subai. Thank you. The crowd bowed deeply to Subai, their demeanor exuding utmost respect. The once defiant individual standing at the entrance was now utterly in awe, almost wishing to kneel before Subai. As members of the same human race, mutual assistance is paramount. My actions here are not solely for your benefit, but for my own as well. Subai remarked with a wave of his hand and a smile. Such noble intentions. The crowd bowed once more to Subai before promptly departing from the secret realm. Are you planning to leave? Subai inquired as he noticed Wang Ning preparing to go, immediately grasping his arm. Everything has been resolved. Why linger? Upon hearing this, Wang Ning was momentarily taken aback and hurriedly responded, Of course, I wish to enter and see what treasures lie within. At this, Subai narrowed his eyes slightly, casting his gaze into the distance. Brother, do not jest. No one has ever ventured into this realm. Others have attempted, yet none returned. I advise you against taking such risks. Wang Ning's heart raced at these words. Subai was indeed bold, seeking to explore this perilous space. It was nothing short of a joke on an international scale. Then you should leave, Subai said without hesitation, tossing Wang Ning towards the vortex at the exit of the secret realm, while he himself mounted the 9 Netherlark and sped away into the distance. This is going to end badly. Wang Ning's expression shifted slightly at this revelation. Yet, no matter how loudly he called out, Subai refused to turn back. Left with no choice, he ultimately departed the secret realm. Perhaps he had acted too impulsively. After all, this young man lacked the means for self-preservation, unlike himself. Yet, Wang Ning's argument held some merit. This was the abyss of demons, and caution was indeed warranted. With this in mind, Subai turned back to the entrance of the vortex. He drew a drop of blood from his left fingertip and concealed it at the mouth of the vortex before charging once more into the depths of the abyss of demons. What did you say? That lad ventured into the depths of the abyss of demons? Upon receiving this news, Sun Shan's complexion paled. This young man possessed an audacity that was truly alarming. How could he dare to sneak into the depths of the abyss? Was he courting death? I tried to stop him, but I couldn't keep up. He vanished in the blink of an eye, Wang Ning lamented, feeling utterly wronged. Enough with the excuses, son. What are we to do now? The Lord of Qinglong City cast a disapproving glance at his son, wishing he could slap him across the face. This little rascal had truly disappointed him. Subai had offered him an opportunity, and yet he squandered it. What use was his brain if not for making sensible choices? At this point, I have no solutions. This boy is incorrigible. We can only pray he remains unharmed, or we will be in deep trouble. Sunshine inhaled deeply. His beard nearly pulled out in frustration. How could he not have foreseen that this young man would act so recklessly? He should never have brought him into the abyss in the first place. Meanwhile, Subai soared unrestrained over the wilderness, surrounded by throngs of demonic creatures beneath him. He held no interest in these corrupted beings, as they merely dropped mundane gear, utterly failing to pique his curiosity. His true interest lay with the demon race, for their spoils were either divine stones or divine crystals, precious treasures indeed. The 9 netherlarks swiftly carried him to the end of the secret realm, where Subai gazed upon the world before him. At the realm's terminus stood a colossal city, ominous black vapors emanating from it, creating a fearsome sight. Behind this citadel loomed a towering pillar reaching into the heavens, adorned with blood-red engravings that appeared eerie, instilling a profound sense of resentment. This must be the gathering place of the demon race, Subai mused. It seems we must delve deeper into the wilderness to uncover any true gains. His eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a glimmer of excitement. Chapter 59, A Misstep. Seated atop the 9 netherlark, Subai gradually approached the city's zenith. Countless demon figures appeared beneath him, their gazes fixed upon him, as if he were their sworn enemy. It must be the title that has drawn their ire. Subai pondered, stroking his chin. High Demon. Level, LV 140. Health, 800,000. Attack, 98,000. Skills, Demonic Transformation, Berserk, Soul Shock. The attributes were indeed formidable. No wonder those who encountered these high demons displayed such trepidation. Subai squinted at the high demons before him. Yet, alas, they had the misfortune of facing him. Their power was simply insufficient. Engage, he commanded, summoning the remaining 4 of his beast companions. 5 figures obscured the entire city, unleashing terrifying waves of energy that shattered the citadel before them. An overwhelming force engulfed the surroundings, filling the city with anguished cries. The demons stood no chance against Subai's beasts, reduced to mere prey on a chopping block. Congratulations. You have slain a high demon, earning 0 experience points. Congratulations. You have slain a high demon, earning 0 experience points. The kill notifications flooded in relentlessly, bringing Subai immense satisfaction as the count of divine stones and crystals in his inventory soared at an astonishing pace. Human, how dare you intrude upon our demon city? At that moment, a colossal figure materialized before Subai. Species, Demon Overlord. Level, LV 150. Health, 1,800,000. Skills, Demonic Presence, Demonic Might, Demonic Motion, Storm of Chaos. Absolute Domination. Subai employed a reconnaissance skill on this formidable entity, revealing an astonishingly lavish status panel. No wonder previous adventurers had been unable to leave this area alive. The reason lay squarely with this demon overlord. Its attributes are truly monstrous. Possessing high health and a plethora of skills, it completely surpasses players at the same stage. Die. Without a moment's hesitation, Subai commanded Xiao Bai and Xiao He to strike. 2 ominous numerals quietly materialized, and the demon king before him was reduced to ashes. Congratulations on successfully slaying the demon king, earning 0 experience points. You have acquired the legendary equipment, Demon King's Ring, which has been automatically stored in your backpack. You have collected 20 divine crystals, which have been automatically stored in your backpack. You have picked up 200 godstones, which have been automatically stored in your backpack. As Subai tallied his spoils, a wave of elation washed over him. The rewards from this demon king were indeed commendable. Once the flames had completely dissipated, the entire city lay in ruins. Subai's figure descended upon the debris, surveying the environment around him. After a prolonged moment, he exhaled a heavy sigh. This city was utterly destroyed, all traces obliterated by Xiao Hei's flames. Retracting his gaze, Subai turned to the fearsome pillar that loomed in the distance. This pillar stood tall at the rear of the city, devoid of any guards. Subai landed at its base and looked up. The pillar soared into the heavens, its blood-red markings appearing particularly sinister. A black aura emanated from this pillar, instilling a profound sense of unease. Could this pillar be the source of the demonic energy? Observing the structure before him, Subai couldn't help but ponder. If that is the case, then it must be dealt with. Taking a deep breath, Subai activated his beast mastery state. A dazzling light appeared in the sky, resembling a meteor, hurtling towards the pillar with great force. With a resounding bang, a dull thud echoed. The pillar remained unscathed, showing no signs of impact. It didn't even flinch. Subai was momentarily taken aback, a hint of astonishment in his eyes. Shao Kei's 9-polar Aurora was immensely powerful. Undoubtedly the strongest single-target skill among all his Beastmaster abilities. Yet, even this formidable skill failed to shake the pillar. I refused to believe it. With this thought, Su Bai unleashed his skill, intertwining Xiao He and Xiao Bai, a colossal figure materializing silently. Attack! The dragon's breath continuously spewed forth, striking the pillar. Yet, the pillar stood resolute, unmoving. I refuse to believe that I cannot conquer this thing. If I cannot handle you, how will I ever survive out there? Su Bai inhaled deeply, employing the skill of the endless ring. A terrifying black and white beam erupted from the dragon's mouth, crashing into the pillar. A crisp sound resonated. A fissure appeared on the towering column, spreading in all directions. The sound of crumbling echoed as the entire pillar collapsed. In an instant, the winds shifted, and the heavens trembled. Have I stirred up trouble? Su Bai was momentarily stunned, but quickly regained his senses. You wretched ants, how dare you defile the pillar of heaven? A monstrous hand extended from the sky, radiating an extremely violent aura. The terrifying black mist emanating from the giant palm descended upon Su Bai like a waterfall. 9-polar Aurora, break through. Su Bai retracted his beasts, unleashing a powerful laser from above, aimed at the shadowy hand that obscured the sky. Yet, his overwhelming polar light was instantly extinguished beneath the colossal palm, unable to stir even a ripple. The giant hand descended upon Su Bai's location, an apocalyptic force enveloping him, crushing his body to a pulp. What a terrifying power. This was the sole thought that crossed his mind before being reduced to mere flesh. Chapter 60, Fiery Su Bai. Online to retort. When he awoke once more, he found himself at the entrance of the vortex, having successfully been resurrected by a drop of blood. Thankfully, his cunning foresight had prepared him. Otherwise, this would have been quite troublesome. What on earth is this? The legendary demon god, gazing at the shadow that loomed ominously. Su Bai inhaled deeply, a grave expression crossing his face. You are still alive? A cold voice reverberated throughout the universe. Without a moment's thought, Su Bai plunged into the vortex. In the next instant, a pitch-black finger jabbed into him, sending him tumbling. It was at this moment that Su Bai's figure vanished from this realm. At the entrance, Sunshan suddenly noticed the vortex quivering. A golden figure shot out from the vortex, embedding itself into a distant rock face. Smoke billowed as chunks of stone began to break free. Damn it! That guy is ruthless. He nearly sent me packing. Su Bai gasped, cursing under his breath. Are you all right? How did you fly out? The old man looked at Su Bai, a hint of surprise in his eyes. I don't know which scoundrel attacked me, but he nearly sent me off for good. Su Bai quickly explained. Just then, the tumult subsided, and the sky began to tremble. The once bright sun vanished, replaced by a dark shadow looming ominously overhead. A terrifying entity stood in the endless void, its blood-red eyes fixed on Su Bai from a distance. You little brat, I will kill you. Those icy pupils bore into Su Bai, radiating an aura of brutality. What are you barking about over there? I ask you, what are you barking about? If you truly have the ability, come kill me now. I'll be right here waiting for you. Look at yourself, neither human nor ghost. Yet you dare to shout at me. You truly do not know the meaning of fear. Come here immediately, and I'll scatter your ashes. Su Bai pointed at the sky, unleashing a tirade of insults. After mingling in the outside world for so long, Su Bai had finally tasted death. Yet he felt no fear, for he possessed a resurrection skill. Very well, little brat, I shall remember you. Wait for me. One day I will settle this score with you. That resounding voice echoed across the entire planet as the figure retreated silently into the void. Don't walk away. If you have the guts, come kill me. I'll be right here waiting for you. Cowardly wretch. Su Bai's incessant curses rang in everyone's ears. What on earth did you do in there? That was a genuine demon god. Witnessing the earlier scene, Sun Shan's heart almost stopped. What did he just witness? A mere child of insufficient strength, cursing at a demon god. Has the world gone mad? I couldn't care less about what kind of demon god it is. That fiend nearly ended my life in the secret realm. Was it so necessary to hold a grudge just because I destroyed a black pillar? Fortunately, you didn't accompany me. That creature was far too formidable, nearly obliterating the entire secret realm with a single swipe. Su Bai took a deep breath, glancing at Wang Ning not far away, and began to jest. Upon hearing this, Wang Ning couldn't help but exhale in relief. Seriously? We were gone only a brief moment. And so much transpired? You ought to refrain from speaking. It's a blessing we left when we did, or we might have met our end in there. This is utterly outrageous. Quit dawdling and help me up. I was terrified by that demon god. My legs turned to jelly. Damn it. That's a demon god. A being on par with the divine. Su Bai exclaimed, pointing an accusatory finger. The onlookers gasped in astonishment, their eyes filled with admiration. This guy really has audacity. Did you say you destroyed a black pillar? Was it adorned with blood-red symbols and reaching up to the clouds? Elder Sunshan interjected excitedly. Before his words could settle, a chilling voice echoed. Congratulations, player Subai, for successfully destroying the demon god pillar and resolving the demonic crisis of the 98th layer. The human race's faction gains increased drop rates for wild bosses. The Meteor Empire's faction also benefits from increased wild boss drop rates. The difficulty of class transition quests is reduced. All 9th turn experts gain an elevation of 10 levels. And the transition quest for the 10th turn to 1000 levels officially commences. A barrage of notifications rang in Subai's ears. No way, is this for real? And there is a 10th turn? Could it be that after the 10th turn, one can ascend to godhood? Upon hearing this, the prominent figures present were instantly stirred with excitement. What on earth did this kid do? What is this demon god pillar? It seems like quite a formidable entity. They speculated. Isn't it obvious? Just look at the stupefied expressions of the Lord of Qinglong City and the Dean of Qinglong Academy. This kid has rendered remarkable service to the entire Meteor Empire. With the transition difficulty lowered, increased boss drop rates, and the initiation of the 10th transition quest, the crowd regarded Subai with a glimmer of envy. Following this battle, it seemed that not just the Meteor Empire, but the entire world owed Subai a debt of gratitude. In the distant White Eagle Empire, a man stood atop a mountain peak. Subai? Ensure you uncover the true identity of Subai and bring him back to our country at any cost. A frigid voice resonated through the air as dozens of powerful figures rushed toward the teleportation array. Subai must be a rather intriguing individual. I genuinely look forward to meeting you, a tall figure atop an icy summit murmured, gazing towards the direction of the Meteor Empire. Oh, this fellow named Subai must surely belong to our cosmic empire. We need to investigate his background immediately. A heavily armored warrior commanded his companions. Very well. It is indeed commendable that I have my sights set on such a person. From this day forth, Subai shall be known as the Marquis of the Meteor Empire, the Champion Marquis. Upon receiving the system notification, the Emperor of the Meteor Empire could hardly contain his excitement, his eyes gleaming with fervor. With such a talent in our midst, the entire empire is undoubtedly blessed. Chapter 61, Journey to the Imperial Capital. At this moment, Subai and Sunshan had returned to Qinglong Academy, and the news of the imperial decree spread throughout the streets. Someone has been granted the title of Marquis. Who could it be? Did they slay another demigod? That seems improbable. The fall of a demigod would warrant a world announcement. Subai, the champion Marquis. The crowd erupted in a frenzy upon hearing this news. At just 18 years of age, he has achieved what countless others aspire to. Is this truly a decree from the heavens? Remarkable. From now on, I am a brother of the Marquis, the champion Marquis no less. Sun Kai, holding the golden decree in his hands, felt a surge of excitement. His brother had become a Marquis. At that moment, Sun Kai realized just how astute his initial investment had been. He could now stride confidently throughout the entire empire. I must head to the imperial capital soon. I want to be able to assist you in leveling up. You'll have to figure it out yourself, Subai expressed, eager to complete his own tasks. Having offended a demon god, he needed to elevate his level as swiftly as possible. As it stood, that demon god had yet to set foot in this realm. But should that day come, he needed to possess the strength to resist. Don't worry, I've been grinding with Yilinger and the others. It won't be long before I level up, Sun Kai replied hastily. Displaying awareness of his own limitations and understanding that he could not simply wait for opportunities to present themselves. All right then, if you need anything, just let me know. Subai patted Sun Kai on the shoulder before retreating to his room. Next on his agenda was to elevate the rank of his blood sprite, which was of utmost importance. This little creature possessed extraordinary potential and could truly be life-saving in critical moments. He even concealed blood droplets throughout the villa and dug out a small area, 500 meters underground specifically to store them. Little one, you must surprise me. Entering the Beast Taming space, Subai toyed with the small creature in his hands, a faint smile gracing his lips. Beast Tamed, Blood Sprite. Rank, King Rank. Level, LV 120. Constitution, 850. Strength, 850. Spirit, 860. Agility, 850. Overall combat power, 850. Skills, Blood Sea Clone. Immortal, Life Bond, Rebirth, Blood Clone. Hidden Evolution Path, Blood Sprite, King Rank, Blood Lake, Unknown Rank. Materials required for evolution: 1 Blood God Crystal, 100 bottles of Beast Blood, 100 bottles of Life Essence, 100 bottles of Rebirth Essence. Current status: eligible for advancement. My dear little one, you are truly pitifully weak. Subai gasped upon viewing the attributes of the 120 level Blood Sprite. The creature's attribute increases per level were hardly remarkable. A dignified King Rank beast only gained 5 attribute points per level, which was utterly disheartening. As Subai's words fell, The little creature nodded eagerly, its eyes brimming with anticipation. Quickly consume these materials and see how far you can ascend. Subai placed a pile of materials before the blood sprite, speaking softly. The little creature nodded and conjured a vast sea of blood beneath its feet, consuming all the materials in one go. It emitted a pained cry before plunging into the blood sea, which began to churn violently, as if it were about to unleash a tempest. Regrettably, the Beastmaster's domain has constrained the potential of this blood sea, rendering it incapable of expanding in all directions. As time gradually passed, this little creature began to float out from the blood sea. Its physique had significantly strengthened, now approximately the size of Subai's arm. Without a moment's hesitation, Subai opened the attributes panel of the blood sprite. Beast, blood sprite. Tier, demigod. Level, LV 120. Vitality, 6,000. Strength, 6,000. Mental power, 6,000. Agility, 6,000. Comprehensive combat power, 6,500. Skills, Endless Blood Sea, Immortal, Life Seal, Regeneration, Blood Doppelganger, Blood Sea Defense, Soul Link. Hidden Evolution Path, Blood Lake Sprite, Demigod, Blood God, Unknown Tier. Materials required for Hidden Evolution Path, 100 Blood God Crystals, 1 vial of Divine Beast Blood, 100 vials of Endless Sea Water, 1 vial of Eternal Water. Current status, ready for advancement. Indeed, it is you. Having reached the demigod level, these attribute values are rather pitiful. You will have to content yourself with being a good little one. Subai affectionately patted the creature's head, feeling a tinge of sentimentality. With a comprehensive combat power of 6,500, even wielding his staff, he could inflict greater damage than the blood sprite. Skill, Blood Sea Defense. Skill description, Blood Sea Defense. As long as the blood sea remains, your defenses shall not falter. Your personal defensive attributes have become intertwined with the blood sea. Unless the blood sea is instantaneously evaporated, you shall exist in a state of immortality. Skill, Soul Link. Skill description, you can resonate on a spiritual level with the blood sea, merging a fragment of your consciousness into it, thereby creating countless copies of yourself. These two skills seem quite intriguing. Subai stroked his chin, pondering earnestly. However, it appears this little creature might still be able to advance. He was uncertain when the necessary materials would be gathered. After departing from the Beastmaster's domain, Subai sought out Old Man Sun to propose a journey to the imperial capital. He also took the liberty of securing a vial of blood for the old man to safeguard. After all, being a 9 transformation expert, it should pose no problem for him to protect his own blood. The teleportation array is now prepared. You may depart whenever you wish. You are now a marquis of the Empire. Even I must pay my respects to you, Old Man Sun teased, waving his paper fan. How could that be? For you to bow to me, that would be shameful for a junior like myself. Of course, if you insist on bowing, I would graciously accept. Subai replied with a slight smile. Quickly take your leave. Do not let me see your face again, you troublesome fellow. Go complete your job change. Old Man Sun waved his hand dramatically, a gust of wind sweeping Subai up and sending him soaring above the city lord's manor. Before Subai could react, he plummeted to the ground, landing heavily in a sprawled position. Old man, just wait until the day I can defeat you. I will beat you mercilessly. Subai grumbled as he rose, dusting himself off and striding boldly into the city lord's manor. Chapter 62. Listening to melodies in the pavilion. Upon entering the city lord's manor, Subai made a beeline for the location of the city lord of Qinglong City. With the title of Champion Marquis atop his head, entering the city lord's manor felt as effortless as strolling through his own backyard. No one dared to approach him. Subai, my brother, you have finally arrived. The teleportation array has long been prepared, the city lord of Qinglong City declared, having referred to Subai as brother since his elevation to the title of Champion Marquis. The two were now peers, with Subai's status even surpassing that of the city lord. Brother Qinglong, you flatter me. If there are no pressing matters, I shall be on my way, Subai responded with a gentle smile. There is indeed a slight matter. My unworthy son is also heading to the imperial capital. Since it is your first visit, could you allow him to serve as your guide? The city lord of Qinglong, shedding his official demeanor, revealed himself to be a shrewd businessman. He was determined to send his son along with Subai, and Subai found himself with little choice. After all, the city lord had gathered considerable materials for him. It would be ungracious to refuse. Of course, that would be splendid. Subai nodded in agreement. Wang Ning, come out at once. You are to accompany your uncle Subai back to the imperial capital. Remember the words I told you previously. Do not forget. The city lord called towards the inner chambers. Uncle Subai, greetings. Wang Ning scampered over, his eyes reflecting a tinge of respect. Now, he held Subai in the highest regard, admiring him for his early accolades, audacity in confronting demon gods, and his remarkable achievements. Do not call me uncle. Simply refer to me as Subai. Let us set forth, Subai said as he stepped into the teleportation array, golden light beginning to flicker around them as they embarked on their lengthy wait. 10 minutes later, a beam of white light erupted from the teleportation array, and their figures abruptly vanished. When Subai opened his eyes again, he found himself in the bustling imperial capital, a place he had never visited before, the very heart of the Meteor Empire. The teleportation array was situated atop a cliff. Those who emerged stood on the precipice and could behold the grandeur of the city below. The ancient, magnificent cityscape shimmered vividly in the sunlight, stretching endlessly, evoking a sense of awe. Such a masterful advertisement. Subai chuckled at the sight before him. The mind behind the design of this teleportation array was undoubtedly ingenious, brimming with clever ideas. Uncle Subai, where would you like to go now? Wang Ning inquired respectfully, a humble smile gracing his face. What is the most renowned tavern in the imperial capital? I wish to sample the local cuisine, Subai replied, glancing at the sun, which was nearing the horizon. They planned to postpone their visit to the emperor until tomorrow, before entering that ultimate secret realm. That would be Chuixianju, the most prosperous tavern in the entire imperial capital. It encompasses many attractions and is undoubtedly the most entertaining place in the city. However, given your status, it would be wise to exercise caution. The repercussions of being recognized could be unfavorable, Wang Ning advised after a moment's hesitation. His father had insisted that no matter what Subai wished to do or say, he must unwaveringly support him. As long as he could cling to Subai's powerful presence, any cost would be worth it. Then let us both disguise ourselves and visit Chuixianju. Subai nodded, his voice soft. The two turned and made their way to a tailor's shop. In no time, two strikingly handsome young men emerged from the shop, looking exceptionally presentable. By the way, Lord Subai, my father also asked me to remind you of one thing. The protector of the Yang family is likely to return during this period, so you must remember to exercise caution and never let your guard down. Wang Ning cautiously remarked as he followed Subai. Do not worry, he is merely a 9th-tier job changer. If he dares to show his face, I will not hesitate to eliminate him, Subai replied with a smile, appearing entirely unfazed. You are absolutely right, Wang Ning quickly nodded, suddenly recalling that the individual before him had single-handedly defeated a world boss. A mere 9th tier was inconsequential to him. Before long, they arrived at the Chuixian Pavilion, where Subai settled into a secluded private room, savoring the dishes laid before him. Slender figures began to grace his presence, each one elegantly dancing, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Elegant, truly elegant. Subai hummed a little tune, a look of satisfaction gracing his face. Especially in this world, many young women were adventurers, which endowed them with exquisite figures and remarkable beauty. With leisure time on his hands, he indulged in the pleasures of life. Who dares to intrude upon my private room? Do you not know whose territory this is? At that moment, a brazen voice pierced through the atmosphere, immediately capturing everyone's attention. A man strode in boldly, flanked by several burly henchmen. Young Master Hao, we truly have esteemed guests here today. Please do not make things difficult for us, the madam implored, her eyes betraying her anxiety as she attempted to block young Master Hao. Let them come over. Subai waved his hand towards the young master, speaking with a smile. I apologize. I seem to have entered the wrong room. I am terribly sorry if I have disturbed you. The man initially boasted but quickly paled upon noticing Subai seated in the main position, his body trembling involuntarily. Is everything all right? If it is, then be gone. Subai dismissed the man without further ado, ejecting him from the private room. That was terrifying. How could he be dining here? Young Master Hao, relieved to have escaped, patted his chest, his eyes revealing a hint of panic. The elders of his family had long since distributed Subai's portrait to everyone, instructing them to commit his visage to memory. Failure to do so could lead to dire consequences. Boss, are we not going to seek revenge? One sycophant inquired hastily. Revenge your grandmother. Hurry and follow me, young Master Hao retorted, rolling his eyes at the remark. His servant was simply too weak, a description that could not be overstated. The two departed, making their way outside the Chuixian Pavilion. Chapter 63, Entering the Secret Realm. After enjoying the melodies, Subai retired to rest within the Chuixian Pavilion. Wang Ning, being generous, had reserved the entire 3rd floor, ensuring no one would disturb Subai. The next morning, Subai awoke from his slumber, stretching leisurely. How delightful! This place indeed offers a splendid rest. After rising from bed, breakfast was already laid out on the table. After bathing and changing, he relished his morning meal, attended by beautiful maidens. Subai was indeed indulging in a life of luxury. Uncle Subai, did you sleep well last night? Wang Ning approached with a flattering smile adorning his face. Quite well, I am very satisfied. Have you completed the task in the trial grounds? Subai inquired, gazing at Wang Ning. Yes. After you completed the trial grounds, the task difficulty dropped significantly. And then I managed to pass, Wang Ning eagerly confirmed. Perfect timing. You can accompany me to that mysterious secret realm. I will undertake the third-tier task. And you can see if you can acquire some resources, Subai instructed, casting a glance at his task panel. You have successfully accepted the third-tier task. Current task, third tier. Task description. This continent conceals countless secrets. Enter the oldest secret realm of the Meteor Empire and achieve an SSS rating. Upon completion, you will receive substantial rewards. Task deadline, 10 days. Note, the current job change task is a special mission. Please complete it promptly. Understood. Wang Ning nodded, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Let us depart. The carriage carrying Su Bai and Wang Ning made its way toward the Imperial Palace. How extravagant. Su Bai marveled inwardly at the magnificent pavilions and opulent palaces before him. The Meteor Empire had provided decent welfare for orphans like him. After all, it was the Meteor Empire that raised Su Bai. He felt a sense of belonging to this nation. Well, if at ISNT old Master Jiang. Long time no see. Have you missed me? As soon as the carriage halted at the palace gates, Su Bai spotted an elder standing outside, exuding an aura of authority. You little rascal. I hesitated to mention it. I sent you to Qinglong City to keep a low profile, yet you have managed to attract trouble for yourself, Jiang Lin lamented. First, you annihilated the Yang family. Then you stormed the Tower of Heroes, subsequently conquering the trial grounds, and even smashed the pillar of the demon god. The demon god is furious and wants to eliminate you. What on earth are you trying to accomplish? Jiang Lin sighed, his eyes filled with emotion. He realized that sending Su Bai to Qinglong Academy had been a futile endeavor. This young man would find trouble no matter where he went. Old master, if you hadn't mentioned it, I would have been oblivious to all the earth-shattering events I've caused, Su Bai replied nonchalantly. Let us go. His Majesty is waiting for you. Jiang Lin led the two into the Imperial Palace. The trio navigated the winding corridors until they finally arrived at the door of the Imperial Study. Su Bai, it is a pleasure to meet you. This must be our first encounter. The voice of the Meteor Emperor resonated in Su Bai's ear. I am deeply grateful to your Majesty for bestowing upon me the title of Champion Marquis, Su Bai responded, bowing respectfully. I am aware of the purpose of your visit. The entrance to the secret realm is located in the Imperial Garden, where someone is already awaiting your arrival. Once you enter the secret realm, please take care of my daughter. That foolish girl insists on joining in the excitement, and I am at a loss as to how to manage her, the Emperor sighed, his tone tinged with helplessness. Rest assured, I shall take care of her. Under the guidance of a professional, Su Bai and Wang Ning soon arrived at the Imperial Garden, where a considerable number of people had gathered, most clustered around the entrance, exchanging curious glances. Who is he? Have you lost your mind? The portrait provided at home clearly depicts him. This is none other than Su Bai. So he is indeed Su Bai. He appears so gentle and harmless, exuding an aura devoid of any danger. Whether he is dangerous or not remains to be seen. One thing is certain, he is undoubtedly formidable. After all, how could a man known as the Champion Marquis be anything less? The crowd's gaze fixated upon Su Bai, whispering amongst themselves. Su Bai surveyed his surroundings and ultimately spotted a graceful figure amidst the throng. At that very moment, a vortex suddenly materialized, emanating a terrifying energy. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Bai turned and stepped into the vortex. You have successfully entered the secret realm. The assessment has commenced. The cold, mechanical voice echoed in Su Bai's ears. He glanced around, finding no one in sight. It was evident that everyone had entered a mysterious space individually. What would the first challenge entail? Su Bai examined the palace before him, adorned with bizarre symbols that appeared exceptionally eerie. He circled the palace, yet failed to uncover any peculiarities. What is going on? No hints whatsoever, and now I'm expected to play a guessing game? I have no inclination to indulge in such frivolities. Taking a deep breath, Su Bai summoned his beast. As per the usual protocol, when in doubt, resort to brute force. The terrifying breath of the dragon struck the palace, instantly corroding its walls into a pockmarked ruin. The Gungjin Xingui let out a resounding roar, trembling incessantly. In an instant, the ground quaked violently. The palace before him was reduced to mere rubble, leaving no trace of childhood memories. Congratulations, you have successfully passed the first level. Please proceed to the second level. The cold voice resonated once more in Su Bai's ears. Indeed, resorting to violent demolition proved effective. Who would engage in a game of hide-and-seek in this situation? Su Bai mused, pondering the nature of the 3-second evaluation. Meanwhile, a staircase materialized before him. Without a second thought, Su Bai stepped onto the staircase. At the end of the staircase lay an underground world, where a colossal creature lay prostrate, its gaze icy. Mutated poison frog. Level, LV-130. Rank, totem. Health, 900,000. Attack power, 18,888. This attribute is quite impressive, but alas, it has encountered me. With a swift motion of his hand, a terrifying aurora emerged, tearing the monstrous creature to shreds. Congratulations, you have successfully passed the second level. Please continue your efforts. The chilling voice echoed once again, and the staircase reappeared, extending into the depths of the mist. Chapter 64, Divine Messenger? The third level, the fourth level, the fifth level. Finally, Subai arrived at the ninth level. The monsters in the first 8 tiers exhibited progressively escalating strength, with attributes even doubling in magnitude. For an average individual, traversing the secret realm would hardly be a simple feat. No wonder no one had ever successfully navigated it over the years. Players of equivalent professions held no advantage against these creatures. I wonder what the strength of the monster at the ninth level will be. Subai stroked his chin, gazing curiously at the distant palace. Just then, a glimmer of light appeared above him. A humanoid silhouette gradually took shape, ultimately materializing before Subai. Name, Province. Level, LV200. Health, 3,000,000. Skills, Holy Judgment, Prayer of Light, Divine Descent, Life's Tribute. Is this creature a wild monster? Subai regarded the being before him, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. It was his first encounter with a named wild monster. Greetings. It is a pleasure to meet you. The man, enveloped in a radiant glow, nodded at Subai, a faint smile gracing his lips. Can you understand what I'm saying? Subai was momentarily taken aback, a look of shock crossing his face. Of course, I am a human, a genuine human. However, my era is long past. You may call me Province, or the first-generation Divine Messenger. Province nodded, a gentle smile illuminating his features. Oh, so you are the first-generation Divine Messenger. I presume your current state reflects that of your initial ascension as a messenger? Subai spoke softly, his eyes glimmering with intrigue. Indeed, you are correct. Beyond my present condition, my other attributes have been graciously enhanced by the great deity, rendering me even more powerful. With hands clasped together, the man offered a prayer to the divine. Then what brings you here? Subai inquired, stroking his chin with a serious demeanor. I represent the great deity, formally accepting you as a follower and appointing you as the messenger of the god of light. The man spread his arms wide, pure white energy radiating from his limbs, exuding warmth and tranquility. A messenger? I have little interest in that. Subai shook his head, speaking softly. Aside from his own talents, he harbored no faith in anyone, not even the exalted deities. What did you say? You dare to blaspheme the beautiful, magnificent, and sacred god of light. You will be condemned by the masses. You are destined for hell. Province's countenance darkened with fury as he admonished. Then let me ask you, has the great god of light granted you eternal life? Have you ascended to the lofty heights of divinity? You still face death, do you not? Since the only inevitable outcome is death, why continue to worship this deity? Subai chuckled softly, suddenly speaking up. This. Upon hearing this, the lofty divine messenger momentarily froze, a flicker of bewilderment flashing in his eyes. Do you grasp my meaning? The god of light you worship is utterly ineffectual, merely bestowing minor favors. Subai's expression turned serious as he spoke. No, you are speaking nonsense. The creature clenched his fists, roaring in a frenzy. How could that be? He has devoted his life to the great god of light. Now, someone dares to assert that the deity he reveres is merely a fa devoid of utility. How could he possibly accept such a notion? Good words cannot persuade a dead man. If you cannot comprehend this, then ponder it in hell. Subai shook his head and summoned Xiaobai. A surge of terrifying energy rushed forth from Xiaobai's mouth, completely encasing the being before him in ice. Crack! The sound of shattering ice echoed. 845 for 138. The creature's health bar plummeted to 0, and in the blink of an eye, it vanished from existence. Congratulations, you have successfully slain the Divine Messenger Province. You have gained 0 experience points. You have successfully acquired 100 attributeless divine stones, automatically stored in your backpack. You have successfully collected 10 attribute-less divine crystals, which have been automatically stored in your backpack. You have obtained a special scroll, which has been automatically stored in your system backpack. As for the Divine Messenger, with such a feeble mind, I was nearly deceived. Subai shook his head, glancing at the scattered equipment on the ground, unable to suppress his disbelief. Congratulations on successfully completing the 3rd transfer quest. Current quest, 3rd transfer. Quest description. This continent harbors boundless secrets. Enter the ancient secret realm of the Meteor Empire and achieve an SSS rating. Upon completion of this realm, you will be rewarded handsomely. Quest completion, SSS rating obtained. Quest deadline, none. Note, the current transfer quest is a special task. Please complete it as soon as possible. Is this truly completed? Upon hearing this, a flicker of excitement crossed Subai's face. Your system panel has been updated. Please check it promptly. The notification chimed in Subai's ear as he swiftly opened his attribute panel. Name, Subai. Class, Master of all entities. Level, 120, 4th transfer. Strength, 98, 700. Constitution, 98, 800. Agility, 93, 800. Spirit, 123, 800. Free attribute points, 0. Equipment, Holy Light Set, Endless Ring. Ring of Desire. Overall combat power, 150, 000. Skills, Damage Transfer, Sacred Space, Stealth, Absolute Frenzy, Unyielding Body, Absolute Domination, Phasing, Celestial Law, Absolute Defense, Divine Command. Master of all entities, Divine Might, Control, Divine Grace, Divine Speech. Beasts, 9 Nether Skylark, Gungjin Black Turtle. Talent, Super God, Beast Integration. The host may choose any contracted beast for shared talent attributes, fully inheriting the beast's talents and base attributes without cooldown. Eye of the Void can probe all hidden evolutionary paths, allowing for significant increases in beast rank. Divine Contract. Issue contract commands, achieving 100 success with any designated target. It seems things have changed. My class appears to have transformed. What exactly is this master of all entities? Subai stroked his chin, pondering earnestly. It had been quite some time since he last utilized his system panel, primarily resorting to the Eye of the Void for emergencies, while other skills were seldom employed in battle. However, it seems that my primary vocation remains Beastmaster. I shall examine what skills this system has graciously bestowed upon me. Chapter 65, God of Light. Skill, Control. Skill description. You can command beings with spirit power lower than yours through your will, compelling them to perform any action without defying your desires. By heavens! Such dominance. Upon hearing this, Subai was momentarily taken aback, his eyes reflecting a glimmer of astonishment. This skill holds significant potential. Should I encounter a beautiful maiden, or a formidable foe, I could potentially leverage this skill to turn the tide. With the skill of beast integration, my base attributes could soar to alarming heights. Contemplating this, I wonder if I could contract a beast with exceptionally strong spirit attributes. Skill, Divine Grace. Skill description. With the grace of thunder and rain, you will become the representative of the heavens, capable of bestowing peace upon the world. What is this? Subai stared at the skill before him, momentarily bewildered. It seems I cannot discern its function, but since I have an abundance of skills at my disposal, I shall reserve judgment for now. Skill, Divine Speech. Skill description. Active skill. With a mere smile and a word, you embody the divine will, which mortals cannot defy. Based on spirit power, the stronger your spirit, the less impact you experience. Conversely, the weaker your spirit, the greater the effect. An excellent skill. Subai stroked his chin, a flicker of excitement illuminating his face. I am increasingly evolving towards divinity. One day, I shall ascend as a supreme deity. Before Subai could fully react, a radiant white energy illuminated the entire space, exuding an air of sanctity. A figure materialized once more, leaving Subai momentarily speechless. What an exquisite woman. She was breathtakingly beautiful, with golden hair cascading over her shoulders, lively eyes fixated on Subai, and fiery red lips hinting at allure. Her flawless visage was utterly tempting. Subai proceeded to examine this goddess panel. Avatar of the God of Light. Level, none. Health, 15 million. Divine skills, Supreme, Source of Light, Divine Power, Metamorphosis, Domination. Over 300 skills dazzled Subai, leaving him momentarily dazed. Thankfully, an introduction of each would have been excessive, otherwise, he would certainly grow parched. The plethora of divine skills was astonishing, seemingly endless. Are you truly the God of Light? Why do you appear as a woman? And such a stunning one at that? Subai narrowed his eyes with curiosity as he gazed upon the enchanting figure before him. The divine form is formless. My true essence is the exalted God of Light, able to manifest in myriad forms. What you see now is the visage that resonates most with your heart. Thus, I present myself in this manner, but only inquire of your true intentions. A gentle voice echoed, melodious and enchanting. Yet, those few words sent a chill down Subai's spine. No wonder she seemed somewhat familiar. She resembled the golden-haired beauty from his memories, the girl often referred to as an angel. This deity indeed possesses formidable powers, capable of probing into one's true desires. At that moment, an uncanny transformation overtook the beautiful God of Light. She suddenly morphed into a grotesque figure, reminiscent of a demon clawing its way from the abyss. What in the world? Witnessing this scene, Subai was momentarily stunned. I sense the shift in your spirit. You have come to perceive me as a demon from the depths of hell, ready to eradicate me. A hoarse voice emerged slowly, causing cold sweat to bead on Subai's forehead. This is utterly bizarre. Space lock. Without a moment's hesitation, Subai unleashed a legendary scroll, instantaneously sealing the entire area. Perish. Subai took a deep breath, channeling the endless ring. Beast integration. 9-polar aurora. A brilliant radiance burst forth, unleashing terrifying energy upon the avatar of the god of light. With a crack, the avatar shattered into fragments. Little one, I shall remember you. Your name is Subai, is it not? One day, we shall meet again. The god of light smiled and waved at Subai as her avatar crumbled into dust. Yet another deity has cast their gaze upon me? It matters not. The abundance of lice is no cause for concern. Congratulations on successfully vanquishing the avatar of the god of light, earning 0 experience points. You have collected 200 divine stones, which have been automatically stored in your system backpack. You have. Subai's lips twitched slightly. Truly, not a single point of experience to be gained. He then turned his gaze to the myriad of dropped items strewn across the ground. It appeared that the rewards were rather satisfactory. Name, Ring of Light. Level requirement, none. Tier, Demigod grade. Equipment attributes. Overall attributes 10,000 points. Special attribute. The bearer of the Ring of Light shall dispel all darkness, and light shall forever accompany you. Speaking of which, are the special attributes of this demigod artifact so abstract? Subai regarded the ring, an odd expression flitting across his face. Last time, he had acquired the Ring of Desire, and to this day, he had yet to discover its function. Now, yet another Ring of Light had appeared, leaving him with the distinct impression that these demigod artifacts were fraught with issues. Firstly, there was no user manual provided, and secondly, no instruction on how to wield them, just a plethora of useless descriptions. Oh well, I shall stow it away for now. Nonetheless, this haul is indeed impressive. I never anticipated acquiring such a plethora of divine stones and crystals. Subai gathered all the items and placed them into his backpack. Meanwhile, in the boundless void, a man exuding a sacred radiance was enveloped in white light, rendering his visage indecipherable to the mortal eye. Province, I have encountered that little rascal. He is quite an intriguing character. Will you still adhere to your previous intentions? The god of light inhaled deeply as he gazed at the statue before him, speaking softly. Esteemed god of light, I believe I have come to a realization. This life is not one I desire. Allow me to vanish into the infinite cosmos. Province's voice resonated throughout the void. Very well, I shall escort you on your departure. The god of light maintained a gentle smile, waving his hand lightly. A stream of pure white energy dissipated quietly, racing forth into the cosmos in all directions. This lad is truly troublesome. My devoted divine envoy has been led astray by him. Next time, I must ensure my successor keeps a safe distance from him, lest they fall into his traps. The god of light murmured as he watched Province's figure recede into the distance. Chapter 66. What do you mean? Subai waited for quite some time, as if the entire palace had succumbed to silence. The brilliant light gradually dimmed, and a white vortex materialized before him. Stepping into the vortex, Subai's figure reappeared in the royal garden, having successfully exited the dungeon. Is that all? It feels rather bland. Subai stroked his chin, speaking with a serious demeanor. So how did it go? Have you become a divine envoy? Jiang Lin approached eagerly, inquiring. It seems I have not. I am fated to be without divine connection. Upon hearing this, a hint of embarrassment crossed Subai's face, and he hastily explained. What? You did not become a divine envoy? How can that be? Jiang Lin's eyes widened in disbelief. In his mind, Subai's ascension to divine envoy was a foregone conclusion, given his prowess. Traversing these secret realms should have been a mere trifle. It is indeed true. Subai nodded earnestly. Did you not reach the 7th trial? No, with your strength. You surely could have passed the 7th trial. What exactly happened? Even Jiang Lin, well versed in such matters, found himself perplexed by Subai's predicament. I reached the 9th trial. There was an avatar of a deity, which I promptly dispatched. In the 8th layer, there was also a fellow claiming to be the first divine envoy, whom I eradicated without hesitation. Subai pondered momentarily before stating with conviction. He was not attempting to boast. He simply knew that if he did not disclose this matter, the old man Jiang Ning would undoubtedly pester him incessantly. What did you say? Are you jesting with me? You, my dear father, vanquished an avatar of a deity. Jiang Lin's eyes widened in astonishment. Disbelief etched upon his features. Is there a problem? The fellow had a health bar. If there is a health bar, it is certainly possible to slay him, is it not? Subai nodded solemnly. At that moment, Jiang Lin was left speechless. This lad was far too audacious. Deities were known for their benevolence towards humanity. They were never enemies. Yet here was Subai, brazenly slaying a deity in broad daylight. Truly absurd, outrageous to the extreme. Congratulations to Jiang Xinyue for successfully becoming the divine envoy of the God of Light. The Meteor Empire has now aligned with the faction of the God of Light. Just then, a chilling notification suddenly rang out. Jiang Xinyue? That girl has become the divine envoy of the God of Light? Jiang Lin was momentarily taken aback. A figure emerged from the vortex, radiating a dazzling white light. The young woman was draped in a pale red robe, emanating an exceptionally gentle aura, standing with an air of divine grace. What a beautiful maiden! Su Bai's eyes brightened at the sight of her. Surely, this woman must be Jiang Xinyue. Greetings, Your Highness. Congratulations on becoming a divine envoy. Jiang Lin offered a respectful bow to Jiang Xinyue, his voice soft. Cousin, what are you doing? We are family. There is no need for such formality. The princess immediately assisted Jiang Lin back to his feet, her eyes filled with respect. Your Highness? Su Bai comprehended immediately. This woman was indeed the princess of the Meteor Empire. Old Jiang seems to be quite remarkable himself, as he must also be of royal blood, otherwise such an exalted status would be unfathomable. Your Highness, allow me to introduce you. This is Su Bai, the finest talent of the Meteor Empire. Jiang Lin gestured towards Su Bai, speaking softly. Ugh, bleh. No sooner had he finished speaking than the princess began to retch, a hint of disgust flickering in her eyes. What? What do you mean by that? You start vomiting at the sight of me. What is the meaning of this? Su Bai, believing himself to be rather handsome, thought it was not an exaggeration to describe himself as dashing and poised. I apologize, I do not know why, but your presence evokes an inexplicable aversion in me. Bleh. I must take my leave. The princess uttered a mere 2 sentences before turning on her heel and departing. What is going on? Does the princess suffer from misandry? Su Bai's lips twitched slightly. As far as I know, she does not. So think carefully about your actions, Jiang Lin remarked, rolling his eyes. I understand. This must be the doing of the God of Light. This old fellow truly lacks shame. After all, was it not he who led his most cherished disciple astray, ultimately resulting in the demise of his own avatar? Is it necessary for him to harbor such resentment towards himself? Upon hearing these words, the image of the God of Light immediately surfaced in Su Bai's mind. What a cunning old wretch. If I were to be exchanged for the God of Light, I would command my divine emissaries to scatter your ashes to the winds. You extinguished my avatar and deceived my divine emissaries. You still wish to live in peace? Not a chance. Jiang Lin scoffed softly and remarked, let us set aside the God of Light for now. I have an inquiry for you. Are you familiar with the concept of a semi-divine artifact? Su Bai awkwardly scratched his head, hastily diverting the topic. Am I a fool? How could I possibly be unaware of what a semi-divine artifact is? What is it you wish to discuss? Jiang Lin shot him an exasperated glance. I have a nagging feeling that the semi-divine artifact in my possession may have some issues. Perhaps you could take a look. Su Bai promptly produced the Ring of Light and placed it in Jiang Lin's hands. Good heavens, this is indeed a semi-divine artifact. How did you come by it? Did you not lack the favor of the God of Light? Jiang Lin exclaimed, his eyes nearly popping from their sockets upon seeing the Ring of Light. This is a semi-divine artifact. He himself possessed only 2 such items, acquired through the combined efforts of the nation. You speak as if it is normal for someone of my stature to possess 2 semi-divine artifacts. Just look at the description of its skills. I cannot make heads or tails of it. Is your semi-divine artifact truly so outrageous? Su Bai inquired urgently. Unfortunately, I cannot elucidate this for you. Semi-divine artifacts possess conceptual skills, and their specifics can only be uncovered through your own exploration. Each semi-divine artifact has its unique conceptual skills. You must carefully comprehend the nuances of its special attributes, and only then will you gradually unveil its capabilities. Jiang Lin gently shook his head and returned the ring. What you've said is akin to saying nothing at all. Very well, since you are also at a loss, let us drop the matter. Where is the Emperor? I have urgent business to discuss with him. Su Bai had not forgotten about his beast taming concerns. That was of paramount importance. Beast taming was his very foundation. Everything else was but fleeting clouds. Follow me, Jiang Lin replied, leading Su Bai toward the imperial study. Upon entering, they found the Meteor Emperor seated, engaged in pleasant conversation with Jiang Xinyue, who stood by his side. The moment Jiang Xinyue caught sight of Su Bai, she immediately began to retch, her complexion paling considerably. Yeah, are you all right? Do you require a doctor? Jiang Cheng observed the scene, a flicker of panic crossing his face. His daughter had just been elevated to divine emissary status, a monumental honor, and she was destined to inherit his legacy. Father, I am fine. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave, Jiang Xinyue stated, vanishing from the palace before her father could respond. What a rude girl, leaving without a word. The Meteor Emperor, Jiang Cheng, furrowed his brow, a hint of displeasure in his eyes. It was likely not due to the princess herself, but rather because of a certain individual. Your Majesty. Su Bai seeks your audience, Jiang Lin remarked, casting a pointed glance at Su Bai. This young man was the source of much trouble. Surely, from now on, any emissaries from the Light faction would react similarly upon encountering him. Champion Ho, what brings you here? Speak freely, the Meteor Emperor invited. I have heard that you did not become a divine emissary. That is truly unfortunate. Upon hearing this, the Meteor Emperor finally withdrew his gaze. Not at all. I am not the least bit regretful. Your Majesty, I wish to enter the Imperial Beast space. I have heard it is filled with many beasts. And I seek to form a contract with one, Subai stated earnestly. That is certainly possible, but do you possess the capability? There are indeed many beasts within that mysterious space, yet none have ever been contracted. The lowest tier among them is of royal rank, and there are even totem-tier beasts. Contracting them is no simple task. It is common knowledge that the higher the tier of the beast, the more challenging it is to successfully form a contract. By the royal tier, they have already developed their own intelligence. Jiang Cheng could not guarantee Subai's success, as he had no authority in that space. Rest assured, I am confident in my abilities. Subai replied promptly. Very well then, I shall trouble Director Jiang to escort you. This is my decree. Jiang Cheng was not one to skimp on nurturing Subai's talents. He even contemplated uniting his niece with Subai in marriage. Such a prodigy must be firmly anchored to the Meteor Empire's ship of destiny to ensure its continued brilliance. Thank you, Your Majesty. After leaving the Grand Hall, the two made their way toward the Imperial Treasury. Before long, Subai arrived at the entrance to the beast space. It was a colossal stone door, upon which his decree transformed into a beam of golden light, radiating an impressive brilliance. You have only 2 hours. Quickly find a beast that meets your criteria. If you cannot form a contract, leave promptly, for the beasts within are notoriously temperamental, Jiang Lin cautioned, gesturing toward the glowing portal. Fear not, Subai assured, mounting Xiao Bai as he charged into the luminous doorway. Xiao Bai, I hope there are no divine beasts within, right? As Subai entered this mysterious realm, he sensed an overwhelming array of powerful presences. He gently patted Xiao Bai's head and inquired softly. Xiao Bai shook his head in response. That is good. Xiao Bai, lead your father to find the strongest beast here. With those words, a beam of white light streaked across the sky, racing toward the depths of the beast space. Upon reaching the end of this world, Subai stood frozen in place. Xiao Bai, you truly are a troublesome child. Before him stood a colossal tree, its branches obscuring the sky, with countless roots swirling above, exuding an incredibly formidable aura. Beast, World Tree. Tier, Divine. Level, LV 1000. Physique, 999999999. Strength, 999999999. Mental power, 999999999. Agility, 999999999. Comprehensive combat power, 999999999. Skills, immortality, indestructibility, soul whip, death entanglement, absorption. This is no divine beast, it is a divine tree. How come all my beastly offspring are such a burden, digging their own graves without recompense? Great tree, we mean no offense. We merely seek to contract a beast here, Subai said, bowing respectfully before the divine being. This line is strikingly familiar. Human, I sense a mysterious aura emanating from you. You are quite remarkable. What type of beast are you seeking? A gentle voice resonated beside Subai's ear, illuminating his vision. Could it be that this esteemed figure intends to introduce his son to me? That would be simply marvelous. No wonder the grandfather trees in novels are invariably depicted as gentle beings. It seems the author's words hold merit. Such a creature, adept in life and eternity. Possessing formidable mental prowess, Subai promptly spoke up. Fortune, or misfortune, is often intertwined. Whether it be a blessing or a curse is contingent upon this moment. Your expectations are indeed lofty. Within this realm, only the most potent beasts dwell, and the one you seek lies to the far east. Venture there to find it. The roots of the world tree pointed towards the distant horizon, whispering softly. Thank you, esteemed one. Despite not acquiring the tree's offspring, Subai felt a tinge of disappointment. He swiftly mounted Xiao Bai and journeyed to the easternmost location. As he descended, countless beasts surged forth, encircling him completely. These creatures boasted impressive ranks. Their curious eyes fixed upon Subai, exuding a warmth of familiarity. It appeared that his identity as the master of all spirits wielded significant influence, elevating the beast's fondness for him dramatically. At that moment, a colossal figure manifested before Subai, casting the sky into darkness. This beast, nearly 100 meters in length, emanated a terrifying aura, its form obscured by a formless mass of black energy. Beast, Nightmare Beast. Rank, Sovereign. Abilities, Endless Nightmare, Mental Control, Dream Induction, Dream Realm, Absolute Surrender. This must be the creature in question, thought Subai, scrutinizing its abilities with a contemplative stroke of his chin. Resolutely, he ascended to the apex of the Nightmare Beast. A soft white light enveloped the beast, shrouding it in radiance. Commencing contract. Contract successful. Congratulations, host, on successfully contracting the Nightmare Beast. Chapter 68, Nightmare. Beast, Nightmare Beast. Level, LV1. Rank, Sovereign. Physique, 30,000. Strength, 15,000. Mental power, 150,000. Agility, 20,000. Abilities, Endless Nightmare, Mental Control, Dream Induction, Dream Realm, Absolute Surrender. Hidden Evolution Path, Nightmare Beast, Sovereign Rank, Endless Nightmare, Unknown Rank. Materials required for Hidden Path, 100 Spirit Fruits, 1 Nightmare Divine Crystal, 300 Blood Bodhi, 1 Nightmare Essence. These are hardly items of excessive rarity. This little fellow is poised for an upgrade imminently. Subai gazed upon the creature with a slight smile, softly remarking. His choice was indeed astute. The creature's mental power was extraordinarily formidable, far surpassing that of other beasts, belonging to a singularly developed category. Off we go. Subai perched atop Xiao Bai's head, racing towards the exit of the secret realm. Contract successful? So soon? Zhang Lin gaped at Subai, astonished. Of course. Subai replied with a gentle smile. Remember to seek me out at the Imperial Martial Hall tonight. I have a few matters to attend to. Is there anywhere you'd like to go? I can arrange for someone to take you there. Zhang Lin waved his hand, closing the door before him. No need for that. I'll explore the Imperial City on my own. Subai quickly interjected. Very well, Zhang Lin did not object. Given Subai's current status and his formidable strength, few within the Imperial City could pose a threat to him. After departing the palace, Subai headed straight to the Imperial City Commercial District. This area belonged to the royal family, and disturbances were rare. Most who ventured here were either wealthy or noble. With the resources currently at my disposal, I could facilitate the advancement of totem and ancestral rank beasts. However, nurturing other beasts would prove more challenging. Subai calculated his recent gains, narrowing his eyes thoughtfully. Under the present circumstances, elevating a beast to divine rank is far from simple. He surmised that enhancing his own level would enable these beasts to meet the requisite attributes. Given this, it seems prudent to first evolve the Nightmare Beast. Subai entered the Imperial City Commercial District. Greetings, sir. We are delighted to serve you. A courteous female attendant approached him, her tone respectful. I seek 100 Spirit Fruits, 300 Blood Bodhi, and 1 Nightmare Essence. You have these materials, correct? Subai presented his bank card to the young woman. Indeed, we have all of those. Please hold on. We will arrange everything promptly. The attendant's eyes brightened upon hearing this. These items are quite valuable. She would earn a handsome commission. Excellent. Please prepare a high-grade contract chamber for me. Under the guidance of the attendant, Subai entered the luxurious contract room. Shortly thereafter, the young woman delivered all the materials. Subai fed the materials to the nightmare. The creature immediately succumbed to slumber. As time passed, a layer of pitch-black mist enveloped the entire space, exuding a terrifying aura. The beasts within the spirit space began to drowse, soon entering a state of dreaming. Remarkably, this little creature can even influence Xiao Bai and Xiao He. It seems I have indeed acquired an extraordinary beast. Subai narrowed his eyes in astonishment, observing the swirling black energy. Xiao He and Xiao Bai succumbed to slumber as well. A hint of joy graced Subai's lips as he gazed at the central mass of black mist. Beast, Endless Nightmare. Level, LV1. Rank, Demigod. Physique, 30,000. Strength, 150,000. Mental power, 1,500,000. Agility, 110,000. Abilities, Endless Nightmare, Mental Control, Dream Induction. Dream Realm, Absolute Surrender. Hidden Evolution Path, Endless Nightmare, Demigod Rank, Divine Nightmare, Unknown Rank. Materials required for Hidden Path, 1,000 Attribute-less Divine Stones, 100 Nightmare Divine Crystals, 300 Divine Blood Bodhi, 1 Divine Fragment. Impressive. Truly, this is the legendary Mental Beast. Its attributes nearly rival those of Xiao He and Xiao Bai. Once the Nightmare's level increases, its mental attributes will completely overshadow those of Xiao He and Xiao Bai. No wonder it can influence other beasts right after evolution. Little one, I shall now take you to upgrade. Subai gently patted the little creature's head before stepping out of the Beastmaster space. Just as he was about to leave, the door to the contract room was kicked open with force. Who are you? Subai furrowed his brow, his expression darkening at the sight of the young man before him. You are the one who just purchased the Nightmare Essence, are you not? Hand it over. The man surveyed the interior of the contract room with an air of arrogance. I sincerely apologize, sir, but he insisted on barging in. I had no choice. The female attendant said, casting a sympathetic glance at Subai. This matter is not your fault. You may leave. And you are? Subai replied coolly. The Nightmare Essence has already been consumed. I regret to inform you. Should you wish to acquire such an item, I suggest you act sooner next time. Taking a deep breath, Subai regarded the man with a steely gaze. Who do you think you are? I refuse to believe you used it so swiftly. Produce it. Or do not blame me for being impolite. The man adopted a nonchalant posture. Very well. Indeed, it is quite commendable, Subai replied with a smile. Divine words. You should strip down and dance provocatively in the streets. Upon hearing this, the man let out a laugh. Are you an idiot? Do you really think I would follow your orders? Before he could finish, his body involuntarily began to move. Slowly, he stripped off his clothing and walked towards the exit. Divine words. Dance fervently in the streets for half an hour. Watching the man retreat, Subai chuckled. My dear, is it truly safe for him to do that? The female attendant smiled, her face reflecting shock. Should anything happen, I shall bear the consequences. It is of no concern to you. I am leaving now. Subai smiled and made his way towards the door. Chapter 69. The first completion of a cataclysm-level instance. After departing from the trading company, Subai casually purchased a map from a roadside vendor. As a newcomer, he found himself navigating through many unfamiliar places. Reflecting on it now, it had been quite some time since he had last tackled an instance. Examining the locations marked on the map, Subai selected an instance of a suitable level. He folded the map and summoned the 9 Nether Skylark, swiftly heading towards the instance. It wasn't that he was unwilling to summon Xiao Bai and Xiao He. It was merely that those two were far too conspicuous. After all, they were dragons. Should others catch sight of them, it would undoubtedly stir up quite a commotion. You scoundrel, just wait. I shall ensure your demise one day. Mark my words, do not let our paths cross again. A bare-chested man stood in the street, dancing fervently. He felt the burning stares of onlookers, his face flushed with embarrassment, wishing he could vanish into the ground. By this time, Subai had arrived at the entrance to the instance, which was bustling with people. Have you heard? The Ba Tian group is preparing to break a record. Break what record? Of course, the instance record. The cataclysm difficulty of the endless ice domain has yet to be conquered. I know, it's not that simple. I heard last time several level 150 elites attempted to clear this instance, but failed miserably. Indeed, I say they are quite foolish. The first completion of such an instance is not easily achieved. As the crowd discussed the instance before them, Subai's interest was piqued. Is there really a first completion for the cataclysm level? Upon hearing this, Subai's eyes brightened. The rewards for a first completion were exceptionally generous, instantly capturing his attention. Big brother, are you planning to tackle the instance? Our team is short one person. Would you like to join us? At that moment, a gentle voice broke through, causing Subai to pause. He looked down to see an adorable little girl standing before him, speaking softly. You wish to team up with me? That could work. But why should I agree to you? Subai smiled at the little girl. Joining forces in the instance grants additional experience points, though the difficulty of the monsters will increase slightly. Because I believe you are a good person, the little girl replied eagerly. Very well, if that's the case. I shall join your team. Subai, now confident in his abilities, saw no reason to be cautious anymore. Moreover, gaining extra experience points was certainly advantageous. Big brother, if you join our team, we will decide on resource allocation together. Is that acceptable? The little girl blinked her big eyes, speaking rapidly. This little girl was utterly adorable, a surge of fondness welling up within him. That will not do. I shall pass. I intend to challenge the cataclysm level instance. Subai nearly burst into laughter at the little girl's demeanor. We are all seasoned foxes in this game. What do you think you can achieve with me? The girl appeared petite and delicate, yet her age surely surpassed Subai's. He had never encountered a 4-turn elite around 10 years old. Are you jesting? Soloing the cataclysm? If you can do that, I shall let you sleep for free in the future. The little girl exclaimed, her voice rising in excitement. Free sleep? You truly are daydreaming. Even if you desired my company, I would hesitate, Subai retorted, amused by the girl's sudden reveal of her true nature. Try saying that again. Do you believe I won't take you down? The little girl declared, hands on her hips, her tone fierce. 3 men stood beside her, their expressions menacing. Subai, unwilling to engage further, selected the cataclysm difficulty and entered the instance. Wait, he really chose cataclysm? Is he out of his mind? Soloing cataclysm? I've never heard of anyone achieving such a feat. Goodness gracious, could it be that we are about to witness a miracle? The crowd was taken aback by Subai's choice of difficulty. At this moment, Subai remained oblivious to the commotion outside. He cast a detection spell, focusing on the monsters before him. Elite Ice Bear. Level, LV 150. Health, 500,000. Attack, 3,000. Skills, Berserk, Extreme Cold Freeze, Giant Bear Roar, Frenzy. Extreme Ice Python. Level, LV 150. Health, 300,000. Attack, 5,000. Skills, Death Coil, Extreme Cold Freeze, Frost Breath, Frenzy. This was hardly a challenge. Subai swiftly summoned Xiao Bai from the Beastmaster space. With a mighty roar, Xiao Bai unleashed a terrifying wave of icy energy that radiated outward, instantly encasing the entire instance in frost. The world around them began to freeze, the chilling air prompting involuntary shivers. Congratulations on defeating the glacial python, earning 150,000 experience points. Congratulations on defeating the elite ice bear, earning 150,000 experience points. The kill announcements began to refresh incessantly. Warning, warning, warning. Due to your excessive slaying, you have successfully attracted the attention of the Lord of the Glacial Snow Domain, who is about to manifest. Please evacuate promptly. 10 seconds later, congratulations on successfully defeating the Lord of the Glacial Snow Domain, earning 5,000 experience points. You have picked up 1 Ice Attribute Spirit Stone, which has been automatically stored in your backpack. You have acquired the epic equipment, the Frigid Ice Shield, which has been automatically stored in your backpack. Your level has ascended to 121, granting you 50 free attribute points. Your level has ascended to 122, granting you another 50 free attribute points. Congratulations on successfully clearing the cataclysm-level dungeon, Endless Ice Domain, earning 1 epic treasure chest, which has been automatically stored in your backpack. The levels began to soar rapidly, only halting at 150. What an exhilarating sensation. Subai observed his level escalating swiftly, a hint of satisfaction gracing his visage. You have successfully triggered the dungeon announcement. Would you like to make it public? Public. Without a moment's hesitation, Subai selected the option. Congratulations to player Subai for achieving the first clear of the cataclysm-level Endless Ice Domain, earning 1 legendary treasure chest. Congratulations to player Subai for achieving the first clear of the cataclysm-level Endless Ice Domain, earning 1 legendary treasure chest. Congratulations to player Subai for achieving the first clear of the cataclysm-level Endless Ice Domain, earning 1 legendary treasure chest. The continuous notifications echoed in the ears of the many adventurers, instantly stirring a tempest of excitement. Chapter 70. The Little Black Donkey, Mu Yen. How is this possible? He truly soloed it. Goodness gracious, he is nothing short of a deity. Wait, did I just overlook his name? He is Subai? He is Subai? My goodness. I cannot believe I am seeing Subai. The crowd gathered at the entrance erupted into a fervor, expressions of disbelief etched upon their faces. He is indeed Subai? The little loli was left dumbfounded, her mind momentarily blank. In the entire empire, few have not heard of Subai's name. She now wished she could slap herself for her earlier folly. What a blunder to have driven Subai away. Just then, the entrance to the secret realm burst forth with dazzling light, and Subai emerged from within. We have witnessed the champion marquis. The crowd bowed slightly toward Subai, their eyes filled with reverence. No need for formality. Please continue with your affairs. I merely came by to level up, Subai replied with a gentle smile, before continuing. Champion Marquis, you are truly approachable. My lord, I wish to bear your children. When did you arrive in the imperial capital? Champion Marquis, I have delicious snacks at my place. Would you care to visit? Champion Marquis, you are my idol. I admire you immensely. The chorus of voices erupted, revealing a fervent enthusiasm among the crowd. Perhaps we can converse later. I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave. Summoning the 9 Netherlark, Subai took flight into the distance. The fervor of the crowd was overwhelming, leaving him feeling somewhat bashful. He rode the 9 Netherlark to the Imperial Martial University. In a secluded corner, he stored the 9 Netherlark and entered the hallowed halls of the academy. To speak truthfully, the Imperial Martial University certainly lives up to its reputation as the finest institution in the land. The educational environment is commendable. By the way, it seems there is someone here. Subai suddenly recalled something and headed towards the nearby teaching building. Hello, fellow student. Do you happen to know where Muyen is? Subai inquired softly, gazing at the student before him. You're looking for Muyen? Brother, I advise you to abandon that thought. While you have a touch of charm, this woman is undoubtedly beyond your reach. She is the most beautiful flower of our school and is rumored to be a fated one. With your background, you likely cannot aspire to her level. The young man assessed Subai and shook his head. Who do you think you are to look down on me? I merely wish to inquire about her location. It's not as serious as you think. Subai took a deep breath and quickly clarified. Can I trust your words? Most who inquire about Mu Yin are either seeking friendship or aspiring to be her boyfriend. Do you expect me to believe you? The young man rolled his eyes and teased. Brother, do you believe I can summon her with just a beckoning finger? Subai hesitated for a moment before responding earnestly. Enough of your nonsense. Do not insult my goddess. The young man immediately rolled up his sleeves, adopting a posture ready for confrontation. Why do you refuse to believe? How about you take me to her classroom, and I shall prove it to you? Subai suggested, employing a tactic of provocation. Of course, no problem. Follow me. The young man, brimming with confidence, strode toward a modest teaching building. Indeed, provocation proves effective. Young people tend to respond well to it. Do you see her? My goddess is right there. If you're truly impressive, summon her with a beckoning finger. I'm eager to see you accomplish it. The young man crossed his arms, a smug expression adorning his face. In a classroom by the window, a girl sat engrossed in a book, absorbed in her reading. Sunlight streamed onto her, enhancing her exquisite beauty. Her silvery hair cascaded over her shoulders, evoking a unique sense of ethereal grace. Little black donkey. At that moment, Subai suddenly shouted into the classroom. Little black donkey? The young man paused, taken aback by the unexpected outburst. The sudden call immediately captured the attention of everyone in the classroom, and all eyes turned to Subai. The girl, hearing her name, set her book down, incredulity flashing in her eyes. Slowly, she turned to gaze at the familiar yet handsome figure. Seeing that face, her body began to tremble. Little black donkey, come here. Subai waved to Mu Yen, calling softly. I'll fight you for this. How dare you call my goddess little black donkey? I'm going to make you pay. The young man beside him instantly became furious, rolling up his sleeves and brandishing his shield. Brother, don't be impulsive. Let us see if she comes over. If she does, you mustn't hit me. Subai smiled slightly, waving his hand dismissively. That figure slowly stood up and exited the classroom. Subai, it really is you. How did you come to the imperial capital? I thought I had misheard. It's truly you. The woman directly grasped Subai's arm, her eyes reflecting a hint of disbelief. It was at that moment that Subai heard the sound of something shattering, likely the sound of heartbreak emanating from the male onlookers both inside and outside the room. I came here to take care of some matters and to see you. It seems your reputation here is quite substantial. My brother, I told you I knew her. Yet you refused to believe me. Look, I called her, and here she is. Subai turned to his older companion, a smile gracing his lips. From now on, please refrain from speaking to me. I desire solitude. The man clutched his heart, turning away and walking off into the distance, his figure exuding a profound melancholy. This is not the place for conversation. Let us find another venue. Come to my room, the girl said, taking Subai's hand as they strolled outside the teaching building. Who is the scoundrel? I demand to know his information within the hour. My goddess, she is leaving with someone else, looking so radiant. This cannot be. I must be seeing things. Who is that boy? He surely is not from our school. I have never seen him before. Watching his goddess walk away with another. The boys in the class erupted in despairing howls, their eyes filled with hopelessness. Chapter 71. The prodigy Mu Yin. The two strolled leisurely through the campus, resembling a couple in the throes of young love. Passers-by directed their gazes towards Subai, seemingly intrigued by his identity. Little black donkey, I never anticipated you were so renowned at this school. It has been 3 years since we last met. How have you changed so much? Subai regarded the girl, his expression betraying a hint of incredulity. Mu Yan's nickname, Little Black Donkey, was a moniker concocted by Subai and Sun Kai. The three had grown up together, sharing a deep bond of friendship. Subai's relationship with Little Black Donkey was particularly close, as both had emerged from an orphanage. In their youth, Mu Yin was dark and unattractive, short in stature, and frequently bullied. As the older brother, Subai naturally took on the responsibility of caring for the Little Black Donkey. When they turned 15, this girl experienced a miraculous awakening. You heard correctly, an awakening that was deemed natural. Those recognized by the heavens as transmuters spontaneously awakened their professions. The likelihood of such an event occurring was even lower than that of Mars colliding with Earth, yet this Little Black Donkey managed to encounter it. Eventually, the girl moved to the imperial capital, and in the blink of an eye, it had been 3 years since they last met. I never imagined 3 years could pass so swiftly. I had intended to visit you all after graduation, but the dean would not permit my departure. Upon hearing this, Mu Yin sighed softly. Her profession was exceptionally unique, a fated one, destined to fulfill a heavenly mandate, a rarity among professions. Now that we have reunited, let me call Sun Kai over, and we shall have a proper gathering, Subai said with a gentle smile. Of course, that sounds splendid. Which academy are you attending now? Or have you already become a professional and entered society? Mu Yin inquired softly, gazing at Subai. I am currently at the Qinglong Academy, but I will be in the imperial capital for a while. You can come find me. I have yet to secure a place to stay, Subai mused, realizing he indeed could not leave the imperial capital anytime soon. He had promised old Master Sun that he would bring honor to the family during the upcoming academy competition. The event was fast approaching, and it appeared he would be unable to leave this month. The Qinglong Academy? Not bad at all. Let me ask you, there is a prodigy from Tang City named Subai, who bears your exact name. I initially thought he was you. Mu Yin pondered for a moment before speaking softly. Indeed, that is I. You have not misjudged. I have grown quite strong and can still protect you, Subai declared, flexing his muscles in front of the girl. Is it truly you? Then why did you attend the Qinglong Academy? Mu Yan's expression shifted, momentarily taken aback. Given Subai's examination results, he could have enrolled in any institution across the country. Even the most prestigious academies would vie for him. There are many complexities involved that I cannot explain in detail. When do you expect to graduate? Subai regarded the girl with curiosity. He refrained from using his gifted abilities to probe into her background, as that would be disrespectful to a friend. I could have graduated long ago, but the dean refuses to release me. I have already advanced to the 6th transition and am on the verge of becoming a 7th-tier professional. He insists I remain until I reach the 9th transition. What can I do about it? Mu Yen sighed, her voice laced with frustration. Who knew your abilities would be so extraordinary and peculiar? Subai chuckled in response. Mu Yen's profession as a fate master endowed her with the first basic skill of predicting the future. She could foresee what was to come. Were she to elevate her level to the 9th transition, she could even gaze into the future and predict any person or event. Such a power was overwhelmingly formidable, and it was no wonder old Jiang was reluctant to let her go. A talent like hers, under the stewardship of someone like old Jiang, would surely invoke his protective instincts. I would gladly relinquish this talent for the joy of simply being with you all, Mu Yen lamented. Seated on a swing at the villa, her eyes reflecting a trace of sorrow. For 3 long years, she had been ensnared within these confines, aside from undertaking missions. She was unable to leave the imperial capital. If you wish to go out and have some fun, I can take you, Subai offered, immediately grasping her hand and speaking softly. Is that truly possible? The dean would never consent to it. I know his character well. He would absolutely refuse to let me leave. Mu Yan's eyes brightened momentarily before dimming again. Unless she broke through to the 9th transition, she would remain confined to the imperial capital. Just an old man. Why should I fear him? If old Jiang doesn't allow me to take you out, I shall scatter his ashes to the winds, Subai declared, his fists clenched, his expression fierce. Whose ashes are you planning to scatter? At that moment, old Jiang suddenly appeared beside them, a jovial expression on his face as he regarded Subai. Yours, of course. How can you keep her imprisoned here? Can you not act like a decent human being? Subai glared at the old man, his demeanor unfriendly. It was not my intention. You know how formidable this little girl's talent is. At that time, there were numerous spies in the country. I could not possibly let her out. Once she is exposed, she would be subjected to endless assassination attempts. Professionals from abroad would stop at nothing to eliminate Mu Yen. Our nation has its fated ones. But so do other countries with their seers. Old Jiang, noticing Subai's displeasure, hurriedly explained. Even with his unwavering protection, there was no guarantee of Mu Yen's safety. Only within the confines of the imperial capital would she be secure, as it was the territory of the Meteor Emperor. Unless the divine descends, it is impossible for anyone to disturb Mu Yen. So, if that is the case, I shall begrudgingly forgive you, old man. Upon hearing this, Subai promptly patted Mu Yan's shoulder. I truly did not anticipate that you two were acquainted. This is fortuitous, as it spares me the trouble of an introduction. The reason I summoned you tonight is related to this young lady. I wish for your assistance on her behalf. Elder Jiang gazed at the pair of golden boy and jade girl before him, narrowing his eyes in contemplation. Their relationship appears to be exceptionally close, even imparting a sense of romantic affection. Assistance with what? At this utterance, Subai was momentarily taken aback. To help her complete her 7th transition task. This task cannot be accomplished by anyone else but you. Elder Jiang stroked his beard thoughtfully, a hint of a mysterious smile gracing his features. Chapter 72, A Second Encounter with Assassination. Of course, it is no trouble at all. I shall take care of this matter. Hearing those words, Subai did not hesitate to agree. His bond with the little black donkey is beyond question. They are brothers in arms. And he must assist him in completing the transition task. I've never seen you handle matters with such swiftness before. How rare. At this remark, Elder Jiang was momentarily taken aback. That old fellow, Sun Shan, had mentioned more than once that Subai was rather opportunistic, nearly draining him dry. However, when it comes to serving you, it is entirely different. I cannot refuse Mu Yen's requests. We both emerged from the orphanage, having relied on each other since childhood. So her matters are naturally my affairs. Subai smiled faintly and spoke softly. You young rascal, truly shameless. Have you taken a liking to her? If you have, do not hesitate to tell me. I can act as a matchmaker for you. At this, Elder Jiang rolled his eyes in exasperation. Old man, if you cannot speak properly, it would be wise to say less. If there is nothing else, you should return. Do not hinder our reminiscing here. Your presence is quite the distraction, and we feel awkward conversing in your company. Subai directly issued the dismissal. Elder Jiang, understanding the hint, turned and departed. How did you manage that? To have the old man heed your words. Mu Yen's eyes widened in astonishment. Isn't it merely a matter of having the right approach? Let us set aside that old man and discuss other matters. Subai settled onto a swing, engaging Mu Yen in conversation about recent events. They spoke for quite some time, continuing until the late hours of the night before parting ways. Subai mounted his 9 nether lark and departed from the Imperial Capital Academy. Upon arriving at his lodgings, he turned and retreated to his room. Has he returned? In the adjacent room, a woman beside him softly inquired. He has returned, my lord. Shall we seek him out now? At this, the woman nodded. I shall go alone. After all, this is my family matter, and it would not be appropriate to involve you. The old man waved his sleeve, standing to make his way toward the door. Just then, a faint energy rippled with a dark wave, vanishing into the night in an instant. There is something amiss. Tsubai, just settling into bed, narrowed his eyes, a cold glint reflecting within them. Although the energy fluctuation was fleeting, he distinctly sensed something unusual. It seems the imperial capital is not as tranquil as it appears. Having merely hinted at his presence, he was already being targeted. As he stepped out of the hotel, a look of bewilderment crossed his face. Where exactly is this place? Tsubai surveyed the hotel before him, a hint of confusion in his gaze. At this moment, the hotel was enveloped in an endless darkness, with faint lights twinkling in the distant sky. This is not wilderness. The space here feels rather peculiar. Tsubai narrowed his eyes, assessing his surroundings with a wary demeanor. The ability to bring him here unnoticed signifies that the opponent's strength exceeds imagination. After a moment's hesitation, Tsubai turned back into the hotel. The occupants inside remained oblivious to the environmental shifts, with some having already succumbed to slumber. Since I am here, there is no reason to hide. Let me see who you are, the one who has gone to such lengths to plot against me. Tsubai scanned the space around him, his eyes narrowing slightly as he spoke softly. Tsubai, is it? At last we meet. Just then, 5 figures descended from the upper floor. Their gazes fixed upon Tsubai, exuding a palpable aura of malice. Among them were 3 blonde-haired, blue-eyed men, while another bore a face akin to Tsubai's, a quintessential Eastern appearance. Name, Lewis. Occupation, sorcerer. Level, 8th transition, level 260. Combat power, 5, 247, 613. Affiliated nation, White Eagle Empire. Name, Marshall. Occupation, elemental mage. Level, 8th transition, level 260. Combat power, 6, 817, 613. Affiliated nation, White Eagle Empire. You truly hold me in high regard, having brought 5 top-tier 8th transition warriors. Tsubai narrowed his eyes, his face betraying a sense of indescribable shock. Naturally, one must exercise caution when dealing with a talent such as yourself, who in the Meteor Empire is unaware of your might. Upon hearing this, Lewis, the leader, smiled slightly, his demeanor calm. I appreciate your kind words, indeed. I am a person of considerable strength. However, I am quite curious as to how you gathered the audacity to venture into the Meteor Empire to act against me. Upon this statement, Tsubai nodded, a faint smile gracing his lips. These foreigners certainly possess some skill, having just revealed his identity. They immediately sought him out with unwavering precision, locating the very hotel where he was staying. Under normal circumstances, we would not dare, but this time, in order to confront you, we have procured a genuine semi-artifact. Upon hearing this, Lewis spoke up. What artifact is this? Allow me to witness it. Tsubai rubbed his hands together, excitement flickering across his face. Who would have thought these good fellows would come bearing gifts? Regrettably, you will not have the opportunity to see it. This time next year will mark your demise. Marshall, standing at the back, snorted coldly, his eyes gleaming with murderous intent. This time, the Emperor expressly ordered that no matter the cost, Tsubai must be eliminated, and his head returned to the White Eagle Empire as proof of our success. Your Mandarin is quite commendable, yet it is a pity you are destined for disappointment. Killing me is no simple task. Upon hearing this, Tsubai smiled faintly, his expression turning icy. In this space, your summoned beasts cannot be called forth, and without them, you are left with but one path, death. The remaining individuals fixed their sharp gazes upon Tsubai, poised to strike at any moment. Is that so? As soon as these words were spoken, Tsubai was momentarily taken aback. It seemed he felt no sense of oppression, as if he were merely standing on a bustling street, with no discernible change whatsoever. How unexpected it was to witness such lively commotion. Just then, an elderly man slowly made his way into the crowd, his face adorned with a peculiar smile. Chapter 73, The Nine-Turn Master Yongling. Is there still a show? Upon hearing this, Tsubai's attention was drawn to the old man. The elder's countenance was gentle, exuding a soft aura that radiated kindness. Name, Yongling. Occupation, Shield Warrior. Level, 9-turn, level 500. Combat power, 19, 681, 567. Affiliated faction, Meteor Empire. Goodness, a 9-turn master? Tsubai never expected to encounter such a formidable figure in this desolate hotel, leaving him momentarily stunned. Wait, something seemed off. This 9-turn master appeared to bear the surname Yang. Suddenly, the Yang family of Qinglong City flashed through Tsubai's mind. Could this elder be a member of the Yang family? Noticing the subtle resemblance between the elder's features and those of the Yang family, Su Bai felt an unsettling sensation wash over him. It seems you have guessed my identity. Indeed, I am the ancestral protector of the Yang family, the elder stated, gently stroking his beard with a serious demeanor. How fortuitous, Su Bai rolled his eyes. It was truly a coincidence that all his adversaries had gathered in one place today. Mr. Yang, I thought you were in the starry sky. What brings you back? Could it be for revenge? Mr. Yang, this is the one who annihilated the entire Yang family. You must avenge us. Upon hearing these words, a flicker of excitement crossed the faces of the foreign onlookers nearby. Mr. Yang, if you can slay this scoundrel and return to our White Eagle Empire with Su Bai's head, I assure you we will honor you as a distinguished guest. Marshal, standing among the crowd, exclaimed with renewed vigor. They had been in the imperial capital long enough to gather ample intelligence on Su Bai. The two were indeed sworn enemies, with Su Bai having decimated the entire Yang family. You are not mistaken. I have indeed come today to seek trouble with this young rascal. But what do you insignificant beings have to do with it? Do you think you are worthy to meddle in my affairs? Take a good look in the mirror, a bunch of scrawny, wretched fools. The elder Yang let out a cold laugh, a glimmer of disdain evident in his eyes. As a dignified nine-turn practitioner, he was accustomed to being treated as an esteemed guest wherever he went. What do you mean by that? The four men were momentarily taken aback by his words. Yes. Elder, weren't you seeking revenge on me? Su Bai's eyes flashed with surprise. Of course, I seek vengeance, but you foreign spies dare to cause a ruckus in our empire? Naturally, you must be dealt with first. I have always acted with integrity, never associating myself with your kind. Moreover, national grievances and familial enmities are distinct. They cannot be conflated. The elder waved his sleeve dismissively, casting a contemptuous gaze upon the four men before him. As a nine-turn powerhouse, Yang Ling stood at the pinnacle of this world. Even when faced with the leader of the White Eagle Empire, he remained unflinching. Attack. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the four strong men shifted slightly. A brilliant light enveloped them as they immediately launched their assault. At that moment, Elder Yang moved. An overwhelming aura radiated from him as he stepped forward. The terrifying force of gravity caused the ground to buckle, pinning the four assailants in place, rendering them utterly immobile. How is this possible? Panic flickered across their faces. Did they truly believe that nine-turn masters were mere pretenders? Let me be frank. Below nine-turn, all are but ants. The elder brought his shield crashing down to the ground, sending the figures flying backward, blood spurting from their mouths. What a pity. I had thought you could endure a while longer, yet this is all you can muster. A look of derision crossed Yang Ling's face as he regarded the fallen men. Damn it, you shall perish here today. Upon hearing these words, the leader, Lewis, revealed a glint of determination in his eyes. He drew forth a scroll, tearing it apart, unleashing a cataclysmic inferno that descended upon Elder Yang. You've had your luck, almost becoming a divine envoy. But alas, do not think that even a deity could make me retreat a single step. Crimson light surged forth, coalescing into a colossal dragon that unleashed a fearsome roar, crashing toward the torrential flames. The very fabric of space quivered under the immense pressure, inciting terror in all who witnessed it. Elder Yang remained unfazed beneath the terrifying flames, his every gesture exuding formidable energy. Do not forget, this man slaughtered your entire family. Will you still shield him? Lewis, who had been sent flying, bellowed in a desperate rage. They had never anticipated encountering a nine-turn master in this place. Their luck was utterly extraordinary. As I stated, familial grievances are distinct from national enmities. They cannot be conflated. Now, I shall send you on your way. The blood-red light re-emerged, and a crimson longsword appeared in the elder's hand, poised to strike down upon the group of 8-turn warriors before him. A thunderous sound erupted as the blade met a massive shield that had been raised in defense. The shield shattered, and one of the men was cleaved into pieces, a torrent of blood enveloping the hotel. How unfortunate. This sword did not claim the lives of all four of you. Elder Yang sighed, a hint of resignation in his gaze as he regarded the blade in his hand. Die. The remaining three inhaled deeply, and a brilliant black light surged forth, racing toward Elder Yang. The terrifying darkness seemed intent on engulfing everything in its path. A semi-artifact? I possess one as well. The elder stepped forward, his boots radiating dazzling brilliance, effectively halting the encroaching black mist. The crimson light transformed into a shield, preventing the darkness from advancing even an inch. With a sickening sound, fresh blood gushed forth as the life force of the three powerful warriors was seemingly drained away, leaving behind lifeless husks upon the ground. Ants shaking a tree, utterly oblivious. The old man let out a cold snort and withdrew the blood-red longsword before him. Chapter 74, National Grievances and Familial Hatred. The room lay in ruins, utterly devastated. Su Bai and the venerable Yang Ling stood amidst the debris, gazing at one another. Little one, are you truly unafraid of me? Yang Ling inquired. a hint of surprise flickering in his eyes as he regarded Subai. It is precisely because I am fearless that I am unafraid, Subai replied. You are correct. Old man, I did indeed slay your entire family, so it is only natural that you seek revenge against me. Upon hearing this, Subai dusted himself off and settled onto what remained of a sofa. Truly, heroes emerge in their youth. When I was your age, I trembled at the sight of the esteemed nine-turn master. I have never encountered someone as audacious as you. With a chuckle, the elder scrutinized Subai. No wonder you managed to pass the trial of the abyss. This lad is indeed audacious. You must be mistaken, old man. In your youth, you could never have been as handsome as I am. I am the most striking man in the entire Meteor Empire, Subai teased, a smirk playing on his lips. Yang Ling was momentarily taken aback, unable to fathom Subai's shamelessness in proclaiming himself the most handsome man in the empire. Little one, what shall we do about your annihilation of my kin? Over 10,000 members of the Yang family perished by your hand. This is a blood feud of profound depth. The elder narrowed his eyes, a fierce killing intent emanating from him as he assessed Subai. What shall we do, you ask? We shall proceed as you suggest. However, I harbor no regrets. The Yang family sought to kill me, and I did indeed annihilate them. There is enmity between us, Subai stated, his arms crossed, an air of calmness enveloping him. If you wish to assign blame, you must consider your failure in raising your descendants. Your grandson is utterly inept, yet he has mastered the art of plunder. Even if it came to blows, he felt no fear of the elder before him. However, it appeared that this elder was somewhat fair-minded. I owe you a favor. You have passed the trial of the abyss and reduced the difficulty of ascension for the nine-turn masters. I have indeed received a favor from you. Even if you were to request my life, it would not sit well with me. You are the hope for the future of the empire. For both public and private reasons, I cannot bring myself to do so. The elder took a deep breath, a grave expression settling in his eyes. He understood all too well the nature of his own kin, who had long abused their status without fear of repercussions, as no one dared to oppose him, the guardian. What is it that you wish, old man? Subai squinted, sensing that the elder did not wish to engage him in combat. This was indeed fortuitous, as it would spare them both from mutual destruction. The nine-turn masters were the very foundation of the empire. Let us do this. I offer you two choices. The first is to endure a strike from my sword. Should you survive, we shall erase our grievances and part ways amicably. The second choice is to enter the abyss after reaching the 8th turn and slay countless demon kin. The elder's gaze bore into Subai as he articulated each word with precision. Is there truly any choice to be made? I shall, of course, choose to endure your strike, Subai declared, rising to his feet with his hands clasped behind him, exuding an aura of confidence. You choose to forgo the abyss? The elder's eyes narrowed, a flicker of suspicion crossing his features. This lad is certainly not following the expected path. Old man, you jest. My journey into the abyss is not solely for your sake, but for others as well, for the entire Meteor Empire. It is my duty. To endure your strike will allow you to vent your pent-up rage. Just your statement regarding familial grievances and national hatred satisfies me greatly, Subai responded with a smile, his demeanor unfazed. You truly are unafraid of death. The elder's long sword radiated a brilliant light, hovering before Subai. I am not unafraid of death. In fact, I fear it greatly. However, your strike may not be sufficient to claim my life. I invite you to try, Subai said, stepping closer to the sword's tip with a slight smile. Prepare to meet your end. The long sword erupted in a dazzling red glow, crashing into Subai. Immunity. A large emblem of immunity appeared above Subai's head, leaving the elder momentarily stunned. Well done, lad. You possess quite the talent. My strike has been completely negated. Of course, I could stand here for 10 minutes, and you would not be able to slay me, Subai said with a slight smile, his tone earnest. Very well. It appears that fate itself has intervened to prevent my slaying of you. Let us consider our grievances settled, the elder conceded with a nod, turning to ascend the stairs. Subai glanced outside, noting that the surroundings had returned to normal, and he too made his way upstairs. Are you all right? As he entered his room, a familiar voice suddenly rang in his ears. Please, old man, one can frighten a person to death, Subai exclaimed, momentarily taken aback as beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead. The old man Zhang Lin had moved with remarkable speed, appearing almost instantaneously. I thought you might perish here, so I hastened my arrival. It appears fortune is on your side, Zhang Lin said, stroking his beard with a serious expression. Spare me. Did you not claim that the capital is exceptionally safe? I had barely returned to my hotel when I was surrounded by 4 foreign spies who nearly whisked me away. Shouldn't you compensate me for my mental anguish? A mere 1,000 or 1,800 spirit crystals will suffice, Subai said, rubbing his hands together without ceremony. Would you prefer a slap to the face instead? Do not think I am unaware of your hidden cards. I am but a poor old man with nothing to offer. This incident was my oversight. It will not happen again. However, it has fortuitously resolved the conflict between you and Yongling." The old man Zhonglin concluded with a wry smile, his figure vanishing in an instant. How does he come and go as he pleases? As if this place were his personal warehouse. Subai muttered, rolling his eyes at the spot where the elder had just stood. Chapter 75. The task of advancing to the 5th turn. A night without incident passed. The following morning, Subai returned to the Imperial Martial Arts Academy, heading straight for Mu Yan's villa. Isn't that the lad who is always pestering Mu Yan? Indeed, it's him. That shameless scoundrel has returned. This insolent fool is back to disturb our goddess again. I cannot stand for this. I must challenge him to a duel. How dare he monopolize our divine beauty? Damn it, this infuriates me. I will confront that bastard. Who will join me? Count me in. Me too. And I. A group of young men observed Subai as he entered Mu Yan's villa, their faces betraying hints of anger as they began to exchange signals, rallying together to confront him. Why have you arrived so early today? Upon seeing Subai's early arrival, Mu Yan felt a surge of delight within her. In this school, her interactions with others were minimal. The boys admired her, yearning for her affection, while the girls, envious of her, kept their distance and dared not approach her. You mentioned yesterday that your class-changing task is at the ancient elf ruins. Is that true? Subai inquired gently, gazing at the young girl before him. Indeed. It is true. What of it? Mu Yan nodded eagerly in response. When do you plan to undertake this class change? The upcoming challenge was undoubtedly fraught with peril, otherwise Zhonglin would not have insisted on Subai's company. I should wait until next month. My level has caught up. But the secret realm does not commence until the 1st of next month, she replied. Why the sudden interest in this? Mu Yan asked softly. My class-changing task is also there, Subai declared promptly. He had discovered the overlap in their class-changing mission locations only after reviewing his tasks the previous night. Current class-changing task, 4th to 5th advancement. Level, 4th advancement. Task description. In this land of mysteries, a multitude of secrets lies hidden. You are required to venture to the ruins of the elf tribe to uncover their secrets and seek the truth behind their disappearance. Task duration, 1 month. Note: this task is a special class-changing mission. Please complete it as soon as possible. The details of this mission left Subai momentarily stunned. It turned out that it was not merely his level or equipment that posed a barrier, but rather the cooldown time of the dungeon. He could only hope that future class-changing tasks would not be as extraordinarily convoluted, without requiring a nearly half-month wait. Really? But why? Mu Yan's eyes widened with surprise. That secret realm is exceedingly complex, housing formidable monsters, most of which exceed level 200. Why would your class-changing task be located there? She recalled having ventured there once before, where she had obtained a unique treasure, possibly linked to her task. I cannot say for certain. Perhaps it's due to the uniqueness of my profession, which makes my class-changing task significantly more challenging compared to others, Subai explained hastily. Well, it seems you will be staying here for a while longer, Mu Yan observed, her spirits lifting at the prospect. This was splendid. Subai would be able to accompany her frequently, sparing her the loneliness of solitude. Indeed. The Grand Academy competition is approaching, and I can take you along to witness it. Subai calculated the time, noting that the preliminary rounds would commence in just 3 days. Other than the 4 major academies and 5 top-tier institutions, other schools would need to compete for a place in the finals, a fierce contest for 11 coveted slots. Really? You mustn't deceive me, Mu Yan exclaimed, grasping Subai's hand, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Of course not, Subai assured her, nodding vigorously. Just then, the doorbell rang, interrupting their private moment. Who could it be? Mu Yan asked as she opened the villa door, peering outside. A throng of figures loomed at the entrance, their faces flushed with indignation as they glared at Subai. Do you have business here? Mu Yan frowned at the gathering. We want to challenge that kid inside to a duel. Let him come out. One shouted. Exactly. Who does he think he is, daring to monopolize my goddess? Another added. Sister Mu Yan, you can find a boyfriend, but it absolutely cannot be that guy inside. Just look at him. He has a weaselly appearance, clearly not trustworthy. The crowd stood at the door, brimming with anger as they shouted in unison. Hearing this, Subai felt a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. How dare they call me weaselly? I am undeniably a paragon of male beauty. He felt the need to clarify. Blushing, Mu Yan said softly, There's no need. Let me handle this. But Subai stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of her. Mu Yan's heart warmed at the sight. This steadfast shoulder had shielded her from harm in the past when others had bullied her. You've finally shown yourself, Haven Tiyu? Which academy do you belong to? How audacious of you to come here and pursue our goddess. I challenge you to a one-on-one duel right now at the training ground. One of the young men declared, rolling up his sleeves, his cheeks flushed with anger. This isn't my fault. You lot are so inept that it took you ages to win her over. While I managed to hold her hand effortlessly, Subai thought to himself, arching an eyebrow as he clasped Mu Yan's hand. Let go of me, you scoundrel. I will fight you with everything I have. Even if the king himself were here, he couldn't stop me. The group outside the villa was on the brink of fury, wishing to tear Subai limb from limb. How could a mere mortal tarnish the purity of their goddess? Forgive my bluntness, but you all are nothing but trash. I have claimed your goddess. I am Subai of the Qinglong Academy, known as the Champion Marquis. Who among you dares to duel me? Subai stepped out of the villa, taking a bold stance. As his words echoed, silence fell over the crowd, who exchanged glances filled with trepidation. Chapter 76. You all together now. The name Subai had already stirred up quite a storm throughout the Meteor Empire. Merely uttering his name could instill fear in many. What of Subai? Even if you are he, I remain unyielding. Let us take this to the training ground. If you defeat me, I shall concede and never trouble you again. A resolute young man stepped forward. After all, what was there to fear? In the training ground, death was not a possibility. Very well, it seems you are indeed eager for a fight. I accept your challenge, Subai replied with a slight smile, his demeanor calm. Are there any others who wish to join? He regarded the assembly before him, invitingly. Count me in. Our goddess of the Empire martial arts must not be seized by others. Count me in as well. I cannot endure this indignation. And I too, regardless of the circumstances. She remains our goddess. If you wish to take her away, you must demonstrate sufficient prowess. Voices echoed incessantly, as over 100 students came together, all eager to challenge Subai. It is astonishing. I had not realized you possessed such allure within the Empire martial arts. No longer the neglected little black egg you once were. Subai glanced at the girl beside him and couldn't help but chuckle, softly remarking, in the past, Mu Yan endured considerable bullying. Aside from myself, no one ever championed her cause. Look at how you speak. When have I ever been unloved or uncared for? Moreover, could you please refrain from calling me little black egg? I am an adult now, Mu Yan retorted, rolling her eyes at Subai with a sharp glare. Were anyone else to utter such words, she would surely be incensed. However, Subai and Sun Kai were exceptions. Should I not teach them a severe lesson, so they understand that there are always greater powers beyond themselves? Subai narrowed his eyes, assessing the group before him, a hint of coldness flickering in his gaze. Although these individuals ostensibly gathered for Mu Yan, a significant portion sought to defeat him instead. Defeating the champion, that would be a glorious achievement. Among them were even numerous fourth-tier prodigies lurking within the crowd, intent on conquering Subai. You are at liberty to do as you please. Most of these people are my classmates, some are already in their fourth year. Do you truly believe you can best them? Mu Yan regarded Subai with a glimmer of concern in her eyes. Just the thought of a battle of attrition was already quite enough for him. Can I? Do promptly remove the word "can" from your vocabulary. I am the illustrious champion. Do not speak of merely defeating this crowd. Even if a world boss stood before me, I could scatter its ashes. Subai replied, a smile gracing his lips. Then I shall keep a close watch on you. Mu Yan clenched her fist, a playful expression emerging on her face. Let us proceed. Are you not all here to challenge me? To the training grounds we go. I fear that should I unleash my strength, you may perish instantly, Subai remarked, grinning at the gathering crowd. Utterly arrogant. He is insufferably arrogant, they murmured. He believed that ascending the Prodigy Tower made him the brightest star in the entire Federation. Such delusions. Are you allowing me to challenge him one-on-one? I too wish to face him. This is infuriating. The crowd rolled up their sleeves, brimming with determination. The two factions quickly made their way toward the training grounds. Have you heard? Subai seems to be clashing with our senior students. It appears so. I heard he has already gone to the training grounds. Let us hurry and witness this spectacle. Such excitement is rare. But who will emerge victorious? That is hardly a question. Those seniors are exceptionally powerful, with some having already achieved the 5th tier. No matter how strong Subai is, he cannot possibly be their match, the crowd speculated, all heading towards the training grounds. Upon reaching their 4th year, their schedules had become increasingly flexible, allowing for longer dungeon runs and rapid level advancements. Dean, it seems our students are embroiled in a dispute with Subai. Shouldn't you go take a look? Several vice deans inquired curiously, glancing at Jiang Lin. What is there to see? Merely a farce, Jiang Lin replied, shaking his head. These individuals still harbored illusions, unaware of who Subai truly was. Once they grasped the reality of his strength, they would not only fail to contend with him, but would lack the courage to even stand before him. Do you believe Subai will lose? Vice Dean Gao paused before softly asking. He had never truly seen Subai, only heard rumors of his formidable talents. Impossible. Should Subai lose, I shall write my name backward. Jiang Lin's words elicited laughter from the others. Is that so? Do you have such confidence in Subai? Is this young man truly deserving of your faith? Vice Dean Gao raised an eyebrow. Indeed, Dean. Our academy boasts numerous students who have achieved the 5th tier. His level is at most the 3rd tier, and surpassing tiers is no easy feat. The other 2 vice deans frowned and quickly chimed in. What you describe is the norm. Subai is anything but ordinary. If you do not believe, go observe the arena for yourselves. Jiang Lin casually adjusted his robe, reclining in his chair, humming a cheerful tune, looking remarkably at ease. I shall go take a look. It has been quite some time since I witnessed such liveliness at our Empire Martial Arts Academy. The deans made their way toward the training grounds. The arena was a rather unique platform, akin to a mystical realm. However, this realm had the advantage that death within it did not equate to true demise. Instead, one would simply be expelled from the realm. It was precisely for this reason that these challengers dared to provoke Subai, seeking to gauge his depth. Many remained skeptical about this prodigy, ranked first in the entire Meteor Empire. Chapter 77, Subai's Strength. Outside the training grounds, a throng gathered, primarily there to observe the spectacle. Look, even Vice Dean Gao has arrived. Indeed, it seems Subai's reputation is truly grand, attracting the attention of the deans. Aside from Vice Dean Gao, Dean Wang, Dean Li, and even some senior teachers had come. The scene was truly grand, rivaling that of the school's campus championship. Come now. This is the champion. He has made quite a name for himself across the nation. Is it not expected that the deans would take an interest? The crowd gazed at the deans, their eyes filled with a sense of awe. Such high-ranking figures rarely made appearances before the masses. Aside from significant events, they were seldom seen. I must admit, I find it quite puzzling. With Subai's exceptional talent and formidable strength, why did he not join our Empire Martial Arts Academy, but instead opted for that desolate Qinglong Academy? You have a point. Subai's talent would have sufficed for admission to the Empire Martial Arts Academy. Did the dean not recruit him? First in the college entrance examinations. How could the dean possibly overlook him? Then what could the reason be? The crowd was filled with confusion. With Subai's strength, he could easily have entered the Empire Martial Arts Academy, yet he had chosen another institution. Unbeknownst to them, their dean had sent Subai elsewhere for his protection, only for the young man to carve out a reputation as the champion. Little did I know that this would be the current predicament. It would have been far more prudent to have recruited this lad directly to the imperial capital, rather than allowing that old rascal Sunshan to reap the benefits. Those who dared to provoke me just now, come forth and join me inside. Subai strode directly into the mysterious space of the training ground, his figure floating within the ethereal arena. Let us see just how formidable Subai truly is. Fear not, for he stands alone. I refuse to believe he can vanquish us all. Indeed, we must not allow our imperial capital to lose face today. We shall subdue Subai and defeat the champion Marquis. The crowd clenched their fists, excitement gleaming in their eyes as they plunged into the vortex. Subai, allow me, the swift blade Lu Nan, to witness your prowess. A man stepped forward, wielding a long knife, a sharp glint in his gaze. Fifth transition. It is not that I look down upon you, but you are simply no match for me. Do not waste time. Come at me all at once. Subai brushed off his robe, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes. How arrogant you are. Upon hearing this, Lu Nan's eyes flashed with anger as he charged toward Subai, his long knife raised. Since you lot are unwilling to engage, I shall take matters into my own hands. Come forth, my precious. With a grand gesture, Subai vanished from sight. The sky above the onlookers darkened ominously. They looked up to behold a colossal creature hovering above them, exuding an aura of terrifying majesty. Is that a dragon? How could it possibly be a dragon? Aren't dragons divine beings by nature, incapable of being tamed? This is utterly absurd, beyond comprehension. It is my first encounter with a dragon, and a tamed one at that. I had never even heard of such a thing. It is simply terrifying. Those standing outside the arena instinctively swallowed hard as they beheld the immense dragon stretching hundreds of meters long. How could it be a dragon? Impossible. No. Inside the training ground, weapons fell from the hands of the crowd as disbelief clouded their expressions. Such a creature as a dragon is overwhelmingly fearsome, far beyond the reach of human capability. Annihilate them. Subai regarded the assembled group with an icy gaze. Upon hearing this command, Xiaobai radiated a brilliant light, enveloping the entire space. Before the crowd could react, they were swiftly encased in ice. A crisp sound echoed as the frozen figures shattered into countless fragments, gradually disappearing from view. Instantly dispatched? Is this the might of the foremost prodigy of the Meteor Empire? This is truly terrifying. Those individuals had no capacity for resistance and were eliminated in an instant. How could his beast be so overwhelmingly powerful? At the very least, it must be in the ancestral stage. These beasts are undoubtedly of that caliber. Indeed, it must be so. Heavens, is this the dreadfulness of a beast master? The onlookers, witnessing the spectacle within the training arena, bore expressions of incredulity. No wonder the dean referred to this as a farce. He was entirely correct. Before Subai, this group had no recourse, akin to mere children. Dean Gao inhaled sharply, his eyes wide with astonishment. Su Bai is indeed deserving of being called the greatest prodigy of the Meteor Empire, bestowed the title of Champion Marquis by His Majesty. You can't even say they stand a chance. Once Su Bai's level rises, I doubt even I would have confidence against that beast. The other two deans exchanged glances, their eyes betraying an unspoken fear. To achieve such heights at such a young age is truly remarkable. At this moment, the crowd had yet to recover from their shock when Su Bai emerged riding the white dragon from the ethereal space. Apart from you, does anyone else wish to challenge me? Whoever it may be, I stand ready to accept. Su Bai, brushing off his robe, spoke with a smile. The assembled crowd fell into a profound silence. They found themselves at a loss as to how to confront this peer of theirs. How could they, as fellow practitioners, possess such terrifying talent and strength? Who would dare? To provoke Su Bai would be tantamount to courting death. I suspect even a 7th transition practitioner would not stand against him. Indeed, anyone below the 7th transition should abandon any thoughts of confronting Su Bai head-on. Do you think Mu Yen could defeat Su Bai? Just then, the crowd turned their gaze toward Mu Yen, who stood not far away. As the foremost prodigy of the Imperial Capital Academy, Mu Yan's level and strength were astonishingly formidable. Few could hope to rival her. Stop looking at me. I am no match for Su Bai. If there is nothing urgent, I shall take my leave now. You all can remain here in your astonishment. With a leap, Mu Yan ascended onto Xiao Bai's back. Xiao Bai displayed no sign of disdain, coiling its body and soaring swiftly towards the Academy's rear mountain. Chapter 78, Mu Yan's Astonishment. How have you cultivated such prowess? How is your beast so formidable? Moreover, where did you contract a dragon? Seated upon Xiao Bai, Mu Yan inquired with curiosity gleaming in her eyes. She understood Su Bai's circumstances better than anyone. Both were orphans, and Su Bai undoubtedly lacked the means to nurture such creatures. This is a long story. In truth, cultivating a beast is not exceedingly difficult. I was fortunate enough to awaken a unique talent. Su Bai did not conceal the truth from Mu Yan, commanding Xiao Bai to land atop the rear mountain. What brings you two here? Seeing the duo before him, Elder Zhang rose from his recliner and asked softly, Elder, could you do me a favor and prepare some materials? Rest assured, I shall not take advantage of you. I can exchange some attribute-less divine crystals. Su Bai still had a fair number of attribute-less divine crystals, so offering a portion was no issue. What materials? Upon hearing this, the elder immediately inquired. 2 vials of dark holy water and 1 vial of forgetting river water. Su Bai opened the panels of the 2 beasts and narrowed his eyes in contemplation. Beast, Blood-Eye Wolf Demon. Tier, Ancestral Stage. Level, LV 150. Constitution, 1, 580, 000. Strength, 15, 000, 000. Mental Power, 1, 580, 000. Agility, 1, 560, 000. Comprehensive Combat Power, 1, 700, 000. Skills, Sea of Blood, King S Might, Bloodthirsty Demon Eye. Wolf King Clone, Netherfire. Hidden Evolution Path, Blood-Eye Wolf Demon 9 in Magic Wolf. Materials required for Hidden Evolution Path, 100 Dark Divine Stones, 100 Nether Divine Stones. 1 vial of Dark Holy Water, 1 vial of Forgetting River Water, and 1 Dark Attribute Divine Crystal. Current status, cannot advance, base attributes not met. Beast, 9 Netherlark. Tier, Ancestral Stage. Level, LV 150. Constitution, 1, 150, 000. Power, 1, 160, 000. Mental Strength, 1, 325, 000. Agility, 1, 125, 000. Overall Combat Power, 1, 802, 000. Skills, Endless Void Flame, King S Might, Sea of Black Flames, 9 Extreme Aurora, Hidden Evolution Route, 9 Nether Cloud Lark, Dark Mystical Bird. Materials required for Hidden Evolution Route, 100 Dark God Stones, 100 Nether God Stones, 1 vial of Dark Holy Water, 1 Nether God Crystal, 1 Dark Elemental Crystal. Current status, ready for advancement. Basic attributes have met requirements. It has been quite some time since these 2 little creatures underwent an evolution. It is high time they indulged in some well-deserved benefits. Such rare materials? Upon hearing this, the elder furrowed his brow, a hint of gravity flickering in his gaze. Materials of this caliber are typically only required when a 9th turn powerhouse forges equipment. Even within the entire empire, they are exceedingly rare. Of course, just say whether you can find them. Su Bai, hearing this, promptly inquired. I will go find them for you right away. There should be no issue. As the headmaster, he has access to the entire imperial treasury, and since it is an equitable exchange, he could hardly refuse. Then I shall trouble you with this. Upon hearing these words, Su Bai let out a sigh of relief. It is certainly not an easy task for his beasts to elevate their ranks. Before long, He would have to venture into the abyss of demons once again. Since the elder has already consented, it indicates that acquiring these items should pose no problem, and they would soon be in his possession. After the elder departed, the two sat atop the cliff, gazing at the distant sunset while engaging in conversation. Here, the items you requested. If you wish for these precious materials again next time, you may find them unavailable in the Imperial Treasury. You will need to delve into those frightful dungeons to procure them. Alternatively, descending into the abyss of demons is your only recourse for such materials. Elder Zhonglin is indeed remarkably efficient. By evening, he had gathered the materials Subai required. Pray tell, how much would these two materials be worth in divine crystals? Subai, unreserved, directly stowed the items away. No charge. The Lord of the Empire has decreed that as you are a benefactor of the entire Meteor Empire, you shall not be required to pay for these materials. The elder pursed his lips, a glimmer of dissatisfaction evident in his eyes. He is of royal blood, after all. Both of them share the same lineage, and the Lord of the Meteor did not instruct him to simply select items from the Imperial Treasury. Why do you seem so displeased? Subai regarded the elder with a hint of suspicion in his gaze. Hurry up and scram. I don't want to see you again. Get lost, get lost. The elder rolled his eyes at this remark and immediately admonished. It makes no sense, at his age. He must have long passed through any period of irritability. Why is this elder so irritable? Subai took Mu Yan's small hand and walked towards the mountain's base, casting a dubious glance over his shoulder. The headmaster can be like that at times. Shall we go out for a meal? I am quite weary of the food in the school. Would you accompany me to dine out? Mu Yan blinked and spoke softly. Of course, that sounds delightful. However, do allow me a moment to feed my beasts with their materials. Subai replied instantly. It would be a perfect opportunity for me to observe your other beasts. Should they lack resources for training, I could lend a hand. Upon hearing this, Mu Yan hurriedly responded. All along, she had believed that Subai possessed only this one formidable beast. After all, no beast master could cultivate all their beasts. The first reason being the overwhelming consumption of energy, and the second, the sheer magnitude of resources required. The expenditure for nurturing a single beast is staggering. Very well. Hearing this, Subai waved his hand grandly. 6 magnificent beasts materialized before Mu Yan, their imposing forms casting a shadow over the entire mountain peak. These are your beasts? Mu Yan gazed in astonishment at the scene before her, incredulity etched on her features. She had never witnessed such a terrifying assembly of beasts. Indeed, they are rather impressive. Subai replied with a faint smile, his demeanor calm. It is no wonder the headmaster suggested you accompany me into the secret realm. It appears he intends to dominate the entire domain. Truly frightening. At the very least, they must all be in the ancestral return phase, correct? Mu Yan, taking in the colossal figures, instinctively swallowed hard. You guessed correctly. Each one is in the ancestral return phase. Subai nodded and promptly tossed the evolution materials to the 9 Nethercloud Lark and Blood-Eyed Demon Wolf. The two beasts, upon seeing this, opened their gaping maws and devoured all the evolution materials in one go. Let us depart for dinner. Subai mused that these two little creatures would require some time to evolve. Then he led Mu Yan away from the academy. Chapter 79, Beast Advancement. The two arrived at a Western restaurant adjacent to the school, where the ambience appeared quite pleasant, particularly suitable for young couples on a date. Subai seldom frequented such establishments. This was not merely to treat Mu Yan, but rather to select a restaurant of some repute. Do you enjoy steak? If not, Weavy, I never dined on such fare before. I merely thought to bring you here to sample it since I've only seen it on television. In truth, I do not particularly favor it either. Why then have you brought me to such a place? Mu Yan's eyes reflected a hint of melancholy. I simply could not find any other restaurant. I deemed this one acceptable, and besides, we have not partaken of much fine food in our past. Subai chuckled upon hearing this. Back in their early childhood, they had even rummaged through trash bins. Indeed, we truly have not experienced much in the way of good cuisine. I recall you once prepared cola chicken wings for me, and that was the most delectable food I have ever tasted. Mu Yan reminisced about the time they had cooked together at home, a hint of nostalgia in her gaze. Please, do not remind me. That was my first attempt at cooking. Subai chuckled again, waving his hand dismissively. Being with Mu Yan made their connection feel even more profound. They truly shared both joys and hardships together. By the way, after I entered university, why did you not respond to my messages? Had I not been unable to return, I would have certainly given you a proper scolding. Mu Yan shot Subai a fierce glare and retorted irritably. Ever since entering university, this fellow had seemed to vanish, ignoring all her attempts to contact him. As if he had disappeared from this planet. I was quite busy back then, juggling multiple jobs throughout the day to earn a living. Moreover, I had even sold my phone at that time. When would I have had the opportunity to reach out to you? Subai quickly explained. At that time, he had already recognized the disparity between them, which was why he had refrained from contacting her. Excuse me, your steaks and other assorted delicacies. Just then, a server arrived with the dishes, placing 2 plates in front of them. As they dined and conversed, the 2 little creatures within Su Bai's beast space underwent a profound transformation. A sinister crimson mist enveloped the space, exuding a terrifyingly corrosive aura. Xiao Bai and Xiao He hovered there, their eyes betraying a hint of serene composure. Fiery flames blazed across the sky, nearly blackening the entire expanse. The blood elf, seemingly startled, scurried to the front of the gung Jin Xiangui, burrowing into its shell. Creak! The crisp sound rang out as the black flames consumed the heavens, while the blood-red mist began to coalesce, gradually forming a sea of blood. Within this sanguine expanse, a viscous yellow liquid mingled, possessing an extraordinarily potent corrosive quality, floating independently atop the blood sea. As time passed, the flames began to wane, revealing a colossal egg adorned with golden patterns in the sky. The egg emitted a sharp, bird-like cry, and its shell shattered with a resounding crash. The raging flames converged upon the body within the shell, radiating an intense and dreadful heat. Simultaneously, the blood sea began to recede, slowly merging into the form of a gigantic creature, ultimately vanishing without a trace. A fearsome giant wolf, its body etched with demonic runes, let out a howl that echoed throughout the entire beast taming realm. The colossal bird in the sky began to flap its wings, its silhouette expanding until it surpassed a kilometer in size. Wait a moment. Those 2 seem to have successfully advanced. I shall take a look, Su Bai remarked softly, glancing at Mu Yan. All right. She quickly nodded in agreement. In the next instant, Su Bai's figure vanished from sight, appearing within the beast taming realm. Beast, 9 Demon Wolf. Rank, Demigod level. Level, LV 150. Vitality, 2, 700, 000. Strength, 26, 800, 000. Mental power, 2, 880, 000. Agility, 2, 940, 000. Comprehensive combat power, 3, 000. Skills, Nether Blood Sea, Divine Might, Bloodthirsty Demon Eye, Wolf King Avatar. Hidden Evolution Path, 9 Demon Wolf, Demigod Stage, to Ancient Divine Wolf, Unknown Rank. Materials required for evolution, 100 Divine Fragments, 1 Divine Beast Fragment, 100 Divine Crystals, 10, 000 Divine Stones. Current status, cannot advance, basic attributes not up to standard. Beast, Nether Shin Bird. Rank, Demigod level. Level, LV 150. Vitality, 2, 700, 000. Strength, 2, 500, 000. Mental power, 3, 275, 000. Agility, 3, 005, 000. Comprehensive combat power, 3, 032, 000. Skills, Xianming Flame, Kingly Might, Xianming Aurora, Tai Xian Shield, Xianming Wingbeat. Hidden Evolution Path, Nether Xian Bird, Demigod Stage, to 3-legged Golden Crow, Position Evaluation. Materials required for evolution, 10, 000 Attribute-less Crystals, 2, 000 Attribute-less Divine Crystals. 10 Divine Beast Fragments, 100 Divine Fragments. Current status, no possibility for advancement, basic attributes not up to standard. These 2 little creatures have finally advanced. Their levels and attributes have completely caught up, particularly the 9 Lark, which should now be called Nether Xian Bird. Initially, when this little one followed Su Bai, its capabilities and talents lagged behind those of other beasts of the same rank. Now, its overall strength has finally caught up, bringing great satisfaction to Su Bai. All the efforts over this period have not been in vain. Upon seeing Su Bai, the little bird descended from the sky, landing at his feet, and began to rub its head against his sleeve eagerly. All right, I know you're the most obedient little one. Rest assured, next time I will definitely let you evolve first. Su Bai was adept at making promises, and the little bird's skills were indeed quite effective. Unless Xiao Bai and Xiao He merged, otherwise, they could not match the explosive power of the Xianming Aurora. It was somewhat regrettable that this skill dealt single target damage and could not inflict widespread area damage. You two have fun here. I will step out for a moment. Su Bai patted the heads of the 2 little creatures before departing the beast taming realm. How did it go? Did you break through? Mu Yan inquired as Su Bai returned to his seat, taking a deep breath. The potential for failure in beast advancement is significant, and should it fail, the impact on the beast master would be considerable. Of course, I succeeded. How could I possibly fail? Just listen to those materials. Which of them is inexpensive? Failure is simply out of the question, Su Bai replied with a slight smile, hastily explaining. That's great. Mu Yan nodded gently, breathing a sigh of relief. Chapter 80, Auxiliary Type Beasts. By the way, what level are you at now? Mu Yan set down her knife and fork, Her curiosity piqued. I'm currently at level 150, but I haven't completed the transfer quest yet, Subai responded promptly. So fast. Level 150 transfer quest? Didn't you just finish the college entrance examination not long ago? How did you level up so quickly? Muyan's eyes widened in surprise. She thought Subai was merely at the third transfer quest stage. It is indeed a bit fast. If it weren't for this transfer quest suppressing my level, I could have leveled up even higher, Subai remarked. A hint of helplessness in his eyes. Sometimes, being too powerful is not advantageous, as transfer quests become exceedingly challenging, and the conditions for transfer are exceptionally stringent. How can you be like this? From what you say, you don't seem satisfied. You could still contract another beast, right? Muyan suggested. Indeed, that's a possibility. Subai acknowledged. However, I'm currently uncertain about what kind of beast to contract. Those of too low a rank do not meet my standards, and those of too high a rank are hard to come by, which is quite troublesome. Subai nodded in agreement. You could contract an auxiliary-type beast. This would not only enhance your own beast strength, but also provide unexpected advantages in critical moments. Muyan responded eagerly. Auxiliary-type beasts are a common choice for most people. After all, few possess the energy to train all their beasts, with only one or two main combatants. Now that you mention it, it does sound quite reasonable. I've never considered this aspect before. Subai, stroking his chin, pondered seriously. Perhaps it's because your beasts are too strong, leading you to have such thoughts without facing any setbacks. I've never heard of anyone managing to cultivate so many formidable beasts. Muyan observed Subai with a spark of curiosity in her eyes. In the brief 3 years they had been apart, both had undergone tremendous changes. I'll take some time to research this properly, Subai said softly as he finished the last piece of steak. Ah, this exquisite lady. Do you desire a beast companion? I could certainly provide one for you. What do you think? At that very moment, a blonde-haired, blue-eyed Caucasian approached. Following closely behind him were several youthful lads, each exuding a subtle air of confidence. Notably, amongst them was a silver-haired youth whose gaze toward Muyan bore an air of arrogance, tinged with a hint of avarice. He had heard from the elders that the girls of the Meteor Empire were exceedingly amiable toward those from the White Eagle Empire. With just a beckon, they would eagerly leap into your embrace. The young lady before him, whom he had observed for quite some time, was strikingly beautiful and possessed an aura that was far from weak, truly an admirable choice. As exchange students from the White Eagle Empire, they had come to partake in the exchange competition. Following this, the grand contest among the Meteor Empire and other nations would commence, deciding which empire would claim the coveted title of the foremost empire. This title was no trifling matter, as it pertained to the allocation of starry resources, rendering it of utmost significance. The Meteor Empire was comparatively weaker among the 5 premier empires, often ranking in the top 4, with the first place consistently claimed by the White Eagle Empire. Forgive me, but I hold no interest in you. Muyan decisively rejected the gentleman's advances. Do you not know how to address our esteemed Lord James? He is the heir of his family and a prodigious talent from the foremost academy of the White Eagle Empire. A brash companion, standing behind James, interjected impatiently. You insolent woman, you should be grateful for the attention we bestow upon you. Angering Lord James might lead to dire consequences. Indeed, the ever-calm James had yet to utter a word, but his 2 sycophantic followers eagerly chimed in. What a bothersome swarm of flies. Unable to even enjoy a meal in peace, Subai remarked, his brow furrowing slightly as he regarded the group with a glint of indifference in his eyes. You little brat, how dare you speak to us like that? James turned his gaze towards Subai, his eyes cold as he enunciated each word with chilling clarity. I said you are a loathsome bunch of flies. Is your hearing so poor that you cannot comprehend basic conversation? If you struggle with our language, perhaps it would be best for you to return home and spare yourself further embarrassment. Subai regarded them with a derisive smile, leaning back against the sofa. Are you seeking death? I challenge you to a duel. The leading James drew forth his sacred sword, its radiance illuminating the surroundings. Silence at once. Do not disturb our meal. If you seek your demise, then by all means, speak up. Muyan rose, emanating a terrifying aura. 7th transition? The onlookers were momentarily taken aback by the presence of the striking young woman. Subai, let us depart and not stoop to their level, Muyan urged, taking Subai's hand as they walked away from the restaurant. James, that woman must be the fated one our Lord mentioned. If we can bring her back to the Empire, we will surely earn our Lord's unwavering support. A man observed Muyan's retreating figure, his eyes filled with fervor. Rest assured, this matter is in my capable hands, James replied with a faint smile, sheathing his sacred sword. Once outside the restaurant, Muyan unconsciously held onto Subai's warm hand. Do exchange students come to the capital university every year? They truly are bothersome, Subai remarked softly, gazing at Muyan. Indeed, they come annually, primarily to observe our domestic competitions and gauge our capabilities. Secondly, They seek to unearth talents for potential recruitment into the Meteor Empire. Over the years, they have poached numerous talents from our nation without a shred of shame. Lastly, they prepare for the international college competition, which is of paramount importance, as it concerns our nation's dignity and resource allocation. Mu Yin nodded, her disdain evident in her eyes. These individuals remain as brazen as ever. Let us not dwell on them. Su Bai suggested, did you not mention before that once we have the means, you would take me to the amusement park? There happens to be one not far from our academy. Mu Yin pointed in that direction, her face lighting up with a smile. Absolutely, let us go? Su Bai tightened his grip on her delicate hand as they made their way toward the amusement park. Chapter 81. The gathering of academies. After an extensive 3-day warm-up, the Professional College League officially commenced. However, compared to the Ultimate Academy competition, the preliminary events lacked a certain fervor. I wonder how old Su is faring in the capital. Is anyone troubling him? Sun Kai mused, seated in a vehicle beside Yi Linger, letting out a sigh. Impossible. With Su Bai's strength, he is the one who bullies others. No one could possibly intimidate him. Yi Linger rolled her eyes at his statement. Thanks to Su Bai's assistance, she had become a crucial member of the entire school team, her beast companion rendering her virtually unbeatable. You have a point. Old Su is quite the anomaly, Sun Kai continued. By the way, we still have a mutual friend in the capital. I hope this fellow hasn't forgotten me in pursuit of romance. He gazed into the distance, suddenly thumping his thigh in exasperation. Who knows? Yi Linger chuckled, covering her mouth. The preliminary rounds have begun. Who do you think will make it to the finals? Is that even a question? It will undoubtedly be those academies. Anyone else dreaming of entering the competition is merely delusional. That is not entirely fair. What if someone surprises us? Oh, come now, they won to succeed. Do you really think those academies are mere decorations? I heard that Kanglin Academy recently produced a remarkable student who has defeated 4 mid-tier academies. You mean the combat specialist, Yi Luyan? His fighting techniques are exceptionally impressive. In a standard arena match, no one stands a chance against him. Does level disparity mean nothing? That is uncertain, unless the gap is vast. It's quite improbable to defeat him. It seems Kanglin Academy has come well prepared, another chimed in. I've heard that numerous experts from other academies are participating this time. The emergence of a champion contender has significantly elevated the overall strength of our empire. Truly a flourishing spectacle, the citizens of the capital remarked, their eyes gleaming with sentiment. Beyond the bustling competition venue, the teleportation array in the capital was also abuzz with activity. Today marked the arrival of the 4 major academies and 5 prestigious institutions, along with those exceptional students who had emerged from various academies. Numerous royal guards were stationed here, assisting with the arrivals of the students from the different academies. A throng of common folk had gathered at the entrance of the teleportation array. Suddenly, the array erupted with light as a procession emerged. Clad in white robes, the emblem of a white tiger intricately embroidered with golden thread adorned their garments, presenting an awe-inspiring sight. If I'm not mistaken, they must be the battle team from the White Tiger Academy. Isn't this just nonsense? Who else would dare to embroider the white tiger on their robes besides them? The reputation of the White Tiger Academy is known far and wide, a man remarked to his companion, rolling his eyes. The White Tiger Academy truly possesses an air of authority. I've heard they might even vie for a position among the top 5 academies. Who knows if they will succeed this year? What a joke. If it were so easy to break into the top 5, they would have achieved that ranking long ago. Another voice chimed in, echoing the sentiment of the gathered crowd. The man from Linka cast a sidelong glance, instinctively clenching his fists as he followed the guard into the distance. Look, the students from the Azure Dragon Academy are arriving. Indeed, they are worthy of being the foremost among the 4 great academies. Their presence is truly imposing. Who could argue? Just look at the girl leading them. She certainly exudes grace and vigor. And that young man, his aura is equally formidable. His strength must be considerable. I heard that Su Bai, this year's top scorer, is also attending as the leader of the Azure Dragon Academy. I wonder if that is true. It must be true. A prodigy who is the first to be granted nobility in the country surely possesses the prowess to participate. But he's just a freshman. Do you really think his level can keep up? That is not for you to worry about. There will be plenty of excitement this year. The students from the Crimson Leaf Academy have also arrived, resembling eager reporters lurking at the entrance. They can hardly contain their excitement to learn about each new arrival, analyzing and discussing the implications. After all, these academies hold the fates of many, and numerous betting houses in the capital have opened wagers on the competitions. Brother Yi Luyan, I just heard your name mentioned in the streets. You are quite famous now, a young girl exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Yi Luyan. A mere fleeting fame, hardly worth mentioning. My true aim is to challenge Su Bai and become the preeminent prodigy in the entire Fallen Star Empire. The foremost young man replied with an expression of cold indifference. Brother Luyan, you will surely succeed. You are the finest fighter in our academy, a peak 4th transition combatant. The girl said, her eyes shining with unabashed admiration. Let us hope so, Yi Luyun replied, taking a deep breath as he merged into the crowd. I've heard that Su Bai has been making quite a name for himself lately. I wonder if I can outshine him at this academy competition. A young man clad in red boasted flamboyantly while clutching a crimson banner. Brother, your reputation extends only as far as our Crimson Leaf City. How could you possibly compare to Su Bai? A girl in red trailing behind him remarked with a slight smile. Sister, do not undermine my spirit by inflating others' egos. Today, I intend to witness firsthand just how formidable this Su Bai truly is, the young man in red retorted with a hint of arrogance. Finally, we've arrived. I swear I will never take a teleportation array again. It nearly exhausted me. Let us gather quickly. A young man dressed in luxurious attire commanded his entourage as they approached the awaiting guards, their embroidered robes displaying the characters from magic and martial arts. Those who wish to challenge Su Bai are far from few. Many other prodigies from various academies are eager to test their mettle against him. Most of these challengers are 4th-year students who have never entered the Prodigy Tower alongside Su Bai, nor have they engaged him in direct competition. Thus they are naturally intrigued by the reputation of this top prodigy. The Crimson Leaf Academy, the Royal Academy, the Imperial Martial University, the Nine Heavens Academy, and the Demon City Academy are collectively known as the 5 great academies in the realm, renowned for their exceptional faculty and educational resources. Beyond these 5, only the Azure Dragon, Vermilion Bird, White Tiger, and Black Tortoise academies remain. Chapter 82. Establishing Authority. Why are you still asleep? The students from the Azure Dragon Academy have arrived. Aren't you going to greet them? Mu Yan urged, shaking Su Bai from his slumber. Aren't the match is scheduled for tomorrow? I've been utterly drained these past few days. I need to recuperate, Su Bai replied, realizing that leveling up and battling monsters paled in comparison to the true exhaustion of accompanying a woman on shopping excursions. For 4 consecutive days, Su Bai had not even had a moment to catch his breath, spending each day accompanying this woman as she tried on clothes without making any purchases, leaving him utterly speechless. He genuinely wished he could just buy out the entire mall and let her shop to her heart's content for eternity. Oh, come on. Don't be like that. You promised to take me to see Sun Kai today, Mu Yan pouted playfully. Fine. I'm going to find Sun Kai right now. No, I'll wash up first, and then we'll go. Su Bai relented, unable to resist the little girl's insistence. After freshening up, he led her out of the Imperial Martial University and into the Azure Dragon Academy's resting area. Junior Su Bai, it's a pleasure to meet you, greeted several students as they recognized him, their eyes filled with respect. Recently, the Azure Dragon Academy had gained immense renown, largely due to Su Bai's accomplishments, which fostered a deep sense of respect among the Academy's members. After all, Su Bai's glory was also the Academy's glory, and the Academy's glory was a source of pride for everyone. Look at you. I knew you'd be lost in your thoughts. Have you been spending all your time with Mu Yan? As Su Bai stepped through the entrance, Sun Kai approached with a teasing smirk. Kai, are you courting death? Su Bai retorted, noticing how much Sun Kai had changed since they last met. I barely recognized you, he added. Of course, I'm an invincible fairy. Mu Yan chimed in, clearly pleased with the comment. Had I known you were capable of such flattery, I would have made my move sooner, Sun Kai stammered, momentarily taken aback by Mu Yan's enchanting smile, which seemed to captivate him. When he had last seen her, he hadn't perceived her potential. How had she transformed into such a remarkable figure? What are you saying? Sun Kai suddenly winced as Yi Linger tugged on his ear. I'm sorry. I was just joking. Besides, she doesn't like me. She is fond of Su Bai. Sun Kai quickly pleaded for mercy, realizing he had overstepped. Enough of the antics. What did the dean say? Su Bai asked, always mindful of the dean's directives. The dean has appointed you as the leader for this event and tasked you with formulating the battle strategy. However, it seems the seniors are not entirely pleased with this arrangement. Perhaps you should find a way to address their concerns? Yi Linger suggested, gesturing behind her in a conspiratorial manner. As a first-year student, Su Bai was not initially eligible to participate in this competition. It was the dean who intervened on his behalf. Naturally, the seniors, who had spent years honing their skills, were less than thrilled about a newcomer being thrust into the spotlight. They are well aware of Su Bai's reputation. However, regardless of this, he remains merely a freshman, and it is inevitable that some will harbor dissent. If that is your stance, then practice it. Upon hearing this, Su Bai strode into the conference room. Oh, isn't this Su Tianjiao? Arriving so late. I thought you had abandoned this matter altogether. As he entered the room, Su Bai was greeted by a sarcastic voice that resonated uncomfortably in his ears. Do you have a problem with me? If you wish to voice your grievances, feel free. I won't stop you if you're seeking your own demise. Su Bai approached the main seat, crossing his legs nonchalantly as he cast a dismissive glance at the individual before him. You? Seeking death? The man clenched his fists, a flicker of anger crossing his countenance. What is your name? Subai narrowed his eyes, inquiring softly. Zhang Han, what do you want? The man retorted, letting out a cold snort, pride evident on his face. I have no particular advice to offer. However, you have been disqualified from this competition. You may now return home via the teleportation array. Subai draped his legs over the round table, a glimmer of disdain flashing in his eyes. On what grounds? Zhang Han instinctively tightened his fists upon hearing this. Simply because I am the team leader. Dean Sunshan has entrusted me with full responsibility for this competition. If I declare you unqualified, then you are indeed unqualified. Subai's expression was one of derision, a cold smile playing on his lips. Zhang Han was exceedingly displeased and contemplated teaching Subai a lesson. Silence. Subai. This individual is clearly ignorant of the rules. Do not stoop to his level. You are the leader, and your word is law. Zhang Han possesses commendable strength. I believe he should compete, a tall man interjected, inhaling deeply and donning a congenial smile as he spoke. What is your name? Subai scrutinized the newcomer, narrowing his eyes once more. I am Lu Mingxiu, a 5th-rank space element mage and a senior student. My mentor is Dean Gu. Lu Mingxiu invoked his teacher's name as a means of asserting his position, an air of arrogance evident in his demeanor. You are just like him. You need not compete either. Subai chuckled, his lips curling in disdain. What do you mean by that? At this, the expressions of the 5 individuals in the conference room shifted slightly. Most of them were part of the same team and thus had developed a sense of camaraderie, leading to their irritation towards Subai, the interloper. According to the regulations of the intercollegiate competition, each academy would send 5 representatives to participate in both team battles and one-on-one duels. The team battle involves all 5 participants engaging simultaneously against another academy, with victors advancing and losers eliminated. The one-on-one duels are even simpler, where some prodigious students can achieve the remarkable feat of defeating 5 opponents consecutively. In either the team or individual battles, your presence is entirely unnecessary. Your visit here serves merely to observe. Fulfill your role as mascots and refrain from meddling in affairs that do not concern you. Rising slowly, Subai directed a piercing gaze at Lu Mingxiu, his eyes brimming with contempt. Since they had come seeking trouble, he felt no need to extend any courtesy. Chapter 83, The Gathering of Prodigies. Upon hearing these words, the atmosphere in the room became palpably awkward. They had anticipated Subai's assertiveness, yet they had not expected him to be this audacious. On what grounds? This is our school-less honor. What if you ruin it? Will you take responsibility to the academy? Even if you wish to. We do not want to share in this disgrace. Zhang Han spoke with a hint of defiance. That is not your concern. Since my debut, I have never known the meaning of failure. Subai's words were laced with arrogance, yet the others found themselves unable to refute him. For this young man had indeed never tasted defeat since his emergence into the world. I will report this matter truthfully to Dean Gu. Lu Mingxiu, unwilling to escalate the conflict with Subai, resorted to invoking the authority of Dean Gu. Do not think to summon Dean Gu. I would not flinch even if you were to bring that old man Sunshan here. Subai declared, I take full responsibility for this matter. With these 2 attempting to assert their dominance, it was a mere fantasy. Let us have a match. If you win, we shall willingly concede and follow your orders. If you lose, I shall take on the role of team leader, and you will comply with my directives. Lu Mingxiu understood that continuing this quarrel would only grant Subai the upper hand. Very well, here shall suffice. Subai responded, Do you think I would shy away? Or are you the one who fears? Zhang Han clenched his fists at this challenge. I certainly fear. I fear I might inadvertently end your life. Subai chuckled, a look of scorn evident in his eyes. There is a martial arts arena in the backyard. Let us proceed there. The imperial capital has equipped every academy with a training ground at the back, intended for mutual sparring. That is unnecessary. As long as you can defeat my beast, I shall voluntarily withdraw from this competition. Subai waved his hand, and a flash of white light manifested. The figure of Xiao Bai appeared above the living room, an aura of terrifying majesty enveloping those present. A dragon? At this sight, Zhang Han instinctively swallowed hard, a glimmer of fear flashing in his eyes. Roar! Xiao Bai, with its icy gaze fixed upon the assembly, uttered a chilling roar that echoed through the room. Zhang Han's legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground. Useless trash. Lu Mingxiu cast a glance at Zhang Han, his eyes betraying a hint of indifference. Do you wish to continue? If you find this insufficient, I can always escalate matters. Subai waved his hand, summoning Xiao He and Xiao Ke from the beast space, their formidable presence radiating an overwhelming ferocity. How is this possible? Lu Mingxiu felt a shiver run down his spine, his expression reflecting disbelief. Subai possessed an astonishing 3 beasts of ancestral rank or higher. It was utterly inconceivable. I ask you, are you convinced? Subai approached Lu Mingxiu, his voice cold and firm. Convinced, I concede. Upon uttering these words, Lu Mingxiu released his clenched fists. a flicker of dejection crossing his face. That is well. You may still compete. However, he is too weak and would merely serve as a burden. Subai gestured towards Zhang Han, his tone dismissive. Upon hearing this, Zhang Han's face flushed crimson, yet he found himself unable to counter. As a clear voice rang out, everyone turned their gaze towards the window. Captain, this is the assembly call. We are to gather at the training ground. Will you accompany us? Lu Mingqiu's demeanor softened considerably. Let us go and see. Subai replied, leading the group towards the training ground. Upon their arrival, they found numerous teams already assembled. Except for a few teams that have yet to arrive, the majority have gathered. Is that Qinglong Academy? It seems so. That individual is Subai. He appears remarkably youthful. Of course, he is merely a freshman, so his youth is to be expected. I never anticipated that Qinglong Academy would so ardently support him, designating him as the leader for this grand interschool competition. What does it matter? Being the leader does not necessarily mean he will take to the field. The crowd gazed at Subai, engaging in hushed discussions. It was at that moment a heavy footfall resonated, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Approaching from a distance were the representatives of the Imperial Capital University, led by a man exuding an aura of transcendent superiority, akin to a sword drawn from its sheath, sharp and formidable. The students of the Imperial Martial University have arrived. Truly, they deserve their long-standing title as the top academy. Their presence is undeniably powerful. The leader is likely Murong Yun, the prodigious student of this year's Imperial Martial Competition, whose aura is indeed imposing. It is said that he has already reached the 5th transition, merely a step away from the 6th. The crowd gazed at the leading figure, whispering amongst themselves. The shadow of a person, the name of a tree. To stand out among the multitude of talented students in the Imperial capital speaks volumes of his formidable capabilities. For professionals, ascending to the 7th level and beyond is no trivial matter. It often requires years of effort to achieve a single transition. After reaching the 7th transition, each subsequent level demands an immense amount of experience, only attainable through extraordinarily powerful dungeons or secret realms capable of yielding vast experience. Here come the representatives from Modu as well. The leaders are the twin stars Zhao Feilong and Zhao Feihu. One a hidden class Dragonblood warrior, and the other a hidden class divine sorcerer, both rare and formidable beings. And here comes Hong Qi from Hongye Academy, dressed in his signature red attire, looking rather ostentatious, almost foolish. Keep your voice down. Be cautious, lest he seeks trouble with you. Am I to fear him? Furthermore, with the academy competition imminent, how could he possibly dare to engage me? The Royal Academy has also arrived, with Luo Tian as their leader. It is said that he and Murong Yun have a contentious relationship, both unable to stand the sight of each other. What a lively scene. Who do you think will seize the first place this time? That is hard to say. In past competitions, those who participated were already at the peak of the 4th transition. Yet this year, it seems that geniuses are emerging like a geyser. Even those at the 5th transition seem hardly noteworthy. Who knows who will ultimately claim the championship? You are indeed correct. This year is increasingly perplexing. The elders standing on the platform observed the assembly before them, nodding slightly while murmuring to themselves. Chapter 84, Jiutian Academy. The individuals on the platform were primarily vice presidents from various academies, along with a few deans. They regarded the students before them with an expression of admiration. These individuals will one day become the pillars of the entire Meteorite dynasty. The future prosperity or decline of the Meteorite dynasty rests upon the shoulders of this assembly. In my opinion, you old fellows need not concern yourselves with such matters. I believe the champion has already been predetermined. Just then, a figure descended onto the platform, addressing the gathered crowd in a soft voice. I am honored to meet Prince Jianglin. The crowd collectively offered a respectful gesture towards Dean Jiang, their eyes filled with reverence. There is no need for such formalities. With a wave of his hand, Jiang Lin took his seat at the head of the table. Dean Jiang, you claim that the first place has already been decided. Is that truly the case? Surely, there cannot be any insider knowledge. You do not intend to manipulate things, do you? That is not your style. Have you taken a liking to any particular student? The deans looked at Jiang Lin. Their curiosity piqued. I have no need for such trivialities. However, there is an individual whose strength far exceeds what is ordinarily conceivable. His abilities are truly formidable, and I fear that your students may not stand a chance against him. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lin waved his hand dismissively, laughing lightly. What a jest! Do you truly believe I would stoop to such a level? Who are you referring to? Is it that young man named Subai? I observed him earlier, enveloped by an invisible barrier, rendering it impossible to gauge his true depth. Yet, based on the time elapsed since his college entrance examination, even if he has broken records and swiftly cleared cataclysm-level dungeons, his level should not exceed the 3rd transition. Why do you hold such high hopes for him? The crowd regarded Jiang Lin with growing skepticism. You will understand soon enough. Where are the representatives from Jiutian Academy? Why have they yet to arrive? Jiang Lin waved his hand lightly, his brow furrowed slightly. Jiutian Academy ranks second within the Meteorite Empire, and their strength is not to be underestimated. Situated near the starry expanse, these students have emerged from the depths of the abyss through sheer tenacity. Consequently, the caliber of talent from this academy has consistently been the highest among all, with a palpable aura of lethality. They must have been delayed. That old fellow is notoriously slow, the Vice Dean of the Royal Academy remarked quietly, who speaks ill of me behind my back. Colleagues, it has been too long. A figure clad in a long black robe alighted onto the stage, bowing to the assembly. Jogu, why are you so tardy? Indeed, you are late today. You must drink 3 cups as penance. This is mandatory. We have not convened for a long time, and you should have been more proactive. The deans admonished the Vice Dean of Jiutian Academy sternly. I was merely held up by a matter or two. However, you shall soon witness a miracle. Upon hearing this, the Vice Dean of Jiutian Academy chuckled softly, turning his gaze towards the entrance. A dense aura of killing intent surged forth, immediately drawing the attention of the crowd. The ruthless elites from Jiutian Academy have arrived. It appears they are coming in full force. I wonder how formidable these trained killers have become this year. Many students from the various academies fell silent, their eyes fixed on the entrance. 7 individuals emerged from the doorway, their murderous intent coalescing into a tangible presence. A crimson mist enveloped their heads as they slowly advanced towards the crowd. Are these individuals from Jiutian Academy? Subai was somewhat familiar with the 5 major academies and understood Jiutian Academy's formidable nature. Indeed, do not underestimate them. Their strength is truly remarkable. These individuals have battled in the abyss for years. Their power is indisputable. Hearing this, Mu Yan, standing beside Subai, nodded gently. Yet, I sense something is amiss. There seems to be something peculiar about these individuals, an aura that I find exceedingly distasteful. Subai narrowed his eyes, casting a detection spell towards the leading man. Name: Pajun. Profession: 6th Transition God of Killing. Level: 182. Combat Power: 379 million. Affiliated Faction: the Meteor Empire. Has he truly reached the 6th transformation? Subai gazed at the leading figure and couldn't help but be taken aback. This young man has attained the 6th transformation, his power rivaling that of Mu Yan, which speaks volumes of his formidable talent. Yet, why does he sense an unsettling aura emanating from them? Could it be a misperception on his part? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Subai's eyes, imbued with the ability to pierce through the illusions of the world, should have no trouble discerning the true identities of this group. Their aura is undeniably authentic, albeit cleverly concealed. Is it perhaps that their prolonged habitation in the abyss of demons has tainted them with its essence? Indeed, these harbingers of death remain as powerful as ever. One wonders if they can finally secure the top rank, having been consistently overshadowed by the Imperial Academy. Observing their aggressive demeanor, it appears their intentions are far from benign. Will the Imperial Transmutation University be able to withstand the pressure exerted by this group? The students from various academies instinctively swallowed hard upon encountering these killers. The Nine Heavens Academy, known for its independence, rarely admits students. And those who do gain entry are extraordinary geniuses. They accept only 200 students each year, each possessing exceptional talent. Due to their continuous endeavors in the abyss of demons, their interactions with other academies are minimal, rendering them the most reclusive among the many institutions. What a surprise. I never anticipated that Pajun would achieve the 6th transformation. No wonder he exudes such confidence. Jiang Lin observed this scene, narrowing his eyes, a hint of astonishment flickering within them. It is all due to his own efforts. It has little to do with me. The head of the Nine Heavens Academy smiled slightly, absent-mindedly stroking his chest hair, a glimmer of pride sparkling in the corners of his eyes. Now that everyone is present, let us commence the banquet. Jiang Lin glanced at the guards beside him and spoke softly. As the sound of bells gradually resonated, tables appeared before the assembly, while slender maidens served dishes directly to the gathering. This has become an annual custom, allowing the talented individuals from various academies to become acquainted with one another. Muyan shot a glance at Subai and quickly explained. Upon hearing this, Subai finally grasped the situation. This is to prevent the students from igniting genuine conflict. Even a single loss among the talented would be a significant blow to the Meteor Empire. Chapter 85. Do you enjoy playing football? As the banquet commenced, the gathering space erupted with liveliness. Subai was taken aback by his unexpected popularity as he found himself at the center of attention. One by one, these prodigies approached him, engaging in conversation. However, their intentions were not to offer congratulations, but rather to issue challenges. You are Subai, correct? I, Hongqiya, shall seek your guidance tomorrow to ascertain the extent of your prowess. The young man clad in a red robe fixed his gaze on Subai, his eyes brimming with fierce combat spirit. Very well, very well, Subai nodded, downing his cup of wine in one gulp. He was not the only one making bold declarations. Regardless, they must first engage in combat amongst themselves, for only the victors shall have the privilege of facing him. How lively it is. It is no wonder the Meteor Empire's national strength dwindles year by year. Indulging in wine and meat a day before the arena competition is nothing short of a farce. I foresee that it won't be long before your empire is erased from the ranks of the 5 great empires. A derisive voice cut through the air, immediately drawing everyone's attention. Several figures strode in from the entrance, one youth displaying an air of reckless nonchalance, clearly dismissing the presence of others. This individual was none other than James, the prodigy from the White Eagle Empire, whom Subai had encountered at the bar. What a fool! How dare he provoke them at such a moment? One wonders if he is overly confident in his abilities or simply believes no one would dare challenge him. As expected, the next moment someone stepped forth. You, with your blonde hair and blue eyes, who do you think you are? What we do has nothing to do with you. So how dare you meddle? Indeed, take a good look in the mirror. You shouldn't be out here scaring people in broad daylight. Even if you can't frighten anyone, you might startle the flora and fauna, and that would be your fault. You resemble a coal ball pulled from a cesspit. How dare you boast here? Go home at once. We do not welcome your kind. This group vociferously rebuked him, showing no mercy. In terms of verbal sparring, the Meteor Empire has never feared anyone, capable of radiating its disdain for generations, encompassing even the 9 clans. You are all so vulgar. I merely speak the truth. It won't be long before your Meteor Empire is excluded from the 5 great empires. This is something even the mightiest cannot alter. The golden-haired youth's nose nearly crinkled with rage, as he pointed at the group, unleashing a torrent of insults. Do not concern yourself with our affairs. But tell me, why are you here in the Meteor Empire instead of staying in your White Eagle Empire? Are you here to bow before your father? Hong Chia stepped forward, his eyes betraying a hint of coldness as he mocked. Nonsense. I am here to participate in the exchange competition. I merely wish to see if your Meteor Empire has any remarkable opponents this year. However, it seems there isn't a single capable one among you. James feigned a sigh, disappointment evident in his gaze. Your Highness, I wish to engage in the arena with this fellow. Would you be inclined to grant my request? Hong Chia wasted no time, cupping his hands in a gesture of respect towards the distant figure. At that moment, Subai noticed Jiang Lin seated on the high platform, donning a majestic robe that exuded an aura of formidable authority. Quite impressive. He finally projects a semblance of nobility. The exchange meeting will take place after the grand competition. The timing is non-negotiable. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lin waved his hand, resolutely declining. My lord, hearing this, Hong Chia's expression shifted subtly. The audacity of their opponents to challenge them at the doorstep, yet his highness refrained from issuing commands. Enough. This matter ends here. Let us continue dining. Jiang Lin, fearing the situation might escalate further, spoke up. As his words echoed, the crowd promptly fell silent. By the way, do you enjoy playing football? At this moment, Zhao Feihu suddenly stood, a playful expression adorning his face. What do you mean? The crowd gazed at Zhao Feihu, bewildered. Of course, playing football. A dazzling light flashed, enveloping the space before them. A peculiar purple energy materialized in his hand, cascading over James and the others. Their bodies began to undergo bizarre transformations, morphing into oversized footballs. Despicable. How dare you resort to a sneak attack? What are you scheming? James bellowed angrily before he too transformed into a brown leather ball. I have a penchant for kicking balls. I wonder if you share the same enthusiasm? With a chuckle, Zhao Feihu sent a soccer ball soaring with a swift kick. Conveniently, I too have a fondness for this pastime. Count me in. A glimmer of excitement danced across Hong Chia's visage as he eagerly interjected. I shall join as well. Who doesn't enjoy kicking a ball? It was my favorite pastime in childhood. Thus, these fellows commenced their playful antics, effortlessly toying with James and his companions. Observing the merriment from the stage, the elders remained silent, quietly savoring their meals, portraying an air of detachment. Time flowed until the banquet concluded, at which point the 7 soccer balls were unceremoniously discarded onto the bustling street. Damn you, despicable meteorites. How dare they treat me in such a manner? I shall ensure they meet their doom. Upon regaining his true form, James clenched his fists, his eyes glinting with a potent murderous intent. My lord James, please temper your wrath. At the upcoming exchange tournament, we shall vanquish all the prodigies of the Meteorite Empire to avenge today's humiliation, a man hastily assured, gazing at James with earnestness. Indeed, let them witness the true prowess of our White Eagle Empire. Do they truly believe I am to be trifled with? James tightened his fists, a fierce glint in his eyes. You may not have the chance to see that. A chilling voice interrupted, and as James turned, he beheld a figure clad in a blood-red robe gliding past him. His consciousness began to blur, and in the distance, 7 indistinct silhouettes materialized. The heads of these figures had vanished, yet the attire of their leader struck a familiar chord. "To kill you is to soil my hands," he declared, and with a clap, his figure vanished without a trace. Chapter 86. The Academy Championship commences. The following morning, Subai arrived early at the rest hotel of the Qinglong Academy, accompanied by Mu Yin. This group had risen quite early, and by the time Subai arrived, they had already assembled. "Captain, what are your instructions for today?" Lu Mingqiu inquired softly, regarding Subai with anticipation. "You take the field. I will refrain from participating today." Subai replied with a gentle smile. "What? We are to take the field? What if we fail?" Lu Mingqiu was momentarily taken aback. Initially thinking Subai was vying for control of the team, but it seemed otherwise. "Do you think you cannot win without me? After all, we are the 6th Academy of the Meteorite Empire. Surely we have some standing?" Subai's lips twitched slightly at this remark, an unusual look in his eyes. "This fellow seems rather timid." "No worries, leave it to me," Lu Mingqiu quickly responded, as if realizing something. "Unless we face one of the top 5 academies, Qinglong Academy is destined to advance. However, the odds of encountering other academies are virtually nil." Under Subai's guidance, the group proceeded to the competition venue. The competition was held at the Grand Arena of the Meteorite Empire, where tickets had reportedly skyrocketed to 50,000 star coins, and even then, availability was scarce, truly a lucrative endeavor. Upon arriving, Subai and his companions found a considerable crowd gathered outside, and within, it was a sea of humanity. Even from 3 kilometers away, the roar of the crowd could be heard. Following their prearranged entry route, they made their way into the venue. "It is finally about to begin. I nearly exhausted myself securing tickets from home," one attendee exclaimed. Who could blame them? The tickets were gone in an instant. "I had to resort to scalpers." This annual collegiate competition was a frenzy, as these students represented the future of the Meteorite Empire. "I wonder who will emerge victorious this time." The crowd gazed at the distant platform, their eyes gleaming with excitement. "All participants have assembled. Let us make our introductions. My dear contestants," a host proclaimed, microphone in hand, their voice ringing throughout the venue. "Empire Martial Arts, unrivaled supremacy. Royal Academy, you are the best. Devil City, invincible and unparalleled." The moment the contestants were introduced, a cacophony of cheers erupted, reverberating through the arena. This invigorating uproar was indeed electrifying. It was no wonder so many were eager to participate in the Imperial Academy Championship. The atmosphere was nothing short of exhilarating. As professionals, who wouldn't yearn for fame and glory? Who wouldn't wish to carve out a name for themselves in this vast empire? Indeed, I too felt a surge of excitement. This was a true battle of prodigies, and to stand out in this competition would be a genuine path to renown. Youthful spirits, who among you is not passionate? Now, I ask each team leader to step forward and draw their opponents. The judge, hovering in the sky, addressed the assembled students. Upon his command, the various leaders stepped forward. Approaching their respective bamboo tubes, they extended their hands to draw their designated numbers. Qinglong Academy's opponent was Gale Academy, a Tier 3 elite institution for Qinglong Academy. This posed no significant challenge. "Good fortune indeed. This team is in your capable hands," Subai remarked to Lu Mingqiu, who stood beside him. "Rest assured, Captain. We shall exert our utmost effort to secure the first victory for the entire team," Lu Mingqiu replied, nodding vigorously, determination glinting in his eyes. It was evident that the teams ranked in the top 10 would not face each other. It was a transparent arrangement. Regardless, the strengths of these academies were well established, and it would be unjust to allow them to be eliminated prematurely. Of course, this was customary. If you possessed the ability to defeat those academies, you could easily position yourself at the forefront. If not, then it would be wise to remain outside the top 10. You certainly know how to keep a low profile. As the team leader, shouldn't you make an appearance in the first match? Mu Yin remarked with a gentle smile, glancing at Subai. How could that be? The main character always makes a grand entrance. I certainly don't wish to be the first on stage. With that, Subai leaned back in his chair, a contented expression gracing his features. In this competition, the use of any sealing skills or scrolls was strictly prohibited. Victory would rely solely on one's equipment, strength, and professional abilities. You do have quite the ego. Mu Yin rolled her eyes at his words. You misinterpret. This is not arrogance, but rather an abundance of confidence. Let us see how they perform, Subai mused, gazing at the distant light screen. The 5 prestigious academies require no further elaboration, as they effortlessly vanquish their adversaries with an overwhelming display of prowess. The remaining 4 academies also experienced relatively smooth battles. After all, the caliber of their training is evident, and a comeback seems improbable unless a formidable anomaly like Subai emerges. However, the final match holds considerable intrigue. featuring Yi Luyun from Kanglin Academy pitted against a contender from Tianqi Academy. The two institutions have long been arch-rivals, often at odds, likely due to their consistently competitive rankings. At times, Kanglin Academy occupies the 10th position, and at others, Tianqi Academy claims it. In any case, these two teams stand as the strongest outside of the 5 houses and 4 academies. Who do you think will prevail? Glancing at the screen displaying Yi Luyun, Mu Yin gently inquired while casting her gaze towards the opposing female participant. It should be Yi Luyun, for his unique combat profession is quite rare. I have yet to witness anything like it, Subai remarked softly while observing Yi Luyun's attribute panel. This young man possesses a hidden class known as Blood Battle Emperor, an exceedingly rare profession among the elite hidden combat classes. I shall wager on that girl. I believe she possesses commendable skills, Mu Yin playfully replied, her eyes twinkling with mischief. Upon hearing this, Subai's expression revealed a hint of surprise. Since Mu Yin is a fate master and has chosen to bet on that girl, it indicates her confidence. Could it be that I have underestimated her? Chapter 87, Kanglin vs. Tianqi. The two teams entered the arena, greeted by a tranquil canyon that stretched endlessly before them. They stood at opposite ends, gazing at each other across the expanse. The competition between these two prestigious academies not only tests the true strength of the contenders, but also their ability to respond under pressure. The 5 houses and 4 academies continue to dominate, leaving little room for resistance from the other institutions. Indeed, it is as tedious as in previous years. When shall we witness truly spectacular battles? Currently, the clash between Yi Luyun and Lung Hanshuang stands as the main attraction of the day. Who will ultimately emerge victorious? That question is rhetorical. It is undoubtedly Yi Luyun, renowned beyond the confines of this arena. While I have never encountered this girl, Lung Hanshuang, before. The spectators, observing the distant screen, began to murmur among themselves. Do not underestimate that girl. I sense a surge of extraordinary energy within her. Although her companions appear rather lackluster, there is an unusual aura surrounding her. Mu Yin spoke softly while seated beside Subai, her gaze fixed on the shimmering screen. Since you have expressed such conviction, let us observe closely, Subai replied, reclining in his chair as he focused on the 2 figures on the screen. Yi Luyun, accompanied by his team, surveyed the distant canyon with an air of indifference. Qing Tai, go and gather intelligence, he instructed a man behind him. At your command. The man activated his stealth mode and ventured into the depths of the canyon. Yi Luyun has already made a move. Why has Lung Hanshuang not yet initiated any actions? Who can say? Perhaps she is contemplating surrender. It would be unwise to confront him directly. As a mage, she cannot hope to match Yi Luyun in a head-on clash. The crowd speculated, casting glances at the frail-looking girl wielding a staff. Meanwhile, Qing Tai had reached the inner canyon, observing the Tianqi Academy students still lingering in place. A trace of disdain flickering in his eyes. Just as he prepared to return with his findings, he noticed 4 figures charging towards him from a distance. Have they discovered me? That cannot be. How could they perceive my stealth? Qing Tai furrowed his brow, confusion evident in his gaze. As a top-tier assassin, his stealth skills are honed to perfection, making it nearly impossible for anyone to detect his movements. Just as he hesitated, the surroundings erupted in a tempest of lightning, ensnaring him completely and rendering him immobile. Have they truly uncovered my presence? Panic surged through Qing Tai as he attempted to break free from the electric confinement. Thunderfall. In that instant, Lung Hanshuang teleported before Qing Tai, her staff radiating brilliant light as it descended upon him. A barrage of terrifying lightning struck within the enclosure, incapacitating the assassin named Qing Tai. Before he could react, he had already been eliminated. Kanglin Academy's student Qing Tai has been eliminated, a cold announcement echoed, leaving the onlookers momentarily stunned. Is this fellow jesting? He barely made an appearance before being ousted. What was he thinking, standing idle in place as an assassin? Truly a fool. Indeed, I have never encountered such a lackluster assassin. If I were in his position, I would have fled long ago instead of lingering. The spectators offered scathing remarks, unreserved in their derision for Qing Tai, whose performance had proven insufficient, failing to fulfill his expected role. Even if escape was impossible, in a desperate situation, he could have at least attempted to take someone down with him, yet he was eliminated so carelessly. At that moment, Qing Tai dared not open his eyes, lying motionless on the arena floor. He heard every word of the crowd's mockery, and opening his eyes now would mean societal death. It was better to keep them shut and await the medical team to carry him off. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, the medical team arrived, hoisting him onto a stretcher and swiftly removing him from the arena. What is this fool doing? The woman following Yi Luyun furrowed her brow, reprimanding him. With their side losing a crucial assassin before any real engagement had begun, how could they proceed? Do not worry. We will charge directly, Yi Luyun declared. Wang Yi, take the brunt of the initial damage. Ran and I will find an opportunity to strike from the shadows, aiming to eliminate the opposing team members first. With that, Yi Luyun surged into the canyon, followed closely by his comrades. In the heart of the canyon, the two factions finally converged. The individual named Wang raised his imposing shield, bracing for the onslaught. Terrifying lightning crashed upon the shield, causing Wang to steadily lose health. Yet his determination shone through as he pressed forward. Ran, move with me. Wang Dong, cover our rear. Yi Luyun instructed, leading the charge. It is over. This fellow has fallen into a trap. Why does Yi Luyun seem so lacking in wisdom, charging forth without possessing detailed intelligence? He indeed appears somewhat oblivious. A case of hollow reputation. The spectators instinctively shielded their eyes, and as anticipated, a deluge of lightning descended from the heavens, targeting Yi Luyun's team. The terrifying thunder relentlessly flashed, momentarily engulfing the entire squad in its brilliance. Agonizing wails echoed through the air. Aside from Yi Luyun, the others were utterly unable to withstand the onslaught of this dreadful lightning and were swiftly eliminated. You despicable scoundrels! Yi Luyun clenched his fists, a burning rage igniting within him. Those brutish fools, relying solely on their fists, recklessly charging in without intelligence, deserved their downfall. A faint smile flickered across Long Hanchuang's face as she appeared before Yi Luyun, teasingly remarking, "If you possess true skill, engage in a fair fight rather than resorting to such underhanded tactics." As a true martial artist, Yi Luyun held disdain for such devious schemes. Do you truly believe people are fools? Upon hearing this, Long Hanchuang chuckled, and the thundering bolts descended once more toward Yi Luyun. His figure was completely shrouded in the tempest of thunder, appearing to be in grave peril. Chapter 88. Yi Luyun versus Long Hanchuang. At this moment, the esteemed heads of various academies observing from their lofty platforms could not help but shake their heads. Old Wu, I sincerely apologize. My female student has been a bit too heavy-handed. Please accept my apologies, the principal of the Tianqi Academy remarked with a slight smile, bowing to Vice Principal Sun nearby. Adding a teasing note, this lad, Yi Luyun, is indeed quite naive, but do not underestimate him. Though he may seem like a mindless brute, he possesses formidable strength, allowing him to charge forth relentlessly. Principal Wu, watching his student consumed by lightning, remained calm, a hint of tranquility in his eyes. This fool is truly a simpleton. The Lansong Academy is indeed declining. They can't even compare to the previous cohort of seniors. Who could disagree? I truly overestimated them. Alas, the Lansong Academy faces total annihilation. I had thought Yi Luyun might perform a miracle, and it seems I was mistaken. The onlookers shook their heads, their expressions tinged with mild regret. Just then, Yi Luyun emerged from the tempest of lightning. His physique had transformed into a strikingly robust figure, muscles prominently defined, resembling a human cannonball. In the next moment, he broke free from the confines of the lightning cage, gripping one of the women with a single hand. His ferocious fist crushed her skull in an instant. This sudden turn of events left the crowd momentarily stunned. A reversal? I knew Yi Luyun was not to be underestimated. Goodness, this lad possesses genuine skill. The audience erupted in excitement, witnessing the beginning of a counterattack. Indeed, this brute had some strength. Yi Luyun's speed surged dramatically as he swiftly dispatched the remaining members of the Tianqi Academy, leaving only Long Hanchuang standing. I have never cared for such schemes. For in the face of absolute power, they are merely paper tigers. Even if you have eliminated my other teammates, it matters not, for you cannot defeat me. Yi Luyun clenched his fists, his eyes ablaze with crimson fury, slipping into a frenzied state. Principal of Tianqi Academy, this lad has not disappointed you, has he? He is fortunate to have acquired an exceedingly rare hidden class. The more grievous his injuries, the mightier his combat prowess. Principal Wu leaned back in his chair, a deep sense of pride glimmering in his gaze. Old Wu, do you truly believe you have won? You underestimate the preparations of our Tianqi Academy. We are here to seize a spot in the top 5. Upon hearing this, the principal of Tianqi Academy chuckled, his eyes devoid of any concern. Could this young girl possess a means to turn the tide? A mage, when confronted by a fighter at close range, regardless of her overwhelming abilities, cannot possibly triumph over Yi Luyun. As these words left his lips, Old Wu's expression shifted to one of surprise as he softly responded. You need not concern yourself with that. Simply watch. The principal of Tianqi Academy fixed his gaze on the distant light. Indeed, Yi Luyun's skill surpassed expectations. A mage trapped by a warrior had no hope of survival. It seemed this match was drawing to a close. The spectators below, witnessing the scene unfold, could only shake their heads. This girl is acting strangely. Su Bai observed the lack of any change on the girl's face, a flash of astonishment crossing his eyes. At that moment, Yi Luyun had already reached Long Hanchuang, raising his leg for a vicious kick. The terrifying sonic boom erupted as blood-red energy enveloped his thigh, aimed directly at Lung Hanshuang. Unfazed, she retreated gracefully. The dreadful crimson energy grazed her body, descending slowly to the ground. In an instant, the earth trembled, fissures appearing all around. Now that I am upon you, do you truly believe you can escape? Prepare to meet your end. A blood-red glow emanated from beneath Yi Luyun's feet, his speed skyrocketing as he tightened his right fist and struck fiercely toward her. Who told you I was planning to flee? Lung Hanshuang replied with a sly smile, unleashing a formidable surge of thunderous power from her hands. Clenching her fist, she clashed violently with Yi Luyun. The terrifying thunderous energy erupted from her fist, forcefully pushing Yi Luyun back. How can this be? Has her profession changed? Su Bai observed in astonishment. It was his first encounter with such a unique practitioner, one capable of switching class forms, an utterly incredible phenomenon. Originally, Lung Hanshuang was a thunder mage, yet now she had transformed into a thunder warrior. What in the world is happening? A mage can actually force back a melee combatant? This is utterly astonishing. The aura emanating from this girl was ferocious, far from that of a mage. She resembled a warrior even more than Yi Luyun did. The audience below gasped at the unfolding spectacle. Die! Thunder slash! Lung Hanshuang roared, her figure morphing into a streak of lightning, appearing before Yi Luyun. The terrifying arc of electricity struck his chest, sending him flying, blood spilling from his mouth as he collided with the nearby stone wall. Seeing this, Lung Hanshuang showed no signs of halting her assault. The dreadful electric arc coalesced in her hands, erupting with a brilliant wave of light that crashed into Yi Luyun. How can this be? The melee expert Yi Luyun is utterly powerless against this onslaught. This is outrageous. It was indeed astonishing. The crowd had underestimated the Tianqi Academy. Yi Luyun was likely on the verge of collapse. Observers gazed upon the scene with expressions of deep contemplation. Very well, as expected of you. I have one last kick. If you can withstand it, I shall concede defeat. Yi Luyun's voice emerged amidst the white electric light, raspy yet filled with a terrifying red glow. A fleeting shadow of blood darted past, landing atop Lung Hanshuang's head. A terrifying sound of an explosion resonated, causing the entire space to tremble. Thunder shield! Lung Hanshuang bellowed, as surges of thunder coalesced in her hands, forming a colossal protective barrier that enveloped her figure within. Boom! The fearsome lightning, intertwined with the shadow of blood, shrouded the entire realm, and the silhouettes of the two vanished without a trace.